Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are going live as we are expecting another dangerous severe weather outbreak across much of the United States today. Well over 50 million people are in the risk of significant severe weather. We have a large line of thunderstorms developing right now, and then an increasing risk for discrete supercells out in front of that line is becoming more of a concern over the next few hours. We could end up having a tornado outbreak today, in addition to a severe weather outbreak with widespread damaging winds stretching from Missouri, Arkansas, and Texas all the way into the Midwest, Ohio Valley, and also through the Dixie Alley. So today is going to be a very intense day of severe weather. Buckle up. It is going to be a very long day, and we are already starting with a tornado warning. This is our first tornado warning of the day in southern Missouri. This is going to be the first of many. I honestly anticipate we'll probably have over 30 or 40 tornado warnings today with this very intense line of thunderstorms and the discrete supercells that will also be developing out in front of this line. Right now, this tornado warning does include the Kabul, Willow Springs, and Mountain View areas in southern Missouri. If we are in this tornado warning, we need to be seeking shelter immediately, getting away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. The main area of rotation right now is on the southwest side of Willow Springs. This is what we call a QLCS tornado, which basically means a tornado that will be embedded in a line of thunderstorms. And this could be, it might be on the ground right now. We don't know for sure right now, but if there is a tornado, it's going to be right over Route 181, approaching the southwest side of Willow Springs, Missouri, and then tracking towards US 63 and US 60, and it'll be moving towards Mountain View. So you need to be seeking shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning. We also have some new severe thunderstorm warnings going up just off to the west of St. Louis. These are also equally as concerning, as we are beginning to see some rotation within this line. Give me 1 second. Apparently there's some delay on my microphone. Maybe it's better now. All right, so let me know if the mic is better. It should be synced now. Again, back over here near St. Louis, just west of St. Louis, near the St. Charles and O'Fallon areas, we have an area, again, an intense line of thunderstorms that is currently approaching with embedded circulations in this line of thunderstorms. And apparently my microphone is still not synced up. What is the problem? Why do we have a mic problem all of a sudden? Test, test, test. All right, is it good now? Let me know if it's good now in the chat. Is my microphone synced? I turned my camera on and turned it back off. It's good now? All right. Sounds like it's good. All right, so back over here west of St. Louis, we have an intense line of thunderstorms moving in right now. There's a lot of different areas of circulation that we're currently looking at. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. This does include Wentzville, O'Fallon, and St. Charles. We are watching right along the leading line of thunderstorms here for some small areas of circulation. Nothing that really pops out to me right now that is on the ground, but obviously this is heading into a very populated area. St. Louis is extremely populated, and we need to be watching this line very closely. And if any storms are able to really crank here, we could end up seeing a tornado nearby. So if you're over in O'Fallon, St. Charles, or surrounding areas, you definitely need to be ready for this line of thunderstorms. Your severe weather window is within the next 1.5 to 2 hours. So literally within the next 2 hours, you guys are going to be experiencing severe weather. For many of you, it will be within the next 30 minutes, especially near Wentzville and St. Charles. Further down to the south and west, we have ongoing severe weather ramping up now in Arkansas. Again, this long line of thunderstorms stretches all the way down into Texas. And notice near Mountain Home, we have a pretty intense thunderstorm coming through right now with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We had an Arkansas camera on here. So I put that Arkansas camera back on slot 2. I believe it was on the storm Mountain Home, but it's very ominous out there right now. And this is what it looks like right now in Mountain Home. I believe that's where this is. So you can see, again, the storm rolling in right now. This is producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is located near Club Boulevard in Mountain Home, Arkansas. And so, again, pretty intense line of thunderstorms is currently pushing in, and we are expecting high winds and also maybe even some large hail out of this storm as it continues to roll towards Salem. Further down to the south, even towards west of Little Rock right now, this line of thunderstorms is beginning to rapidly intensify. And within the next hour or two, I think we're going to have upwards of half a dozen tornado warnings all across this line. Again, we are going to have so many different areas of rotation. So notice that line is now all the way down into southwest Arkansas. It's a little bit broken off to the west of Little Rock, but I think by the time this line of thunderstorms gets to Little Rock, it'll be a lot more organized, and we will have have some embedded areas of circulation approaching the Little Rock area. We even have severe weather in Texas, guys. We have a few little semi-discrete and discrete supercells that are popping up west of Gilmer, north of Pittsburgh, and those are also producing a little bit of hail and wind. Not much of a tornado risk down here right now, but we'll be keeping an eye on that tornado risk as it will likely start to increase. We have several tornado watches that are in effect. Can somebody post the new tornado watch as well in stream relays? All right, so we got a few new tornado watches. The first of which is going to be this one right here. All right, so this is going to be for those in... For some reason, it's not loading as an image. There you go. So here's our new tornado watch. This was one of the new tornado watches that was issued. So this includes areas like St. Louis, Litchfield, Centralia, all the way back into West Plains and Branson. This goes until 8 o'clock Central Time. So after 8 o'clock, most people in this region will be done with severe weather. However, we are expecting the risk of a few tornadoes over the next few hours. Isolated hail up to the size of ping pong balls is possible. And then on top of that, we also have a risk of scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. And then here's our other tornado watch. This is the second of 3 tornado watches that are in effect. This one is going to include Arkansas, Northwest Louisiana, and Northeast Texas. Notice that they've mentioned a couple of strong tornadoes are possible. Also, scattered hail up to the size of 2 inches is possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is also going to be likely. And then we also have another tornado watch that was just issued, and let me go ahead and get that one on here. So this one is going to be issued, I believe, back over in Illinois. So here you go. So this is going to be for Peoria, Champaign, Paris, Robinson, Olney, Effingham, and Springfield. This one was just issued a moment ago. This one goes until 10 o'clock Central Time, and that is going to be for a couple of tornadoes being possible, isolated hail to the size of quarters, and then scattered damaging wind gusts around 75 miles per hour likely. But honestly, I'm going to be honest with you guys, that I don't even think these tornado watches that were just issued, I do not think are going to be where the main significant tornado risks exist today. We have a line of thunderstorms that's obviously rapidly intensifying right now. We got a lot of areas of rotation that are also developing within this line, but this isn't honestly the main story today. The main story is going to be a bit further off to the east. Notice that we have this 10% hatched tornado risk in place. We don't really have a tornado watch here yet, and I honestly think today could end up being a tornado outbreak with how things have been trending with the environment. And there's a lot of wind shear out there today, and obviously we have a large line of thunderstorms developing. But in this area, over the next few hours, I think what's going to happen is that we are going to start to see little discrete supercells trying to form around Memphis and all the way up into southern Illinois. And any storms that form in this environment will be capable of producing significant tornadoes. Not just a damaging wind threat here, but also the risk of strong tornadoes. I'm honestly a little surprised we don't have a 15% tornado risk in place. This area right now is under a 10% tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center. And again, obviously this entire area is hatched, which means that we at least have a strong tornado risk in place today. However, I do think if we get a discrete supercell in this environment, we could easily see a strong tornado. Some models have been hinting at this, really a lot over the last few model runs. The environment, again, has gotten a lot more favorable since we've had a lot more instability and a lot more clearing. And if you look at this future radar here, you'll actually see that. This is the Rufus model, and this is right around 5 to 6 o'clock. So by 5 to 6, notice how it has this slew of supercells that pop up here around and just southwest of Memphis. And if this is to happen, we could easily have several strong tornadoes. So we need to watch this extremely closely. Obviously, the line is concerning on its own, but this I have a lot more concern about if it actually pans out. So again, we have a lot of storm chasers out there today too. A lot of the storm chasers are in this area. So if it gives you an idea of where they think we might have an elevated tornado threat today, it'll be back over here near the Mississippi River Valley. Otherwise, we just have a large line of thunderstorms that'll be producing several tornadoes and widespread damaging winds over the next several hours. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one thing on that environment, in the same areas that you were just talking about, this is a VWP, basically a wind profile from the radar site in Memphis, Tennessee. So you can see that over on the map right here, basically in the center of that 10 hatch risk area. One of the things we talk about when we talk about the potential of a supercell to produce a tornado is how curved is the hodograph and how favorable is that wind profile. This is a look at the live real-time wind profile from that radar site, and we have a beautiful curve, basically in just the shape that you want to see if you were a supercell that wanted to produce a tornado. So unfortunately, this does mean that places like Memphis and anywhere else in that mid-Mississippi Valley, you are looking at the chance that if there is any prefrontal convection, there's basically a perfect environment for tornadoes and supercell thunderstorms to form and strengthen.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, and again, what he's basically saying is that we have a lot of wind changing as we go into height. So essentially what is happening, as you go up aloft, we have strong veering winds, which basically means we have spinning winds aloft, especially out there near Memphis, and that is going to lead to the possibility of strong or even significant tornadoes outside of just our line of thunderstorms. So again, it's not just the line we're talking about today. There is a real risk with how slowly this line of thunderstorms is moving that with all the instability that is growing off to the east, we could easily see the threat of tornadoes increase. And this is not what you want to see. This is the satellite imagery. We have this large area of clearing from Kentucky and Indiana back into the lower Mississippi River Valley, and all of that clearing is leading to instability. It's basically a lot of sunshine out there. That's going to grow our instability, or what we would call CAPE. And so essentially over the next few hours, we should have supercells developing in this environment. And again, you can see all these different storm chasers that are all right along the Mississippi River Valley. And so again, I think our greatest tornado threat will likely exist over there. All right, let's go back to St. Louis. Again, if you're over in St. Louis, we are watching an intense line of thunderstorms right now approaching your area. Right now, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are the main concern. There is a tornado possible tag on this line of thunderstorms. We have several areas of rotation that are attempting to develop back off to your west right now. And you can actually see there's one right here just to the west of O'Fallon. It's not a strong area of rotation, but it will not take much for tornadoes to develop within this line of thunderstorms. I think within the next 15 to 30 minutes, this tornado threat will increase a lot more, which is not good because this is going again right towards St. Louis. And so St. Louis, we need to be staying on alert right now. There's also a larger area of broad rotation near Winfield in Missouri. That'll be approaching Batchtown, Illinois, and Rosedale and Brussels. So if you're north of the St. Louis metro, we'll be watching this area very closely. There's also a pretty intense thunderstorm right now moving into Mountain Home. This is what it looks like out there in Mountain Home. You can actually see the wind very intense here. We got 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We have $quarter to $half sized hail falling here as well. There are obviously several people on the roadway, but again, about 5-10 minutes ago, when we went live, you could see the entire mountain range back there. You can't see anything anymore. The visibility is down to about a quarter of a mile, so it is very windy out there with this line of thunderstorms, and that's in northern Arkansas, guys. That isn't really even the most intense area of this line that we are currently looking at. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning that was issued southwest of St. Louis. This is going to be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is going straight up the Interstate 44 corridor, going towards Pacific, and then eventually going towards Wildwood. We'll be watching for at least some damaging winds with this line. This is also what it looks like right now just outside of St. Louis. This is in Merrimack Bluffs on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. Right now, just overcast skies. We don't have any crazy storm coming in yet, but we're only about 5, 10, 15 minutes away from at least seeing a shelf cloud back off to the west. And there is your brand new tornado watch, and that is going to include about 9 different states, I think. That is, yeah, that's 8 states that just were issued into a tornado watch. We'll talk about that here in just a second. I want to go back to our tornado warning. Once again, this is in southern Missouri. This is going to be for Willow Springs and Mountain View. Strongest area of rotation right now is just north of Willow Springs. This is approaching the US 60 corridor on the north side of Mountain View. If you are in this tornado warning, once again, you need to be in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We have another area of rotation right here as well near Yukon that is heading towards the Sunklands Conservation Area just in the northwest of Menace. So if you're in that area, definitely be ready. We could get a tornado warning here in just a moment. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just a little bit of information on that new watch. Obviously, it does include a majority of our risk area. The wording on that watch is specifically several tornadoes likely, and the probabilities on that are 80-50, meaning we have an 80% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes and a 50% chance of seeing a significant tornado.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so this is very strong wording from the Storm Prediction Center. This will be for anybody along the Mississippi River Valley, and a little over 4.5 million of you are included in this tornado watch from Evansville back into Greenville, where several tornadoes are likely. So that is strong wording. I don't honestly remember the last time we had a watch that said several tornadoes are likely. It might have been the other day, but this only happens again when we have significant tornado days. So again, the tornado risk, I would say is not the most significant threat for today, but if we were to get strong tornadoes, it would be obviously very major since we're talking about a fairly populated area. Widespread damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour is also likely across this entire region. So basically from Clarksville in Tennessee all the way through Greenville, Mississippi, Memphis, Dyer, Dyersburg, Paducah, Evansville, and Carbondale. We all need to make sure that we have a lot of ways to receive alerts. The good news is that this watch only goes until 11, and I say that's good news because most of this area probably will not be dealing with
a new tornado warning has been issued.
A nocturnal tornado threat. It'll be mostly during the daytime, maybe into the evening, but most of you should still be awake. Brand new tornado warning. This one's going to be in southwestern Arkansas. So this will be near the Dirks area, just west of Murfreesboro. So if we are in this tornado warning, we need to be seeking shelter immediately.
A new tornado warning.
But here we go, guys. And we're going into, again, a pretty large outbreak of severe weather here. We also have another one. This one we were just talking about a moment ago, southwest or southeast of Raymondville, near Yukon, going towards the Sunklands Conservation Area, north of a menace. If we are in this tornado warning, we got to get to our safe place now, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Main area of rotation right now is east of Yukon, near Highway 17. It is going to be going in the direction of Missouri 19, and it'll be tracking east-northeast over the next several minutes. All right, so if we're in this tornado warning, again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible as this storm approaches you here again, just northwest of a menace. We also have a new severe warning near Salem and Mountain Home. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. All right, I want to go back to the Arkansas tornado warning real quick. We didn't really touch on it, but again, that main area of rotation right now is just, it's around US Highway 70. I'm not seeing a whole lot on radar. I would say it's a pretty broad area of rotation, but if you are in Dirks, you need to be in your safe place. It will be approaching Murfreesboro, Arkansas in just a moment. We also have a new severe warning near Texarkana. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar-sized hail. Broad area of rotation just northwest of New Boston that we need to be keeping an eye on. We also have a new tornado possible severe warning. This one is in western Illinois near Jerseyville, Carrollton, and Greenfield. There is a broad area of rotation just outside of our severe warning here north of Hardin. There's also another broad area of rotation just to the south there of the Ellsbury area. We need to watch these little hooks that develop along the line, because any of these little hooks that develop could end up leading to maybe a little tornado risk. And we are seeing that trying to develop right now also just to the west of St. Louis here. We've got a small little baby hook that's forming, and any sort of attempt at forming a hook echo could definitely lead to an increasing tornado risk. So again, that's for O'Fallon, St. Petersburg, and also St. Charles. This is also live over at North Fork Lake over in Arkansas. You can see the wind picking up right now.
A new tornado warning.
And here we go. We got another tornado warning. All right, so we're now up to 4 tornado warnings. This is the one we were just talking about with a small hook echo that is developing just northwest or just north of St. Louis, Jerseyville, just south of Hardin. We need to be getting to our safe place now. All right, so this is right along the Illinois and Missouri border for Calhoun, Jersey, and Lincoln counties. So if we are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. This is the terminal radar site, and you can see that area of convergence a little bit more clearly here on that little terminal radar site. So this one's a short-range radar site that we're looking at. Main area of circulation is right over Winfield, and it's about to cross into Illinois. So it'll be approaching Mapen, Rosedale, Nutwood, and Democrat Spring, eventually going towards the north side of Marshall Landing near the Two Rivers National Wildlife Refuge. That is currently tracking, again, directly to the east-northeast. These storms are moving pretty quickly, by the way. And one thing that they've actually mentioned, this is an interesting note within this tornado warning. They have mentioned here that a severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage is located about 9 miles northwest of Mountain View. So that is for this tornado warning. So the wording that they're using in these warnings is obviously pretty significant. This is a full-blown squall line that we are seeing now that is developed all the way, again, from the north side of St. Louis all the way into northeast Texas, and it's only going to continue to get more intense. We already have 18 total warnings, so we are likely going to see a lot more from where that came from here pretty soon. All right, right now, again, on this tornado warning, I'm not seeing a whole lot on the regional radar site. That terminal radar site showed the main area of rotation. It is now crossing right over the Mississippi River Valley, approaching Batchtown. So again, seek shelter, again, if you're in that warning. Over near St. Paul, we don't really have any rotation there. It's all wind. We are keeping an eye on these storms directly to the west of St. Louis for an increasing tornado risk. Right now, mainly a damaging wind risk, but a tornado definitely cannot be ruled out as this line of thunderstorms continues to move to the east over the next several minutes. All right, let's go back down to the south. I want to go to, real quickly, we're going to go back to the east of the Springfield radar site. These are our other 2 tornado warnings, which are located in southern Missouri right now. East of Houston, we have a broad area of rotation, again, going towards the Sunklands Conservation Area. No confirmed tornado on that storm right now. And then this storm over near Mountain View has not been nearly as intense. It looks like mostly a wind risk. So that's good on that storm for right now. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking at this storm near Mountain Home in Arkansas, and it looks like we have a TBSS or a 3-body scattered spike. This indicates that there's probably some hail in there, and we also have very high reflectivity values as well. This is currently warned for quarter-sized hail. I would not be surprised if it's producing larger than that, up to 2-inch hail. The other thing I want to mention is the overall shape of this. It's very quickly bowing out and sort of pushing out in the middle. That means it's going to be producing its strongest wind gust as it heads towards the town of Viola and Salem. So in either one of those in the severe warning, now there's probably producing bigger hail and stronger winds than what it's currently warned for.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, large hail isn't really the primary concern today, but there is a risk with a few of these storms that we could actually see hail to the size of tennis balls. It'd be mainly down here, though, in the deep south. I do want to touch on something. Obviously, we have an enhanced risk of severe weather today. It is not a moderate risk. We have a moderate risk of severe weather tomorrow, though. But for today, we have this large swath of damaging wind potential, and it's going to be the highest once this gets around and just past the Mississippi River Valley. You can see this pink area here. That indicates a 45% chance within a 25-mile radius of significant damaging winds. Even over 75 miles per hour will be possible with some of our line of thunderstorms. All the storms right now, guys, are not even in our enhanced risk of severe weather yet, which is kind of crazy to say because, again, our enhanced risk, this is what it looks like. None of them have reached it yet. It is still off to the west. It's still in that slight risk of severe weather. And again, this is just the beginning of a very significant severe weather outbreak that is about to take place. And this will be the most widespread severe weather event, I think, that we've seen so far this year. And again, it covers such a large area, and the significance of it is especially high right along the Mississippi River Valley, where we have that 45% chance within a 25-mile radius of significant damaging winds. And don't forget, again, our tornado risk is a lot more elevated in that yellow area, but really anywhere from even very extreme southern Michigan all the way to the Gulf Coast, there is an equalistic chance of at least having an isolated tornado threat. And then those 5 and 10% tornado risk areas that are outlined here, that is where we're watching for the possibility of several tornadoes over the next few hours. We even have a little sneaky one down here in Alabama, Florida, and southwest Georgia. That is because we could see a few supercells develop late tonight, and so we could actually have a nocturnal tornado threat down there. Unfortunately, though, again, we only have about 3.5 hours left of daylight, which means a lot of this tornado threat for tonight is going to wind up being a nocturnal severe weather event and also tornado event. So that is definitely not something that we are looking forward to here. A lot of people are going to probably go to sleep at some point here tonight, and some people might go to sleep before severe storms even reach them. So it's really important today that everybody here has ways to receive alerts. Obviously, over 32,000 of you are already watching the stream, which is one way you can receive weather alerts, but make sure you have your weather radio plugged in or at least ready to go with batteries in it, or have your phone. Make sure that phone has ways to receive weather alerts as it is, again, going to be a very long afternoon and evening. We already have 4 tornado warnings, and I honestly expect that we'll have dozens and dozens more here over the next few hours. We have a new tornado warning. This one is going to be in southern Missouri. So this is now our 5th tornado warning of the day, all of which have been issued in the last 20 minutes. This one is going to be for Summersville, the Angeline Conservation Area, just to the west of Menace. This is just north of Mountain View. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Again, you can see this little hook here, that little hook shape. Inflow is coming out of the east. So this is also a rotating storm within our line of storms, and it'll be going eventually towards Missouri 19. Also, the Ozark Scenic Riverways are in the path of that. We have a new tornado possible severe warning in Arkansas. We actually have a few of them that were just issued, but this one is going to be for Mineral Springs, Nashville, and Blevins. So if we are in this area, we need to be staying away from windows as this line of thunderstorms comes through. There's actually a label here that indicates it is a considerable damage threat. We actually have damaging winds already surging up to 70 miles per hour, heading in the direction of Prescott, Hope, and then Gurdon. So this is moving to the east right now very quickly. We are now at 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, they are getting a lot more widespread by about 5:30. I think they will be a lot more widespread. I think we'll have severe warnings literally stretching from, central Illinois all the way back down towards Shreveport. I think we're going to have a ton here in about an hour. So we could easily pass over 30. And there goes another one. We have another one west of Little Rock. So Little Rock, we need to be watching this storm right here. This is moving directly towards Little Rock. It is actually pretty discreet right now. It is a longer line of thunderstorms, but there is a little bit of rotation that is beginning to develop on this very broad area of circulation. This storm will be going directly towards Little Rock, Arkansas. It's going right along 314 right now. It is approaching Arkansas 7, and then it'll be tracking towards Perryville, and then eventually going towards Conway. So we need to watch this storm very closely as it goes towards another very populated area here over the next 45 minutes. Going back to St. Louis, we do have our first damage report of the day coming in. This one is back over near Troy, Missouri, that there's a tree down on East Cherry Street with live power lines on the roadway. Guys, if you have any power lines down near your roadway over the next few hours, if they go down at any point during a severe storm, do not go outside and try to get near them. It's not safe. They could be live. They could literally electrocute you. So over there in Troy, that is a report that is coming in. Lots of trees and power lines will be falling throughout the day today with how significant our severe weather risk is going to be. West of St. Louis, this is the terminal radar site. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation right now. North, though, of the radar site, north of Brussels, now moving into Illinois, near the Fielton and Otterville and Jerseyville areas, there is a broad area of circulation that is now moving towards US Highway 67. There's also another broad area of rotation west of Carrollton that is moving towards Greenfield and Whitehall. So that'll be eventually going towards Verdon in western Illinois. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. This is a look at our significant tornado parameter values over the next few hours. And I'm showing you this to give you an idea of when this tornado threat is really going to start to rapidly increase. But over the next few hours, we are expecting the tornado threat to increase, especially once these storms get closer to the Red River Valley. So this is pictured here about 4 o'clock, which is right now. Our highest tornado environment is actually in Arkansas right now. But by the time we get closer to about 5, 6, 7 o'clock, notice how those numbers get even higher right along the Mississippi River Valley. Any discrete supercells that form in this environment will be capable again of producing strong and even maybe long track tornadoes. But otherwise, this line of thunderstorms will be producing, I think, several tornadoes by this point. I think our tornado threat will probably peak sometime between about 6 and 10 o'clock tonight. And the tornado threat will stay very favorable even into the overnight hours. And then tomorrow, we could also have a major severe weather outbreak along the East Coast. But again, very favorable environment here within the next few hours. I know we're still pretty early into today's severe weather event. Again, all the storms right now are still in the slight risk of severe weather, but we already have 5 tornado warnings, and we'll probably see more here pretty soon. Riley has a more important update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so looking at this storm that's headed towards Little Rock, currently severe warned, not with a tornado possible tag, but what I'm watching is this area right here where we're starting to see a little bit of a hook come out. And when we take a look at the velocities, we can see that it is starting to have a little bit of rotation. I do think it's a little bit contaminated right now, but this is going to be something that eventually figures itself out. And probably sometime around the time we're getting over here between Perryville and Perrin, we're going to see this thing start to try and wrap up. The other thing I want to talk about is the prefrontals that we have going up a little bit down to the south of Little Rock. I'm keeping my eye on these for more than one reason. This is basically where the prime tornado environment is right now. If you take a look at differential reflectivity, specifically in the forward flank of the storms, where we're seeing those updrafts start to grow, we see a lot of these red areas. And where we see those, that means that these storms are starting to strengthen, and they're strengthening well. There's a couple of them that are just sort of all blue. We don't really have those red areas. Keep an eye on any storm that has that red area within the differential reflectivity. That means that there's a lot of going on in those updrafts, and there's a good chance that they're going to grow to a mature storm and pose a tornado threat down the line.
A new tornado.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, so again, we got multiple storms right now trying to go up southwest of Little Rock. The one directly west of Little Rock is becoming a little bit more concerning. We also have now a 6th tornado warning. This is now the 6th one of the day, and again, they have all been within the last 25 minutes. All of them have been issued within the last 25 minutes. This one is going to be over near the Sunklands Conservation Area south of Salem. This is in the Ozarks. Again, this will be moving towards the Mark Twain National Forest, just to the west of Centerville. We need to be getting, again, to our safe place right now if we are in this pink polygon. Get away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. I think it's also a good reminder, if you are in a mobile home, a trailer park, if you are in an RV today, we need to be ready to go to our safe place or try to get there early because, again, almost everybody today in Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi River Valley, all the way down to the deep south will see thunderstorms today. It's just a matter of when for a lot of you. Not everybody will, but most of you are going to see storms. They might be severe, they might not. I think most of them are going to be severe, with wind and also tornadoes being possible. So if you're one of those people that lives in an RV, if you live in a mobile home park, whatever it might be, you need to make sure you know where your sturdy structure is. And I would honestly get there ahead of time. Upwards of an hour in advance is a good idea. I would not be waiting until a warning gets issued for your area. Let's just say you live right here over near 21 north of Potosi. I would not be waiting. I would go there now. I know that you don't have a severe warning off to your west, but I mean, there's a chance at any moment that this could start rotating and producing a tornado. It's already broadly rotating right now. There's a real possibility that over the next few hours, we are going to have tornadoes that develop within 5 or 6 minutes on radar, and there's going to be very little notice. I want to remind you that this is not a normal supercellular tornado day when it comes to this line of thunderstorms. This is not like what we saw the other day where we had a supercell that was rotating on and off for an hour or two, and there was a lot of advance notice for if you were going to see a tornado. This is not the same day. We will have very little notice on some of these storms producing tornadoes. It might only be 5 or 10 minutes. We are also seeing at least an increasing amount of rotation now in a couple spots. We got one west of Potosi and another one west of Hillsborough. This is southwest of St. Louis. We need to keep a very close eye on these two storms. Again, no active tornado warning, but they do have a tornado possible tag on at least this severe warning that is west of Hillsborough in Missouri. This is what it looks like out there right now. Right out in front of this line of thunderstorms, the winds are beginning to gust a little bit. So windy pretty much out in front of this line. It's going to be a lot more windy once these storms roll through your area. If we go over to the terminal radar site here, just outside of St. Louis, we still have a larger area of rotation that is now going over Rosedale, Illinois. We don't really have a whole lot of rotation on the northwest side of St. Charles. Pretty broad areas right now, but I do want to remind you, these could again really intensify at any moment. So the ones that are right along the Mississippi River Valley, we still need to be watching for. And maybe a slightly, maybe just a weak area of rotation there west of Chesterfield. I wouldn't say it's anything that concerning right now. I do think the ones, though, that are down here to the southwest of St. Louis need to be really watched closely. These are all kind of going in that general direction. This right here is an area of convergence, though, that we need to watch for. That one would be basically going directly towards the southwest side here, St. Louis, over the next half hour. So again, that's approaching Missouri 30 right now. Again, no active tornado warning right now southwest of St. Louis, but that is at least a broad area of rotation. Back over into southern Missouri, we have 4 active tornado warnings, 2 of which are going to expire here in a moment. Again, these are kind of in a radar hole, so we don't have a great view here on radar, but the rotation is mainly going to be to the northwest of a menace. There's also another area of rotation near Summersville that is going to the east-northeast right now. Over here near Mountain Home, it's mostly hail and wind, but we will be watching for an increasing tornado threat over the next half hour as these storms go towards Poplar Bluff and Paragould and kind of right along the Arkansas and Missouri border. And then back over to the west of Little Rock, we are watching this supercell that has gone up over the last few minutes for maybe a tornado risk increasing. You can see the hook that is developing quickly on this storm. We also have a little inflow. Doesn't look like your classic supercell, but that is again, it's going towards a fairly populated area here. So we need to be watching this storm very closely around Conway and Little Rock. And obviously, if it goes tornado warned, we'll be here for you. We're going to be live here all afternoon and all evening. We could easily be live today for 12 hours, by the way. This is going to be marathon severe weather coverage here across the board. And we have widespread severe warnings now in Texas and Arkansas. We have a lot of severe warnings right now west of Shreveport. We got several right now in southwestern Arkansas. We still have a tornado warning near Dirks, which is this area of rotation here that is approaching Murfreesboro right now. I'm not sure if they're going to issue a new tornado warning for Murfreesboro, but we got about 5 minutes until they'll probably make that decision. That is going towards a Mighty and Delight. It's a fairly broad area of rotation right now. And then this here near Norman is mostly wind. That is approaching Hot Springs over the next half hour or so. There's also quite a bit of hail right now in this storm that is west of Little Rock. That is not really too tornadic at this exact moment. By the way, there's obviously severe weather ongoing, but it's not just severe weather. We have a massive blizzard happening over here in the Midwest. There are a lot of areas that are overperforming in terms of snowfall accumulation. These red boxes here are not tornado watches. Those are actually blizzard warnings. It includes a very large area. There's about a half a dozen storm chasers out there today, and this car you can see is stuck right now. And this is it's kind of a disaster up here right now in the Midwest. The wind has been pretty strong all day too. And so there's not just severe weather happening. There's also a really major blizzard. It's actually a historic blizzard for the month of March. The National Weather Service there of Twin Cities did say that this is literally historic. And I mean, it is. This does not happen very often. We have like 30 to 50 inches of snow falling in parts of Wisconsin and Michigan, while we also have a dangerous severe weather outbreak that is rapidly ramping up right now. All right, we do have a new severe warning. We actually have one, again, near St. Charles. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's not new. The one that is down to the southwest here of St. Louis, we still have a few areas of rotation that we are keeping an eye on. The one that was over Huff has gotten a little bit broader over the last minute, but if a hook echo does develop, the tornado risk will likely start to increase. They have issued a new severe warning west of Springfield here in Illinois. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and also quarter-size hail that is moving in the direction of Springfield, Woodside, Chatham, and Auburn. And you can see our large storm chasing network here today. They are all right along the Mississippi River Valley right now. We have a few storms that are attempting to go up right now. There's actually one here near Cartersville that is beginning to go up. And again, any of these little prefrontal supercells that organize will produce an elevated tornado threat. I do want to point out that in this area specifically, what's in slot 1? Was that in Arkansas? All right. If we go over to our risk, our little mesoscale discussion here that was issued right along the Mississippi River Valley, the Storm Prediction Center did mention our most probable peak intensity for tornadoes today is strong to intense. I mean, there is a possibility that any discrete or semi-discrete supercells develop out here right along the Mississippi River Valley actually will have the potential of producing strong to intense tornadoes. And so they have already issued a tornado watch for this area. Again, this mesoscale discussion was posted almost about 45 minutes ago now, but Memphis, Greenville, back through Dyersburg, we are watching for prefrontal supercells, and the slower this line of thunderstorms moves, the higher risk of tornadoes we are going to have right near the Mississippi River Valley. I do want to reiterate that discrete supercells are going to become a pretty big concern over the next few hours. The HRRR here doesn't really show them as much, but if we go over to the Rufus, which, to be honest, I think has been pretty consistent on showing this possibility, this is pictured around 6 o'clock. We got, all these different little supercells that it's showing well out in front of our line of thunderstorms. And anything that develops in this environment could produce strong to intense tornadoes, significant damaging winds, and also the possibility of some large hail. But the tornado risk would be a lot higher with anything here. By around 7 to 8 o'clock, we are going to have a very intense squall line moving through Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, back into Mississippi. All these storms, I think, will be rotating to some degree at that point. Several of them will be producing the risk of tornadoes this evening. So again, this line of thunderstorms will at least be producing a tornado threat through about 4 to 5 in the morning. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to have a lot more severe weather along the East Coast. It's going to be a very dangerous next 36 hours. I expect to get no more than about 3 hours of sleep over the next 24 hours. If you guys didn't see, this is tomorrow's risk of severe weather. We have a really rare moderate risk of severe weather from Maryland all the way back into South Carolina. And that does not happen often. I think it's the first time ever Maryland's been under a day 2 moderate risk of severe weather, at least in the last 10 years. We've never had one. So that's saying something. We have a very rare day of severe weather coming. I'm honestly surprised today wasn't a moderate risk of severe weather. I thought we were going to have a moderate risk of severe weather right along the Mississippi River Valley. So I'm a little bit surprised by that. We'll see how today pans out. But obviously, so far, it's already starting to perform, on pace for basically what we're expecting, if not already overperforming, because of the fact we have all of this environment out in front of this line that is really getting ripe, and it is beginning to get a lot more favorable for the risk of discrete supercells. There you are, Sniffer, for the $10 super chat. Northeast Florida and Southeast Georgia expect over the next couple of days a lot of wind and an increasing tornado risk for sure tomorrow morning. We could be live as early as 8 tomorrow for the record. I mean, tomorrow is looking like an early day severe weather event, and then tonight we'll be live probably until 4 a.m., 3 a.m., something late. This is going to be a very long live stream today, so we'll be live probably for, again, as long as humanly possible at the bare minimum. All right, let's go back to our tornado warnings. Again, we currently have 5 active tornado warnings. Most of them, again, at this moment are in Missouri. We have 1 in Arkansas. We are expecting this number to continue to increase over the next half hour to an hour. Our main area of rotation on our southern area of tornado warnings, this is again in southern Missouri, east of Licking, west of Centerville, is located over Missouri 19. This is tracking to the east. It will be eventually going towards Centerville. So if we are in Centerville, we need to be ready for this storm. I'm pretty sure Centerville had a tornado last year. Not saying it's going to happen again. This is a little bit of a different setup, but we do have, again, our storm right now moving directly towards you. Ironton is also in the path of this, and eventually towards Fredericktown. This is, again, embedded in our line of thunderstorms. We still have a tornado warning for the Mountain View area. We are on a large radar hole, so it's very hard to see these storms right now. They may issue a new tornado warning, at least out of caution for immense in Ellington. We'll have to wait and see. If they issue a new tornado warning, it'll probably come in within the next 10 minutes or so, because that tornado warning expires in 9 minutes. Near West Plains in Salem, right along the Arkansas and Missouri border, pretty intense area of thunderstorms right now moving through Salem. There is a tornado possible tag now on this. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail are also a concern. That is moving right now along the US 160 stretch. Back down towards Little Rock, we've been talking about an increasing tornado risk, and yes, we are looking at a really intense storm right now west of Little Rock. This one is really impactful. I mean, that is a lot of wind. They have upgraded this warning to golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you look at velocities, we are now seeing winds of around 70 miles per hour. That is a very significant storm. I wouldn't be surprised if they upgraded this to 70-mile-per-hour winds going towards Little Rock. The other concern is that this is discrete right now. It's not really interacting with any other storms, and so there is a real possibility that if it continues to remain discrete, the tornado risk will be more elevated as it moves towards Interstate 40 and Conway. We're also watching these little all these little discrete cells that are trying to pop up south of Little Rock. Any prefrontals will have an elevated tornado risk. We still have a tornado warning down to the south of Daisy near Dirks. I do not think they're going to issue a new tornado warning on this, but it is a broad area of rotation that is moving towards Murfreesboro and Delight. If they issue a new warning, it would be probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes. This is also the storm southwest of Hot Springs. This one is currently warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That is mostly wind right now. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation. Maybe a little increase of rotation over the last few minutes. No, not really. It's mostly wind right now near Caddo Gap and Glenwood. That is, again, moving towards the Hot Springs area. Long line of thunderstorms developing again in Texas. None of this is really tornadic yet. Most of it is just wind. I think most of the risk of severe weather west of Shreveport over the next half hour to an hour will be mostly hail and wind. We will likely see our tornado risk increase a little bit more by about 5:30. We still have this little cell right now going up near the Mississippi River Valley. Nick Gorman is right on this. Also, storm chaser Rob McBay is on this little storm right now. Not seeing anything crazy right now, but again, any of these storms that pop up well in front of our line of thunderstorms will have a much higher risk of producing tornadoes. So we need to keep an eye on this as it moves into northwest Tennessee over the next several minutes. But again, this is what it looks like out there in far northwestern Tennessee near Tiptonville. Also, we have a large group of storm chasers today. If we go over to the storm chaser dashboard here on Radar Omega, you can see all the different storm chasers that are out there. There's about 14 of them currently live inside of the app. We actually have Storm Runner Media over in South Carolina. They are getting ready for the tornado risk over in South Carolina. There's actually a chance of a tornado today, but even tomorrow, there's also a risk of tornadoes. So again, there are a ton of storm chasers live inside of the app. Got Nick Gorman, Tornado Pagey out there as well. We got storm chaser Connor Croft covering the blizzard and a lot of other chasers also on this blizzard. So again, you can watch all of them inside of the Radar Omega app. We also have a new severe warning. This one's going to be for West Plains, Alton, Winona, and Thayer. That'll be for a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat. There's also a tornado possible tag on this. The main area of rotation right now is just to the south of West Plains. We are in a large radar hole, but we'll be watching this area here for a tornado risk. It's kind of on the backside of this storm almost. So it's kind of on the backside here west of Brandsville. That is, again, moving in the direction of Alton right now. Back over to our tornado warning in Illinois. They have continued this tornado warning. This one is, again, near Jerseyville, just north of St. Louis. It's mostly wind right now. There is a little bit more rotation, though, near Otterville. That is approaching U.S. Highway 67, just to the southwest of Jerseyville. So there's a little bit more rotation on that now. It's right in the hook. No tornado right now, but that is a little bit stronger. It's moving towards Brighton, Illinois at this moment. We have a new severe warning with a tornado possible tag. They just issued a new one here for Centerville, Ironton, and Potosi. So I'm not sure if they're going to continue this tornado warning, but at the bare minimum, they've issued a large tornado possible severe warning heading in the direction of Farmington right now. There's a lot of little areas of rotation, again, west of St. Louis right now. None of them are currently tornadic, but look at all these little hook echoes that are trying to develop. These are all embedded in our line of thunderstorms. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to our tornado risk today. I mean, again, almost any storm is going to try to rotate. We have about 5 different little hooks that are attempting to develop right now west of St. Louis. None of these are rotating to the point where I think a tornado warning is needed. With that said, though, we need to watch this area here just to the south of St. Charles very closely, especially here near the Spirit of St. Louis Airport. This is the SUS Airport. That's an interesting abbreviation. This right here near Weldon Spring and then near Wildwood. We got 2 more definitive hooks that are trying to develop right now. None of them, again, are producing tornadoes. Neither of these are currently under a warning, but that is definitely a sign that we have more rotation developing. There's also a few little hooks developing over near Otterville and another one near Grafton right along the Mississippi River Valley. We do have a live shot just to the southeast of Wildwood. You can actually see the line of thunderstorms approaching right now. Somebody put Merrimack Bluffs camera in like slot 3 or something. Preferably the one looking west. I think that one's looking west. This other one's looking, I think, south. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Again, you can see the shelf cloud out in the distance just west of St. Louis. And again, if you guys have any photos and videos, you can send it in to us. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Again, pretty intense line of thunderstorms right now approaching St. Louis. We have an area of rotation right now west of Clayton that is near Wildwood. Not a whole lot of rotation, at least on the terminal radar site further south, but definitely more defined area of rotation that is trying to develop west and southwest of Chesterfield. This is, again, inside of a hook echo that is trying to develop on radar. You can clearly see that hook right there. You go back to radar here. Yeah, again, these two hooks. We'll have another reflectivity scan in a second. No active tornado warning again for St. Louis, but I think a severe warning is going to be needed at the bare minimum. Here comes the next radar scan. Thank you, Pam, for becoming a member. I know a lot of you guys are asking questions about your specific location. If I'm not talking about you guys right now, it's a good thing. But at the same time, if you are out in front of these storms, you need to be prepared. It doesn't matter where you are. You could be in Timbuktu over in central Tennessee. You could also be over in northern Illinois near Chicago, where you're going to have severe weather and snow within a 4-hour span. It doesn't really matter where you are in the risk today. You need to be prepared, have ways to receive alerts. Over 50 million people are in the risk of severe weather, and we're going to be talking about whatever is the most impactful at any given moment. We'll do some forecasting, obviously, and talk about some of these places, but with 5 tornado warnings active right now, there's a good chance we'll be over 10 at some point. There will be no answering questions, really. It'll be almost all talking about what's happening, because I truly think we're gonna have a lot more tornado warnings than this here pretty soon. The latest scan is still showing a hook right now south of the Suss Airport, approaching Clarkson Valley and Chesterfield. The velocity's just updated, and there is definitely a convergence signature there, so that might get tornado warned. There's at least rotation there. At bare minimum, I'd expect a tornado possible severe warning here, heading in the direction of St. Louis. So the latest scan is showing that area of convergence, again, directly moving towards St. Louis Airport, Creve Corner, Maryland Heights. They've just gone ahead and issued a large severe warning with a tornado possible tag. That'll be near St. Louis, back through I-44, Concord, Oakville, and Arnold are all included in this. So if you are in the severe warning, you got to be staying away from windows. We have increasing rotation right now west of St. Louis. You can see the shelf cloud out in the distance. Could have a low-hanging wall cloud on that mountain too. We just can't really tell right now. But that, again, is right on the northern edge here of this tornado possible severe warning, and that is rotating. So again, we got rotation right now approaching Clarkson Valley. Tornado risk is increasing again near St. Louis. See that area of rotation also on the terminal radar site. It's definitely rotating again. This is not a tornado in progress right now by any means, but we could see a tornado develop at any moment. Again, on our velocity scale here, we're putting this around a 4. It's not on the ground. Again, it could be at some point, but it's not on the ground yet. But it is going to be moving towards a very populated area. If you guys have friends or family here in the St. Louis area, please make sure that they're aware of this. Again, we are live covering this tornado outbreak that is really starting to ramp up right now, and this rotation is definitely concerning. Going right towards Creve Corner. Creve Corner. We need to be away from windows right now. Jennings, away from windows. St. Louis, you guys got a few minutes, but I would really be getting there as soon as possible, just in case we have a tornado, and at the bare minimum, the wind threat is going to be pretty significant moving through this area. Of another radar scan in a second. I want to go back to this Hillsborough camera. We have this is actually the Hillsborough camera. Very ominous skies here. Still gusty winds out in front of our line. The one that's closer to that area of rotation. Wow, look at this. This is going right into St. Louis right now. So again, this is live. This is one of the radar mega cyclone ports. This is located again on the west side of St. Louis at Merrimack Bluffs, if you're familiar with this area. A lot of low-hanging clouds. We got a lot of scud as well, which is kind of just what we call scary-looking clouds. Those are the raggedy clouds there. I'm not seeing a definitive wall cloud here. Granted, the area of rotation I do not think is in this shot right now that we were looking at on radar. But again, keep in mind, these clouds are pretty low, and it will not take much for a tornado to drop out of any of these embedded circulations within our line. There's a lot of ominous skies here around St. Louis right now. And the area of rotation, again, that we've been referring to is a small hook south of the Spirit of St. Louis Airport that is basically paralleling the northern side of our severe thunderstorm warning polygon right now. We do not have another radar scan yet. We are kind of awaiting a new radar scan. And again, we are keeping an eye on that rotation there near Clarks Valley. There's also a small weak area of circulation north of St. Charles, but that's not really much. It's pretty weak. There's that line of thunderstorms again rolling in right now to St. Louis. We are back down to 2 tornado warnings. Granted, that number will, again, once again increase here pretty soon. They shaded for the $50 super chat. If a tornado is heading for your town, get to shelter with an emergency preparedness kit, family, pets, and protect your head and neck. After the tornado passes, wait over 20 minutes at least before leaving. Also check the National Weather Service site for info if Max can't. That's a good idea. Appreciate the generous super chat. All right, here comes our new radar scan. All right, latest scan still showing this rotation's now right over the Forest Hills Country Club. It is extraordinarily close to the radar site, which is making it a little bit more pixelated here. But that's our area of rotation still. This is our little hook. It's not a classic looking hook echo by any means, and it does not look like the St. Louis tornado that we had, you know, over a year ago, or almost a year ago. But that area of rotation is kind of on the edge of that right there. It's just south of St. Louis. Almost feels like deja vu. Hopefully it doesn't. This honestly is not far, I feel like, from a tornado warning. This is the terminal radar site. It is showing that red and green. So again, our red is going away from the radar. Green's going towards the radar site. Main area of rotation right now is right over Clarkson Valley. And Creve Coeur, I think it is in the path of this. I know some of you guys are correcting my pronunciation. Creve Coeur, Clayton, Normandy, St. John, Overland. Might be undergoing tornado genesis. There's also a little area of circulation also near Wilkie. This is north of our terminal radar site. That is going to be crossing over the Mississippi River here soon. And that, yeah, I mean, this is strengthening. I feel like this needs a tornado warning. Meadowbrook Country Club, Logan University are in the immediate path of that area of rotation. It is getting a lot stronger, scan over scan. It has not been getting weaker. So we'll see if they issue a tornado warning here. Again, that is moving directly towards the north and west side here of St. Louis. There's a lot of people that live in this area too. And we have several other areas of circulation also. Again, all of them are kind of right along the Mississippi River Valley here. We got 4. None of those are as strong as this one that is south of Chesterfield. Terminal radar site, once again, is showing a lot more rotation here over the last few minutes. Again, we're giving you an early heads up. If you're in St. Louis, have that tornado action plan ready to go. Like, make sure you know where you're going. You have flashlights or whatever, have those ready to go too, because we could have something dropping here within at really any moment south of Chesterfield. There's no active tornado warning, but we do have a tornado possible severe warning where we are watching a strengthening area of rotation north of Interstate 44 heading in the direction of Creve Coeur and then going towards Clayton. Our only tornado warning right now is in southern Missouri. This one's going to be back over in the Ozarks west of Centerville, but that might change here in a second. There's also an area of spin that's trying to develop west of Hillsborough. A little bit of spin. Let me go back to this camera here. This is what it looks like right now, just outside of St. Louis. Large shelf cloud, obviously, but again, there could be a tornado at any moment here. Go back to our radar site. Look at the hook echo. I'm surprised this isn't tornado warned. This will be right over Marquette High School, going towards Logan University. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking at that same storm near Clarkson Valley, this is what radar looks like on tilt 1, but I want to go up to tilt 2, and it looks like we have a little bit of a reflectivity ball. If I circle this and go over to correlation coefficient, it is actually a little bit lower in this area. I'm not 100% convinced that this is a TDS, but there is a potential that there is a tornado on the ground, and that is supported by velocity, which when we also look at tilt 2 is much stronger and less contaminated than tilt 1. So Clarkson Valley, we should certainly be under a tornado warning. I don't know why there's not one, but basically anywhere that we've been talking about saying that this tornado could be moving towards you, expect that there is one, and practice your tornado warning methods.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, I really don't know why there's no tornado warning here. Again, there could literally be a tornado right now. The rotation's very strong. There may be a tornado, and it's a fairly populated area here. Again, on the west side of St. Louis. This is approaching the Westwood area. It is now going towards the town and country. If there is a tornado, it will be right now near Clarkson Valley. Again, going directly east-northeast. You can see there's cameras on the bottom right, by the way. We have cameras being filtered out. These are inside of this area. Like, they're very close to this. And obviously, it's very windy out there. Visibility is really low. That goes with any severe storm. But again, there could be a tornado here. If there's one down, it's right over Logan University. There's a very faint CC drop. I I personally can't verify that's a tornado either, just purely because of how close we are to the radar site. There's a lot of contamination. There's also a lot of hail coming down too. There's at least some small hail falling, which is kind of playing with our CC values here, our correlation coefficient. And again, what the correlation coefficient does is it measures, it basically looks at different particles other than rain. It'll detect things other than rain. And whenever we get colors that pop up that are like yellow, green, or red, that's gonna, or not red, yellow, green, or blue, that'll basically indicate that we have either hail falling, planes in the air, whatever it might be. It's just detecting something other than rain falling. And so we have that right now happening. It's just a matter of if it is a tornado or not. We don't 100% know, but if there is a tornado, it is over a very populated area. There are a lot of residential communities. As you can see on the street map here, there are a lot of homes right here, right next to Logan University. And again, the rotation here is fairly strong. This is only about 3 miles to the north of this camera. And this is what it looks like right now. Almost looks like we have a lowering trying to develop. There's a little bit of spin here in these clouds right here. This is not the same area of rotation. This is near Merrimack Bluffs, which is about 3 miles south of that other area of rotation. Got a little bit of spin there. Again, this is live on the Merrimack Bluffs cam. This is looking more to the north. Just hard to tell. We don't have a perfect view of that, but a little lowering here on the right that we need to keep an eye on. This is, again, live over Merrimack Bluffs. Anybody hearing tornado sirens right now in the St. Louis area? Just out of curiosity. I don't know if the sirens go off in this area for a severe warning, but I'm in South St. Louis County, and it looks bad. Well, it looks nasty, that's for sure. We got a huge shelf here, but then this is an area of a little bit of broad spin. Everybody's saying no sirens. So there's no sirens going off right now in St. Louis, which... Again, there are some places, I know Texas specifically, a lot of the Dallas-Fort Worth area at least, I used to live there, they have tornado sirens go off even for a severe warning. Latest scan still showing rotation again near Logan University. There is, again, still rotation that is moving directly to the east-northeast. It is going towards Creve Coeur right now. This is what it looks like right now inside of that area, but at least where the rotation is pretty close to. This is on Interstate 64 near Chesterfield, very close to the rotation, actually. You can see how strong the winds are right now. Easily 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and again, stronger area of circulation right now is now approaching Creve Coeur, just west of Clayton. So very windy out there right now. This is what it looks like back over on live radar. This is actually the storm over here in Merrimack Bluffs. And you can see this little donut that's kind of formed here. This is, again, our shelf cloud rolling in. There's been a little lowering, though, moving over this camera. And so shelf cloud is now moving in. The wind's going to pick up here in a second. That camera, again, is located right there east of Wildwood. We got a brand new radar scan coming in. We got several little hooks that are trying to develop again along this line. There's another one that is, again, west of Clayton. That's going more towards the west side of St. Louis, and that may have already produced a tornado. We just don't have any official confirmation right now. Huge shout out to Diane with $100 super chat. 1 year ago yesterday, you saved us from the tornado that hit us. We're under our watch again today. Thanks for all you do. I'm glad I can help, and I really appreciate the support. Here's the latest scan. This is, again, the area of circulation west of Creve Coeur, near Westwood, going directly towards Clayton. We're waiting for velocities to update. There are several areas of rotation all directly west of St. Louis. Here's the latest scan. That's still a pretty strong area of at least wind going toward or away from the radar. There's still inflow. So it's definitely still rotating right now, right along Interstate 64 going into Ladue and Clayton. This will be approaching the Washington University in St. Louis, Normandy, and Olivet over the next few minutes. You guys are in the path of this. This is back over to our terminal radar site, and we still have rotation directly to the west of Creve Coeur. Riley has a more important update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking to the northwest of Little Rock here near Bigelow. This looks like it is starting to wrap up very quickly in the next or last few scans. I would expect this to produce a tornado soon.
Thank you for the update. All right, so back over near Conway, Arkansas, northwest of Little Rock. Stronger area of rotation is currently developing. They may issue a tornado warning here in a moment. That is a very strong area of winds, at least going towards the radar. A little bit of an inflow as well over Bigelow. That is now approaching the KCXW airport, Conway Regional Airport, directly in the path of that. So if you're in Conway, we need to be ready for this storm. They have warned it for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds a moment ago, but I would expect at least a tornado possible tag, if not a tornado warning here soon. Again, directly going towards the north side of Little Rock. Again, we have a large line of thunderstorms that's developing. We have, again, almost widespread severe thunderstorm warnings at this point, stretching from Tyler, Texas to Springfield, Illinois. And then back over in St. Louis, this is an area that we are seeing a pretty large uptick right now in severe weather, including rotating storms here within this
A
line.
new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a tornado warning in Florida. That was not on my bingo card for today. This is north of Orlando. It's near Sanford. This is right over Lake Mary. So if you're in this tornado warning, we need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. All right. That is right over Lake Mary. That's actually pretty strong, at least low-level rotation. So there could be a tornado right now near Lake Mary. I'm not even going to lie to you guys. I was in Lake Mary, I think, like a week ago. So hopefully I did not spread a tornado risk over here. But no matter what, that rotation, again, right over Lake Mary. Florida is on the board today for tornado warnings. We got a tornado warning in Florida before Texas, Kentucky, Tennessee, or Mississippi, which is actually kind of funny. Because, again, Florida, I don't even think Florida's in a tornado risk today. I'm pretty sure it's just a marginal risk for wind and hail. I don't think there's any tornado risk down there today. We do have a tornado risk tomorrow, but I don't even think that part of Florida is in the tornado risk. Crazy stuff. All right, back over to live radar. Again, we still have several areas of rotation right now moving into the St. Louis area. We got a little area of rotation northwest of Old Jamestown. We got another one southwest of Creve Coeur. That is the one that has been the strongest over the last several minutes. They have just issued a new tornado possible severe warning. This one's going to be to the west of Poplar Bluff. So Donovan as well as Van Buren. We actually had a tornado emergency in this area last year. Again, kind of going back to our March and April severe weather outbreaks that we had here along the Mississippi River Valley. They've issued this severe warning quite early. The storms are still well back off to the west, but again, an early warning. 70-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado risk will exist near Van Buren, Grandin, Elsinore, and Donovan going towards the Naylor area. So we need to be ready for that storm as it continues to move to the east-northeast. Got a little storm trying to go up west of Union City, Tennessee. That one has not had a whole lot of luck. By the way, this is really crazy. We have severe weather happening in St. Louis. We have snow squall warnings right now in western Missouri. This is only about 150 miles to the west right now of our severe warning. We literally have snow squall warnings over here. It is 30 degrees right now near Kansas City. We go over to our winter weather radar. It is snowing over here. It's actually not popping up on the winter weather radar, but it's snowing there. Snow squall warning over there. And just barely to the north of these severe warnings, we have blizzard warnings and winter weather advisories. There's a real chance today that we could have severe weather in Chicago and then about 3 hours later have heavy snow. We have a brand new severe warning north of Heber Springs. This one's near Batesville and South Side for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a little bit of dime-sized hail.
A new tornado warning.
They have gone ahead and issued that tornado warning. So this one, again, is going to be back over here in Arkansas. Riley was just talking about this a moment ago. So if you're in Conway, Greenbrier, and Holland, we need to be seeking shelter immediately. This is a very large area that is included in this tornado warning. Highly populated area, too. So again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible immediately if you are in this pink polygon. That area of rotation is over Bigelow, and it is going to be approaching New Dixie. No debris signature right now, but it is very close to the Conway Regional Airport. It's going directly towards Conway. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking at a couplet here near Cedar Hill Lakes, or just southeast of Cedar Hill Lakes. I do think this is going to wrap up pretty quickly. Also, we could just basically work our way north along this line and circle them couplet after couplet. There's another one here that's going to wrap up. This one's wrapping up. Over Valley Park, we might still have a tornado there, and there's yet another one to the north of that. I would hope that we get, honestly, just a blanket tornado warning for all these areas pretty soon, because we could see any of those couplets wrap up and produce a tornado.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, there's a lot of rotation right now, all up and down this line to the west of St. Louis, and I'm looking still at this one west of St. Louis. Look at the hook echo. Latest scan is actually showing a hook now, right over Creve Coeur. This is not something we've really seen much of over the last 15 minutes with this storm. It's kind of gotten embedded, in our line. It's not really been organized. We haven't really had a whole lot of an inflow coming into the storm, and it's now starting to do so. And the rotation right now, let's go over to the regional or the terminal radar site and see if we can see it. And yeah, the rotation's intensifying again. So that's right along Interstate 64, tracking towards the west side of St. Louis. And once again, several areas of rotation further south, as Riley was alluding to. We got one near Hillsborough and another one west of Arnold that are starting to intensify. This is what it looks like over in Hillsborough right now. Very overcast, gusty winds currently. Again, the storms have not arrived there, but it's about 64 degrees currently in Hillsborough, and storms are rapidly approaching. But we need to watch this really closely. West of St. Louis. This looks eerily similar to what we just had last year in St. Louis when it comes to a storm embedded in a line. This is the terminal radar site once again. We're starting to get a little bit more of that rain over the terminal radar site. A lot of storms off to the north too, so the rotation is a little bit harder to see on the terminal radar site, but we can definitely see the hook in the rotation again on our regional radar site east of Chesterfield. No tornado warning over here right now. I'd expect a severe warning going towards Waterloo and Belleville in just a moment here into western sections here of Illinois. That'd be just south of Collinsville. Brand new radar scans coming in. Once again, St. Louis Airport. We got storms approaching right now. We still have that hook echo now on the west side of Clayton. And then further down to the south, still several areas of rotation right now near Hillsborough. Going back to reflectivity, look at that hook there. Still, it is very defined. There's no tornado on the ground or anything like that. No debris signature. But we got two very distinct areas of wind pushing out. And we have that inflow again coming in from the east side, which is trying to increase our rotation right now. Both on the west side of St. Louis. And again, we do believe there may have been a tornado about 15, 20 minutes ago near Clarkson Valley. No tornado warning for that, but rotation was very strong when this was over that area. We also have quite a bit of hail falling. It's mostly small hail, but a lot of hail falling from St. Charles back over towards Interstate 44. So that's kind of playing with our velocities a little bit, but that would be our area of interest. So that's going over Clayton and Richmond Heights right now. Back over to Arkansas. Once again, we do have a tornado warning. Highly populated area for Conway. Main area of rotation is currently approaching the downtown area of Conway. There is no tornado in progress right now.
A new tornado warning has been
And there's our
issued.
tornado warning for St. Louis. Very populated area, guys. If you are in this tornado warning, we need to be in our safe place immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building right now. Again, this is going to be for St. Louis, Missouri. There are over, I believe, 500,000 people in this warning, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to get that exact number in a second. If we have friends or family in this area, please make sure they're aware of this. There's nearly 1 million people that are inside of this tornado warning right now. We have two distinct hook echoes right now near Kirkwood, Webster Groves, and the other one's west of Clayton. There could be a tornado in progress at any moment, so you need to seek shelter again immediately. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this life-threatening tornado warning. Once again, damaging winds the biggest concern. There is a possibility of tornadoes with this as well. There's two distinct areas of rotation. It's not one, it's two. I really can't believe the timing of this. It almost feels like last year all over again when it comes to the timing of this. I mean, this is around the same time of day too, when we had this same kind of setup here in St. Louis where we had that large tornado on the west side of St. Louis. I'm not saying that's going to happen again, but keep in mind the environment is favorable today for strong tornadoes. And we will have another radar scan here at any moment, but that rotation is pretty strong on the west side of Clayton. And the one near Kirkwood is also equally as strong. Right now on the velocity scale, we're at about a 7 out of 10. We do not have anything confirmed and on the ground right now, but if there's a tornado, one of which will be going over Clayton, the other one will be going right over I-44 right now. There are several live cameras, again, that are inside of this tornado warning, all of which will be on the bottom of your screen here. We'll have, again, people switching them in and out here over the next few minutes. It is very windy, obviously, in the St. Louis area, but that's, again, not the biggest concern. The bigger concern right now will be the potential for tornadoes dropping, as we, again, have two very distinct areas of rotation. New radar scans should be coming in here at any moment. But Hook Echo, again, should be right over I-70 or I-170 in a moment, and then the other one should be over near Kirkwood. Issued. We have another tornado warning in Florida. That is the second one of the day in Florida. We've had more tornado warnings in Florida now than we have had in Illinois, Kentucky, or Tennessee all day so far. So that one is in Seminole County. I'm going to stay locked in here in St. Louis. We have our new radar scan coming in right now. That new tornado warning is for Lake Mary, Sanford, and Midway. That goes until 6:15 Eastern time. Bottom right of your screen is in this tornado warning. It's on I-270. This is the latest radar scan. Again, if we have a tornado, we're looking at this area and then this one right here near Kirkwood. Waiting for all the radar to update. That one looked like it was trying to wrap up here. There could be a tornado here. Again, nothing's updated yet. There was a much more defined area of rotation there. So there's that little hook. No tornado. All right, so we do not have a tornado debris signature there right now. And then our northern hook is over on the west side of Clayton. No debris signature on that one either. So again, no active tornado, at least from what we're seeing on radar. Waiting for velocities to update here. Main area of rotation is going to be south of Kirkwood. And then we have another one directly over or on the basically 1 mile west of Clayton. Velocities have still not updated. There you go. Yeah, we have two still very strong areas of wind, at least going towards the radar. That right there, again, is a pretty strong area of rotation.
A new tornado
over Clayton
warning has been issued.
We also have a new tornado warning in Texas. We're back up to 5 tornado warnings. Our highest so far today is 6. And all 6 of them were issued within about 25 minutes. This area of rotation right now on the southwest side of St. Louis is more concerning to me than the one near Clayton. With that said, the one near Clayton is definitely pretty intense. That is, again, on the it's going to be on the west side of Clayton here. Again, be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in that tornado warning. Real quickly, new tornado warning in Longview, Texas. This is another very populated area. Area of rotation is over Union Grove. It'll be going over Longview over the next 10 minutes. So you need to be getting to your safe place right now if you are in Longview, Hallsville, near I-20. It is going directly to the east-southeast right now. This is a storm that is basically right along our cold frontal boundary, but is definitely rotating. Again, this entire line of thunderstorms is rotating to some extent. Whether it's strong or weak is all, to be determined, but this entire line is rotating, and we are going to see a lot of tornado warnings again over the next few hours. And a growing concern again of discrete supercells is now forming east of Little Rock, and these could easily become tornadic pretty quickly. We are already starting to see convergent signatures west of Pine Bluff, so that is not something that you want to see. They're very early stages. Back over to St. Louis. Again, no new radar scan on our regional radar site. If we go to the terminal radar site, the rotation over Clayton does not look nearly as strong. The one, again, west of St. Louis is definitely the stronger of the two. You can see how it's kind of wrapped up into a little tiny hook here. So Webster Groves is going to be directly in the path of that over the next few minutes. Real quickly, I want to go to Florida because we do have a tornado warning again northeast of Orlando. This is another very populated area.
A new tornado
area of rotation is over
issued.
Sanford. If you're in this warning, seek shelter. This is very close to the Sanford International Airport. We have yet again another tornado warning in Missouri. This one's going to be back over near St. Louis. Let's jump to that. This is going to work. All right, so we're going back over to St. Louis, or this is not St. Louis. It's going to be down in southern Missouri. Large tornado warning here. This is east of West Plains, west of Van Buren. So anywhere in this pink polygon, we got to be in our safe place right now, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Main area of rotation, there's actually several of them. We're on a radar hole, but we are looking down here near Alton and then another one over Winona. Those are the two areas. This is one of the worst radar holes that we have across the board, so it's hard to see rotation on radar, but we're looking in that general area for a tornado risk going towards Van Buren and then eventually going towards Poplar Bluff. We also have a lot of damage reports coming in from the west side of St. Louis near Union, kind of in the suburbs, and I would expect a lot more of those here over the next half hour in St. Louis as intense damaging winds and a tornado risk continue to increase with this line of thunderstorms. Unfortunately, this radar is not updating very frequently. We are getting radar scans every 4 minutes right now for St. Louis. That is not ideal. But we are looking at our main area of rotation again to still be here near Kirkwood. Here's the latest scan. This right here is the area of rotation that's most concerning. It's over Afton, Missouri right now. Waiting for radar to fully update. The one near Clayton has mostly become a wind threat. It's gotten surged out by wind. It could try to form a new tornado risk, though, once it goes towards Collinsville, Glen Carbon, and Edwardsville. So this storm could try to cycle a little further to the north. There's also an area of rotation here near Imperial that is coming together. Another little hook down there. So there's a hook here. And again, this is really the main hook that we're looking at, which would be just north of Melville, going directly into the St. Louis area over the next few minutes. Again, the good news right now is that does not appear to be a tornado. I think that is going to be clear air contamination. But if we had a tornado, it'd be right over Afton. So that is going directly up into Bevo Mill, Dutchtown, and Holly Hills over the next few minutes. And we got to be in our safe place if we are in this tornado warning right now. Very high winds right now in St. Louis. This is live in St. Louis on I-170. Visibility has dropped to well under 1/4 mile. Roads are also puddling quite a bit. So that's what it looks like, again, directly inside of this tornado warning. I would expect a lot of trees and power lines to come down. If you, I mean, at this point, you gotta stay in your safe place, but if you're out in front of this line, have flashlights ready to go, have any sort of light source ready to go, because there is a very high likelihood that we will have a lot of power outages from this line of thunderstorms. Once again, main area of rotations right over Afton right now. You can see that hook. That is right over Missouri 30. Moving directly east, and a very intense area of wind right now near Richmond Heights. We have right around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds happening in Clayton. So that is the expectation again for St. Louis, is that we could see a tornado, obviously, but the wind is very significant on the west side of St. Louis. They have just issued a new tornado possible severe warning that is north of Springfield, Illinois, near Petersburg. That is moving directly towards Interstate 1, or that's moving towards Interstate 55. Also, if you are in Springfield, this is what we got to watch right here. Mostly broad rotation, but we're talking about another 60 mile per hour wind risk there. We are now up to 19 severe thunderstorm warnings. We currently have 6 tornado warnings. Again, we have multiple tornado warnings in very highly populated areas. This is one of them near Conway, and the rotation is still definitely there right over Interstate 40. Nothing that has come together full yet, but we are watching that rotation again near Conway, and another one maybe north of Conway that's trying to tighten. That is going to be moving towards Holland and Enola over the next few minutes, but again, nothing confirmed on any of these storms right now. The only tornado that we think we've had so far would have been on the west side of St. Louis about 25-30 minutes ago. The storm that is near Longview, Texas is currently in the middle of cycling, but this is a pretty organized storm, and it's attempting to produce a tornado. Another, again, very highly populated area here, not as much as St. Louis, but Longview and Hallsville, we need to be in our safe places now in case this does drop a tornado. Area of rotation currently is over White Oak, moving down to the east-southeast, going directly towards US 279. And again, there could be a lot of other storms rotating. Obviously, we have a lot of weather analysts, including Riley and several other people that are looking at other areas of rotation right now. Again, it's not just the ones that are tornado warning. There's a lot of other areas of rotation. We have a brand new tornado warning. This one's going to be in that radar hole that we were talking about for Van Buren and Donovan west of Poplar Bluff. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to get to your safe place now. Dangerous line of thunderstorms with embedded areas of circulations is moving towards you guys at this moment. It's moving east right now at about 40-45 miles per hour. Pretty quick moving line. It's actually moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Excuse me. This is a rapidly moving line of thunderstorms at about 65 miles per hour. Again, a very intense and extensive squall line has developed all the way from Illinois back into Texas. We've been forecasting this for days now, and it is all now coming together. Back over in St. Louis, we are now starting to see a new hook trying to develop on the northwest side of St. Louis yet again. This will be approaching Granite City and Namoki, as well as Glen Carbon in western Illinois here over the next few minutes. We do not have a update yet on velocities. We are waiting for that. But that right there is another hook that is attempting to develop, and that might be cycling and trying to drop a new tornado. But the rotation's actually gotten stronger. This is the terminal radar site, a tighter area of rotation right over Kingsway West. We also have an area of rotation on the southwest side of St. Louis. Again, there is a tornado warning for 2 different areas of rotation. It's not one. There are 2 separate ones. The one that is southwest of St. Louis has still not fully come together, but it is definitely still rotating. It is moving towards I-55. It's about to cross over I-55, approaching the St. Louis Downtown Parks Airport, which is called CPS, Centerville, and Washington Park in Illinois. And then this one is also trying to come together. Big surge of wind. Inflow is increasing over near Jennings, and that is approaching Granite City right now, and then eventually going towards Glen Carbon. By the way, for those that are asking about storm chasers, obviously there are storm chasers out there. All of them are in the Mississippi River Valley. The reason why is because we are expecting a risk of discrete supercells to form over the next few hours. And unfortunately, we have several going up right now south of Little Rock. I do want to really reiterate here that there is a real risk of strong tornadoes and maybe significant to intense tornadoes with any storms that form out in front of this line. And we are already starting to see rotation west of Whitehall. And that is concerning on its own. We already have rotation again just to the south there of St. Louis, south of Little Rock. And we have storm chasers that are currently en route for these storms, but this is kind of reminiscent of the severe weather event that we had last year, the high risk in this area, the Lake City Tornado Day. You guys probably remember it back in March of last year. Not saying we're going to see a repeat of that, but the setups are honestly not super far apart. I mean, we have a fairly similar region that we're talking about, pretty similar risks across the board. I know today isn't a high risk, but I'm also surprised we don't have a moderate risk of tornadoes, or at least moderate risk of wind or tornadoes, because I think that area is definitely in a much more heightened risk for severe weather. So I'm growing increasingly concerned for that area. If we go over to our tornado threat, we got a large 10%. And that is where discrete supercells are possible. The Storm Prediction Center has maintained this area as a 10% tornado risk, but we'll see. I'm not going to be surprised if we get a lot of those storms rotating here soon, because there's several of them going up, and we already have rotation west of Pine Bluff and more rotation northwest of Risen. Back over near Conway, this is within our line of thunderstorms. Again, still some rotation now on the east side of Conway. If you're in Conway, you still should be in your safe place. Damaging winds ongoing right now. Lots of lightning, heavy rain, still rotating on the east side of Conway. Back up near Batesville, west of Pocahontas, it's mostly damaging winds. Tornado risk is pretty low in that area for right now, but that obviously could change. And then if we're in Van Buren or Doniphan, we need to be in our safe places. Still a large area of tornado warnings. It mostly has to do with the fact that we are in a radar hole there. We do have a new damage report coming out of Brandsville, Missouri of wind damage at West Plains Racetrack. Time is estimated by radar, so right around 4:30 Central Time within the last half hour. Back into St. Louis, we still have two distinct areas of rotation. They are going to be out of St. Louis in about 10 minutes. So if you're in St. Louis, we need to still be in our safe place right now. Some people are saying that there's a lot of darkness currently in St. Louis, which is valid. It is definitely going to be dark out there. Very intense line of thunderstorms moving in. Waiting to see what our velocities look like and all that. New severe warning for all of St. Louis, Collinsville, Edwardsville, and Belleville. And that'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is also a tornado possible tag on this. Here's our latest radar scan. And we're looking at our main area of rotation near Interstate 70. It's going towards Granite City and the Horseshoe Lake State Park. It's right along the Mississippi River Valley. And the latest scan is a little bit stronger. So we got a little bit more, again, inflow coming into the storm now, just southeast of Jennings. Again, this is about 5 minutes away from being out of St. Louis. This area of rotation here is also a few minutes away from being out of St. Louis. But this one has definitely intensified over the last few minutes, right over Interstate 70. If you are over here, still in this tornado warning, like Clayton, Webster, Groves, Kirkwood, any of those areas, we are looking at mostly a damaging wind risk right now. But there's obviously rotation and a potential tornado risk still off to your east. That is basically over the center of St. Louis. Moving towards Interstate 270, Belleville, and Collinsville over the next few minutes. Further off to the north near Springfield, it's mostly damaging winds right now. The tornado risk will likely increase over the next hour. We still have a lot of wind right here. Still a little bit of rotation even trying to develop right to the southwest of Springfield, going up towards Chatham and Auburn. And then if we go further down to the southwest of Frederickstown, we got a pretty intense line of thunderstorms moving in the direction of Perryville, Farmington, and St. Genevieve. Fredericktown, Marble Hill, Jackson. We are all only about a half an hour to an hour away from some pretty significant damaging winds and the possibility of tornadoes. And then further down to the south and west near Conway, still a few different areas of rotation right now, right over the east side of Conway, Arkansas, moving towards Holland, and then eventually going towards Villonia, Center Point, and Garland Heights. And everything for the most part in between Conway and Longview is all wind. There's obviously a possibility of embedded tornadoes in this line, but really we're really mainly looking at the ones that are actually rotating. Not many of those storms are rotating right now. The one south of Linden we need to watch closely. It's kind of a discrete cell that's formed inside of this line, not really rotating much right now. And then the one near Longview, Texas, I would say is still a broad area of rotation that's approaching Hallsville and Interstate 20. So that one currently does not look nearly as concerning as before, as we have a lot of convection now out to its south, which is going to kind of merge into this storm, which will likely limit the tornado risk in the short term. But down the line, tornado risk could definitely increase. Back over to St. Louis. I want to go to our terminal radar site here. And the last couple of radar scans are showing really strong rotation on the north side of St. Louis. And there might be a tornado there. It would be right over Eagle Point. It's now crossing over the Mississippi River Valley, and it's now approaching Granite City. The one further south on the south side of St. Louis is not as strong. There's also a new area of rotation northwest of Edwardsville, Illinois, that's moving towards Mount Olive. This right here, though, could have maybe just been, I mean, it's very close to being a tornado if it was not already a tornado, right on the north side there of St. Louis near North Riverfront. Going right into Granite City right now. This is what it looks like live inside of our tornado warning. Very windy. This is on I-70 at Cary. So this would be really basically right next to that area of rotation that we're talking about, very close to it. Pretty heavy traffic in St. Louis right now. Obviously, we are at rush hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have gone ahead and issued a brand new tornado warning for this storm. So this is going to include Collinsville, Edwardsville, and Interstate 70. Again, main area of rotation is this one right here, north of St. Louis. We got a brand new radar scan coming in. There's also a couple other ones west of Staunton, west of Mount Olive that could get warned. So we got, again, area of rotation south of St. Louis. We got another one here west of Collinsville. And we got two others right here west of Staunton, going towards Mount Olive. So if you are in this area, you need to be seeking shelter. We need to be watching these two. We got tiny little baby hooks right here north of Wood River, north of the St. Louis Regional Airport. And these could actually get tornado warned too. But if you're in Collinsville, Edwardsville, Swansea, KBLV, west of Pocahontas, we need to be, again, in our safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, the rotation currently is quickly moving to the east. I want to remind you, this line of thunderstorms is moving quick, anywhere from 45 to 65 miles per hour to the east. So storms are very fast moving right now, and so it's going to be pretty crazy out there. This is on the east side of St. Louis. You can actually see, look at all the wind right now. This is looking basically into Illinois. This is live. This is literally the storms rolling over right now. So the rotation would pretty much be, there's one down to the south of this camera. There's one to the north. This is at I-270 near Riverview. The wind is very intense. You can barely see the trees now. You can barely see off to the left the clear skies. It was overcast, but now this is right inside of the storm, and it is very windy here. We also just got another special marine warning, but again, very windy right now on I-270. And bottom middle cameras also basically in the same exact area. You can see, again, this is the area of rotation. This one's been pretty strong. Again, this is your little hook right here over the southwest side of Granite City. Area of rotation is right over Venice, going towards Platoon Beach, Glen Carbon, and Maryville. Very strong area of rotation that's surging out right here. Or at least area of strong wind, excuse me. But the rotation is definitely trying to intensify still. Again, we may have even had a brief tornado here right near I-70. Nothing confirmed, but the rotation was pretty tight there for a moment. We have a new severe warning near St. Genevieve, near Parks Hills and Farmington. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on that. And we have shame. We have people parking under an overpass in St. Louis. Guys, I don't know how many times I have to talk about it on these streams. Parking under an overpass is so dangerous. Not just for the people that are driving on the roadway, but also if there is a tornado, you are in a debris filter. Maybe this guy right here is watching the stream. Maybe both of them are. But like, what are we doing? There's no purpose of parking under an overpass at all. And people start parking on the highway, and it leads to this massive traffic backup. Unbelievable. We had a storm chaser, Nick Gorman, get out of his car the other day. You might have saw it on our social media pages, but he literally got out of his car, knocked on somebody's window, and was like, get out of here. Why are you parked in the middle of the highway? Like, people have to drive. Like, literally, that's at the end of the day, like, you should not be parking in an overpass. It is literally the worst idea ever. Puts you and everybody else's lives at risk when it comes to debris potentially going right under an overpass, or also just in general, like, people behind you could cause a big accident, especially with the low visibility that happens with these storms. Terrible, terrible, terrible idea. All right, back over to radar. We got a new radar scan coming in. Again, we got 4 different areas of rotation, all within about 20 miles of St. Louis. Most of them are around or north of St. Louis. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning going towards Mount Olive and Litchfield. We still have a very strong area of wind surging out towards Glen Carbon and Collinsville. And no active tornado right now, but this has had a hook echo constantly for the last 15-20 minutes. They have gone ahead and issued a new tornado possible severe warning for Mount Olive, Gillespie, as well as Bunker Hill. 60-mile-per-hour winds in an area of rotation right now north of Bethelo or Bethalto. Another one, again, there's 2 different ones. They're both going to be moving into that little yellow polygon that was just popped up here near Mount Olive here in a moment. So if you are in, again, there's a lot of warnings going to issue. We just got like 3 updated warnings. All right, we got a bunch of warnings coming in now. We got 2 new ones in Arkansas, so we're back up to 22 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a new one that's going to be over near Pocahontas. So this will be Pocahontas, north of Walnut Ridge, and as well as Maynard. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We got another one south of Little Rock near Benton, Malvern, and Sheridan. That is also going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We have another severe warning in Texas, west of Nacogdoches. That is also for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Say it with me. We got 60-mile-per-hour winds with like every single warning here. The one that's south here, St. Louis or Little Rock here. This is in Arkansas. We are still seeing a very defined area of convergence coming together over Whitehall, north of Pine Bluff. And I do want to reiterate here, this is a discrete cell well out in front of our line of thunderstorms. And there is a real possibility that a storm like this could produce a significant tornado if it can organize. You can see the hook echo. We got an inflow. It's a pretty clean storm right now. We got one that's coming out of the southwest that could hinder this a little bit, but that's a pretty concerning storm there. It's obviously in a fairly rural area right now, but it'll be going towards Stuttgart as well as Holly Grove and then eventually going towards Clarendon. Got Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey en route for this area. We also got a couple other storm chasers that are a little bit closer to this. So we'll be keeping an eye on those chasers as they are kind of mixed around this area. North of Pine Bluff and surrounding areas. Again, none of them have a view of anything yet, but these storms are definitely pretty concerning here. They're well out in front of our line, and you can see actually almost every single one of these tiny little cells is rotating. It's mainly this one near Stuttgart is not really rotating yet. The one that's over here near Carlisle or Carlsley is not really rotating either yet, but it's at least a little bit of rotation there right now. That camera live? Is there people parked under the overpass again, or am I tripping? Bro, do people park under the overpass again? What are we doing? There's not even a tornado warning anymore for St. Louis, and people are parking under the overpass again. Unless that's from no, that's not even flooding. What are we doing? There's literally no tornado warning anymore for St. Louis, and we have people parking under the overpass. With that said, the rotation that is currently near Collinsville, east of St. Louis, is still fairly strong for this line of thunderstorms. At the bare minimum, we have damaging winds around 65 to 70 miles per hour approaching Collinsville. Radar's picking up on velocities around 66 miles per hour. Peaking at about actually 68, just north of Interstate 5570. We'll have another radar scan in a second, but again, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually got, let's go full screen here. We got 2 areas of rotation here. We got 2 here. We have about 2 more south of St. Louis. We have 6 areas of rotation across this line right now within about 20 miles of St. Louis. That is only within the 20-mile radius here of St. Louis. We have 6 areas of rotation. Might even have a 7th right there west of Belleville. All right, going to our northern storms first as the radar updates. Main area of rotation that we're looking at, we got 1 near Bunker Hill.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we need to go south first. We just got a brand new tornado warning. This one is another populated area. A lot of populated areas in these tornado warnings so far today. This one's for Bloomsdale, St. Genevieve, as well as Farmington, east of Park Hills. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible immediately near Interstate 55. In a large area of rotation, it's going to be really this area here, just to the north of Farmington, east of Park Hills. That is going directly towards Interstate 55 right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm looking in Illinois. This is our tornado warning for St. Louis. Off to the south of that near Valmeyer, headed towards Waterloo. This area is rotation is going to start to wrap up here pretty quickly and will probably produce a tornado. So probably a new tornado warning coming there soon.
Thank you for the update. All right, so again, we have this tornado warning around and just east of St. Louis. We have another area of rotation near Valmeyer that is increasing, going directly towards Waterloo. We have several other areas of rotation, guys. We got one here, got another one here that is east of 255, another one right there near Centerville, and then this right here is the strongest one still. This is located, again, just west of Glen Carbon. Very strong area of rotation still resides near Pontoon Beach, heading towards Maryville. Coon Station, Marine, and Grand Fork are going to be in the path of this. Highland also. So if we're one of those people that lives in this area here, we got to be in our safe place still. Very intense winds at the minimum, but also the potential for a tornado does exist with this line that is currently stretching here across very far western Illinois and eastern parts of Missouri. All right, let's go back down to the south. Again, we have 5 tornado warnings right now, 4 of which are either in Illinois or Missouri. We still have 1 in Texas. We no longer have any tornado warnings in Florida, which was kind of the surprise of the day. Back to the one in Texas. It's still a broad area of rotation over the south side of Longview. I do not think they're going to continue this tornado warning. This has mostly become a wind threat for the time being. Down the line, obviously, we could get a tornado warning again with this line of thunderstorms, but I'm not seeing any definitive areas of rotation. We have a little hook actually developing near Gallatin, near Rusk, so we'll be keeping close tabs on that. There's also one that is northwest of Oil City. This is mostly wind 2 right now, but again, pretty discrete storm here. If it's able to mature a little bit more, we could see an increasing tornado risk. We are still looking south of Little Rock too. Again, this storm right here, south of Little Rock, look at this little discrete cell. That is, again, it almost looks like, again, if we look at this storm here, there's a very clean hook echo. Again, it's pretty much a discrete cell here. But this going into Sherrill and Tucker, again, this could become tornadic pretty quickly. See the greens and reds mixing together here. Rotation, again, not super strong yet, but it is in a very favorable environment for tornadoes. Slot 1, by the way, was switched. We need to go back to slot. You have to put slot 1 or push it again. I switched it. This is what it looks like live over in Pine Bluff. This is the Pine Bluff storm. See the lower clouds out there in the distance. Again, not really looking at a wall cloud here or anything like that. Just scary looking clouds off in the distance. Just looking northbound at exit 36 on the Princeton Pike. And again, you can see a bunch of storms right now going up around and just north of Little Rock. This is our entire line of thunderstorms. It's at this point producing at least scattered to numerous damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour. No tornado warnings currently in Arkansas, but I think that'll change here pretty quickly. We still have snow squall warnings barely to the west here of Jefferson City. It's crazy that we have snow and also severe weather right now. We also need to watch this storm on the southwest side of Springfield, Illinois. Rotation's gotten a little bit stronger on the last couple of scans. It is embedded in this line of thunderstorms. We got a little hook that is developed on the southwest side of Woodside. It's coming up towards Southern View and Springfield. So a little bit of a rotation right now. I wouldn't say it's that strong, but it could increase in intensity as it continues to move into Springfield, another pretty populated area here. The trend with today so far is that almost every tornado warning has been in a fairly populated metro. We had Conway, Arkansas. We've had St. Louis. And now we have the east side of St. Louis and also near I believe it's Geneva. Is it Geneva? St. Geneva? Rotation's not as strong there. We have several other areas of stronger rotation further off to the north. But again, if you are in this tornado warning, we need to continue to be in our safe place. Again, area of rotation right now is just to the north of Farmington. Moving towards St. Genevieve, apparently. Genevieve. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just got an update for the Storm Prediction Center, a new mesoscale discussion for Illinois and northern Indiana. This is about a severe watch. Not going to see much of a tornado threat, if any, up here, so they'll issue a severe watch instead of a tornado watch, but there will still be a damaging wind risk across this area.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that'll be, again, across northern Indiana, southern Michigan, and eastern Illinois. If you guys are up here, you guys might get a break. All right, you guys might get a break from our large tornadoes. We had, again, multiple large tornadoes here over the last week and a half. Again, we had the Michigan tornadoes, and we also had the Indiana tornadoes literally just a couple days ago. This is our tornado risk once again for today. And even though they didn't outline a tornado risk up here in that Storm Prediction Center mesoscale discussion, the Storm Prediction Center does have a 2% hatched area all the way up in northern Indiana. So I wouldn't fully rule out a tornado up here. I think it's a low risk. The moisture is not nearly as high up here in Indiana and Illinois, but it's definitely still high enough for a possible tornado threat. So we keep an eye on this area. Again, Fort Wayne, Lafayette, Noblesville, and Indianapolis. Once again, this is our area of most concern today for tornadoes. It's in the yellow. Even though all of our tornado warnings are not in the yellow right now, the yellow area is where the highest likelihood and probability and the highest confidence is for strong tornadoes today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning here in, once again, Illinois. The Illinois tornado risk again is increasing. This one's going to be south of Belleville. It's going to be for those in Waterloo. Riley was talking about this just a moment ago. We have 2 areas of convergence coming together. So again, if you're in Smithton, New Athens, if you are in Mascotha, just south here of Interstate 64, we need to be in our storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. that is moving to the east-northeast, going towards Highway 13 right now. There's another one that I was just talking about near Springfield. They have a tornado possible tag on this. It's a large area of just broad rotation. The latest scan's not nearly as organized, but velocities right now are around 80 miles per hour on this storm. So it's actually a pretty significant swath of wind that is developed on this cluster of thunderstorms. Again, all of that moving towards Rochester right now. We are now sitting once again at 4 tornado warnings. So tornado threat, again, is continuing to increase right now. We got several storms that are going up south of Little Rock. We got one that's west of Pine Bluff, another one north of Pine Bluff. These 2 storms we're keeping very close tabs on as they are discrete. We have another one also west of Risen. I honestly expect over the next hour, we'll probably start to see a much higher tornado risk here south and east of Little Rock, just west of Memphis. We have some more damage reports coming out of the west side of St. Louis as these storms went through. Trees have been reported down over in Washington. In Union, there's also a tree down reported there. Another tree down into a house in Sullivan. This is one of the reasons why, even if you're not in a tornado warning, and for the record, Sullivan, Missouri was not under a tornado warning when this happened. There was a tree that fell into a house. I saw a photo from, I believe, our last severe weather event of a tree that literally fell into somebody's bedroom. Like a big, large tree branch, it like poked right through the top of their roof and basically almost down into their bed. Obviously, this is one of the reasons why I want to reiterate that if you are in a severe warning, it doesn't matter of what kind, as long as there is a wind threat of any kind, it can be a tornado warning or a severe warning, you should not be on a higher floor. You should not be looking outside in your windows because a tree could fall down, a trampoline could go flying, literally anything could happen. So I definitely do not recommend being near windows. Again, always be on the lowest floor possible whenever you are under a severe warning, because again, that is one of those concerns for today. And this is also one of the things that we've been seeing a lot of, obviously, today, but this is a photo that was sent in by one of our viewers over in Indiana. This was actually, I believe, from yesterday, but I do want to reiterate that this is something that could happen today, too. It does not take much for winds to knock down trees. We had like 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts that were pretty widespread. This is also from the storms earlier today over in Benton, Arkansas. The sky outside of their house here, again, pretty ominous. We had a little bit of wind damage also in the Bentonville area or Benton area from these storms. So again, pretty intense conditions expected here over the next several hours. Widespread damaging winds are also expected here across a very large area. This is what it looks like over right now in Princeton Pike. This was in the Pine Bluff area. So again, we had a little lowering trying to develop. That was one of those storms that is discrete right now. We're keeping an eye on that area. We still have tornado warnings currently east of St. Louis. We have 2 areas of stronger rotation near Waterloo, west of Smithton, just southwest there of Belleville. That area of rotation that was stronger east of St. Louis has gotten a little bit weaker over the last few scans, but damaging wind risk is very significant still, right along Interstate 70, tracking towards Highland and Grand Fork, just off to the east of St. Louis. Springfield, we now have a 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning here. We also have several areas of rotation that are approaching Lincoln. We got 3 areas of distinct rotation that are approaching Lincoln, Illinois. If you're tuning in from Lincoln, we need to be staying alert. They do not have any severe warning or any warning at all right now for Lincoln, but if you're tuning in from that area, stay alert. We'll keep you posted if we get a tornado warning there. We have a little broad area of rotation near Hartsburg as well. We also have a brand new tornado possible severe warning in Texas. They have canceled that tornado warning for Longview. 60 mile per hour winds, quarter-sized hail for Crockett, and then the storm over here northwest of Nacogdoches was just upgraded to a tornado possible tag. You can actually see the hook echo. It's like a semi-discrete supercell within this line of thunderstorms. It's moving towards Cushing, Reclaw, and Mount Enterprise, just to the south there of New Summerfield. Not seeing really any other areas of rotation across this line that are imminent, but there again, almost every single storm within this line of storms is rotating right now. And we still have an area of convergence trying to come together right now near Sherrill, Arkansas. There's another one west of Pine Bluff that is early stages, but is trying to come together. And once again, we do have storm chasers that are en route for these storms right now. Several storms right now south and east of Little Rock that are discrete and could produce a higher tornado risk. I do want to remind you that, again, our tornado threat is going to be peaking not really soon. We still got time, right? So this is about 5 o'clock. So this is within the last, this is basically within the last 30 minutes. Our environment is still the highest when it comes to tornadoes, anywhere in this green and red. So anywhere basically along the Mississippi River Valley back into East Texas, but specifically over here in Arkansas and Missouri, any discrete cells that fire in this area have a lot to work with when it comes to a tornado environment. Our wind shear and our winds in the low levels are also very intense today, and this is helping to increase our tornado threat, both with our line of thunderstorms and also with our discrete cells that could form out in front of this line. By 6 to 7 o'clock, notice how this environment is still very ripe for tornadoes. This again could go as far north as Chicago, all the way down towards Houston, Texas. It is a very long corridor. This is all going to be with our line of thunderstorms, but any discrete cells out in front of that line have a lot to work with when it comes to this tornado threat. And then by 8 to 9 o'clock tonight, this tornado threat is going nowhere. This picture here would be about 11 o'clock. Our tornado threat will actually be very high over here in the deep south, including Mississippi, as well as Alabama, back into Tennessee near Nashville. And if we go over to the East Coast, this tornado threat will stay very elevated, especially in the southeast, into the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning. And then we have a moderate risk of severe weather in place for tomorrow. So I do want to remind you again, our tornado threat for today will probably peak sometime between 7 and like 12. It's a large range, but we're not talking about the tornado threat peaking right now. I know we've had 6 tornado warnings and whatnot, but I think the tornado risk will continue to increase as this line of thunderstorms matures. And as I've already shown you guys, again, the satellite imagery right now, there's been a lot of clearing out here to the east. Granted, the sun is starting to set, but we've had a lot of clearing out here across Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky that has built up a lot more instability, which means this line of thunderstorms, as it continues to push to the east, it is going to continue to produce significant damaging winds, pretty significant storms too, and then also the risk of several tornadoes. And in this tornado watch, the Storm Prediction Center did mention several tornadoes are likely, and that is just for this tornado watch right here. It does not even include the ones off to the north and west. These are separate. But the one right here, several tornadoes are likely right along the Mississippi River Valley. So today, I think, again, is going to be a very long afternoon and evening ahead. Back over to our storms east and southeast of St. Louis. We still have a stronger area of rotation right now west of Smithton. It is not on the ground right now, but right now on our velocity scale, we put this around a 6 out of 10. So again, not on the ground right now, but medium area of rotation. We also have one near Waterloo that's moving towards New Athens, and as well as the Okawville area. Nashville will eventually be in the path of that. The rotation that is directly east of St. Louis has gotten a little bit broader, but we still have this little hook that is embedded in this line, and we could still see a tornado if we get more of an inflow going towards Marine and Grand Fork. And then the rotation near Stoughton and Mount Olive has gotten a little bit broader over the last few minutes. That's moving towards Hillsborough and as well as Litchfield. Taylor Springs is also going to be in the path of that. We still have a 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm going through Springfield. The rotation's also gotten a little bit stronger right over Springfield, Illinois. Last few scans are showing a little bit more rotation. Again, it's not enough, I think, for a tornado warning, but if it gets any tighter, I could see there being a tornado warning. Also, there is a possible tornado developing right now west of Lincoln. This is entirely unwarned. But look at the hook here. And look at the velocities. That is awfully close to being a tornado if it isn't one. I'm kind of surprised we don't have a warning right now for Lincoln. If you guys are tuning in from Lincoln, Illinois right now, I would be at least staying away from windows as this storm approaches. There's no tornado warning. That is a very tight couplet, though. Right over Highway 22. It's going to be crossing over I-55 here in about 3 to 4 minutes. We are, again, this is the 5:25 p.m. radar scan, about 5:26. This is about 2 minutes old, but if I had to guess, this will probably be on the ground at any moment if it's not already on the ground. We're waiting for a radar scan. Lincoln, Illinois. If you guys have friends or family in Lincoln, Illinois, they need to be aware of this. Again, give them a call, give them a text. Got a brand new radar scan coming in now. Unwarned area of rotation. It's pretty strong too. That's one of the strongest couplets I've seen so far today, outside of the one that we had near St. Louis. And this is the area of interest right here. If we have a tornado, it'd be right about here near I-55. They just issued a new tornado possible severe warning. That's all the way down here. That's west of Mount Vernon. So this will be down here near Red Bud and Sparta. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got some rotation, that line there. Waiting for velocities to update. And again, if we have a tornado, it'll be right about here, just southeast of Burton View. And I get this is, again, a line of thunderstorms, but I mean, in my opinion, this definitely would be enough for a tornado warning. Latest scan is a little bit more windy now, so it's not as much of a tight couplet, but it's still rotating. So I'm surprised we don't at least have a severe warning. I mean, this is going directly into Lincoln. Logan County Airport, you guys are in the path of this too. I would assume flights are probably going to be grounded here. We also have an area of rotation developing north of Lincoln, another little hook here. That is over Hartsburg going towards Atlanta.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have now just issued a tornado warning. That will be not this storm? Question mark. Where is it? Oh, it's all the way down here. This is Missouri. This is back over to the southwest of Poplar Bluff. That's near Doniphan. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to get to your safe place now. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is not far from Naylor. Naylor is included in this tornado warning. Pretty ominous skies right now out there in Poplar Bluff. We got a bunch of radar omega cyclone ports that we'll be keeping close tabs on as this line of thunder, or as the storm continues to approach. But area of rotation is right now near Missouri 21, going directly to the east right now. Going back to Springfield here real quick. We still have an area of rotation over Springfield. We'll have another radar scan on the storm in a second. Once again, Lincoln, we are keeping an eye on a potential tornado threat going right into Lincoln. No warning on that storm at all right now. There's another one north of Lincoln, too, that we are keeping close tabs on. East of St. Louis, we got, again, a bunch of areas of rotation. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got about 4 within this stretch here. That's about 25, 30 miles. 4 different areas of rotation, basically stretching from Litchfield to Waterloo, Illinois. And then further south, near St. Genevieve, or again, I don't know what the pronunciation was, but over here near Bloomsdale, rotation is a little bit weaker. It's going to be right over near Interstate 55. There's not really a clear hook echo on this storm that we are seeing, so not as much of a tornado concern. I would say it's more of a wind concern right now, but it could cycle. So if we are in St. Genevieve, I think I got it, St. Genevieve, we need to be in our safe place right now. I think I got it. Maybe, hopefully. It's north of Perryville. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Little Rock. This is going to be for the Stogart area for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Got multiple supercells that are going up right now. Any of these could, again, produce tornado risks down the line. Thank you, Lane, for the $10 super chat in Iowa. Want wind done with. It's going to be windy there all evening, unfortunately. We have a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Greenville, Piedmont, as well as south of Des Arc. Genevieve. Genevieve? Did I get it? Genevieve. That's another pronunciation I just saw. We have another tornado possible severe warning in Illinois. This is going to be for Greenville and Hillsborough and Nokomis for more 60-mile-per-hour winds. Hey, we got it. This is going to last as long as Kankakee did. That one did not last very long. I only knew it for like 5 minutes. Just went away after that. We still have rotation on the west side of Lincoln. At the bare minimum, 60-mile-per-hour winds are coming into Lincoln in Illinois, approaching the Logan County Airport. So again, if you are in Lincoln, we need to be, again, away from windows right now. There's a little bit of rotation over Broadwell, too. I'm still surprised we do not at least have a severe warning for this activity near Lincoln. At least a tornado possible tag severe warning. A little bit surprising once again. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I wanted to talk about the area where we have basically all of our prefrontals going up right now down in southeastern Arkansas. A lot of these are trying to root a mesocyclone, which would eventually lead to a tornado and actually get a little bit bigger, but they're struggling. I think what's going to have to happen is we're going to have to see these storms grow a little bit, and they're going to have to stick around until low-level jet kicks up a little bit later in order to produce a tornado. That's a little bit lackluster right now, and I think that's what's been fortunately holding us off from seeing these storms produce a tornado. That being said, they are running out of time. The line of thunderstorms that's moving off to the east is moving quicker than these storms are. So we're going to start to see some nudging action happen here with prefrontals in the back, and that's just going to eventually go through all the prefrontals that we're seeing. But the prefrontals that do make it to just after the sunset hours will likely pose a significant tornado threat. It's just the environment isn't really there in terms of the wind profiles for these storms just yet.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the insightful update. So again, we are monitoring a potential tornado risk again in Arkansas. That would be from those prefrontal supercells. So we are keeping an eye on that still. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we are covering a major severe weather outbreak. This does include, again, tens of millions of people. The exact number of people that are in this risk of severe weather today is, I believe, 100 million, if I'm doing my math right. Yeah, it's about 110 million people are at risk of severe weather today. Again, we got that level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather from Indianapolis back down towards Mobile, Alabama. There is a risk of strong tornadoes pretty much anywhere in this risk today. It's almost the entire region. Damage damaging winds are going to be very widespread. Again, we're going to have trees, power lines falling down this evening all across the Mississippi River Valley. We are talking about a potential
A new
for
tornado
widespread
warning has been
damaging
issued.
winds. And so if you are in this pink or red area, you need to make sure you have your trampolines hatched down. There is a very high risk of flying trampolines today across this area as widespread damaging winds are expected. We have yet again another tornado warning. This one is going to be back over near Redbud, Sparta, Coulterville, just to the northeast of St. Genevieve. So if you're in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. We're keeping an eye on these two areas of rotation here. I'd say this one's probably a little bit more of just a little bit more of contamination. It's not very, it does not look like, it looks like silo there, west there of Redbud. And then there's another area of rotation here that's basically crossing over the Mississippi River right now, going towards Sparta and Coulterville. So again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in that tornado warning. And we have several other areas of rotation still in western Illinois. We got one here south of Belleville that is tracking towards Okawville. We have another one near I-70. We have another one near I-55. And then this one's right over Mount Olive. So there's about 3 within 10, 15 miles here within this line of thunderstorms. Back up near Springfield, we are still monitoring the potential for a tornado. In fact, the one near Springfield looks interesting. This is on the back side of the storm on the west side of Buffalo. And a little tightening is coming together. So this is near Interstate 72. You can see the velocities. They're measuring around 75-mile-per-hour winds. So the wind's obviously very intense, but we also have it rotating right now. And we could end up seeing a tornado on the backside of this storm here. So Dawson, Buffalo, Illipolis, as well as Harristown and Decatur, we need to be watching this storm closely as it continues to move east-northeast. The storms that are going into Lincoln right now are mostly damaging winds. There is still a little bit of rotation directly over Lincoln near Interstate 55. So again, tornado threat is not overly high right now, but it is definitely existent right now over the Lincoln area. This will be basically going up I-55 towards Waynesville, Hayworth, Wapella, Clinton. We're all in the path of this. Up near Chicago, we don't have severe weather right now, but we have some gusty winds and some strong storms moving through. Keep in mind, Chicago and surrounding areas are going to see several inches of snow tonight. So you got strong to severe storms for the next couple hours. And then you're going to have the potential for snow. There's still a major blizzard ongoing here all across the Midwest. This is what it looks like out there near Appleton, Wisconsin. There are, again, there's a lot of snow on the ground right now. CJ Ziegler's closer to the freezing rain area. I think he's passing by a cop car. I don't know if that's a good thing if he was slowing down, but that's over to the northwest of Milwaukee. So again, there's actually snow up there currently. And we've had upwards of 30 to 40 inches of snow already in some places, and it's going to continue to be pretty significant. We have a new wind gust report coming out of Farmington of 60-mile-per-hour winds. So again, this line of thunderstorms basically producing widespread 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds at this point. A TV meteorologist in Collinsville, Illinois, noted several gusts of over 60 miles per hour in his Storm Runner vehicle. Very descriptive. Northeast of St. Louis there. This line of storms now approaching Pocahontas and Greenville. We have another severe warning in Arkansas. We're up to 23 now. This one's near Magnolia, west of El Dorado. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for this severe warning. We got a pretty nasty looking storm right now northwest of Shreveport. This thing might be producing some pretty large hail right now. They have this warned for 2-inch sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quite a bit of lightning. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation still with this cell, but that is a big storm right now moving into northwest Louisiana. Not a whole lot of other storms rotating right now further down to the south and west. We have a little discrete cell still near Cushing, or semi-discrete, that's embedded in this line that is going towards Nacogdoches, eventually going towards Center and Timpson. And then over near Little Rock, we got that line of thunderstorms moving through Little Rock right now. It's moving east-northeast, really at about 60 to 70 miles per hour. It is a very fast-moving line of thunderstorms. Pretty overcast, not really seeing a shelf cloud right now over on that camera northeast of Little Rock. We got some storms again that are directly to the south of Little Rock that are producing at least the potential for a tornado within the next half hour to an hour. Again, they're going to run out of time by about 7, 8 o'clock, but if any storms get going here, a strong tornado risk will exist. So we need to continue to keep a very close eye on these prefrontal supercells that have all gone up down here. And east of Little Rock, we're looking at mostly gusty winds. No tornado risk right now in Little Rock. Back over to our tornado warnings west of Poplar Bluff. We do not have any tornado warning yet for Poplar Bluff, but we could get one here soon. These storms, again, are in a radar hole, so we don't really have a clear view of these, but we have rotation embedded in this line. We're mainly watching this area of rotation near Donovan, going towards Nellyville and Naylor. There are some live cameras here that we are also keeping eyes on in case we can see anything. Right now, it's just very overcast. Can't see the shelf cloud quite yet or any sort of wall cloud. But ominous skies currently in these areas. We have a new tornado possible severe warning. This one, honestly, long overdue. This one is going to be for Atlanta, Hayworth, Clinton, and Lincoln, Illinois. So we've been talking about this storm for a while. There's been a lot of rotation, at least off to the west of Lincoln, and it's been rotating even over Lincoln over the last few minutes. But we have some more areas of rotation developing directly north of Lincoln. So this is north of the Lincoln County Airport, near Lawndale, Atlanta, moving towards McLean. We should be staying away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible right now. Again, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible as this storm passes over you here over the next few minutes. We also just got a severe thunderstorm watch for Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio. So we will be keeping an eye out on that here pretty soon. We'll have an update for you here shortly.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning. This one is also going to be in Illinois, Logan, and Sangamon counties. This is the northeast of Springfield. And guys, we've been talking about this one too for quite a while. There's a pretty strong area of rotation that's developed once again over the northeast side of Springfield, moving over Dawson, west of Buffalo. It's moving towards Lake Fork, Mount Pulaski, and then eventually going towards Chestnut. So seek shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. And we also have to watch this area of circulation too that is directly south of this warning too. That one's been trying to come together here over the last few minutes. There's been a little bit more rotation along and just south of Interstate 72. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking at the prefrontal environment, we just had a cell go up near Warren in Arkansas. Already severe warned, has a huge hail spike on it. This thing is the biggest updraft we've seen all day across all of our convection, and it definitely has the ability to produce a tornado threat if it can just continue to substantiate itself and keep growing. We've talked about it a little bit, how there's just a lot of convection in here. They're kind of all fighting with each other. This storm is big enough to where it will outcompete all the storms around it and could eventually become a discrete supercell. So that's already producing a damaging wind and hail threat as it's headed up towards Rye and Cornerville, but it could get even more significant than that, especially once we see that lower level jet kick in just a couple of hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, if you're in Star City, if you're over in Dumas, Grady, Gold, we need to be watching this storm right here pretty closely. I would say the one big thing right now that we are seeing, as Riley alluded to, is there is a lot of convection, and that's going to probably be a bit problematic for these storms producing a more significant tornado threat. But if any of them can get organized, which it's very possible if they do, we could end up seeing a potential strong tornado threat exist. So we need to be watching these again very closely. Keep in mind that, again, we do not need these discrete storms to produce tornadoes for us to see strong tornadoes today. The large hatched area that we have today for strong tornadoes is not just for these storms, it is also for our line of thunderstorms. We do not have a real risk of discrete cells up here in like Illinois or Indiana, for example, or at least that far to the north. And so again, that is regarding our line of thunderstorms. There's so much wind shear. There's very strong low-level winds that are all coming right now to the southwest, west, south, wherever it's coming from. It's all coming from the south and west. And with all the wind shear that we have today, it's not going to be hard for one of these storms that's embedded in the line to produce a tornado. And it could be easily strong too. So again, you need to be ready for this. Again, anywhere in the risk area, it doesn't really matter where you are. Crazy stuff. We have a snow squall warning in Joplin and Carthage, west of Springfield now. This is snow, guys. We just had severe weather not too long ago nearby, and now we have a snow squall warning off to the west of Springfield. So pretty crazy stuff there. Going back to our tornado warnings, we have a tornado warning off to the northeast of Springfield. This one has several areas of rotation. We got one that's tightened north on the north side, or kind of the center side of the tornado warning, west of Lake Fork. We got another one here near Buffalo, or Dawson and Buffalo. That one's moving towards Mount Pulaski as well. We have two more areas of rotation south of Lincoln. Those are broader. We have more rotation near Atlanta. All of a sudden, we have a big increase of rotation in central Illinois. We got like 4 or 5 areas of rotation that are pretty strongly rotating right now. So we need to watch all 5 of these. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4. There's actually 6. Might have even having a 7th one right here near Buffalo.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. This one is going to be in Arkansas, so northwest here of Jonesboro near Walnut Ridge, southeast of Black Rock, going towards Paragould and Marmaduke. So get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. We are now up to 7 tornado warnings here across the United States, and as this is our highest number of the day, and I expect this number to probably get even higher. We will have, I think, at least one of these warnings expiring here shortly. Check on that in a second. This is a live shot inside of this tornado warning. My goodness, look at that. This is live inside of the tornado warning here near Walnut Ridge. A large circular area that we're looking at there at the top right of your screen. That is going to be the area of rotation. Somebody just changed slot 1. Somebody change it back, please. That one in Arkansas. It's back live. So this is what we're looking at again here. Again, right now in Walnut Grove. Again, this is the storm that we're looking at. And so again, there is an area of rotation currently. It's a very contaminated area of velocities, but we're looking at that rotation moving towards Walnut Grove and Hoaxie, and then eventually going towards Sedgwick. So if you are in this tornado warning, we got to definitely be in our safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Dangerous looking storm here, currently moving into Walnut Ridge. Keep that bottom right of your screen. We also just got a tornado possible severe warning on the south side of Chicago, guys. This is a pretty populated area. We're talking about Dolton, Orland Park, Tinley Park, Park Forest, Harvey. The rotation is right here over the southwest side of Homer Glen. Do not have an active tornado, but there's definitely strong rotation. And what's crazy is that this area, again, is going to be seeing snow not too far from now. It's going to be possibly some moderate to heavy snow tonight after this. So there's an ongoing tornado risk that is developing. And then also there's now, going to be snow in a few hours. But that rotation is definitely pretty strong. Very strong surge of wind, again, going in the direction of Indiana right now. So all moving east. Let's go back down to our tornado warning here in Illinois. Near Atlanta, we have a strong area of rotation. This is near Atlanta and McLean. That's a strong area of rotation. No tornado warning for that. Rotation's got a bit broader east of Lincoln. We still have several areas of rotation south of the Lincoln radar site. All 3 of them have actually broadened on this latest scan. But we have about 4 areas of rotation. Buffalo all the way back up to the south side of Lincoln. I don't know. I'm surprised why we don't have a tornado warning on this either. This is
an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, guys, we got a tornado in progress. That one's going to be in Arkansas. So that includes 3 different counties. This is going to be for the storm that is over near Walnut Grove. All right, so we need to be getting to our storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if we're in this confirmed tornado warning for Walnut Grove. Once again, Walnut Grove, this is in northeastern Arkansas. We have live cameras again inside of this tornado warning. We at least have a couple. And again, let's get all 3 of them in slot 1 through 3. I don't know if any of the other ones have views. All 3 of them on the bottom of your screen. These are all inside of our observed tornado warning. This is the first official confirmed tornado of the day. This is according to weather spotters. So weather spotters are confirming a tornado once again in Walnut Grove. This is going to include Jackson, Lawrence, and Randolph counties. So we need to get to our storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom immediately. We got to run there. Do not walk to your safe place. There's a risk of strong tornadoes once again. This is what the storm looks like right now. And I want to be honest, I don't know where exactly we're going to have to be looking here. I would think on the left side, there might be some sort of non-condensed tornado, but this is a live look looking directly at this storm right now in Walnut Grove. This is, again, one of the Arkansas dot cameras. This is directly inside of the east side of Walnut Grove. And I'm going to put...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, they have gone ahead and issued a new confirmed tornado warning for this. This one's going to go towards Paragould, Rector. And so this is, again, the same storm that we're talking about, but this is live inside of this tornado warning. I believe the tornado's on the middle left. It might be non-condensed. So again, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom right now. Walnut Ridge. You need to be in your safe place. Again, that is live right now inside of Walnut Ridge. This is another live shot. Again, we'll have 2 good live shots of this tornado, assuming we can see it. This is looking directly where it is, though, bottom of your screen. Tornado will be located right over here on the south side near Hoaxie. And that will be eventually going to Sedgwick, Light, Walcott, and Paragould. We also have a update. Tornado warning in Illinois will continue. So that is going to be this storm right here, south of Lincoln. Still looking at several areas of rotation. Still no tornado warning for the area of rotation near Atlanta. The camera here is starting to shake now. So you can see the camera's now shaking. This is right where our wind is now increasing. There is a tornado again being confirmed by weather spotters here in northeastern Arkansas. This is north of Jonesboro, going in the direction of Paragould, Marmaduke, and Rector. You guys do not have to be in your safe place right now if you're in Paragould or Marmaduke. But if you are anywhere near Rector or in those areas, you should be getting ready to go to your safe place. I would get the essentials like your pets, family to your safe place, and any sort of flashlights, because this could end up being a pretty significant storm as it continues to move northeast. It is again actively producing a tornado. I think it's right there in the middle. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, we just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. New mesoscale discussion. This one is for basically just Illinois, and it does mention damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour. 90 miles per hour.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Large area here. We'll talk more about this here in a second. I want to go back to that live shot. That looks, I think that tornado is non-condensed there in the middle of your screen. So the tornado is going to be right there. We do not have a clear evident area of debris being picked up, but it'd be right there. Again, this is the area that the tornado is being reported. It's on the south side here of Walnut Ridge, and it is moving again towards Paragould, Marmaduke, and Rector. It's going to be a non-condensed tornado. What that means is that you can't see the condensation funnel
has been issued,
like you would typically see in the movies. That's basically what we're talking about here. And so the tornado's there in the middle, I'm pretty sure. I think what we're seeing, that kind of like little fuzzy stuff there, I believe that is debris from an active tornado or from a previous tornado. We have another tornado warning back over in Illinois that was just issued for Perry County. I think that is what we're looking at again in the middle of your screen there. I think that is right there, the remnants or a potential tornado still in progress. It's just not condensed. New tornado warning is going to be here east of St. Geneva, south of Nashville. This is going towards Sparta, so if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Holy moly, look at this. Look at that. That's the tornado there on the left. This is live also inside of this. Really windy. This is inside of the confirmed tornado warning. There's a real chance this tornado might even be rain wrapped. This is insane. I don't know if that's even it. We have crazy winds though. This is the same camera that we're just looking at a moment ago where we had the, again, storm clouds rolling in. This is inside of the storm. And so it is very, very windy right now. There could be a tornado down. You can see that car on the right has completely stopped because of how windy it is. Look at all that dust being kicked up there on the left. Got birds flying all around the camera too. It's going to get really windy here in a second. I have not seen any power flashes yet, but this is obviously a fairly populated area in northeast Arkansas, north of Jonesboro. Once again, tornado is down here near Walnut Ridge. It is just south of the regional airport. If there is still a tornado, it's near Dickus and then eventually going towards Whiskerville. This is all, again, confirmed by weather spotters. We are in a radar hole, so it's not clear and evident. You can see all the dust and stuff being kicked up on the left. That is probably from either damaging winds or a tornado. Everything on the right here is going to be a big surge of wind here in a second. There is a possibility this could be a rain-wrapped tornado too. And we don't really have a great idea if it is or not because of the fact that the radar site here is just so far away. But no matter what we just saw a second ago was really intense winds, and we're about to see that again here in about 30 seconds or so. The winds are going to ramp up a lot here over the next minute or so. This is what it looks like again inside of the storm, where the winds are still very intense. Not as intense as before, and now you can see they're starting to ramp up here now. So this is in Walnut Ridge, going again towards Paragould, and this is what we're going to be experiencing down the line as this supercell continues to move towards Paragould, Arkansas, and then Kennett in southeastern Missouri. So here goes the wind, and the hail is going to start to pick up here. I mean, there's a real possibility this could be a tornado again embedded in the line of thunderstorms. Thank you, Caitlin, for becoming a member. And here goes the wind. So again, this is easily 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, what we're seeing now, and it is continually getting more and more intense. Wind was very strong a second ago, and now it's ramping up. Here we go. So here comes the more intense area of wind now inside of this storm in Walnut Ridge. Still looks like around 60 mile per hour wind gusts there. I'm going to keep that bottom right of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking at the severe warning near Stuttgart and Arkansas, the storm is actually interacting with the forward flank of the storm behind it. This could very quickly push the mesocyclone towards the surface level, which would lead to a quick tornado formation here. Not currently producing a tornado, doesn't have that strong of a couplet, but need to have a sharp eye on this one in case something decides to happen really quickly.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so again, we have storm chasers nearby on this. We're keeping an eye on them. We also just got a brand new tornado warning, which is going to be back over in Illinois. So Illinois, we have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be southeast of St. Louis near Nashville, Centralia, just south of Carlisle. Holy crap. Look at all these rotations here. We got 1, 2, 3. We got 4 areas of rotation. 3 of them are within like about 5 miles of each other. So if we're over in Okawville or near Nashville or Irvington, we need to be in our safe places now. If you're over near Centralia or Sandoval, you guys got a few minutes to get to your safe place. Again, get anything that is important. Again, like pets, family, etc. Any flashlights too. Very helpful stuff. But this is again all moving currently directly towards Nashville. Also, inside of that storm that Riley was just talking about here, that has a little rotation area developing right now. This is what it looks like currently on the HazCam, and you can see there's a attempt, at least right now, of a lowering on the left side of your screen. That would be the area of interest here. And there's also been a few cloud to ground lightning strikes, but you can see right there that's going to be having to be watched for, is right here. Can somebody put that HazCam in a slot? Or actually, I can. I think I can. It works, unless it doesn't work. Doesn't work. Does not work yet. But again, this area that we're looking at here looks like a little funnel trying to develop right now, at least a wall cloud that is attempting to develop right now right above this little power line. And this is a storm that could end up producing. I'm keeping that bottom right of your screen. That is live in slot 3, bottom right of your screen. But again, rotation right now is right over Humphrey, moving towards Stuttgart. And then we got another area of rotation behind it. And that one has a little hook inflow coming into it as well. And so these storms, again, don't have a huge amount of time to do something, but they're definitely going to try. Going back up to our confirmed tornado warning. Once again, this was confirmed by weather spotters. If we still have a tornado, it's over the east side now of Walnut Ridge. It's near US Highway 412. This is moving towards Marmaduke, Paragould, and Rector. That is our confirmed tornado warning. Once again, we have 8 tornado warnings. We have 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, we are live with commercial-free coverage. If you guys got friends and family in the path of these severe storms, feel free to share the stream, get the word out there. The only way that we can actually provide this coverage is by getting the word of mouth out there, right? So if you guys got friends or family out in the path of these storms, give them a heads up. We're going to be live again all the way into the evening hours and well into the overnight hours covering this major severe weather outbreak. This is, I believe, the most combined tornado and severe warnings that we've had at any point so far this year. So we are obviously at a pretty high number right now at 35 combined warnings across the board when it comes to severe and tornado warnings. Going back to Illinois, we still have several areas of rotation near Mount Pulaski. I don't think they're going to issue a new tornado warning for this quite yet, but we're watching this area here near Highway 121 moving towards Clinton and Maroa. That is just to the northwest of Decatur. We also had a severe warning here south of Chicago that had a strong area of rotation. That's become more of a wind threat for the time being. We are still monitoring a low-end tornado potential in and around Chicago for the next half hour to an hour. I think really the most concerning area when it comes to this line of thunderstorms is right now in southwestern Illinois. We have, again, several areas of rotation, all currently moving towards Nashville, Pinckneyville, and Okawville and Centralia. So there's several areas of rotation there. Over near Poplar Bluff, we have had a tornado warning on this storm for quite some time. They do not have it anymore. This is what it looks like out there in Poplar Bluff. And you can see there are, again, some low-hanging clouds. I do not see any sort of active, again, tornado here. Do not see any sort of large wall cloud yet, but this is a storm that we need to watch as it is embedded in our line. Has been tornado warned several times already in the past. And this is a little bit better of a shot of this storm right now. So large shelf cloud right now rolling in. And this storm's going into Poplar Bluff, eventually going towards Bernie, Malden, Campbell, Clarkton, and Dexter. You guys are all in the path of this. We have a brand new radar scan coming in right now. Again, tornado warning is in effect for Walnut Ridge, Paragould, Marmaduke, and Rector right now. So we're going to wait for that. Real quickly, going back down to the south, this is that storm near Stuttgart that is in Arkansas. We did have a little wall cloud trying to form a second ago on this storm. Go over to slot 3 here. You can kind of see this is the area of interest. This is literally right inside of this severe thunderstorm warning. We had a little cone that was almost trying to form. You can see the birds flying across the screen too. They know the weather's happening. They're evacuating this area. But they are, again, inside of this area near Stuttgart. All right, apparently we have a photo that was sent in that I have to look at here. We have a few photos and videos that you guys have sent in. Going to quickly go through some of these. This is over in Bryan County, Oklahoma. The storms building up earlier on an airplane. Really cool stuff there. All right, we had something in slot 11. We're at 9, or this is 8 here. Green County, big shelf cloud. This over in Weldon Spring, Missouri. Huge shelf cloud rolling in. This is over in Conway, Arkansas. Some scary looking clouds. And then this was in Lockport, Illinois, near Homer Glen. This is sent in by Vivian. That might be a tornado right there. This is, again, in Joliet, Illinois. That is all spinning, though. You can see all the spin. That is literally all spinning. That would be a tornado right there if it was touching the ground, which it looks like it was. Or very close to it. Might be non-condensed. That is a spinning area, though, near Joliet. Do we know what time this was taken? This was sent in. We just had this Scud sent in like 3 minutes ago. And for those that are saying that is Scud, you can clearly see the rotation. And yeah, there is some, it looks Scuddy. It's definitely raggedy and rough, but I mean, that's all spinning right there. And that could be easily a tornado there. That's 100% rotation. Do we know when that was sent in? We have a new severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible tag in Illinois that is south of Decatur. So Taylorville, Shelbyville. We are looking at this storm here. Again, that's a line of thunderstorms producing damaging winds. That is actually, okay, so that's a storm from Chicago. They did put a tornado possible tag on this. So that was probably about 15, 20 minutes ago when that was sent in. But this was just outside of Chicago. And I mean, again, the rotation was actually pretty strong there for a moment.
A new tornado warning.
So we may have had a tornado. We have a new tornado warning. This is east of Lincoln. This one's going to be for Forsyth, south of Clinton, Argenta, Oriana. You guys are included in this. If you are in this tornado warning, you got to get to your safe place now. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Main area of rotation right now is going to be just to the north and east there of 121. We have another one here as well. Again, two different areas of rotation, both directly moving to the east, just south of Clinton. Look at the bottom left of your screen. That's over near Poplar Bluff right now. That is a crazy looking shelf cloud. I'm going to go full cam to that. Huge shelf cloud. Again, this was tornado warned not too long ago, and we will definitely not rule out a tornado with this storm as it continues to track east. Got a double stacker here. And then this is inside of that severe warning where we are watching a potential tornado risk. We got a funnel cloud. This is a funnel cloud live in Stuttgart, Arkansas. So what we're looking at right there is a funnel cloud. This is on one of the has cams right in downtown. And this storm again is pretty discreet. You can see bottom right of your screen. That is a funnel cloud, guys. We got a funnel cloud trying to come down. Look at the velocities bottom right of your screen. We got more birds flying by this camera too. This is at least the second attempt of this trying to produce a tornado. And there go more birds.
A new tornado warning.
They have just tornado warned this. So there's a brand new tornado warning now for this storm. All-timer, Humphrey, Stuttgart. You guys are all included in this tornado warning. Bottom right of your screen. That there on the left side of your screen is a attempt at a funnel cloud. It is trying to drop a tornado actively right now. See all the rain curtains too kind of just wrapping around it. Again, not on the ground right now, but it's attempting. Velocities have gotten way stronger over the last few minutes. Look at the bottom right of your screen. Very tight area of rotation. So I do not think we're far from this being on the ground. Again, if you are inside of this tornado warning, you got to be in your storm shelter, your basement, closet, bathroom, whatever puts you away from the most windows as possible. Put yourself away from as many windows or walls as possible. You got to be in the most interior room, lowest floor possible. If you are in a storm shelter, or if you're in a mobile home, if you're in an RV, any of those, you guys should be going to a sturdy structure right now. Because if this drops a tornado, it's going to possibly be significant. Again, the velocities have tightened, and I think we're very close to a tornado.
A new tornado warning.
We're now up to 10 tornado warnings. We have another one in Missouri that's for Belanger County. That will be just to the north of Marble Hill. It's well out in front of our storms. That's north of Marble Hill. Look at this line of storms moving in right now to Poplar Bluff. That is a crazy shelf cloud right there. Oh, we're mostly focused on this tornado warning, but that is a really crazy line of storms. Look at that right now here. Again, over near in Stuttgart, Arkansas. This is going to drop a tornado, I think. We got a large funnel coming down. This is a live shot from the Phillips Community College. You can see it all rotating right now. We got a lot of motion. And this thing is gearing up to try to drop a potentially strong tornado. Waiting for velocities to update. If there's a tornado, it's going to be on the southwest side of Stuttgart near Goldman. Just east of Humphrey. Is there like a bird migration happening right now? There is so many birds going by on this camera. We got another flock of birds right there. Maybe they just see the rotation. They're like, we're going away from this. Got a large skinny funnel about halfway to the ground there on the left. Got a lot of rising motion there in the middle right. Large funnel cloud right now coming down here in Stuttgart, Arkansas. This thing is really trying to drop a tornado right now. You're just tuning in. This is the highest number of tornado warnings that we've had today. We're at 10 tornado warnings. We have a tornado attempting to drop, maybe a new area of circulation there in the middle now. This is on the southwest side of Stuttgart. Again, and we also have Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey quickly heading that direction. They are almost in the tornado warning right now, so we'll have two eyes on this, including this Hazcam. There is a very large lowering developing. That initial funnel cloud has gotten a little bit more rain wrapped, not nearly as organized. We have a new area of rotation developing here on the right side of your screen. On the right of your screen is that area of rotation. It's not super strong on the last scan. We'll have another scan in a second, but it's definitely trying. Hey, Elizabeth for becoming a member. Shout out to also Aaron for becoming a member. Shout out to Old School with the super chat. My wife and kids are visiting the St. Louis Zoo. Visiting family. Is there a danger there? No, I mean, there's a lot of storms mostly past you, so you're pretty much done with that. There is still a funnel there on the left side of your screen. It's still there. It's a funnel cloud on the left there. It's kind of rain wrapped, but it's there. It's about a third of the way down to the ground. It's not as low as before, but it's trying. And then the middle of your screen is another area that we're looking at. Another flock of birds. So many birds are migrating right now. That funnel is basically a needle. Very, very thin funnel cloud right there on the left. Large area of scud on the top right. Got multiple areas of rotation that we're looking at with this storm. And keep in mind, these discrete cells that are in this exact area only have about 45 minutes at most, I would say, to produce a tornado because of the line of storms coming out of the west. But it's definitely trying right now. Hey, Richmond for becoming a maximum velocity member. More birds going by. They're all migrating. That warm air has gone so far to the north. All right, this is about to go right over the camera. You get the lowering at the top right. Still got a funnel cloud on the top left. That funnel cloud is very faint at this point. It's maybe a fourth of the way to the ground. It's gotten a lot higher here over the last couple of minutes. Also, guys, I am looking at other storms as well. We are keeping an eye on every storm. This is the only one right now that is currently inside, or at least has a camera view inside of the tornado warning. Still got the funnel cloud top left of your screen. That is still a needle funnel cloud, top left. I know it's getting more faint, but that's at the top left of your screen. And it's actually still there. That's more panned out now. And by the way, I don't have control of this camera for those that are saying to pan out in the chat. But that right there at the top left is still a funnel cloud. It's actually gotten a little lower here over the last half minute to a minute. It's really trying. It's not, it looks a little, again, it's like a rope right now. This is very close. That is still a funnel right there in the middle of your screen. It is a very thin needle. If you're just tuning in, this is in Stuttgart, Arkansas. This is looking at the Phillips Community College Hazcam on the middle of your screen. That funnel is getting lower and lower. It's actually halfway to the ground now. It is a rope. It's about 2/3 of the ground. It's trying. It's almost down. It might be non-condensed. It's very close to being on the ground right now. It is a very thin noodle. I can't tell if debris is being lifted up, but it's that funnel is condensed at least halfway to the ground right now. is still about halfway to the ground right now. Got a lot of birds flying around it too. That is actually, it might be down. I can't tell. It's very close. Yeah, that's birds have been flying around this thing the entire time. I think we got bird chasers out here today, but that is literally, I can't tell. That almost looks like it's on the ground. That funnel has gone down at least only maybe 100 feet off the ground. I think it's on the ground. I think we have a tornado down. It's on the south side of Stuttgart. It's probably not that strong, but there is a tornado. Yeah, it is a very small little rope tornado there on the left side of your screen. This is live. The tornado will be on the south side of town near US Highway 165. It's still on the left side of your screen there. It's a little bit higher up again, but that may have been might have made brief ground contact there for at least a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so real quick, I want to talk about this sounding from exactly where the storm is located and why this thing is having issues producing a tornado. If we look at the green line here, this is showing the moisture, and we see there's a little bit of an inversion on this line where it goes back the other direction. That is why it's failing to reach the ground. However, its own precipitation will work to moisten the air, and over time, it will eventually produce a tornado. We just need to fix that little bit of dry air at the surface level in order for that to happen. So that's why we've seen it get really close to the ground, but not quite produce. But that is something that will manage to fix itself over the next few minutes.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, looking live again, the funnel cloud, I don't even see it anymore. I think it's at the top left of your screen. It's about a third of the way down again. Again, one of the biggest things that we did have a feeling of today was that there could be a lack of moisture. That was the one reason why today is not a moderate or high risk of severe weather, especially for tornadoes. The dew points right now are about 58, 59 degrees. If it was about 5 degrees higher, this would be on the ground undoubtedly. But again, the moisture in the low levels is one of the problems that we have today with the setup, and really it is the main problem. There aren't many other problems that are limiting these storms other than just there being a large area of overconvection. But again, this storm is still producing the threat of a tornado. We need to continue to take it seriously. It obviously just produced maybe a brief tornado, and there's still actively rotation. We got our line of thunderstorms catching up to it though, so it really only has another half hour or so. But this storm is definitely moving directly east, and it may produce another tornado. So we have, again, Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey. They're very close to this. They're gonna have a much better view of this storm in a few minutes once it gets closer. That camera also has a view at least for the next few minutes before it's actually in rain. So again, we are watching this storm very closely as it does still have a tornado risk. Further to the north near Paragould, this is where we did have a confirmed tornado. It is back to a radar indicated tornado warning. The tornado is confirmed by weather spotters over in Walnut Grove. This storm is still continuing to move to the east northeast going towards Kennett and Rector. Marmaduke is also in that tornado warning. We also have a tornado warning north of Marble Hill west of Jackson. And so if you're in that tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. That is south of Perryville here in Missouri. There is a live shot here in Perryville of the shelf cloud coming in right now. Over in Poplar Bluff, a little further down to the south, we've had a damaging wind threat coming through. Pretty intense line of thunderstorms that's making its way through. This is the shelf cloud out in the distance, and you got a bird right here. Got a little bird chilling on the wire right here. I think the bird's looking and like, he might go chase it. Maybe a little bird chaser. We've had a few of these birds chasing storms today. It's actually kind of funny. It's over in Quinlan, Missouri, just to the east of Neelyville is again where we have damaging winds coming in, but also a potential tornado threat. Further to the north, east of St. Louis, we have a larger tornado warning here over in Nashville, Carlisle, west of Centralia. This is going to be mainly again for wind, but there are some areas of rotation near Okawville going into Nashville. Irvington is also in the path of that. We also have a tornado warning over here west of Monticello still. No tornado on the ground as of right now, but we have an area of rotation northwest of Forsyth. We also have another area of rotation near Hayworth that is currently unwarned, but that one could also try to produce a tornado. So that's going over US Highway 51 right now, moving towards Leroy. They've also canceled the severe warning south of Chicago. That one did maybe produce a brief tornado not too long ago. All right, back to our Arkansas tornado warning. Tornado Page is very close to being able to see this storm. They are inside of the storm right now. You can also watch them inside of the Radar Omega app. This is live inside of the storm. Again, they have not yet reached the clearing area. The clearing's right here. They're right here. So they're only about maybe a minute or two from seeing the storm. So we should have a pretty good view of it in a second. This is that has cam inside of the tornado warning. And again, not able to see that funnel cloud or tornado anymore. But in just a moment, we should have a view here with Tornado Pagey of this storm as they move into Stuttgart. And so Tornado Pagey will be bottom middle of your screen. We got the bird bottom left with the shelf cloud. And then we got the camera inside this tornado warning bottom right. Thank you, Kate, for becoming a member. All right, we have just gotten a reset on our warning counter. We're at 21 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we have 6 tornado warnings. Keep in mind, whenever the warning numbers change like that every 15 minutes, it's because either new warnings are expiring at a 15-minute marker. So every 15 minutes, we'll usually get a lot of warnings that go away. So we're back down to 21 severe warnings and 6 tornado warnings. Real quickly, over in De Pere, Missouri, so on the west side of St. Louis, there were winds that blew open a strong steel door estimated at 70 miles per hour. We did have a tornado warning for the St. Louis area at the time of that. There's also tree debris blocking part of Highway D just north of Highway O in Leadington, Missouri, just moments ago. There's also another damage report west of Poplar Bluff of a couple trees down at junction of Highway C and Highway F near Eastwood. So some new damage reports coming out. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, got a new update from the Storm Prediction
Tornado
Center.
warning has
New
been
tornado
issued.
warning in Illinois. This one will be back over east of Lincoln near Forsyth, south of Clinton. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows. I think. Oh no, it's this one. North of Shelbyville. So this will be east of Taylorville. Main area of rotation right now is near Pana, going towards Sullivan, Mount Zion. So seek shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is associated with our line of thunderstorms. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. Another meso-scale discussion, this time for southeastern Texas, central Louisiana, and eastern Mississippi. We're going to see storms move into this area eventually, and we may see a few supercells as well. So we're going to see damaging winds, large hail, and we're going to expect a tornado watch soon there. The watch probability is 80%.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So another tornado watch is coming here soon. The tornado warning over near Stuttgart has actually been canceled. This is a live look at it. Can somebody put Tornado Pagey slot 2? They did cancel the warning, even though there is still rotation. We may have had a brief tornado. This is live inside of that storm right now. And you can see the lowering out there on the horizon. And that is the area of interest once again. We did have maybe a brief tornado on the south side of Stuttgart about 5-10 minutes ago. Despite them canceling the warning, the storm still has a hook. There is still some rotation.
Really see the base on it. I don't.
Going down the window. That is what the storm looks like right now here. This is the southeast of Little Rock. Hey, Casey, for the super chat, is there more severe storms expected overnight in Florida? I would expect more severe weather tonight in Florida, mainly in the Panhandle. That is what this storm looks like right now near Stuttgart, Arkansas. So yeah, this is live with Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. They're also live inside of the Radar Omega app. Not see any clear evidence of a tornado once again, but there is still a large lowering on this supercell. So we'll continue to keep an eye on them. They're going to be bottom right of your screen on this storm. Again, back over there to the east of Little Rock. We've had a few more storms go up too, just to the southwest of Memphis, and none of these have really gotten going yet, but there is still a potential for one of these to try to produce a tornado as they continue to move up towards Memphis. Those are, again, other storms that we're keeping an eye on. Over near Jonesboro and Brooklyn and Lake City. Big damaging wind risk right now. No tornado warning here near Lake City. There is a tornado possible tag. 70-mile-per-hour winds are currently surging into southeastern Missouri, going towards the Kennett area of southeast Missouri. We did have a confirmed tornado on this storm not too long ago, but right now it's mostly a wind threat in my opinion. We still have a tornado warning in Missouri, east of Fredericktown. And we still have a hook. It's a very small little hook. Pretty strong inflow also on the southwest side of Sedgwickville, going towards Oak Ridge, Pocahontas, and Old Appleton. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation right now, but again, a little bit of a radar hole there. Back over in Illinois, we still have multiple tornado warnings. The ones that are over near Centralia and Nashville, these are, again, QLCS tornadoes that we're looking for here. We got this large area bowing out. This would be a little hook here that could try to produce a tornado. There's another little hook near Carlisle that might develop on the northern side of this bowing segment that could also try to produce a tornado going towards Sandoval and Salem. And then further to the north, we still have multiple tornado warnings east of Lincoln. The one here northwest of Shelbyville is a broader area of rotation. And then we have a little bit more rotation here near Maroa and Forsyth, moving east right now. Still a large wind risk. And again, we have widespread damaging winds, literally stretching from central Illinois all the way back over into East Texas right now. It is a very large area that we are currently talking about for a significant line of thunderstorms. Here's the MRMS radar, and you can just see the scale of this line. It is a little broken, but the line of storms basically extends over 800 miles from Texas to Illinois. And there's been a lot of lightning on these storms too. Several storms have been producing cloud to ground lightning. So if you're, if you hear thunder, go indoors. Do not try to risk it being outside. Last couple of radar scans on this storm that was tornado warned have really gotten a lot broader. Once again, the rotation's gotten a lot broader here over the last few scans. The supercell's lost its shape a little bit. Again, this is live from Tornado Pagey of this storm. It's got a large shelf kind of developing, not really looking at much of a lowering. Again, the big problem right now with these supercells that have gone up out in front of the line is that the rotation is struggling, at least near the ground level, because our dew points are a little too low. If they even increase by 2 or 3 degrees, we would be having a completely different ball game when it comes to tornadoes today. So we're kind of fortunate right now, at least for right now, that we've not had a significant tornado out in front of this line, but that might not last. We'll have to wait and see. The temperatures will be decreasing here soon. The dew points are still increasing. Got lots of strong wind coming out of the Gulf. And once again, our 10% hatch tornado risk includes all of the Mississippi River Valley from Greenville, Mississippi, back up towards Evansville. So it's still a fairly large area where strong tornadoes are a possibility. We have more damage reports coming out of Illinois. We got a new one south of Springfield. Power lines are down over in Chatham, Illinois. It's as of 5:14 p.m. And we have another report of down trees and power lines across Mount Olive and East Furt Street. And power outages are once again increasing right now. We have over 400,000 customers without power here across the United States. A lot of them were from the big wind event over in Ohio and Pennsylvania just a couple of days ago. They're starting to increase, though, in Texas. We got 54,000 people without power in Texas, or customers. Back over in Hawaii, we even have power outages. Arkansas is at 37,000. Illinois is beginning to increase, especially around and just east of St. Louis, where we had some pretty intense storms earlier. Got a little over 8,900 people without power there in Macoupin County, which is just east there of St. Louis. We have a new tornado possible severe warning west of Jonesboro. This is also producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. If you reside in Jonesboro or Lake City, we are not done with severe weather after this first line. There is a secondary line that'll be moving through you guys in about 30 minutes or so. This is what the shelf cloud looks like right now, just off to the west of Lake City in Jonesboro. That'll be our leading edge of damaging winds.
A new tornado warning has been issued
Over the next little while. They have just gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning in Missouri. This one's going to be to the north of Jackson, north of Cape Girardeau. That is actually a pretty strong surge of wind. There is also some inflow that is coming around this storm. If you are in this tornado warning for Old Appleton, if you're in Oak Ridge, Pocahontas, Altenburg, and near Grand Tower, near the Mississippi River Valley in southeast Missouri, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom now. This is for Cape Girardeau and Perry counties here in Missouri. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just saw a new picture from a storm chaser that unfortunately we can't share of that a tornado, and was able to confirm that there was ground contact near Humphrey, Arkansas.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So there has been confirmation that this storm down here, that Tornado Page is now on near Stuttgart. That one that was a little rope about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, that was a tornado. So we did have ground contact, which kind of figured that rope got really low to the ground. It was likely not a strong tornado with how it looked, but
a new tornado
no matter what
has been issued.
A tornado is a tornado. We have another tornado warning in Arkansas. This one is going to be for the Lake City area. We also now have a destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Gosnell, Leechville, Kennett. And the rotation's actually pretty strong right now over the northwest side of Lake City, Arkansas, just east of Jonesboro, going towards Leechville, Monette, north of Manila. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to get to your safe place now, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. And main area of rotation right now is about 1.5 miles, 2 miles northwest of Lake City. That is right now tracking towards Leechville and then into southeastern Missouri. This is what it looks like not too far from that storm right now. Large shelf cloud just south of that tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We are now up to 9 tornado warnings. We have another one. This one's going to be for a much more populated area. Cape Girardeau, Jackson, Marble Hill. We need to be getting to our safe places now, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of our home or building immediately. This is an area of rotation that is now west of Missouri 51, just south of Marble Hill, going towards Gordonville, Cape Girardeau, and Jackson. Interstate 55. All of you guys are in the path of that area of rotation. It is not tight to the point where there's a tornado, but the velocities are definitely pretty strong right now. The one near Cedricville is also fairly strong. We have a tornado possible severe warning in Illinois. This is going to be north of Mount Vernon. It is a very strange looking severe warning. It got kind of cut off weirdly here. That might be an accident, but Nashville should also be in their safe place right now. But this will be for near the Du Bois area, Woodlawn, and Dix. So that is another severe warning. We are now sitting at 27 severe warnings. We have 9 tornado warnings. We also have a snow squall warning in Springfield and Lebanon. This is again an area that just saw severe weather not even like 3 hours ago. I think, yeah, about 3 hours ago, I think we had severe storms rolling through that area. Latest scan still showing a stronger area of rotation once again here near Lake City. This is moving towards Monette right now. This is quickly moving to the northeast. So again, a very dangerous storm right now that we're looking at here. Closest camera's over in Truman with a large shelf cloud rolling in right now on the radar Omega cyclone port. Intense damaging winds, potential tornado again trying to drop right now. Monette, you need to be in your safe place. Obviously last year, right around the same time frame, we had a tornado, and I don't think this is again not the same situation, but it was only about a year ago from today that we ended up having a severe weather outbreak here across the Mississippi River Valley. So this storm is definitely trying to produce a tornado right now, moving to the northeast. We just said tornado warning in Jackson, Missouri. Will you give me your thoughts on the system? Just kind of went over it again. Main area of rotation right now is near Cedricville, and we have another one near Marble Hill. The one near Marble Hill is not as intense, but either one of these could produce tornadoes. I mean, we got a hook echo here, pretty strong inflow. So again, I don't see anything really stopping this storm from producing a tornado either. I mean, this is again a QLCS tornado threat. As long as we get these little hooks within the line of thunderstorms, it will indicate that we will likely see an increasing tornado threat. Thank you, Kaylin, for the $20 super chat. Pello, Missouri. Tons of blackbirds showed up on my farm ahead of the storm. I'm honestly not surprised. Wow, look at this. This is over in Quinlan, Missouri. We had a bird on this camera not too long ago that was sitting on like a wire. Really impressive looking shelf cloud right now in Quinlan. Temperature is about 66 degrees, 67 degrees. That is a really large shelf. Really impressive there. By the way, over in Lake City, this storm, we have a camera bottom right of your screen in this severe warning. We are looking at 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And so this is a very concerning storm, obviously, when it comes to the wind threat. 80-mile-per-hour winds, it's destructive. It's all radar indicated, but the highest winds are going to be moving right into Truman and Lake City near I-155 or Interstate 555, just east of Jonesboro over the next few minutes. And then this is the area that we're looking at for a potential tornado risk going into Monette and Leachville right now. So this is your last chance. Again, if you're in Monette, you need to get to your storm shelter, wherever your safe place is right now as this storm rolls in. It is a pretty intense storm right now. This is again in Truman, Arkansas. Live shot here on the radar Omega cyclone port, where we do again have a very large shelf cloud just south of that area of rotation, and the wind is going to probably be pretty crazy here in just a minute or two. So very concerning storm system here, and all the cameras on the bottom of your screen, they're all inside of some sort of warning. Can somebody change out slot 3 to something else? That one froze.
A new tornado warning has been
We now have a
issued.
tornado warning in Texas. This is going to be to the west of Alexandria near Nacogdoches. It's a bit of a radar hole, but area of rotation right here is moving towards Chirino, southwest of St. Augustine. This is in a very large radar hole, but pretty strong area of rotation right now over Highway 21. And if we have a tornado, it's going to be moving right into Chirino, near Texas 95, Sutton Mills, also near Melrose over the next few minutes. So again, seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning just southeast of Nacogdoches. Tornado risk right now in Louisiana, not looking super high. It's mostly just severe storms. We have all sorts of severe warnings everywhere right now. I'm going to go back up to our tornado warning here in a second. Let's go back to our tornado warning. This is again near Lake City. Latest scan showing a pretty strong area of rotation. Again, we could have a tornado here in a moment near Monette. This is moving right towards Leachville right now. This is, again, not going into Lake City, it looks like. It should just say to the north.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But that is a concerning storm right there. We have another tornado warning in Missouri. This one's going to be for Piggott in Arkansas, and then Campbellville and Clarkton in southeastern Missouri. We are now about at 10 tornado warnings again. The rotation is going to be going right into Pickett over the next several minutes. Holcomb, Clarkton, and Campbell. We need to be getting to our safe places now. It's going directly to the east-northeast right now. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, that storm northeast of Monticello, Arkansas is producing a beefy wall cloud via a storm chaser.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we have a wall cloud being reported in Monticello, Arkansas. That'd be this storm right here. So just west of Arkansas City, or Arkansas City, near McGee. That's just south of Dumas. That is going east-northeast right now. So dangerous storm here. If you are in this severe warning, we should be staying away from windows, as there is a increasing tornado risk right now that is currently moving to the east. Look at the shelf cloud right now, right over where this tornado warning is. This is, again, live on the radar mega cyclone port. The camera's going to change angles here, I think, in 2 seconds. And there you go. That is underneath the shelf cloud. Again, off to the north would be the area of interest for a tornado. Hey, Don for the super chat. Anywhere near Memphis, damaging winds is the biggest concern, but there is obviously a tornado threat. And this is a storm right now rolling across Truman and Lake City. 80-mile-per-hour winds are about to surge into this area, so we could easily have power outages here in northeast Arkansas. And then our rotation is bottom right of your screen. It's the strongest right now near Monette. So if there is a tornado right now, it's going to be right over Monette. That is our main area of rotation. All right, so that's going up towards Leachville right now, Manila, and then eventually going into southeastern Missouri. That is not a tornado. That is clear air contamination. We have a new tornado possible severe warning. That is off to the west here of Helena West. This is an interesting one. I don't know exactly what it's for here. But tornado possible label, and as well 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We have a storm chaser on this, but I don't know what storm this is specifically for. I believe it's going to be this right over here. So this is going to be going up towards Memphis. We got a few storms that are rotating here, going up towards Memphis, Tennessee, South Haven, and Germantown. These are, again, out in front of our line, so those could try to produce a tornado risk as they continue to move off to the northeast here over the next 30 to 45 minutes. So we'll be keeping an eye on that activity. Let me go back to Illinois real quick. We haven't checked in on you guys here in a bit. We are still watching for multiple areas of rotation. The tornado warning near Clinton and Forsyth, not as concerning. Rotation is still pretty strong going towards Bethany and Sullivan. Lovington is also in the path of that. As a stronger area of circulation. We have a few other areas of rotation outside of our northern tornado warning. So this will be near Clinton, Leroy, and Colfax, moving towards Farmer City, Mohammed, and also going in the direction of Gibson City and Chatsworth. So there's a few areas of rotation there. And then all the way up near Chicago, we just have a strong line of thunderstorms. There's nothing severe right now in Indiana or northern Illinois at this moment, but again, that could change at really any time. And then if we go back down to the south here, east of St. Louis, this is where we had a bunch of tornado warnings earlier, but mostly a damaging wind threat going to Centralia, Sandoval, and Salem, Iuka, Flora, and Louisville. We are on the path here of a significant line of thunderstorms. Over in southeastern Missouri, rotation's gotten stronger on the storm north of Cape Girardeau over the last few minutes. This is in the northern segment here of Cape Girardeau County, going towards Grand Tower, Mana, and north of Jonesboro. That's going to be in southwestern Illinois. So this could produce a tornado at any moment. It just crossed over Interstate 55 and is now tracking towards Grand Tower. And the one that is for Cape Girardeau is a pretty broad area of rotation. We still have a little hook on this storm, but it's not as impressive as before. So Cape Girardeau, still stay in your safe place. But again, these storms can tend to weaken and intensify rapidly. So it could re-intensify as it moves towards your area. Let's go back to our tornado warnings right along the Arkansas-Missouri border. Still have a pretty strong area of rotation over Monette. Again, this is over the north side of Lake City. I think the damaging wind risk is definitely the greatest concern, but there is still a convergence signature here. This is, again, live inside of our destructive severe thunderstorm warning. The wind, once again, is going to pick up here in a minute. We just had the large shelf cloud roll over here in Truman, and the damaging winds should really uptick here in a minute or two. This is a 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. So we should see an increase of wind there in a moment. We'll keep that camera on the bottom of your screen. There's also a camera bottom left of your screen in Quinlan that just took a hit from some pretty high winds. They just updated the severe warning near Centralia for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is still a tornado possible tag near Salem. This is also now producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Salem, Kinmundy, and Iuka. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds are rolling through right now. Let's go back down here to the Memphis area. We have storm chaser Nick Gorman inside of a storm. That is east of Forest City. Not looking at much rotation there. Got a little bit of weak rotation heading up towards Memphis. That's near the Mississippi River Valley. We have very intense damaging winds elsewhere. And this might just be a little bit of silo contamination, but that could be a small area of rotation north of Wayne. It's a very small cell, though. I'm not too concerned about that. Let's go back down here to the south. We go back to our one cam view. We'll keep the bottom right camera and that 80-mile-per-hour destructive severe warning. The storms that were discrete and are still discrete south of Stuttgart, again, one of these did try to produce a tornado. A lot of these right now are now getting caught up by our line of thunderstorms. So this line of thunderstorms, again, is pushing very quickly to the east. And once this line of storms reaches our discrete cells, the strong, significant tornado threat will end up being lower. So again, across the board here, we do not actively have anything that is currently producing any, again, tornado risk with these, but we are still keeping an eye on it. And again, any discrete cells out in front of this line will have a much stronger tornado threat. This storm down near McGee right now in southeast Arkansas has an area of convergence. Pretty strong area of rotation to developing there. That's north of Dermott. So that one is going to be heading towards the Mississippi River Valley. Again, there was a wall cloud reported on that. We also have a few new tornado possible severe warnings. We just got a new one. This is our first official warning of the day in Kentucky. It is literally for this tiny area right here in Kentucky, I believe. So this is going to be for Benton, Charleston, as well as Bloomfield for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this. You can see the shelf cloud on the horizon. This is looking west here from the Stoddard County EMA camera. We'll have pretty good views of this line of storms coming up here in just a moment. We also have a new severe warning, I think, further south. This one's going to be just to the north of Jasper for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball-sized hail. We also have a new tornado watch that was just issued in Texas and Louisiana. This is going to be going towards the Mississippi River Valley. There is a risk for a couple of tornadoes, scattered hail to the size of 2 inches, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is likely. So we got a little under 1.5 million people in this tornado watch. Houston is not included in this, but Houston, Texas, we do need to monitor the potential for significant severe weather. It is not impossible that we could see some damaging winds and maybe even a tornado. We have a new tornado possible severe warning in Illinois. This one's near Charleston, Shelbyville, and Tuscola. There's actually an area of convergence here near Highway 121, a little bit stronger. It's going to be going towards Tuscola over the next few minutes. So if we're in Tuscola or Arcola in central Illinois, we need to be staying away from windows as this line of thunderstorms approaches. That is a stronger area of rotation that is coming together. For the most part, anything north of Cerro Gordo, there is rotation. I just don't think any of this is going to be enough for another tornado warning right now, but obviously continue to stay alert if you are near Urbana, Paxton, Gibson City, Fisher, Rantoul. Again, none of these areas are under a warning yet, but there is a possibility that in about 15-20 minutes, this rotation could once again intensify. as that line of thunderstorms continues to push to the east. We also have some areas of rotation developing a little further to the north, northwest there of Wasika, just west of Kankakee. There's a broad area of rotation, but I don't think it's going to be enough for a tornado warning anytime soon. I know we just had a large tornado there not too long ago, but there's a little bit of rotation on that storm right now. Real quickly, we have a few more photos and videos that you guys have just sent in. This is from Vivian back over in Joliet, Illinois. In case you guys didn't see this, this was a tornado we think that happened over near Lockport, just south of Chicago, only about an hour ago or so. There was a tornado possible severe warning when this happened, but a non-condensed area of rotation, possibly a tornado, happened literally in front of this person's complex here. So there might have been a tornado right beyond that house. It's also a video of a shelf cloud over in Weldon Spring, Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we will go back to this in a second. I want to go back to our new tornado warning that we just got. New tornado warning in Arkansas. This one's going to be very far down to the south. It's all the way back over to the north of Greenville. This is near Tiller and Reed. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. So a strong area of rotation here that is moving directly over our US Highway 65 here over the next few minutes, and then tracking towards Rosedale. We did have a report of a wall cloud about half an hour ago, or not half an hour ago, about 5-10 minutes ago, according to a storm chaser here. You can actually see there's also a 3-body scatter spike, so pretty large hail core is developed over near Winchester, and that is now tracking towards Arkansas 1 near Highway 138, and that'll eventually be going towards Rosedale, Balua, and then going into western Mississippi. This is honestly one of the more organized supercells that I think we've seen today on radar. There's a very organized supercell here moving to the east-northeast. So that is a dangerous storm there. All right, real quickly, a few more photos and videos that we had sent in. This is another one sent in from Bolingbrook, Illinois. Got some street flooding. And again, there is going to be some snow here in the vicinity of Chicago in a few hours after this line of storms moves through. And then this photo is sent in from an anonymous person over in Ripley County, Missouri, of a large shelf cloud and rotating clouds. And again, there's definitely a possibility with this line that you're going to see rotating clouds, even if it's not tornadic. But there's just so much wind shear today. A lot of, again, veering winds. Winds are changing throughout height, so it's not going to be hard for a storm to try to produce a tornado or at least some spin as these storms continue to push through. It has gotten pretty windy out there. This is almost inside of our tornado warning. This is in the destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe warning in northeastern Arkansas near Lake City. We just had a pretty significant batch of wind go through. That's what it looks like right now. So pretty strong winds going through right now. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is another very odd severe warning polygon. Somebody's drawing these weird. Got a new 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning from Tiptonville back into Covington. Lake City and Truman are included in this. I don't know what happened here, but very odd severe warning. So I guess if you're right here in Oak Grove, you're fine. But if you're right here, you're not. Like, obviously, this is obviously an error. I'm guessing the warning meant to be like this here, but very odd. I guess Wilson's fine, though, in Arkansas, according to this warning. So somebody misdrew the warning, but if you're in the severe warning, stay away from windows. Be on the lowest floor possible. Might be one of the weirdest severe warnings that we've had. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail in this severe warning. Going back up to Missouri, we have a pretty tight area of rotation about to cross over the Mississippi River Valley.
A new tornado
That's moving towards Grand Tower, and the timing's pretty crazy. They have just issued a new tornado warning for Carbondale, McCanda, going towards Marion, Carterville, Heron, and Johnson City. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to get to your storm shelter. Again, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible immediately. This storm is moving east-northeast. It is, again, embedded in our line of thunderstorms. It is one of the stronger areas of rotation that we've seen in Missouri over the last half hour or so. That's right over Altenburg, and it's going to be crossing into Illinois here in just a moment. So we're back up to 9 tornado warnings, and we will have a few of these expire here in just a moment. We have about 3 tornado warnings that'll expire in 2 minutes, assuming that we don't get any new ones. So we'll be back down to 6 in a moment, which, again, is still quite a few. I would still have to say this storm down here in Arkansas is probably the most concerning. It's right over Reed and Tiller, north of McGee. Rotation is still cranking there, and it's a very discreet supercell. It has a lot more time than the other ones up there near DeWitt to produce a tornado risk. There's also a little bit of broad rotation north of St. Charles. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey right now is live inside of the Radar Mega app. We're keeping an eye on them. They're near DeWitt. So they're going through the storm that's east of DeWitt. A little discreet cell here. Broad area of rotation. It's lifted off to the northeast. They've just issued 2 more severe warnings near Star City.
A new tornado warning has been
And we have
issued.
another tornado warning. My goodness. All right, so we're back up to it. Wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We now have... holy crap. Oh, those are delayed. All right, so we have 11 tornado warnings now. We have a new one. I don't even know where these just got issued. We got a new one in Illinois, and we got one in Missouri. All right, so we have a new one in Missouri. That is the storm that we're just talking about. The other warning's about to expire, so they have issued a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Grand Tower and Altenburg. This is going towards Pomona, eventually going towards Carbondale. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. We have also another tornado warning east of Taylorville. This one's going to be near Tuscola in central Illinois. So we're at 11 tornado warnings. That's officially the highest number of the day. We're also at 31 severe warnings, and it just reset. So we're back down to 8. Just southeast here of Cerro Gordo near Tuscola. We also have it north of Sullivan. Pretty strong area of rotation here going right through Lovington, Hammond, and Garrett. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. This is the strongest area of rotation that we have actively in Illinois. Moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. And if you're over in Marion, this tornado warning here actually goes all the way to Marion in Illinois. That rotation is, again, fairly strong. Marion, Illinois, you don't have to be in your safe place yet, but at least start getting there. Get all that stuff ready to go. If you have flashlights, if you have anything, again, of value when it comes to like pets, family, etc., you need to be bringing that to your safe place. Do not have pets outside today as well. I have a lot of people, or at least I know people that will sometimes have their pets outside during a severe weather event. Today is not the day. You need to have your pets indoors. This is a pretty dangerous outbreak of severe weather, widespread wind damage. Tornadoes are all on the table. We have another tornado warning. This one's right along the Kentucky and Kentucky and Missouri border. New Madrid, you guys are in this warning. This is just to the east of Bernie, so seek shelter again immediately if you are in this tornado warning. This is just down to the south of US Highway 60. This is what the storm looks like right now. Whoa! Huge cloud of ground lightning strike. Got a large, again, very large area of low clouds here on the left. That was a really bright lightning strike right there. It was gnarly. Thank you, MA, for becoming a member. Thank you, Morgan, for the super chat. Schools in Maryland tomorrow are already closing, which is terrifying. Well, we have moderate risk of severe weather, which hasn't happened in like forever there in the mid-Atlantic. Got a lot of lightning with this storm. It's also producing a lot of cloud of ground lightning. Camera just went into night vision mode. It's gotten so dark, but that is a large lowering there on the left. That area is of interest. Again, that is in the Stoddard County EMA. The other live shot's a little bit further back. I just said Ohio is cooked, and somebody else just asked about Northern Ohio. I think Ohio is going to have numerous damaging winds tonight, possibly embedded tornadoes, but it's going to be later. Unfortunately, a lot of this event is going to be nocturnal. I mean, we are getting closer to sunset now. We haven't officially hit sunset, but we're getting closer. And, you know, the sooner we get to sunset, the worse it's going to get. And we're going to be talking about a lot of wind damage and tornadoes possibly over, you know, during the evening and overnight hours, which is obviously concerning on its own. New severe warning for Memphis. That's ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We have another severe warning right along the Mississippi River Valley, pretty close to where Tornado Pagey is. This near Helena and Helena West, near Marvel and a line that is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Tornado possible tag on that. We have a few storms that have gone up just east of the Mississippi River that are broadly rotating near the Tunica area, just south of Interstate 69, west of Hernando. Those are going up towards South Haven right now, so we need to keep a close eye on those. We still have a pretty intense supercell in southeastern Missouri. This one's located near Tillar, McGee, and Reed. That is currently going up towards Arkansas 1 and Arkansas 4, north of Arkansas City. Still producing some really big hail, golf ball sized hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There are several storms right along the Arkansas and Louisiana border. Those are all rotating as well. Also, this is a live shot here in Missouri at I-55. This is near Cape Girardeau. Again, we do have a tornado warning in effect still for Cape Girardeau right now. So you need to be seeking shelter. Large shelf cloud right now approaching Cape Girardeau in Missouri. This is over near Jackson. So this is at mile marker 99 on Interstate 55. So we are going to be watching this very closely. This is also Nick Gorman. He's back on a storm that has gone up over on the west side of Memphis, which looks kind of elevated right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we got another update from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is in Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Mississippi. They're basically just stating that what we're already seeing is expected to continue. The most interesting parts of this mesoscale discussion are the tornado intensity up to 150 miles an hour, as well as the damaging winds up to 90 miles an hour.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So, again, this goes from Cape Girardeau back over to El Dorado, Arkansas. Damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour is what they have in this area. Again, that's the most probable peak intensity of our damaging wind risk. Strong tornadoes again in play. Strong to intense tornadoes, 150 miles per hour is in that EF2, EF3 range, and then also the potential for up to tennis ball sized hail. So still an area that we need to keep very close eye on. Again, this is where the greatest severe weather risk is for tonight. If we go back over to the Storm Prediction Center's outlook, you can see the hatched area of wind, and the 45% wind risk is right here. So Nashville, Oxford, Corinth, back up towards Vincennes, back over near Evansville. We are now entering into our higher end risk of damaging winds right now. This is where we're expecting widespread damaging winds and several tornadoes across this entire line of thunderstorms. On the backside of this, we still have, technically it's no longer a risk over here in Springfield, but we also have a snow squall warning. And this is where we just had, again, severe weather earlier. We have snow that is starting to make its way on the backside of this. What's crazy, by the way, is that we could actually have snow as far south as Huntsville, Alabama, and Atlanta, Georgia tomorrow. There's actually a chance for some snow that far south tomorrow during the late morning and afternoon after this line of thunderstorms rolls through. So that's, again, crazy to say the least. Got a new radar scan coming in. We also have somebody saying in the chat, where can I send you a video of the insane winter weather happening in Kansas City right now? You can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. It is also, I think, one of the top links in the description below. If you have if anybody, by the way, has photos and videos, you guys can send it in that way. That's the best way to send us photos and videos. You can obviously tag us on Twitter and Facebook and those platforms too, but the best way to do it is going to be through our reports dashboard. All the cameras at the bottom of your screen are included in severe warnings or tornado warning. The bottom middle is in Cape Girardeau, where, again, we do have a tornado warning right now. Main area of rotation is right here near Interstate 55, moving towards McClure, Illinois. If they issue a new tornado warning, Jonesboro, Illinois, and Dongola will be in the path of this, just north of Tams. We still have a stronger area of rotation moving towards Carbondale. That is also going towards the Southern Illinois University of Carbondale here in the next few minutes. Marion and Heron are also in the path of that. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation right now near Mount Vernon. It's been mostly wind here for the last little while. Rotation is starting to increase again east of Lincoln, Illinois. We have an area of rotation north of Mattoon. We have another one in that tornado warning near Tuscola. We have a couple of unwarned areas of rotation. That one there is a little bit more concerning, north of Monticello, moving towards Mahomet and Mansfield. So we'll see if they issue a new severe warning or a tornado warning on this. They have a tornado possible area for this. They have just issued a new severe warning near the Illinois, Missouri, and Kentucky border. That is with a tornado possible tag and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds going towards Vienna, Marion, Heron, and Murfreesboro. Large area, again, of storms producing damaging winds and tornadoes right now. And I do want to remind you guys that these tornadoes with this line of thunderstorms can be quick. Sometimes they will not be picked up by radar. So even if I'm not saying that it is on the ground, tornadoes can still happen at any time with this line of thunderstorms. Again, there's a false preface sometimes that people think that we need to have a debris signature on radar for there to be a tornado or a tight couplet. We do not. Guys, radar is just a tool that we can use to detect areas of rotation and maybe there being a tornado. But on a day like today, lines of thunderstorms can be very difficult to predict if there's actually a tornado in some cases, because they can happen so quick with these lines. And that's why we call it a QLCS, or a quasi-linear convective system tornado risk. That's what's happening right now. So this thing right here, that strong area of rotation may have already produced tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been
That's
issued.
going again towards Carbondale right now. We have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be over in Tennessee. This is our first tornado warning of the day that includes Tennessee. This one's going to be for Blytheville, Goesdale, going towards Dyersburg. So we're back to 10 tornado warnings. So we have about 6 more minutes to pass our highest number of tornado warnings today, which was 11. This one's right along the Mississippi River Valley, going towards the West Tennessee National Wildlife Refuge Complex. That is our rotation right there. It's actually kind of on the edge of these 2 tornado warning polygons, going towards Blytheville and Interstate 55. And then after that, it'll be going towards Dyersburg. And this is what it looks like right now in Dyersburg. We'll have tons of live cameras here in Tennessee looking at everything that's happening out there. But as of right now, again, you can't see anything quite yet. We'll have a view of some stuff here soon. But if you are in that pink polygon, you need to get to your safe place. This does include Mississippi County and Arkansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Pescascot County in Missouri, Dyer and Lauderdale counties in Tennessee. We have yet again another tornado warning. This one's going to be back over in Illinois. So we're back to 11. Villa Grove, Tuscola. That is the rotation right there. It's a large, broad area of rotation moving towards Arcola, Camargo, Kemp, and Hinsboro. So Tuscola and all you guys are in the path of that. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning for this too, going towards Mahomet and Thomasboro. So we are now sitting at 11 tornado warnings. This is tying the highest amount of warnings that we've had so far today. And the peak of tornadoes, I think, will be between basically now through about 11 or 12 o'clock tonight. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Unfortunately, we have had our first fatality of this event. It was not associated with severe weather. It was in Minnesota, but there's now confirmed reports of 1 fatal car crash as well as 23 injury car crashes in Minnesota. The actual fatality numbers are not known, but it is at least 1.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is from the again, historic blizzard that is happening up there in the Midwest. Again, all of this right here, this is winter weather advisories, blizzard warnings, winter storm warnings. All the red, though, those are blizzard warnings. This is a historic blizzard for this time of the year. And unfortunately, we've seen a lot of people get stuck. There's been accidents, all that stuff. And so, yeah, once again, this is pretty concerning stuff. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people that have been driving out there today. There have been a lot of road closures, I know, in Wisconsin, but even then, travel's not advised. People will still travel for work and such, and sometimes it doesn't always end the best, especially with the conditions that are in place up there. So really not good to hear at all. And again, that is not related to severe weather, but it is related to this powerful storm system that we have. We have a new tornado warning in Arkansas. This one is going to be actually where Tornado Pagey is currently located. Somebody put Tornado Pagey in slot 2. We have a new tornado warning. Again, this one is going to be back over here southwest of Memphis. Area of rotation is directly off to the north right now. This is, again, for Marvel, back over towards Lexa. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to get to your safe place now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have 14 tornado warnings. I think we just got 3 more tornado warnings. One of them didn't play. We have a new tornado warning also north of Urbana. So this is going to be all the way back up on that storm that we're just talking about. We now have 14 tornado warnings. If you're in this tornado warning, you got to get to your safe place now. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. All right. So that strong area of rotation right now is west of Mahomet. That is moving up towards Fisher right now. So Fisher is in the path of this, going towards Rantoul, as well as west of Thomasboro. So we are sitting at 14 tornado warnings. We have another one down in Arkansas. This one is going to be right along the Mississippi River Valley. Strong area of rotation heading up towards the Red River Valley, or going towards Mississippi River Valley. This is live inside of that tornado warning near Holly Grove. Huge lowering out there in the distance right now. That is live again inside of this tornado warning. This is Tornado Pagey.
Oh, okay.
And the rotation on this storm is actually pretty strong.
Interesting. Brandon, thank you so much for the super chat.
So very eerie skies right now. Again, the large lowerings obviously there on the left. They are approaching Marvel, Arkansas. And once again, this rotation is definitely on the stronger side of things, at least in the mid-levels. It is going right into Marvel right now. It's a right-moving storm going towards Lexa. Also, the HEE airport's in the path of this. Also, Helena and Helena West. You guys are in the path of this as well. Rotation, again, is going to be going right into Marvel here in a minute. They just fixed their camera, by the way, so we'll be able to see stuff a little bit easier there on the bottom right of your screen. But again, pretty dangerous storm there going towards the Mississippi River Valley. We now have, again, 14 tornado warnings. We have 30 severe warnings. We just got a new tornado possible severe warning somewhere. Or no, it's just a continuation. So that's going to be Arkansas and Tennessee. All right, let me go back to Cape Girardeau here real quick. Over at Cape Girardeau, we need to be in our safe place now. There's actually a little hook and inflow coming into this storm. And rotation's not super strong, but it's definitely got a little bit stronger over the last scan or two. There's another area of rotation south of Cape Girardeau going into Scott City, so they may issue a tornado warning for that. But we'll see. That'll be going towards Thebes and as well as Tamsin, Illinois. So that is another area of rotation in this line. Not currently warned for anything, but obviously that could change. Going back down here towards Memphis. This is tying our highest amount of severe warnings today. We have, again, 2 areas of rotation in this tornado warning. This is the one that's going to be going into western Tennessee towards Dyersburg here soon. The West Tennessee National Wildlife Refuge Complex is in the path of this. And then further to the north, we have a lot more just contamination here. It's harder to see that rotation. But if we have a tornado on this other storm in very far southeastern Missouri, it'll be approaching Steele. So Steele, Cartersville, Haiti, you guys are in the path of that. We have another area of rotation right now west of New Madrid. That is heading towards East Prairie right now. Just, again, tons of areas of rotation all across the board right now. There's about, I would say, about 20 or 30 different areas of rotation. Again, not all of them are warned, but there are a lot of them that are obviously warned right now. Back over here near Bement and also near Arcola, those are broader areas of rotation in Illinois. We got a few areas of rotation here as well. Let me go back over to Tornado Pagey. That's on that Arkansas tornado warning southwest of Memphis. That is a live look at the very low-hanging clouds, very ominous. Strong area of rotation, again, west side of Marvel, Arkansas right now. See it a little bit better here.
Yeah, this is about to be right here. Good thing this road goes east.
Yeah, or it's gonna run us over.
Tons and tons of lightning. This will be one of the last chasers that has a daytime view of these storms, for the record. It'll be, again, the sun's set, I'm pretty sure now, but...
Crazy looking thing.
It is.
Look at this, guys. Wow.
Look at that shelf. Really cool looking storm over here, but obviously there's a lowering there in the middle left. That's the area of interest. The rotation, again, stronger near US Highway 49 right now, approaching Marvel, Arkansas. If you are in this tornado warning, you got to be in your safe place right now, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
Am I crazy?
So we're going to continue to keep an eye on them. They will be bottom middle of your screen. And we also have Storm Chaser Nick Gorman. He's bottom right of your screen. He is over near Marion. And then over in Memphis, bottom left of your screen, as a hailstorm makes its way through Memphis. We got ping pong ball sized hail going up through US Highway 51, moving northeast right now. Hail was not a big concern for today, for the record. It was mostly supposed to be wind and tornadoes, but hail does sometimes happen. That is a really cool view of the storm. Look at that there on the left. That is a really impressive looking shelf cloud. You got also clouds shooting over top too. Again, lines of thunderstorms can be so fascinating, and this one is no exception to that. I think we'll have a better view of that here in a second. We're going to keep them bottom middle still. Bottom left camera needs to be flopped, or slot one needs to be flopped out for the camera. All right, let's go back over to Illinois. We got a new wind update. 70-mile-per-hour wind was measured by a storm chaser over in Rosamond, Illinois. So this line of thunderstorms still producing significant damaging winds and obviously embedded tornadoes. Again, this is all currently tracking to the northeast. Wow. Let's go back to Tornado Page here real quick. That's a live shot again of our tornado warning near Marvel. That's our best shot right now that we have of it. And a large lowering right beyond the tree line. Yeah, I have a little blue tinge in there too. There could be a little bit of hail in this supercell. Hey, Patrick, for the $20 super sticker. Also, shout out to Ath for the $20 super chat.
We're in Marvel.
That's a storm that
Arkansas
is heading towards
right now.
Carbondale and Marion.
Tornado sirens.
So that's what the storm looks like. We'll have them bottom middle of your screen once again. That storm that's going towards Marion is still rotating quite a bit, at least has been for a little while now. That main area of rotation is actually occluded, and we have a new area of rotation that's developing over Carbondale. So that would be the area of rotation to watch for now, and that's going to be going towards Marion. So again, if you're in Marion, you don't have to be in your safe place yet, but you should be getting there in the next 5 minutes or so. Heron as well, same thing. You should be there. You should actually be in your safe place now if you're in Heron. Further to the north in central Illinois, I want to jump back to these tornado warnings. Again, we have 3 right now. Strongest area of rotation in central Illinois is near Bellflower, approaching Fisher, going towards Ludlow and Rantoul. So that is directly moving east-northeast right now. Paxton is also in the path of that.
Tornado warning has been issued.
We have yet again another tornado warning. This one's going to be further down to the south, north of Jonesboro. So if you're in this tornado warning, get to your safe place. That is going to be for just south of Alto Pass near 127, heading towards U.S. Highway 51. And Interstate 57 as well is in the path of that. It's the highest number of warnings we've hit for tornado warnings, 14 today. I think we've hit 14, right? So we have about 11 minutes to possibly surpass that, if that is the case. The other areas of rotation near Villa Grove and Tuscola, those are much larger and broader areas of circulation, so haven't seen nearly as many, not as concerned about those storms for a tornado risk right now, more concerned for the wind. Another area of rotation west of Urbana, and then back up near Chicago. It's been mostly wind so far. Some broad areas of circulation just to the south of Kankakee that is going to be tracking towards northwestern Indiana here pretty soon. Yeah, so the highest number of tornado warnings we've hit is 14. Highest number of severe warnings, I think, is 31, I want to say, maybe 32. There is a new damage report coming out of Assumption, Illinois, that a tree was down on a car. Multiple power lines down throughout town. I do want to reiterate that, again, you need to be staying away from windows if you're in any warning. It does not matter what warning you guys are in right now, all right? You could be in a severe warning. You could be in a tornado warning. You could be in it doesn't matter, a max warning. We don't have that, but like, it doesn't matter what warning you're in here along this line of thunderstorms. You need to be staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We have an ongoing widespread damaging wind threat. Trees are falling down. Power lines are coming down. We got trampolines flying around. Like, you never know what could be flying out there. Obviously, birds are flying out there, but we also have, again, a very significant line of storms here that is really producing widespread damage across the board. Like, this line of storms, again, is really no joke. So if you are anywhere inside of a warning, you need to be staying away from windows. It is widespread, though, at this point. We have severe warnings stretching from almost Chicago down to Houston. They're almost consecutive, too. There's a small break here in southeast Arkansas, but it's crazy. These are also all of the damage reports and wind reports that we have so far today. We at least have 15 hail reports and 35 wind reports. Fairly large area that we're looking at. Most of them, again, are over in Missouri and Illinois, but they are growing in skies right now across the United States. All right, back over to live radar. Let's go to the Dyersburg storm. This is also a little bit more populated. This is going into Blytheville right now in Arkansas. It's about to cross over into western Tennessee here in just a few minutes. Main area of rotation is right now over Blytheville. It is going, again, directly towards Dyersburg. We have a few other areas of rotation that are not warned. They're not, I would say, strong enough for a tornado warning, but going towards Timptonville and Ridgely. So we're going to have to keep an eye on these. The shelf cloud is very faintly visible out in the distance there in Timptonville. Back over in Cape Girardeau, the tornado warning here expires in 8 minutes. Does not look like they're going to continue the tornado warning for Cape Girardeau. This is going to be moving towards Mill Creek, Dongola, and then going towards Cypress and Buncombe. Jonesboro is also in the path of this. You can see that area of rotation is a lot weaker here over the last minute or two. We also have a new severe warning in Louisiana that is going to be along the border, just southwest of Crosset, for 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar sized hail. And we have a new tornado possible severe warning in Missouri. That is that discrete supercell that looks crazy on radar still. That is going towards Cleveland, Ruleville, and then eventually going towards Summer. And Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is still inside of this tornado warning here near Marvel, where the rotation is still pretty strong in the mid-levels, so we're keeping an eye on that right now. Also, south of Memphis, we need to watch this storm closely. It's kind of discreet. There is an area of rotation that is attempting to develop here near Hernando. That's going to be tracking up towards Collierville, Germantown, and South Haven. So we're keeping an eye on this. Again, it is not currently tornadic. They do have a 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning here, but rotation is definitely existent. It's, again, moving northeast, so we need to keep an eye on that storm right there. And we have 3 storm chasers on the bottom of your screen, all of which are right around this kind of Memphis area right now. And we still have 12 tornado warnings currently. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just an update on the overall picture of this storm so far. So first off, we did just get another mesoscale discussion. This one is for southern Indiana and south central Kentucky. We're expecting another tornado watch for this area. It'll probably fill in the area right around here, if I had to imagine. So expect another tornado watch there. Also, I would imagine that basically all of these areas are also going to see a tornado watch at some point today. It's just when they're going to issue those, it's a little bit up in the air. But all of those can be expected. Flipping over to radar real quick, we did just get a new tornado warning in Illinois. That is for Ford County in Illinois. That'll be somewhere around our storms off to the north. So that will include places such as Gibson City and Paxton. Back to the HRRR real quick, looking at the timing of all of this and when we can continue to see these storms reach your area. We're just going to continue to move off to the east around 60 miles an hour over the next few hours. Eventually, we are going to see everything congeal into a line. We've been talking on and off about the tornado threat with the prefrontals, but pretty soon we're not going to have as many prefrontals, and that should happen sometime around 10 or 11 p.m. when we see the line catch up with all sorts of convection. And then by the time we get to central Kentucky and central Tennessee, we should see that tornado threat start to die off. But the straight line damaging wind trend will be going all the way through about 3 or 4 p.m. tomorrow. So that's not going to go anywhere, and that is why we have a moderate risk of severe weather tomorrow and across the East Coast.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning while I was gone. We do have a new tornado warning here just off to the east of Bloomington. So this is kind of an extension to one of our other warnings where we do have a stronger area of rotation going towards Gibson City, west of Paxton. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, get to your safe place now. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible right now. Again, ongoing stronger area of rotation here that is moving off to the northeast. On our little velocity scale here, it's about a 5 or 6 out of 10. So medium area of rotation moving to the northeast right now. Very weak area of rotation near Urbana. That one's not enough for a warning in my opinion. And then broader areas of rotation south of Urbana. I do not think they're going to extend those tornado warnings. Those warnings both expire. Or the one over here west of Urbana expires in 4 minutes. And this one's 19 minutes or so from being done unless they cancel it. All right, let's go back down to southern Illinois, Marion. If you guys are tuning in from Marion, we got to be away from windows now, all right, on the lowest floor possible. Damaging winds again, currently approaching Marion, Johnson City, and Heron. This is right over the Carterville area. Strong rotation currently there. Definitely damaging wind threat. We're talking about 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds surging in. We have a little weak area of rotation again east of Cape Girardeau, but not enough for a tornado warning. And then this is live over at the Rural Fire Department over here in southeastern Missouri near Bloguette. And you can actually see the shelf cloud at the very top of your screen there. We got a shelf cloud rolling in. Where's everybody tuning in from? Let me know in the chat where you guys are all tuning in from right now. Got a little over 69,000 people watching right now. And again, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe and also make sure to spread the word. Share the stream. Again, we are live with commercial-free coverage for the next several hours. Get the word out there. Again, we are live here on YouTube. Share it on Facebook, Twitter, all those good platforms. We're also on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center, which we'll talk more about in a minute. We have a new tornado warning in Illinois. They are actually going to extend this tornado warning, which I'm actually surprised by. So new tornado warning here for Urbana, west of Danville. That'll be near Villa Grove. So seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Riley did talk about this, but again, new mesoscale discussion was issued. He didn't have the map generated, but this is that new mesoscale discussion. So a new tornado watch will be expected within the next hour or so. So Indianapolis back over into central Kentucky, damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour and tornadoes will be a possibility. Again, this line of thunderstorms is absolutely crazy. Look at how long the line of storms is. We have warnings almost extending consecutively from just north of Houston up to the south of Chicago. It's almost 800 miles. It's a little over 800 miles if you go straight from here and go like that. This line of storms is over 800 miles long. And almost all of it is severe right now, which is just insane. This line of thunderstorms is no joke. This is the most widespread severe weather event that we've had so far this year. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, or it's actually an upgrade east of Louisiana, or east of Shreveport. This storm right here near Gippsland and Arcadia producing some big time hail, golf ball sized hail, and 70 mile per hour winds. A little broad area of rotation near Arcadia going right along Interstate 20 right now. Thank you, Zachary, for the $10 super chat. Thank you to Max and all the team in Central Illinois using your live stream to update all my friends. W. Appreciate also Pizza with the $20 super chat. Lost my trash can to the winds on Friday in Troy, Ohio. Made sure to put a new one in the shed this time. Thanks for all your hard work. As always, Max, can't recommend you enough. I appreciate that. If you guys got trash cans, trampolines, anything that can be a flying projectile, protect it. Today is not tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, but it is Scary Storm Sunday. And we're going to have some flying trampolines this evening for sure. We do have a high risk of flying trampolines, actually, across most of this area. You guys can actually look at the flying trampoline meter for your exact location on our website, maxweather.net. We got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in here over the last few minutes. This is a new one that was just sent in from Bradley, Illinois, sent in by Cam. This is looking straight west from Kankakee, which, again, just had that large tornado only a few days ago. Significant line of thunderstorms rolling in there over in Bradley. This is also a photo from Hall County, Nebraska. Apparently, this is back in 2021. Pretty cool photo there. And then this is also in Butler County, Missouri, of a wall cloud developing. And you can actually see on the right there, that was a wall cloud from earlier. And again, if you guys have any photos or videos, QR codes on your screen, websites on your screen, you can also just go to maxweather.net and you'll be able to find the link there as well, or the little submission tab. It's at the top of the page. All right, we're back down to 8 tornado warnings. I say we're back down to it. We've been over almost a dozen tornado warnings here for the last 2 hours. It's been pretty consistently a high number. Memphis area, just south of Memphis. We're still watching the storm directly to your south. There is a little hook on this storm. There's just so much convection that it is struggling, but there is still rotation over near Hernando. Again, that is currently tracking to the northeast, going towards Collierville and Germantown. 60 mile per hour winds, still the big concern, but tornado potential still exists.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning in Illinois. We're back to 8. So new tornado warning just south of Benton, north of Marion. So Johnson City, West Frankfort, and Thompsonville. This is a little bit of a radar hole. Main area of rotation right now is over Heron. It's going directly east-northeast, and it's eventually going towards Highway 34. It's north of the Crab Orchard National Wildlife Refuge. We have a new tornado possible severe warning west of Marshall. Paradise, Charleston, and Toledo are all in the path of this right now. Eventually going towards Casey. This line of thunderstorms by about 8 o'clock will be into Indiana. So again, we are looking at a very intense line of thunderstorms still. It's producing widespread damage. Got a lot of damage reports already today. We're a little over 50 total reports of both wind and hail. We're actually at 56 to be exact. And that number, again, is just going to continue to increase. Here's our report so far. All right, so we got a little dashboard here that I could kind of show you on here. But again, these are all the wind reports that we've had so far today, with a 60 mile per hour wind gust on the east side there of St. Louis. The most recent ones were south of Decatur, of a tree down on a car near Assumption, with winds likely around 60 to 70 miles per hour. But here's the entire map. Almost all of our storm reports so far have been from central Illinois back into East Texas. We've had a couple also in Florida. We did have tornado warnings again in Florida earlier too. So those are some of the photos and videos there, or some of the reports, excuse me. All right, we got 3 chasers on the bottom of your screen. It is obviously now nighttime. All right, we're going into our nocturnal threat of severe weather. So we are kind of entering a dangerous time period now where there is a real concern now that we are going to be seeing widespread wind damage and tornadoes during the evening. And so, again, if you guys have friends or family that are out in front of this line, make sure that they are aware of it. Make sure that they know when the storms are arriving to their location as well. I do want to quickly bring us to the future radar. I know Riley did this a few minutes ago, but I just want to quickly bring you through the exact hour-by-hour time frame of these storms so you know when they're going to arrive to your location, all right? Because it's a really large area that we're talking about. And I'm going to begin with the Midwest specifically, and this is at 8 o'clock. Notice how we have a large line of thunderstorms moving into western Indiana, so this is about 40 minutes from now.
A tornado warning has been issued.
I was going to start talking about the timing, but we have a new tornado warning. That is going to be a large area. Let me go to this first because this is a pretty populated area. So Charleston, west of Paducah. We actually, oh, that's strong. That is a strong area of rotation. Just south there of Blaguette. We do have a live camera here, and it's really windy. That is just north of that area of rotation. That came out of nowhere. That is a really strong area of rotation. North of Bertrand, going towards Charleston and Mound City and Cario. This is approaching the Mississippi River Valley. We need to be in our safe places immediately if we're in this tornado warning. This kind of popped up out of nowhere. And that is right in the hook echo. This is barely off from this radar omega cyclone port. Again, the wind is pretty strong up here, but that's in the inflow. Winds are very strong. Got the trees moving around and everything there. Temperature is dropping quickly, but there's no debris signature yet. We're waiting for another scan. The velocities intensified rapidly, scan over scan. This is on track to go towards Paducah, Kentucky, Metropolis, Joppa, and Reedland. Waiting for our next radar scan. We also have an area of rotation here, just south of Tams. That is a pretty strong area of rotation too. Latest scan's a little bit weaker. Oh my. Yeah, this is concerning, guys. Very strong RFD surge, and we are seeing an inflow too. This is definitely tornadic. Again, if we are over here near La Center, Mountain City, Wycliffe, we need to be prepared for this. That is a very concerning area of rotation. We do not have an active tornado right now, but that rotation is uptrended a lot just over the last couple scans. Again, this came out of nowhere, and I do want to remind you guys, when it comes to storms in this environment today, especially in the line, they are going to be unpredictable in some cases. They could literally go from 0 to 100 very quickly. But that is a very strong area of rotation there over Porter in very far southeastern Missouri, and it's going to be moving into Kentucky here soon. If you're in Paducah or Metropolis, we need to be staying weather aware. The storm's going directly towards you guys. I just spelled Diet Coke, I'm sure. That's nice. All right, we'll go back to that in a second. Further down to the south, we have another area of rotation that's just to the south of this warning, west of East Prairie. It's not as strong, not enough for a tornado warning yet. All the tornado warnings right in the Tennessee, Missouri, and Arkansas border have all been canceled.
A new tornado warning has been
They
issued.
have gone ahead and issued a tornado warning on this area we were just talking about. So brand new tornado warning for East Prairie, New Madrid, and Clinton. Again, this is probably the most concerning rotations that I've seen today, especially this one north of Charleston. If it's able to drop, it'll probably be a strong tornado. The two further down to the south are also pretty strong when it comes to wind, but not necessarily rotation. So none of these near East Prairie are currently producing, but there's, again, 3 areas of distinct rotation, all within a pretty close proximity to each other, west of Paducah. So again, you need to be in your safe place if you're in any of these areas. We do not have a tornado debris signature on this one near Texas Bend and Price Landing, but it is still a very intense area of wind. The velocities being measured on radar are nearly 90 miles per hour. So very, very strong winds right there. And the ones also near New Madrid are about 70 to 75 miles per hour. So again, if we got a tornado, it would be strong. Back over here near Memphis, we got a line of thunderstorms once again rolling in. Damaging winds, the big concern right now. Do not have anything currently producing a tornado, but rotation is a bit stronger south of Memphis. Also have some rotation trying to develop northwest of Millington. These are tiny little couplets along our line of storms that are trying to develop. A little bit of an inflow. Oh, that needs to be tornado warned. That just went, wow. Okay, this needs to be tornado warned. That is west of Munford, going towards Atoka. The latest scan, the convergence signature, much stronger. It's near island number 35, if anybody knows what that is. Back over here north of Millington. Radar hasn't updated yet, but velocities have gone really strong. We need to watch that. All right, let's go back to the north. Again, we have 10 tornado warnings right now. Actually, south real quick. We do have a tornado warning still for Helena West. I don't see a whole lot on that warning right now. No tornado warnings right now for Texas, Louisiana, or Mississippi. Almost all of them are in Illinois or Kentucky or Missouri. The ones right now in Illinois are, for the most part, damaging winds. The rotation's much broader on that. So not seeing anything really that definitive right now back up there in Illinois. In southern Illinois, we have a few areas of convergence trying to come together.
A new tornado warning.
One near Jonesboro, and they have just gone ahead and issued another tornado warning. This one's going to be northwest of Olney. We're back to 11 tornado warnings. This is near Louisville, another area of convergence coming together, going towards Newton, just west of Oblong. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. I'm going to sound like a broken record by the end of the stream saying that. This for Clay, Effingham, and Jasper counties. We have another area of rotation also near Wayne City, pretty weak. We go back down to Kentucky. This is where we have several areas of stronger rotation. Look at that hook right here. This is, again, the more intense area of rotation that we have with this line near Charleston. It's trying to produce. No tornado again actively yet. We have another area of rotation near East Prairie. That one's a lot more rain wrapped right now. And also look at this right here. This is over in Ripley, Tennessee. That is a crazy looking shelf cloud. This is at the Lauderdale County 911 camera. What part of Tennessee is this? Is this northwestern? I think it's near Tiptonville, if I'm not mistaken, or is it not? That is a crazy looking shelf, though. South of Dyersburg? Oh, okay. All right, so this back down near Memphis, then. That is a crazy looking storm. Anybody tuning in from Memphis? This is honestly super photogenic. It's really impressive what we're seeing here. Really impressive. I'm going to keep that bottom right of your screen. Back over to our storm, again, over here near Memphis, north of Memphis. We have a couple areas of rotation. They're not really synced up with radar, so it's kind of unknown if this is actually a tornado risk. But at the bare minimum, we're looking at damaging winds making its way through Munford near Millington. The radar, again, is synced, so you can see the velocities do not match up with reflectivity. So, again, there might be a potential for a tornado if these storms kind of merge with everything else that's out in front of it. We do have a new tornado watch that was also just issued. I believe it's for Kentucky and Indiana, so we'll have that in a second. We're back to 31 severe warnings. So the number is, again, still extraordinarily high. We have a new tornado watch that was issued. This is going to be for central southern Indiana, for Indianapolis, Lafayette, Terre Haute, Bloomington, Madison, Louisville, Elizabethtown, and Bowling Green, where a couple of tornadoes are possible. Isolated hail and then also damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour is likely. A little over 5.5 million people in this tornado watch. And again, if you guys have any friends or family that are in this watch, feel free to share the stream with them. Again, we're live with extensive severe weather outbreak coverage here across the Ohio Valley and all across the Mississippi Valley here for the next several hours, and also the Midwest. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we did just get a new tornado watch for Indiana and Kentucky, but the reason I want to talk about it is this is actually the lowest probabilities I've ever seen on a tornado watch. The probability of 2 or more tornadoes is 30%, and 1 or more strong tornadoes is 20%. I thought that the requirements for a tornado watch were 40-20, but we just got one issued with the probabilities at 30-20. But damaging winds will probably end up being the main threat of this tornado watch, even though it's a tornado watch and not a severe watch.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's pretty fascinating. I don't know the last time I saw a tornado watch with 30-20 probs either. And for those that don't know, there's probabilities on every single tornado watch that's issued or any severe watch, and it'll tell you like the percent chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes or seeing a strong tornado, large hail, that sort of thing. So those are pretty low odds, but we'll see if the 30% actually verifies. This is live in Ripley, Tennessee. Lots of lightning with this line. I wouldn't say it's as much as what we saw the other day with our severe weather outbreak, but large shelf cloud now rolling overhead. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for all of northwestern Tennessee for damaging winds around 70 miles per hour with a tornado possible tag. That is for Union City, Dyersburg, just west of Dresden. Very intense line of thunderstorms still pushing to the east right now. Ooh. That radar hasn't updated yet. The velocities haven't updated yet, but this is something we need to look at. North again of the KNQA radar site. This is north of Memphis. If velocities update, we'll see if that's actually rotation. This is still an area of interest, I'd say. It's just, and all the rotation's been off synced with our reflectivity, which basically means it's not actually rotation. So it's something to look at still. Near Peckerwood Point, going towards Munford and Aikens Corner, south of Covington. We need to keep an eye on that. Going back to Kentucky, we still have 2 tornado warnings right along the border. This hook is looking interesting west of Mound City. We've not had any confirmed tornadoes with this area of storms in the last few minutes, but there's been strong rotation. Still have some really strong rotation heading in the direction of Cario, which is basically very far southern Illinois, and it's going to cross into Kentucky here shortly. So going towards Paducah and Metropolis over the next few minutes. We have a little bit more rotation near East Prairie and Anniston, and none of that is really, at this point, on the ground, or is going to be on the ground, I would say, in the next few minutes. Anything between the Kentucky and Illinois border back up towards Marion is mostly wind. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation. We have a little bit of rotation still near Johnson City, but I'm going to be honest, I don't think there's enough here for a tornado warning at this point. It's looking mostly like a wind threat. Tornado risk is at least a little bit lower on that storm. We also have a tornado warning near Olney. This one was issued more recently near Louisville. Still an area of convergence there that just crossed over US Highway 45 heading up towards Newton, just to the south of Effingham. We also have a few areas of rotation over near Toledo and Charleston, but all of those are fairly broad at this point. And then all 3 of these tornado warnings, in my opinion, aren't really needed. I think most of the rotation's broad. That one near Paxton, I would say, may still get continued. That warning will expire in a minute, or actually 30 seconds. And the one near St. Joseph, that goes for another 15 minutes. Still some broad areas of rotation. The strongest one is east of Urbana, heading towards Danville right now. So if you're in that area, continue to stay alert as these storms continue to push in here. Slot 2, by the way, can be switched out. Something else. All right, in about 8 seconds, our warning count will change. I think we're going to go back down to about 6 tornado warnings, maybe 5. We have peaked at 33 severe thunderstorm warnings now. We're back down to 5 tornado warnings. We have 22 severe warnings. I'd say, again, the most concerning storms that we're looking at are over here in Kentucky, right along the border here, right along the Mississippi River Valley. We just got a new tornado possible severe warning, very large area for Paris, Danville, just south of Waseca, northwest of Terre Haute. 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible tag on that entire line now. We have a new severe warning also in Tennessee that'll pop up here in a second. That is going to basically be all of Memphis. So Memphis, Covington, Brownsville, west of Jackson. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which is a considerable damage threat right now. And this line currently moving to the east. And once again, if you're in Memphis, this is your time to be staying weather aware. A line of thunderstorms is moving in right now. This is what it looks like from downtown Memphis. You can barely see the skyscrapers now. The wind is picking up. Rain is obviously intensifying too. It's getting harder and harder to actually see this crazy looking shelf cloud. This is a live shot from the Bartlett, Tennessee Fire Department of the shelf cloud rolling in with lots of lightning. And then this is over in Arlington in Tennessee. Now, in terms of our tornado warnings right now, we do have 5. Once again, one is in, or we actually got 3 in Illinois, and then 2 of which are on the Kentucky, Illinois, and Missouri border. So none currently down in Tennessee or anywhere further south, but obviously that could change at any moment. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want to talk about the tornado warning currently that's headed towards KPAH that includes Cairo, Illinois. There's a very strong air rotation on the northern side of that, and it looks like it's actually going to move out of the north side of that warning polygon here shortly as it heads towards Mounds. That could definitely drop a considerable tornado, so something to keep an eye on, and there should probably be an extension of that warning to include more areas to the north.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, this rotation has gotten more concerning. Once again, very strong area of rotation that is now over west of Klondike. 90-mile-per-hour winds just exclusively going towards the radar right now near Highway 3. And again, on our velocity scale, this is about an 8 or a 9. I mean, this is really strong rotation. We'll see what this next radar scan shows. And I would say it's closer to about a 7 or 8 now, so it's not as intense, but it's still very strong. Again, this could easily drop a tornado at any moment. It's going to be approaching Interstate 57 here in a minute. We do not have a clear debris signature right now. There's a small little CC drop, but it's not a tornado. But again, that right there is our large hook echo, and it's going to be moving to Mound City, which is again in Illinois. It's basically going along the northern side of this tornado warning, so we may need an extension again. I would assume we're going to get a new tornado warning that'll go a bit further north. That will probably include areas just west of Jopa. And again, this is all heading towards Metropolis, Paducah, Smithland. And then further down to the south, we have a few other areas of rotation, but those right now are not nearly as definitive in terms of intensity. And back over in Dyersburg, Tennessee, we have a storm rolling in right now. I'm going to see if any of these have anything. The wind is about to increase a lot here in western Tennessee. Again, considerable damage threat right now with this line of thunderstorms moving towards Dyersburg. Flying trampolines. Power lines will be falling down. Trees will also be coming down. The first time in 4 hours I'm going to be sitting. This is, I think, the longest consecutively I've been standing on a stream. Not that it's really that big of a deal, but hey, Mike, you for the $20 super chat. Coming in from the coast, what's the outlook for Mobile, Alabama? We're gonna have a really more of an overnight, early morning threat tomorrow with damaging winds and possibly an isolated strong tornado being the main concerns. All right, we have another radar scan coming in right now. Again, around Memphis, we have a significant line of thunderstorms producing basically widespread damaging winds. There are some supercells that have gone up out in front of this line. None of these, once again, have really gotten to the point of being tornadic. A lot of them are just producing a lot of lightning, small hail, gusty winds. And so, again, no tornado warnings active anywhere down here along the southern portion of our tornado watches. This is all along the Mississippi River Valley into the deep south. We are going to be monitoring an increasing severe potential tonight down here in the southeast with discrete supercells possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have just issued a new tornado warning in southern Illinois. This one's going to be for those over in Vienna. This one has actually a large hook right here near Dongola. So that's probably why they issued a tornado warning. Large hook. We got a pretty strong inflow. Could have a little bit of tornado genesis happen over the next few minutes. Otherwise, velocities are not strong yet. It's a growing area of rotation. I would anticipate we're going to get a new tornado warning for this at any moment. I mean, the rotation is almost entirely outside of our warning. It's like on the edge of it still. So if you're in Olmsted and you're tuning in, if you're over in Jopa and you're tuning in, in my opinion, I'd be getting to our safe place now because, again, there should be a tornado warning here. The rotation, once again, here near Mound City is fairly strong, and it could drop a tornado at any moment. Crossing over Interstate 57 right now. Also going to be heading basically right over towards the Golconda area, too. Hey, Robert, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. We just signed up for Max Alert calls about a yearly subscription today, W. I do want to remind you guys that our risk of severe weather tonight will be the highest in the orange, and we're kind of in it right now. All right, most of our line is entered into our orange area of severe weather. That is where numerous to widespread damaging winds are expected tonight. I know a lot of people are asking questions about exactly what I'm going to see. And if you have questions like that, watch your video today. Not really much has changed to the forecast when it comes to that, but we have a large line of thunderstorms again from Chicago all the way down towards Houston. Widespread damaging winds and multiple tornadoes are still the concerns for tonight. It's obviously almost 8 o'clock, and this line will not really be done anytime soon. And unfortunately, once it gets to like Cincinnati, Columbus, Atlanta, Montgomery, it's going to be probably after midnight. So this is going to be a nocturnal tornado threat. Areas like Nashville are only a couple hours away from seeing this, but people are going to be going to sleep. And I don't recommend going to sleep if you're over in Nashville, for example, because these storms are going to be near you within the next couple hours, right? It's like 9:30, 10 o'clock Central or 11 o'clock Eastern. I'll be staying up. And obviously, if you are going to bed, you need to have ways to receive alerts because we are going to be talking about tornadoes and damaging winds that are widespread all the way into the overnight hours. And if you need an extra way to receive alerts on top of your weather radio and also a phone app, you can check out maxalert.net. It is basically a way that you get phone calls from me directly if you are under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. That way you wake up, but make sure you put that number on Do Not Disturb, not on Do Not Disturb. That way you actually get the phone call. Going back over to
a new tornado warning.
I was about to say we need a tornado warning here. We have a new tornado warning now that's for this storm. A bunch of counties included in it. I'm not going to name them all off, but if you're in this pink polygon here, you need to seek shelter now. Get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building northwest of Metropolis near Olmsted. It is a very strong area of rotation, as I've mentioned multiple times now, and it could drop a tornado at any moment. This is right over Interstate 57. The latest radar scan now has it over the north side of Mound City. It's about to cross over the river near Ballard Wildlife Management Area. That rotation, again, is pretty rain-wrapped. It's going to be right here on the east side of Interstate 57, going towards Olmsted and then Jopa. We have more areas of rotation coming together further south, too. We have another one right here near Clinton. This is tornado warning. We have another one, too, west of Wycliffe, going up towards U.S. Highway 50-162. Those are two other areas of stronger rotation. And then further down to the south, again, we just have a slew of damaging winds. I mean, there isn't really a whole lot of rotation with most of these southern storms right now, but that could change. And I think it will change. But most of the storms right now around Memphis are mainly damaging winds. There's also a ton of convection down here. We have an overly high amount of convection all around the Memphis area. There could actually be a flash flooding threat that develops down here in southern Tennessee here soon. Hey, Jacob, for the $10 super chat. I think Ohio will be mostly damaging winds late tonight, and then an isolated tornado threat, especially on the western half of the state. All right, we have actively no tornado warnings in central Illinois anymore. But again, western Indiana, we're only about a half an hour until these storms are entering into the state, maybe even sooner than that. And this intense line of thunderstorms is racing towards Terre Haute and Lafayette. We still have one tornado warning southeast of Effingham, which the rotation there is pretty broad. We have a broad area of rotation south of Charleston, too, moving towards Marshall and Terre Haute, going basically paralleling Interstate 70. We have a little bit of rotation as well west of Carmi, which is going to be going towards Interstate 64 here soon. Let's do slot 3. We just said in the chat, will Western Tennessee be okay? The worst of the weather is happening over the next hour, and it's widespread damaging winds. A lot of these storms right now are producing downburst damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So it's a pretty considerable risk of wind right now, but there are also some embedded areas of circulation that we're still keeping an eye on. None of them right now stand out to me as if they need a tornado warning, but I'll be watching the ones near Dyersburg more than anything. We have a pretty high amount of rotation right now in this specific area here. And a lot of it right now is near the Kentucky, Missouri, and Illinois border. But obviously, we could see that increase a little bit further down to the south, too. We still do not have anything confirmed in terms of a tornado being down, but we have a strong area of rotation northeast of Mountain City. We'll have another radar scan in the next minute or so. Rotation's also strong west of Wickliffe. And then we have a large area of wind, but some rotation moving towards Arlington and Clinton. We have about 80 mile per hour winds being measured by radar right now north of Hickman. So very strong winds right now moving to the east. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm looking due west of KPOE. That's the Fort Polk radar site in Louisiana. Quite the convergent signature coming together in the last few scans over Brownell. That could come together relatively quickly and produce a tornado sometime in the next few minutes.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So new area of rotation here near Browndell. Supercell. It looks pretty impressive right now. This is, again, right over Browndell. Rotation is moving to the east-southeast towards Burkeville. Golf ball size tail and 60 mile per hour winds are the main concern. But if you're in this area, definitely stay away from windows as this storm continues to push down to the southeast. We have a lot of storms also going up around Houston. Again, none of these currently tornadic. All of them are wind and hail. But obviously, there is a tornado watch here for a reason. We are watching an increasing environment here where a few tornadoes will be possible over the next few hours. We do have a tornado possible severe warning also right along the Interstate 20 corridor with ping pong ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour winds still in Louisiana. Storms have been pretty impressive in Louisiana tonight when it comes to the hail and wind. No real tornado risk has materialized, though. This is also what it looks like right now just south of Memphis. This is Zach, who's also live inside of the Radar Omega app. Again, there is over a dozen chasers live today inside of the app covering both severe weather and our historic blizzard that is happening over in the Midwest today, where there are tons of blizzard warnings. I'm not sure if anybody's tuning in from that winter storm today, but we've had a lot of power outages. We've had a lot of accidents as well. It's been a pretty crazy day up there today. Obviously, we're in the middle of March, so pretty surprising. We have a new severe warning for Corinth, Selmer, just south there of Adamsville. That'll be for 60 mile per hour winds and also quarter-sized hail. Lots of lightning with that storm tracking to the east. Going back to our tornado warnings here near Metropolis, the last couple of scans, the rotation on this storm near Olmsted has gotten a bit broader. It was very strong rotation over Interstate 57. It is now moving towards Ballard Wildlife Management Area. It's gotten a bit broader. It's going towards Monkey's Eyebrow in Needmore. And then further down to the south near Wickliffe, that rotation has gotten stronger. It's a very rain-wrapped area of rotation, and that one's going to be going directly towards Paducah. So if you're tuning in from Paducah and Metropolis, this is the one that we need to watch. And that's gotten stronger over the last couple of scans. And then we also have a stronger area of rotation now west of Clinton. That one's actually much stronger. The velocities here are now being measured at 95 miles per hour, I think, 93. Very intense winds, though, being measured by radar, crossing into Kentucky right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, have another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is for Southern Kentucky, Middle Tennessee, and Northern Alabama. We're expecting a gradual ramping up of the tornado threat as well as a damaging wind threat across the area. And there's a 95% chance of a tornado watch by 8 p.m. Central. That is 17 minutes from now, so we should see that any second now.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So a watch will likely be needed to cover the increasing wind and tornado threat this evening. Most probable peak intensity for wind is up to 90 miles per hour, and the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is up to 130 miles per hour. So Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, back into Nashville, Clarksville, all of you guys need to be ready for a significant line of thunderstorms. Big shout out to that guy for the $20 super chat. I work at 6 a.m. in Morristown, Tennessee. How bad will it be? Most of the storms will be out of Tennessee by around 6 in the morning or so, 7 in the morning, but most of the damaging winds will be happening before that. Storms will be a little bit weaker by tomorrow morning around 7. There's going to be like a small lull in our severe weather. Again, we have another major outbreak of severe weather tomorrow along the East Coast. Today is going to be going all the way through about 6 or so. And then we'll have a very small period, probably maybe 1 to 2 hours where things are not as crazy. And then by 7 to 8, it's going to ramp up again over in the Carolinas. New large severe warning with 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds here for Paducah, Mayfield, Metropolis, and northeast of Hickman. Widespread damaging winds, and we got several areas of rotation right now within this line. And rotation is very strong right now south of Wolf Island, moving towards Columbus and far western Kentucky. If you are in this area, you got to be staying away from windows. That is a very strong area of rotation that we're looking at there right now. There's going to be crossing towards Bardwell here soon. A little bit of a hail spike too, just west of Clinton. You have, again, multiple storm chasers that are down here along the Mississippi River. Tornado Pages over in Mississippi right now near Clarksdale with a tornado possible 60-mile-per-hour severe warning here. Again, the major discrete supercell risk that could have transpired today luckily has not really transpired. That would have been making this severe weather outbreak about 5 times worse, but luckily that has not happened. So all linear, so again, we could have had a really serious tornado outbreak if those storms were in a slightly more favorable environment when it comes to our moisture. We still have a few discrete cells down here, but none of them have really been able to organize, and I don't think they will. So hopefully that continues. Latest scan on our strong area of rotation west of Clinton is now crossed over the Mississippi River, and it is now approaching Arlington. There is a possibility of a tornado again going towards Paducah. We have several areas of rotation still off to the west, lots of conversion signatures. The one that was more concerning near Olmsted has gotten a lot weaker. The rotation near Vienna is also weaker right now. Still a significant damaging wind threat. Going to the north of Fairfield here in eastern Illinois, mostly wind. Again, I'm not seeing much rotation, but if you are Newton, west of Robinson, we should continue to stay in our safe places just in case. And anywhere else up here near Paris, Covington, west of Williamsport, it's mostly wind right now. Again, I'm not seeing really any crazy rotation. Very significant wind is possible, though, near Waseca going towards Kentland. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds remaining a possibility. There's a small area of convergence to the south of Merrillville. This is near Lowell and Cedar Lake going towards Leroy and then Valparaiso. Hasn't really come together over the last several scans, but a little bit of rotation there. That is not currently warned for anything. But if you're in northwest Indiana, again, our tornado threat is not 0. What's crazy is that we have winter weather advisories in northern Indiana and also a severe thunderstorm watch at the same time. We actually had a hailstorm over in eastern Iowa earlier today that produced ping pong ball sized hail in the middle of there being a blizzard warning. That's probably the most impressive thing that I've seen today. I don't know if anybody's tuning in from Iowa, but that's low-key impressive. Huge shout out to Quacks with the super chat in Decatur, Alabama. Thanks for what you do. Much love. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Obviously, we're mostly focused on today, but guys, I want to show you this real quick in case you didn't watch our video. We have a 60% chance of wind within a 25-mile radius along the East Coast tomorrow. This hasn't happened in, I think, over a decade, if I'm not mistaken. We do not see 60% wind risks like ever. It's from DC to South Carolina. We are talking about the possibility of a historic severe weather event tomorrow along the East Coast, something that might go down in the history books. Assuming everything goes right, it could be a really significant day of severe weather tomorrow, too. There's even a 15% tornado risk. It's honestly crazy that tomorrow's risk of severe weather is higher for both wind and tornadoes than today. And we already have a really long line of thunderstorms basically producing widespread damaging winds, at least numerous damaging winds, and also tornadoes. Does anybody live along the East Coast in the chat? Anybody in the risk of severe weather tomorrow? Just out of curiosity. Because honestly, tomorrow, like, we could be live as early as like 8 in the morning. It might be like a 12-hour stream starting from then. Thank you, Katie, for the $20 super chat. Actually, a lot of you guys are tuning in from the East Coast. A lot of you guys are saying yes. That's crazy. Yeah, tomorrow could be a crazy day. Could be even crazier than today, honestly. It might. I mean, today's already been pretty crazy when it comes to the wind and all the tornado warnings that we've had. But I don't know. Tomorrow has a really high ceiling. It also has a floor that I would say is mostly just wind and not really much of a tornado risk. But tomorrow could be kind of a crazy day. We'll have to wait and see, though. Can we switch out slots 1 and... Or no, yeah, 1 and 2. Switch out slots 1 and 2. We do have a new update from the Storm Prediction Center on our risk of severe weather for today. And we'll have the exact details in a second, but the enhanced risk of severe weather is still in place. So that goes from central Indiana, Indianapolis, back into Florida. And here are the details. All right, so our hail risk is pretty much non-existent. It's very low. Let me zoom out a little bit. This is our hail risk for tonight. Pretty much non-existent. Damaging winds is going to be anywhere from, again, basically Indianapolis back into Birmingham and Jackson. That's where our most significant corridor is. That pink area is where the most significant damaging wind risk is. And the hatched area goes from Detroit back towards Alexandria. If you're in that hatched area, once again, that is where damaging winds will easily, or could at least potentially go over 75 miles per hour. So it's still a very large corridor. Tornado risk is still a large 10% hatched area from Birmingham, just east of Memphis, back over into western Kentucky. And we have another one over here in southeast Alabama, Florida, and Georgia. Tornado risk no longer goes up into northern Indiana, Ohio, or Michigan. The moisture pool was not enough to get up there. So we don't have enough moisture. The dew points are a little bit too low, so tornado risk is very low to 0. It's not 0, but it's very, very low. It's minuscule. Then over here in Ohio and Kentucky, we still have a tornado risk. Still about 30-ish million people, a little over 30 million people still in the risk of severe weather. That's what it looks like right now over in Fort Dodge. This is in the blizzard warnings that we have. This was sent in by storm chaser Caleb Beecham. And we have a blizzard ongoing still in Iowa. And so that is something that we have been tracking all day too, but mostly been talking about the tornadoes and stuff. All right, here's the latest radar scan. So an area of stronger rotation, again, developing near Clinton. I would anticipate that we're probably going to continue to see more tornado warnings issued going in the direction of Paducah, going towards Metropolis and Benton and Mayfield. So we are keeping an eye on, again, a very intense line of thunderstorms moving to the east, north of Union City. Main area of rotations near Clinton, and then back over to the west of Fulton. We have another area of convergence still trying to come together near La Center, and that is tracking towards Paducah right now. And then not really a whole lot up here near Jopa anymore. We had a strong area of rotation earlier, but it's become more of a wind concern over the last few minutes. They have canceled the tornado warning south and east of Marion. Still a lot of lightning. Damaging winds are still a concern. That is all currently tracking to the northeast. We do have a damage report coming out of Carbondale, Illinois, of many shingles that were ripped from a roof of a house. That was out of about 7:05 p.m. Central Time. We have another damage report of power poles broken over on Highway 61 over in Pocahontas. And then no damage reports currently coming out of the mid-Mississippi River Valley. But if you guys do have any photos or videos, you can send it to us. Is reports.maxvelocitywx.com. They have upgraded one of these warnings over here in Texas. I believe it's this one near Quincy, just northwest of Beaumont, to a tornado possible tag. Main area of rotation is right there north of 787, moving southeast, going towards Lumberton. We also have another tornado possible severe warning. This one's near Vincennes, as well as Olney, Robinson, and Marshall. Very large warning here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's a tornado possible tag. We have a little bit more rotation here south of Toledo, basically paralleling Interstate 70, moving towards Marshall and Terre Haute. So if you're tuning in from Terre Haute, we got about half an hour or so until these storms are right on your doorstep, maybe even a little bit sooner than that. A little bit of rotation also east of McLeansboro. That's going towards Grayville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have just gone ahead and issued a tornado warning for that rotation we were just talking about. So Martinsville, Casey, Marshall, You guys are included in this tornado warning. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter now. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This area of rotation currently is moving to the east-northeast, going towards Interstate 70 and Marshall. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking near Columbus, Kentucky via KPAH, looks like there's quite a lot of RFD making it to the surface level here. Over 80 knots on radar. So probably going to see an upgrade to a severe destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Currently in a tornado warning, so the sirens would be going off there. But even if there's not a tornado, there will still be tornado-like damage in places like Columbus, Arlington, and Fancy Farm.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, very strong area of rotation actually coming together too, but at least an RFD surge. We are keeping an eye on this again near Bardwell. That is going to be moving up towards Paducah and Reedland here soon. There's another area of rotation again near Clinton and another one near Moscow. At the bare minimum, we have 70-mile-per-hour winds, but they could be higher, heading in the direction of Mayfield and Paducah here over the next several minutes. We have a lot of wind, again, surging right now towards Paducah and Metropolis. It is your time, again, if you're in these areas, to stay away from windows, if you're in these severe warnings, or even in the tornado warnings especially. There's another area of broad rotation that's coming together near La Center, and that's moving towards Woodville right now. Most of our rotation, from what we are seeing, is right here in far western Kentucky. Back over in western Tennessee, we also have a very long line of thunderstorms that is pushing all across western Tennessee with damaging winds, and again, a tornado risk does exist here. It's not as high, once again, as what we've had in other areas like Kentucky, but there's still plenty of wind, there's still plenty of areas of rotation, and tornadoes could basically happen at any point as this line continues to march to the east. This is what it looks like in Union City right now. The wind's picking up right now. There's also a lot of lightning. Whoa, just had a cloud of ground lightning right there in the middle of your screen. This is in Union City. That just struck a building or a tree or something. There is a ton of lightning with this storm. And wind is now picking up. That is live again in Union City. I'll keep that on the top left of your screen there. And very high amount of wind moving through this area, 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is approaching the UT of Martin. And that wind is shaking that camera like crazy, actually. I'm going to go back full cam to that. This camera's shaking like crazy now. Thank you, Ferry, for the super chat. The hail in Cleveland, Texas, and wind is crazy right now. If you have any videos or photos, let me know. It is very windy there. We have a new tornado possible, a severe warning upgrade, which was back over in, I believe, Mississippi. No. I don't know where that was. We have so many new warnings and watches coming in. It's kind of hard to keep track of some of this stuff. All right, back over to, let's go first back to the north. Let's go to that new tornado warning near Terre Haute. This is the new tornado warning, again, west of Terre Haute right now near Martinsville and Casey and Marshall. It's a broad area of rotation right now, moving east-northeast right along Interstate 60. That one I do not think is that strong right now, but obviously we're in a radar hole, so it's not going to be very easy to tell how strong that rotation is near the lower levels because of how far we are away from the radar site. So there's always a possibility of a tornado. This over here, west of Mount Carmel, is a little bit more concerning. We have a new area of stronger rotation coming together north of Interstate 64. That's going to be moving towards Albion and Grayville.
A new tornado warning.
That is going in the direction of Mount Carmel. They will probably issue a tornado warning for that here in a moment. We just got a new tornado warning for a very populated area. So Metropolis, Paducah, Reedland, Smithland, Golconda. All of you guys are now in a tornado warning. So if you're in the pink polygon here, you got to seek shelter. Got to get away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a large area that we're looking at of rotation right now that is moving to the east. Right along the river valley here. And we do have a live camera there in Metropolis, which we'll keep an eye on. Let me quickly see what's actually here. And not seeing anything yet. We might have a view of something there. But again, pretty intense line of thunderstorms right now, all producing damaging winds. Power outages are obviously increasing. And we are keeping an eye on a pretty strong area of convergence too near Cunningham. They may issue a new tornado warning here soon for Mayfield, Kentucky, just to the south of Paducah and south of Reedland. So if you're over in Paducah, Mayfield, west of Benton, would not be surprised with a new tornado warning here soon. In fact, I probably expect we're going to get one in the next like 5 minutes or so, as this area of, again, large area of rotation continues to track to the east. Hey, Glaze for the $20 super chat. Thanks for the dedication. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, RCL, for the super chat. What color tables do I use on Radar Omega? I think they're on our Discord server, and you can join our Discord server. I think there's a link down below. There's a new report coming out of Tolono, Illinois, of a tree on a house. I do want to remind you again, stay away from windows if you're in any sort of severe warning or tornado warning, because trees could literally fall down. Say, new photo coming out of Union County, North Carolina from earlier. Maybe a little funnel or some sort of low-hanging cloud there. This is over in Santee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Mississippi and Tennessee. Let me go to that real quick. We have a lot of photos and videos. I'm going to try to get to those. We have a new tornado warning in Mississippi and Mississippi and Tennessee. This is near Corinth. This is going to be just to the west of Burnsville. Main area of rotation right now is northeast of Ripley. This is an area of convergence that's quickly coming together. We have another area of convergence west of Corinth too. That one's more of a wind threat though, in my opinion. This will definitely be the area to watch for. So just northeast of Ripley, heading up towards Savannah, just south of Selmer. So if you're in this pink polygon, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. And then back over near Memphis, again, predominantly damaging winds right now. We have widespread damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. This is actually a live look right here in Haywood, Tennessee. You got a little lowering here. I believe this is just our leading edge of the shelf cloud here, making its way across western Tennessee. This is live on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. We got a little lowering here over the camera. Back down to the south, we have a long line of thunderstorms stretching all the way down again to Texas. Almost all damaging winds right now, south of Memphis right now. This storm over here to the east of Memphis, this is a discrete cell, semi-discrete cell. Again, if we do get a tornado with this storm, which we don't know if it's going to actually produce, but if it does, it is in a very favorable environment still. We have a lot of wind shear.
A new tornado warning.
It's also semi-discrete, and it's out in front of our line. Any of these like little prefrontal storms out in front of this line will have a better shot at producing tornadoes. And we have a lot of these storms going up right now west of Tupelo. We have a new tornado warning near Olney in Illinois. And I think we were talking about this earlier, maybe. Nope, not the same storm. So new tornado warning for Olney near Noble. I would not be surprised. I'm still surprised when I have a tornado warning here for this activity, especially since they're issuing a tornado warning for that. This is near Golden Gate. We have a stronger area of rotation that's attempting to form going towards Albion, Belmont, just to the west of Grayville. There's another area of rotation too, just to the west of Crossville, moving towards Highway 1. And we have several other areas of rotation stretching from El Dorado back to the west of Carmi. So again, we have 6 tornado warnings right now. We have 22 severe warnings. 2 of those tornado warnings are specifically in Illinois, and the other ones are kind of on the border of Kentucky and Illinois right now. In just a few minutes, if you're in Metropolis or Paducah, we are going to see significant damaging winds. This is a skyline view from Metropolis of our line of thunderstorms rolling in. There's been a few lightning strikes here over the last few minutes. We do have a tornado warning in effect for this area. You can faintly see that shelf cloud. It's right here. As the leading edge of this line, there's a little bit of rotation off to the west still, mainly to the west, directly west of this camera, actually. It's going to be coming over the river in a moment. And further south, we have a stronger area of convergence near Cunningham. It's kind of wrapped in rain at this point. Very cool radar feature here that we're seeing. But area of rotation is kind of wrapped in rain. It's mostly a wind threat right now. And then all this right here is predominantly damaging winds. It's been trying to rotate, just not a whole lot of clearing out in front of this line. There's been a lot of convection going up. But tornado risk still remains elevated right now in western Kentucky. Then back over in Tennessee, very intense line of thunderstorms, damaging winds around 70 miles per hour is coming in. Shelf cloud is visible right here, directly off to the west of the University of Tennessee at Martin. Ken with the super chat says, how does Mayfield look? What's the difference between yellow, red, and purple? That is the reflectivity. So what we're looking at here is basically how heavy our rain is. Sometimes we can depict hail depending on how, pink it is. If we have pink showing up, sometimes that means hail or some sort of white and black color. But for Mayfield specifically, the main area we're looking at is here. We have a lot of wind. There's some rotation, but nothing that is currently imminent for a tornado. It looks mostly like wind right now. There's been some areas of convergence, like right here. There's some broad rotation. There's also some up here near Cunningham, but none of them have gotten to the point where I think they're going to be dropping a tornado. Going back over to our photos and videos that are sent in by you guys. This is over in Fulton County, Arkansas. A thunderstorm rolling in there earlier today. This over in Des Moines, Iowa. Again, blizzard conditions. We're not just talking about a tornado outbreak today. We also have a blizzard that is ongoing. Quite the scene there. These are mammatus clouds, or mammatus clouds over in Jonesboro, Arkansas. From earlier. This is within the last, I think, hour or so. Hour and a half. Sent in by Jackson. Thank you, Jackson, for sending that in. And this is over at Arkansas County, where a very large, nasty storm out in the horizon. Sent in by Darla. That is a large shelf cloud there. And again, if you guys have any photos or videos, QR code's on your screen. There's also a link on your screen. So reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Thank you, Smokestack, for the $20 super chat, saying, I'm a trucker and a weather spotter here in Spring City, Tennessee. Thanks for keeping everybody informed. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in. And I know there's tens of millions of people in the path of this severe weather event here today. So far, it's been mostly a widespread damaging wind risk. We've had a few tornadoes so far. We've obviously had well over 3 dozen, I think, tornado warnings today. It's been a very high number. This is by far, I think, the most tornado warnings we've had, at least when it comes to a peak of tornado warnings from an event this year. We were live for the last one that had a bunch of tornado warnings. I think it was like 8 or 9 in Louisiana. That was a different, like, little tornado outbreak that happened. We ended up having like 25 tornadoes that night. I think it was back in February. So we did have a pretty nasty night that night. This is back over at the Massac County EMA. This is inside of our tornado warning northwest of Paducah. Got more and more lightning. A little shelf out in the horizon. This is also over in northwest Tennessee. Large shelf cloud here. Barely see the leading edge of the shelf cloud rolling in here to northwest Tennessee. Damaging winds around 60 miles per hour are coming. There's also a tornado possible tag. A little bit of rotation just to the southwest there of Martin. So we're kind of looking in that direction right now. Thank you, Austin, for the super chat. Yeah, we can definitely I'll definitely consider that. You know, after tonight, obviously we have a lot of severe weather, but after tomorrow, the severe weather threat after tomorrow night will be a lot lower for probably about a week or two. So we'll have plenty of time to do stuff like that. This is by far the most widespread severe weather outbreak that we've had so far this year. Going back into Mississippi and southwestern Tennessee, we still have a tornado warning here. This rotation's gotten stronger over the last few scans, so that's going towards Corinth, Farmington, and Kendrick. Going towards US Highway 72. If you are in this tornado warning, again, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is a more semi-discreet storm, and if a tornado does drop, it could be on the stronger side of things. We have storm chaser Rob McBay, who's in line for this. He's going directly to the east towards this storm, and that area of rotation is going to be heading into southwest Tennessee here soon, going towards Savannah, which Savannah just had a pretty significant severe storm just a few days ago when we were covering that outbreak. I think it was back on Wednesday or Thursday. We have a few small areas of rotation developing in southwestern Tennessee, that is east of Memphis, looking at mostly just a wind threat right now, but a little bit of rotation south of Oakdale that's going towards Somerville and Laconia. Heading back up here to Metropolis. They have not issued a new tornado warning for Mayfield yet. This tornado warning for Bardell and Clinton expires in 9 minutes. There's still rotation over near Fulton. There's actually a fairly strong area of rotation over near Fulton. If this continues, they'll probably issue a new tornado warning, at least for this, which is heading directly towards Cuba, Bell City, Cuba. It's just like Cuba, and Sedalia, Farmington. They'll be at the south side of Mayfield. This is an area of circulation that's embedded in our line of thunderstorms right near Interstate 69. So if we're over at Mayfield, we need to be ready for this line. There's also a couple of prefrontal storms going up all the way out here to the west of Clarksville. There's one right here, north of Dover. That has a little area of convergence. And so tornado risk is not, I would say, high with this storm right now, but this one is something that we need to watch down the line. It's going in the direction of Hopkinsville, just west of Oak Grove. Hey, Wilkins, for becoming a member. Still sitting at 6 tornado warnings right now. This is, again, a look at all of our warnings. Again, we're doing our best to kind of cover every single warning. We're mainly, again, focusing on the more significant ones. Real quickly, this is what it looks like now in Martin, Tennessee. The wind is now picking up. So this is, again, where we have 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds moving through. And this gives you an idea of how intense these storms are out here in Tennessee. We just got a new tornado possible severe warning over in Terre Haute. So Terre Haute, Indiana. We should be getting ready to go to our safe place. We also have a new tornado possible severe warning over in Texas. Hey, 10 for the $10 super chat. Is there an app for the alert? For the alert, the max alert thing, yeah, you can. There's like a website you can log into. Should have gotten an email for that, but there's no like app.
A new tornado warning.
All right, they have gone ahead and issued a tornado warning. It does not include Mayfield. It includes the south side, though, of Mayfield. So downtown Mayfield, you guys are not included in this, but it does include the south side of Mayfield, Wingo, back down towards Sedalia, Cuba, and Bell City. Main area of rotation right now is right over Interstate 69. That is moving to the northeast. And again, it's a rain-wrapped area of rotation. So if you're in this tornado warning, you should not be going outside to try to look at this thing. You should be staying in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. The bottom, middle, and bottom left cameras, those are inside of tornado warnings to the north of Mayfield. The one that we're looking at in the bottom right, that one's in Tennessee with this line of thunderstorms. So once again, near Mayfield, west or south of Mayfield, we have a significant storm right now moving east-northeast. We need to be in our safe place. If we are on the south side of Mayfield, Kentucky, right over Interstate 69 right now, we're going towards Cuba, Sedalia, and Farmington. We are sitting at 7 tornado warnings right now. And we still have, again, mostly a wind threat around Mayfield, but the south storm here is more concerning when it comes to the rotation. It's a pretty rain-wrapped area of spin right now. That is going towards Murray and Benton. Back into Illinois. Illinois is almost done with severe weather. With that said, there is actually another, we've had a few areas of unwarned rotation here right along I-64. I'm surprised none of these have gotten warned. But this right here is pretty strong. North of Carmi. It's going towards Crossville right now. Grayville, and also going towards New Harmony. This is a pretty strong area of rotation. Let me look at storm relative velocities. It's definitely spinning. I mean, this is, again, just out of Centerville. Damaging winds are very likely with this, too. They do not have any severe warning on this activity. But if you're near Albion, Grayville, Mount Carmel, going towards Armstrong, significant wind threat and possibly even a tornado threat moving to the east. What's interesting over the last half hour is that we've had this like new line of storms developing off to the east of our frontal line of storms. And this new line is actually also producing a risk of at least some isolated severe weather with damaging winds and possibly even a tornado threat. So, low-key, that's kind of impressive. We have another line of thunderstorms out in front of this line. So we have now 2 lines of thunderstorms. That line out in front of the one that we have out here around our frontal boundary could actually kind of weaken this line down the line. So we'll have to see how that all evolves. So thank you, Swimmy, for becoming a member. Let's back over to Paducah and the Mayfield area. And for Paducah and Metropolis, the tornado threat is not nearly as high. If we had a tornado anywhere, it'd be over Metropolis approaching Interstate 24. Near Interstate 69, the rotation, again, has gotten a little bit weaker over the last few scans. It's going towards the south side of Mayfield. Sedalia, Farmington is in the path of that. And then further south near Memphis, significant damaging wind threat is still ongoing. Got all sorts of rain hitting these cameras. Let me put this back over to Storm Chaser, Tornado Page real quick. They're over here in the storm south of Hernando. And there's been a lot of lightning. This is over to the south of Memphis, but a lot of lightning here over the last little while. A lot of cloud to ground lightning too. I don't know if that was a power flash or there was lightning right there, but this is just to the south of Hernando. I do want to remind you guys again that, obviously most people are going to be staying indoors tonight. It's 8:30 or so. It's almost 8:30, but, if you hear thunder at all, do not go outside. There's been a lot of cloud to ground lightning, and that is something that could, kill you. It could literally electrocute you. So stay indoors if you are in any of these near any of these storms. Bottom middle of your screen, that is Storm Chaser Rob McBay. He's approaching this discrete cell near Corinth. Rotation's got a little bit broader over the last few scans, but we are still monitoring the potential for a tornado heading towards Kendrick and Mitchie. We have a new tornado possible severe warning west of Terre Haute. That is near Paris for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation right now. That is north of Marshall, though, north of Interstate 70, heading towards Rockville and Newport right now. Leo with the super chat just said snow-nado tonight. I don't think we'll see a snow-nado. Snow-nados are really rare. I do not think that's going to happen tonight. But if you do see a snow-nado, definitely let me know. I just don't think it's very likely. We have a new damage report coming out of Marion of roof damage to a structure with winds estimated of at least 60 miles per hour. That is according to a public source. And so, again, the winds have been pretty significant. We've not had any official tornado reports yet today. We did have reports of ground contact on that tornado we saw on stream earlier. Outside of that, we've had no official confirmation of a tornado anywhere. So there's been a lot of, again, storms that have rolled through these areas. Obviously, you can see all the different wind damage reports, all the black circles on your screen. Those are all wind damage reports, but we've had no official tornadoes yet today. We've had 59 wind reports confirmed and then 21 hail reports. And all those yellow dots, those are wind reports, and then anywhere in the green, those are hail reports. No official tornado reports yet. Even though we think we've had a few tornadoes. I think we've at least had a tornado over in, near St. Louis earlier. I think we had one also in Arkansas, especially with that storm that we're looking at. But at this exact moment, we've had nothing officially confirmed from the Storm Prediction Center or anything like that, or National Weather Service offices. We have a new severe warning over here near Princeton, Mount Carmel, near Grayville. That'll be for, and this one's long overdue, but that's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible tag. We have several areas of rotation. We got 1, 2, 3, almost 4 going towards Grayville, Princeton, and Mount Carmel right now. Oakland City will be in the path of this. It's going to be going right over the Illinois and Indiana border. Interstate 69 is also in the path of that. Weak instability. The instability is going to be weaker the further north you go. We look at our current projected instability on the HRRR. This is, again, modeled. And instability, for the record, again, for those that don't know, instability is basically what we call storm fuel. And basically, you can very faintly see that instability. It's a lot higher in this area here. It's a lot lower up here in northern Indiana and northern Ohio. Hence why they don't have a tornado risk up there anymore. But the instability is supposed to stay pretty high, at least high enough for severe weather, at least through about 1 in the morning tonight here from Cincinnati back towards the Gulf Coast. And even by the time these storms get to Nashville, there's enough storm fuel. There's enough instability for there to be tornadoes. It's not necessarily a high amount, but it's enough. Hey, Baker, for the $10 super chat. As Cleveland look for later tonight, it's going to be overnight tonight, probably around like 3 to 4 in the morning. The main concern, I think, will be wind. There's a low tornado risk. Latest scan here on our tornado warning here south of Mayfield, Kentucky. It is a much broader area of rotation. So this one, in my opinion, less of a tornado concern, at least imminently. But continue to stay in your safe place. There's definitely a damaging wind risk here. Again, the biggest concern today is widespread damaging winds around 60, 70, even 80 miles per hour. And there's still a broad area of rotation approaching Sedalia, Farmington, and then eventually going towards the Benton area. We really don't have any rotation anymore in between Mayfield and Paducah. It's mostly wind. I also think all this up here is turned into wind. So a lot of these storms, at least in Western Kentucky, have become more of a wind concern, at least in the short term. Obviously, that could change again into a tornado risk. But for right now, a lot of these storms in these tornado warnings are back to mainly wind. The storms that are west of Indiana right now, these ones over here near Grayville, have gotten much more concerning. There is a lot of rotation here. So we got 4 areas of distinct rotation going into Grayville. It's about across into south. It's about across the Indiana-Illinois border, heading towards Mount Carmel. We have a few new severe warnings going up as well. We have a new severe warning for Jackson, Tennessee, Bolivar, Henderson, and Lexington. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this. So if you're anywhere in this severe warning, definitely stay away from windows. Going towards Bolivar, Jackson, and Henderson. Ken with the Sewer Chat said, I'm north of Mayfield and Hickory. Subtle rain and lightning, barely any wind. Well, hopefully it stays that way. Thank you, Ryan, for the Sewer Chat. Is it shaping up to be a historic day for much of the East Coast tomorrow? How intense do you think things will be in Charleston? Tomorrow could really be big. I don't know if tomorrow is going to be quite historic, but I mean, it's already historic when it comes to our SPC outlooks. I mean, we have a 60% wind risk. Keep in mind, today's was a 45. Our tornado risk is also lower than tomorrow's. Tomorrow has the potential, though, to have a very high ceiling. I mean, it wouldn't take much for them to issue a high risk of severe weather, too, but I don't know if they will. I don't feel like they will, based off what I've been looking at on models earlier today. But tomorrow does have the potential to be a pretty big day. It could be one of the biggest outbreaks of severe weather that we've had along the East Coast in literally half a decade to a decade. It has that potential, is what I mean. Like, again, I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but it has that potential. And we'll be live, obviously, for the next several hours tonight, and then also tomorrow covering that potential major outbreak of severe weather. So I mean, again, it could be a really, really busy day. We have a new tornado possible severe warning in Tennessee. This is going to be for Paris, Camden, Huntington, back over towards Dresden and McKenzie. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So again, considerable damage threat right now. Moving across northwestern Tennessee. It is heading in the direction of Erin, Waverly, Dover. It's also near the Kentucky Lake. So if you're anywhere in this line of thunderstorms, you need to be staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. There's a large area of damaging winds and the potential for tornadoes once again moving to the east. Hey, Jake, for becoming a member. By the way, off topic, but we will not have a video tomorrow morning for obvious reasons. We'll be live probably until like 2 or 3 in the morning tonight. And then tomorrow we're going to be live literally for probably upwards of like 12 hours starting at like 8 in the morning. So I'll be lucky if I get like 2 hours of sleep tonight. We'll be live literally nonstop. The good news after this is I'll be sleeping 16 hours tomorrow night because, you know, after the severe weather's done, there'll be plenty of time to sleep. But, you know, we are going to be live literally for upwards of 24 hours over the next like 36 hours, which is insane. And we've only been live for 4.5 hours so far today. Hey, Brock, for the $10 sewer chat. Knoxville, Tennessee, home of the Graphmaster Classic this weekend. Knoxville is going to be mostly a wind threat. Let me quickly take us through the timing since we have a second here. If we get another tornado warning in the middle of me going through the future radar, I swear, it might happen. Here's the timing for tonight. So by 10 o'clock, this line of thunderstorms can be very intense all the way from Fort Wayne back into Jackson. Our wind and tornado threat is basically at its peak right now. It's between now and 12 o'clock. We're in the middle of it. It started around 7. It's going to go all the way through midnight. I truly think around 10 o'clock, we could have, again, several tornado warnings again, stretching from almost Fort Wayne, Indiana, all the way back down into Mississippi and also Louisiana. By 11 o'clock, the storms will be moving through Louisville, Fort Wayne, east of Indianapolis by this point, and Nashville should be getting hit by this line by 10 to 11 o'clock tonight. Huntsville, Alabama, storms will be approaching you guys by around this time. By midnight, those storms are moving into Cincinnati, east of Fort Wayne, going through central Kentucky, just east of Nashville, all the way back down into southern and central Mississippi. And then by around midnight to 1 in the morning, this line is moving through Knoxville, Columbus, back into Cleveland. Pictured here is 3 a.m. Central Time. All right, this is 3 a.m. Central Time. We are going to have possibly some tornadoes and damaging winds happening well into the overnight hours. So if you're in Knoxville, back in Alabama, like, we need to have ways to receive alerts. And if you want to check out Max Alert, where I basically give you a phone call if you're in a warning, check out maxalert.net. There's a link down below. But we are going to have an ongoing significant wind and tornado threat even into the overnight hours. And then by tomorrow morning, right around 2, 3, 4 in the morning, there could be some discrete cells that form out in front of this line. That could also produce a significant tornado threat tomorrow. And then tomorrow, we have another significant day of severe weather. If the HRRR model's right, tomorrow does not look that good in terms of significant severe weather. I'm going to be honest. If this happens right here, where the line of storms is really progressive and keeps moving east, tomorrow looks like maybe a scattered to numerous damaging wind day with maybe a couple tornadoes. I mean, this looks really bad if that's what happens, which would be a good thing when it comes to anybody that lives over here. But like when it comes to a severe weather setup, that does not look very impressive. So just a quick heads up. Again, I mean, obviously there's a moderate risk, but the window for significant severe weather would be shrunk a lot. Like we would have possibly a few strong tornadoes in North Carolina, Virginia, but that would really close the door quickly for a more robust threat or outbreak of severe weather. So yeah, I'm not overly impressed with what tomorrow looks like right now in terms of at least Central Virginia, North Carolina for any sort of significant severe weather outbreak. But the East Coast looks elevated. And then this right here down in the Southeast looks pretty elevated too. This would be early morning tomorrow. We're talking 5, 6, 7 in the morning tomorrow. Georgia, Florida, South Carolina. But obviously, we'll keep you posted. We'll look at more model data here in a little bit, too. All right, we have some new severe warnings. We have a new one over here in western Indiana. This is going to be west of Bloomfield, Jasonville, and Sullivan for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado possible tag. This is all moving to the east. We also just got a new tornado watch. This is for Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia, with a couple of strong tornadoes possible, isolated half-inch size tail, and then also widespread damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. Widespread gusts up to 80 miles per hour is really strong wording, by the way. So we are talking about, again, a really high-end wind event that is going to be making its way into central Tennessee over the next few hours. Thank you, Goose, for the $10 super chat. Happy Sunday. How does Northeast Indianapolis look for tornadoes tonight? I think the tornado risk is low, but it's definitely not zero. We have several storms that are still rotating back off to the west, but damaging winds is definitely the dominant concern. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, while we have a lull in tornado warnings, I was going to quickly cover snowfall totals. It looks like our highest snowfall report is out of Rochester, Minnesota, where we had 930 inches be reported. I'm going to choose to ignore that one. I don't think Rochester, Minnesota had 930 inches of snow, but somehow the NWS approved that report. More seriously, back up in parts of Wisconsin, we are well over 2 feet of snow in multiple areas, basically anywhere along the 29 corridor, all the way over to Green Bay. We've had a good widespread area of 20 to 30 inches of snow, especially around the lakes. We did see upwards of 30 inches, but I do want to mention that we're still going to see a lot of snow across a lot of these areas. The NWS is forecasting another 4 or 5 inches for places like Wausau, Marshfield, Green Bay, and basically all the way over to the Green Bay region. We're going to see another 5 inches of snow. There's still a lot of blizzard warnings out here from all of Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin. But of course, anyone in Rochester, that is where we have seen the most snow with 930 inches.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Pretty impressive. 930 inches. If anybody knows anybody in Rochester, Minnesota, please make sure that they are okay and their house is not buried, because that is literally skyscraper burying inches of snow over here in Rochester. 930 inches is absolutely insane. All right. Obviously, again, not real. Thank you, Geoff, for becoming a member. I don't know how in the world that kind of, I don't even know how that even gets through the National Weather Service at all. I don't know how that gets approved. I can think of a lot of things that are 930 inches, and snow definitely ain't one of them. All right, last few radar scans. Moving into Indiana, we have several areas of rotation right now. Moving into Indiana, we got two really near Mount Carmel and White River. Moving towards Hazleton and Princeton. Again, none of these are on the ground tornadoes, but rotation's still very strong. We have another area of rotation that's coming together near Guards Point. Honestly, would not be surprised if we got a tornado warning for this rotation. The greens and reds are coming together, which would indicate a convergence signature. So that's going over towards Friendsville, Adams Corner, and Allendale in eastern Illinois here over the next 15 minutes. Wouldn't be surprised if they issue a tornado warning. They've issued tornado warnings for less rotation than that earlier, so at least in different areas. We have another severe warning near Corinth. This is a pretty intense storm moving towards Savannah, Tennessee, and Walnut Grove. This has been tornado warned here for the last half hour. It's actually what it looks like right now inside of the storm. This is pretty intense. This is in Corinth. This is inside of our tornado warning. This is storm chaser Rob McBay. And this is all live. He's also live inside of the Radar Omega app. So we have an ongoing area of strong rotation off to his east with this kind of semi-discrete storm at this point, but very intense conditions here. Tons of lightning, heavy rain. Visibility is about a quarter to half a mile. So that's what it looks like out there. Again, wind's not picking up where he's at. I don't think he has any audio, but The again, storm here is pretty intense. Tons and tons of lightning just south of Savannah. Even got some street flooding. Hey, Burns to the sewer chat. Any significant weather upcoming for Buffalo, New York? Not really. There's a low threat of severe weather tomorrow, but that's about it. We only have one tornado warning in Kentucky now. That one's going to probably be allowed to expire. Most of the rotation, again, in Kentucky has gotten broader. That could change again as this line moves east. I do think we're going to start to see an increasing tornado threat as this line continues to push east towards Madisonville and Princeton. But the tornado risk is definitely lower in the short term. We have several areas of rotation right now over here near Johnson, right along the Indiana-Illinois border. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, that's actually exactly what I was about to talk about, is all the areas of rotation that we see right now via the Evansville radar. You can basically go ahead and just circle this entire line here where we might see a few spin-up tornadoes. In terms of the more intense ones, if we take it up with height a little bit, the radar scans are a little bit decoupled in terms of where the upper layers or upper tilts were timed out, but right here we can see that there are still a few areas of increased rotation. As those move off to the east, those are going to be the most likely to produce a tornado. So as we get closer to the border, I would expect that we see a few more tornado warnings for this area.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, several areas of rotation right now. They're all around the radar site near the Poseyville area, Johnson, White River, Mount Carmel. Several areas of circulation here. So again, if we're in this area, we need to be staying alert. They could issue a tornado warning here soon. They have not issued one yet. But again, it would not surprise me if we end up getting a tornado warning over here for at least one of these areas of circulation, if not many of them. I'm going to go back down to the south. The storms have now moved through Memphis. So if you're tuning in from Memphis, Tennessee, you guys are chilling now. Line of storms now approaching Jackson and surrounding areas. Damaging winds, again, the biggest concern right now. There are several live cameras that are kind of in this general area. By the way, if you guys want to switch out slots like 1 and 3, you can. So again, long line of thunderstorms still stretching across Tennessee. Nashville, we still got about 2 hours until this area of storms is on your doorstep. So you got a little bit of time. Clarksville is only about an hour from now. Hopkinsville is also kind of happening right now, but the more intense line of thunderstorms still off to your west. We've had this storm over here near Hopkinsville try to produce at least some rotation. It's been broadly rotating for some time, but again, the big problem with today's severe weather setup and the reason why these storms that are out in front of this line are not producing tornadoes is simply because we don't have enough moisture. Dew points are still a little bit too low. If this was April, this would probably be a significant tornado outbreak because of, we usually have a lot more moisture in the environment. But a lot of the storms that are out in front of our line of thunderstorms are not really rotating very much, mostly because of the fact that, again, there's just not enough moisture. The dew points are like around 55 to 58, 59 area. And we really need them to be over 60 for there to be a more legitimate tornado risk. If you look at the dew points here, this is some of the METAR data. I think METARs are broken. Never mind. Well, dew points right now, again, are in the mid to upper 50s. So it's pretty unfavorable for a significant tornado threat out in front of the line. But the line is still producing those embedded circulations because of all the wind shear that we have in this environment. All right, we have a few new severe warnings. We just got a new one back down in Louisiana. That's near Rayville. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We also have another severe warning west of Lake Charles that is also for half-dollar-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is moving down to the southeast right now. So Kirbyville, eventually going towards to Quincy. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just got another mesoscale discussion. This one is for Louisiana and Mississippi, as well as some of west central Alabama. Through the late evening, we're going to continue to see basically everything that we have been seeing across the rest of the severe weather risk, with a chance of tornadoes and damaging winds. Not really a hail threat here mentioned by the SPC. It's going to be mainly tornadoes up to 130 miles an hour and damaging winds up to 70. The chance of a tornado watch for this area is 80%.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So here's that mesoscale discussion. And strong tornadoes are a possibility. We'll have another tornado watch here soon. This will be our, I don't know how many tornado watches we've had. We had a lot. But again, tornado watch is stretching from central Indiana back into Louisiana. I think we had like 5 separate ones now, and we're about to have another one. So we've had either 5 or 6 different tornado watches issued today, which is quite the high number. So again, another area where increasing severe weather is going to become more of a concern. This is our watch box right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 active tornado watches. We're about to hit 7. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got another mesoscale discussion. This one is for basically Indiana. This one's also for winds up to 80 miles an hour and tornadoes up to 115 miles an hour. Basically just saying that we're going to continue to see the squall line pick up speed and move through that area.
Thank you, Riley, for the updates. So this back over northern Indiana and also central Indiana. So Indianapolis back towards Fort Wayne. Damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, and a few tornadoes are still possible. So if you're in this outlined area, you got to be staying weather aware. Thank you, John, for becoming a member. Thank you also to Nicole for the super chat. Hello from the boring part of Michigan. Let's see some snow reports from the upper peninsula of Michigan. I think they've been upwards of 20 to 30. I think Riley showed them. The snow, again, has been pretty crazy up there today. We have a new area of rotation developing near Jumpertown on the northwest side of Boonville here in northeast Mississippi. We only have 1 active tornado warning, by the way, which is actually kind of impressive. That for where we're at right now, with how much rotation that we've seen too at this line, being that only 1 tornado warning is actually kind of impressive. That's saying a lot for this severe weather setup so far today. Granted, again, we still have a lot of severe weather. This event is still nowhere near done. We're just in a little bit of a lull right now. We still have 24 severe warnings. We just got a new severe warning for Water Valley, Oxford, and Charleston for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on that severe warning just to the west of Pontotoc. There's several storms going up south of Boonville, too. None of these really rotating too much right now. These are very close together, almost merging together, but there's a little bit of rotation in a few different areas that we're keeping an eye on. And then a very significant line of storms once again making its way now towards Paris in Tennessee. So what it looks like out there in Paris, Tennessee right now on the radar Omega cyclone port. There's been, again, about flash lightning every 5 to 10 seconds. It's not as frequent as some of these other severe weather events that we've covered so far. That one's not really showing much lightning at this moment, even though the lightning's maximized kind of along the Kentucky and Tennessee border. Temperature right now is 67 degrees. A lot of 6.7s here today. I don't know why that's such a common number with today's severe weather event. There you are, Marax, the $10 super chat. Not sure if you've covered it, but there's any reason why southeastern Wisconsin was upgraded to a blizzard warning. Well, the winds are going to be pretty intense, and there's going to be enough snow on the ground. Blizzard warnings are actually now all the way into Galesburg, Illinois. Milwaukee's also included in it. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be enough. It's going to be cold enough for snow to actually accumulate. The people at the bro, I'm just the trend has already fallen off. I don't even know how 6.7 still exists. Anytime I've ever said 67 in this stream at any point, doesn't matter what we're talking about, there's always about 50 of you that say 6.7. I don't know how in the world this is still a trend or it's still being still a thing. Hey Billy for the $10 super chat. How will Lexington, Kentucky fare tonight? Damaging winds, main concern. Isolated tornado risk. We trusted you. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I looked at chat. All right, like chat keeps going crazy with the 6.7 thing. Somebody should really go back and look at all of our streams and see when I've said 67 or 6.7 and just like make a compilation or a montage. That would be so funny. If somebody does that, you got to email me and send it to me, because like we've had plenty of streams that have had that in the last like 5 or 6 months. I almost just said 6 or 7 months. My goodness. Well, it's so chalked. All right, we're going back over to Tennessee. This is again live in Paris. Still not really a whole lot of lightning. Again, I'm going to put this camera top left. There's a little bit now. There's a lot of lightning strikes showing up on radar, but obviously not many of them are actually correlating. Actually happening. I don't know. There haven't been a whole lot of lightning strikes. We got a little bit of rotation still near Murray, Kentucky. There's no longer a tornado warning in Kentucky. The only active tornado warning is right along the Tennessee and Mississippi border, which that rotation has not been very strong recently. Storm chaser Rob McBay, who's bottom right of your screen, he is still inside of this tornado warning, so we are keeping tabs on him in case anything happens there. Couple small updates, by the way, not regarding today, but for tomorrow. There are school closures that are being reported in South Carolina and other states due to severe weather. Many of them have transitioned over to e-learning days. Fun. I hated that when I was in school. This is because of the fact, again, we have a moderate risk of severe weather tomorrow. From Washington, D.C. back into South Carolina. We have some more photos and videos coming in. Apparently we have 2 new ones, and one of them is interesting. This is the latest video. This is from Stogart, Arkansas. This was sent in by Wade. That was from earlier. Look at that rope. We didn't see this angle. That is a tornado that we had earlier near Stogart. This is the only one that we've been able to confirm so far today. And it did make ground contact, but that is a really stretched out rope. That's at like a 45-degree angle. Actually pretty impressive. Again, this is a completely different angle than what we had on our stream earlier. This lasts over a minute. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. That's really impressive that this thing was even still going. That's almost, and by the end of this video, it is almost completely horizontal to the clouds. That's how roped off it got earlier. This is a photo sent in from Pace, Florida. Really cool clouds there. Once again, guys, if you guys send in photos and videos, please do not make your name tag this entire thing. That is your name tag there, all right? There's supposed to be details on the bottom right. If you guys have photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. I do want to remind you guys, though, just real quickly to show you guys, again, if you go to this website, if you scan that QR code, this is where you'll be brought to. It's actually a new UI. We have a new little graphic design to this, but this is where you put your name, all right? You don't put, you know, I love what you do and all this other stuff, because it will literally pop up in this, you know, thing. This is where you put your details. So, just letting you know. Huge shout out to Trav with the $20 super chat. Would put a high probability of that Jackson Beach, Florida's in danger for strong tornadoes tomorrow? I wouldn't say it's a high probability. It's possible, though, that you could see a strong tornado, but I would say the odds are not that high. I'd say it's like low to medium. Thank you, Casual, for the super chat. We've kind of gotten lucky today when it comes to the discrete cells. Again, there have been some, but none of them have really been that tornadic. And the tornadoes that we've seen with the discrete cells, the only one that we really saw was, again, not that strong. So if the dew points are 5 degrees higher, again, these discrete cells would be way more intense. The line of storms on its own, though, has already been super intense. I mean, this line has been completely correct as forecasted. You know, we've had this line of thunderstorms ongoing since about, I want to say 2:30, 2 o'clock. So it's been going for about 6.5 hours. And this is by far, again, the most widespread severe weather event of 2026, and it's still going. I mean, it's not gonna be done until like at least 6 in the morning. And on top of that, it has also been probably the most significant in at least 8 or 9 months. I mean, we haven't had a widespread event like this in this part of the country in a long time. So honestly, again, pretty impressive what we're seeing right now. And we almost have a double line of storms now in Kentucky and Indiana. We have this one line here near Evansville, and we have another one near Owensboro. It's basically 2 different lines of thunderstorms that have developed. Hey, wake up for the super chat. Has Galveston, Texas look? My neighbor is down there for spring break. Isolated wind. Otherwise, just strong storms over there. Hey, Matt, for the super chat, how much snow did Riley get? You would have to ask him. I have no clue. We have a new tornado possible severe warning in Tennessee that is west of Clarksville for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So intense line of thunderstorms right now approaching Waverly. Also east of Paris. This is the west of Clarksville, Tennessee. This is still a considerable damage threat right now coming up towards Paris. This is live inside of Paris, Tennessee, where we've had very few and far in between lightning strikes, but the wind should really intensify here over the next few minutes. Should have around 70-mile-per-hour winds. The main area of interest right now, again, is over here in Paris, moving directly to the east towards Big Sandy. Somebody change out slot 1 to Paris, Tennessee. Good shout out to Neck with the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Dube, for those super chat, or Dub for the super chat. How are we feeling about eastern Kentucky? I think it'll be mostly a wind threat. Very low tornado risk.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning. So they've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for this storm. They were going to let the other one expire, and they have issued now a new tornado warning south of Savannah, Tennessee. We should have a Savannah camera too. Somebody wants to put that in like slot 1. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. If you are in this tornado warning. This is what it looks like in Savannah right now. This is inside of the tornado warning. Tons of lightning with this storm right now. There's a ton of lightning here. Thank Zachary for the super chat. I'm in Fishers, Indiana. I'm worried about myself and them right now in Noblesville. I think, again, main concern will be wind, but tornadoes are still possible. Damaging winds is really the biggest concern tonight, again. And that's why we have a large area that we're looking at for damaging winds. Thank you, David, for the $20 super chat. So, again, that is live there in Savannah, which is, once again, inside of this tornado warning. So we're keeping an eye on this. The camera bottom middle of your screen is also near the tornado warning. Only active tornado warning right now. Again, I know it says 2. The other one was allowed to expire, so it doesn't show up on here. It'd be right here, though, which it's going to be allowed to expire. Main area of rotation is just southeast of Savannah. Could have a cent for every time somebody told you happy birthday. You would have a fleet of Dows. Low key, it'd be really cool if we had a Doppler on wheels, like car or truck, I mean. This storm over here near Hopkinsville needs to be watched closely. This is in Kentucky. Got a little hook, mostly wind right now, but if this thing can come together, it is discreet and out in front of our line, and it could have a more heightened tornado risk. That's west of Russellville right now. So that is going in the direction of Russellville right now. Further off to the west, again, line of thunderstorms is still lining up near Princeton. All the way back over towards Dixon and Morganfield. Mostly looking at a 60 to 70 mile per hour wind risk with any storms in this line. We do have another tornado possible severe warning. This is further to the north of Indianapolis, near Delphi and west of Frankfort. North of Crawfordsville. So broad area of rotation moving over Interstate 65. Kokomo's in the path of that. Just to the northwest of Lebanon. Did I say 6-7 again? When did I say 6-7? Why is everybody spamming it? Further off to the west of Indianapolis near Terre Haute, it's mostly wind. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation, but we are in a little bit of a radar hole here. Got a little area of rotation right over near Hazleton. That is moving towards Decker. And then everything else is mostly wind. There's another area of rotation near Patoka. So a couple of areas of rotation have basically gone right by the radar site over the last few minutes. And so there is at least a tornado risk here. Northwest of Princeton and then another one west of Petersburg. But every single severe warning stretching from Evansville back to Lafayette is a tornado possible severe warning. We have another tornado possible severe warning for Waynesboro. If you're in Waynesboro, Collinwood, south of Linden, we need to be staying away from windows. And we have another one in Illinois. Also, we have warnings ramping up again. This one's north of Vincennes, near Lawrenceville. Slightly stronger area of rotation, not far from the airport on the northeast side there of Lawrenceville in Illinois. That's going to be going into Indiana here in a moment, going towards Busseron. Emerson's also in the path of that. There is a ton of lightning here in Savannah. This is live inside of the tornado warning that we have. The amount of lightning that is happening right now is actually crazy. It is literally almost nonstop lightning. Got a flash every second. Thank you, Josh, for the $20 super chat. Augusta for tomorrow. Thoughts? I think it'll be mostly damaging winds. Strong tornado risk will exist if discrete cells can form. That lightning is insane on that camera. Jenny says, thanks for keeping us safe. Did I hear you right the other day? You live in Arizona? I live in Florida. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you also, Hunter, for the super chat. And if you're behind this line, I'll draw a line real quick, just so you have an idea of where our severe weather, you're basically done with severe weather at. Anywhere west of this line, we are pretty much done with severe weather for tonight. Very low to zero risk anywhere to the west of that white line. If you're east of the white line, we still got significant severe weather. So most of Illinois is winding down. The only area in Illinois that still has severe weather is really right along the border. Got a little bit of a stronger area of rotation near Patoka in Indiana right now. That is going just north of Princeton. See a little hook right here, a little thumb sticking out from this storm. This is trying to produce a tornado currently that is going towards Petersburg right now. Further off to the north again, mostly just looking at wind, a little bit of rotation. Got a little bit of rotation north of Fort Branch too. Here comes a new radar scan. We'll wait for that. All that lightning. There is a lot of lightning. That is again in a tornado warning. This light, I've never seen so much lightning. Look at the amount of flashes. Just lost connection. We'll have that camera back in a second. I mean, it's actually crazy how much lightning is there right now. That camera actually might have just lost power. I don't know. Camera just went down. The amount of lightning in that singular tornado warning right now is just insane. I think we actually might have lost that camera. Maybe. Something broke. Trying to look and see. That camera might have gotten struck by lightning or something. I think it's every camera went down, Riley. I think, unless all the cameras just went down. Bro, did every single camera just go down right there? That's crazy. Yeah, the amount of lightning right now is insane. No, it's live. This is what it looks like right now. That's in Savannah. So this is what it looks like again live. This is on the Hazcam over in Savannah. Again, we're getting a lightning flash every like half a second to a second. It's crazy. Let me look at the lightning maps here. For reference, we are currently seeing over 550 lightning strikes per minute with this entire line of storms. So not just this one, but the entire line. Just in this area right now, we are getting over 155 lightning strikes every single minute. Just this storm. So just this area of storms is producing over 150 lightning strikes every single minute. It might even be more than that. It looks like more than that. This looks like it looks like 3 a second, honestly. Holy crap. Anybody live over here in Tennessee and seeing this lightning show right now? I mean, this is actually crazy. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen so much lightning. From a singular storm. And this is again inside of our tornado warning. We're not just talking about an ordinary thunderstorm here. This is literally a tornadic supercell that is trying to produce a tornado right now. And it is really impressive how much lightning this thing's producing right now. And this is back down here in Tennessee. This is our only active tornado warning. Rotations on the southeast side of Savannah. Rotation's going to be moving towards Collinwood and Waynesboro. So your Big Ivy, northwest of Walnut Grove. Yeah, again, this storm is just producing insane amount of lightning. Thank you, Kevin, for becoming a member. It's actually crazy how many people are watching this camera now, too. Again, this isn't a tornado warning, but over 1,300 people just watching the camera on the website here. While that's happening, we do have a new update in terms of power outages across the United States. We're at 400,000 customers without power. We've actually kind of been lucky, I'm not going to lie. I feel like some of these numbers could be way higher. 404,000 customers are without power, but most of them are actually in Pennsylvania and Ohio from our previous events, and also in Hawaii. That's from a separate event. But just across like the Midwest, for example, Illinois has about 17,000 without power. Indiana has about 11,000. Tennessee's at about 9,000, and then Kentucky's at 7,000. Arkansas, 38,000. So Arkansas has been hit pretty hard. Arkansas, the hardest hit state so far from this line of thunderstorms when it comes to power outages. There were also possibly at least 1 or 2 tornadoes that have happened today. Thank you, Carrie, for becoming a member. But yeah, again, very significant line of thunderstorms right now with, again, just an unbelievable amount of lightning that we're looking at right now. Let me see if we can push this again. Not yet. Scott here, can you show the progression of the storms as it moves overnight into tomorrow morning? I would look back about 25 minutes back in the stream because we went through the future radar not too long ago. But we'll do it again at some point here soon. Going back to Indiana, once again, Indiana has a very large line of thunderstorms moving through. Widespread damaging winds still the main concern. There are embedded areas of circulation that will be moving towards Indianapolis here at some point down the line. Again, we still got about 45 minutes to an hour until these storms are in Indianapolis. They're moving through Terre Haute right now. All these storms are moving east to northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So, again, very intense line of thunderstorms right now. If we go back down to the south near Vincennes, Princeton, we have some areas of rotation. We got one right now west of Petersburg that's rain-wrapped, moving up towards State Route 61. Got another one near State Route 64 moving towards Oakland City. And we have another area of rotation over Vincennes moving up towards Bicknell and Edwardsport and Plainville. All of this right here is wind. So there's, again, some areas of rotation, but it's predominantly just damaging winds tracking to the east right now. The storm north of Hopkinsville, we did talk about it a little while ago. There was a little bit of a hook trying to develop. It's trying. This is a discrete cell, not really rotating a whole lot, but it is moving in the direction right now of Algery, going towards Clifty, Tywiptity, and Dunmore. So that's moving to the northeast right now. Connor said he has a really important update. Where'd you send the really important update? Thank you, Nate, for the $20 super chat. Centerville, Tennessee, what do you think for us? I think it'll be mostly a damaging wind threat. Once again, one tornado warning in effect right now. That is in southern Tennessee. I'm going to go back to that camera. This is, again, what it looks like right now in Savannah. This is live inside of the tornado warning where it is, again, just a barrage of lightning currently. Connor, I don't know if you're still here, but that update is absolutely terrible. Bro is over in a hot tub right now. Loki sounds like a vibe. I should have it ready to go. He has it ready to go. Don't worry. Hey, Ryan, for becoming a member. Storm Chaser Connor Croft has a little update for us. If it loads. Dude, why do I need this? Like, I need the HEVC extension. How do I still not have this on my computer? To play a video? I still gotta pay the 99 cents for that. This has been a thing for like a year. I was gonna play Storm Chaser Connor Croft's update video, but I can't. I gotta spend 99 cents apparently. I don't know how. Some of you guys probably have been here long enough to know this is not the first time that's happened on stream. That's happened probably 3 or 4 times. Hey, Shock for becoming a member. VLC. I do have VLC. I have an update for that apparently. All right. Hey, Cheyenne for the $10 super chat from Louisiana and India. Appreciate you tuning in. All right, while I do this, let's go over here. So my camera still isn't working. All right, real quickly, we do have a new severe warning in Mississippi. We also have one near Tupelo. This one's moving to the northeast right now, going towards Belmont. It's a broad area of rotation near Guntown that's going up towards Marietta right now. I'm only playing a few seconds of this. This is Connor's update. He's again been storm chasing the Michigan storms, and my audio is not even
Marquette,
playing.
Michigan, ahead of what could be the snow stream of the year tomorrow across Marquette, Michigan. Okay, throughout the night into tomorrow morning, we're expecting another 2 feet of snow here across the Marquette area. Wind gusts tomorrow morning, potentially over 60 miles an hour. We'll be live as early as 7 to 8 a.m. on my YouTube channel. through the afternoon right here on the Max Velocity channel when he goes live tomorrow. We'll have the dual threat, moderate risk tomorrow in the Carolinas, major wind blizzard conditions up here in Marquette. It's going to be a banger. Stay safe out there. Stay weather aware. This is a live update from Marquette, Michigan. Back to the legend Max Velocity.
Thank you, Connor, for that very insightful update. I have never had a shirtless storm chaser ever send an update, so hey, we hired him, I guess. I don't know. All right, back over to our tornado warning again in Mississippi. This storm is still producing some broad rotation. If they issue a new tornado warning, it'll be including the Waynesboro area, Collinwood going up towards Summertown. There's a broad area of rotation here just north of Walnut Grove going towards Lawrenceburg. Apparently our viewership went up 900 when that was on. That is actually diabolical. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee as well. This one is going to be just to the east of Jackson for Lexington and Henderson. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is currently tracking to the east right now, heading in the direction of Parsons into Caterville. Again, this large line of thunderstorms moving towards Nashville. Nashville, you still got about an hour to your last-minute preparations, as we are still expecting a pretty significant wind threat here again to move towards your neck of the woods here soon. Somebody put a storm chaser around McBay in slot 3. We also just got a new severe warning north of Indianapolis. This is going to be near Kokomo, Russiaville, and Greentown. Not seeing really much rotation in this, but they do have a tornado possible tag on it. Almost every single storm at this point has a tornado possible tag just because of the fact that almost every storm is rotating to some degree. Just some of them are not really rotating much. Got some broad rotation here in Monroe City, but right now, again, only one tornado warning. We have a 32-to-1 ratio right now of severe warnings to tornado warnings, which is pretty impressive. Thank you, TJ, for the $10 super chat. I think really anywhere in Tennessee, again, is going to be significant damaging winds. Like, there is obviously a tornado risk, but if you look at the future radar here, this is just kind of timing things out. This is what it's going to look like by 10 to 11 o'clock. I think, again, the line is going to continue to remain pretty organized. By like 11 o'clock tonight, we'll basically still have widespread damaging winds stretching from almost Fort Wayne, Indiana, back to Lake Charles. Our most significant severe weather threat should be between Jackson and Cincinnati, maybe up to Indianapolis. And then overnight hours, we go past about 12 o'clock. This by 12. So Cincinnati, Lexington, Murfreesboro, back into Columbus. Significant wind and tornadoes embedded in this line will continue. By 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning, we will continue to, again, have a pretty significant wind and tornado risk. I think the tornado risk by about 2 to 3 in the morning is going to be lower, but it will definitely not be 0. I think our tornado risk, if we have really any, which we will be down here. This is the main area to watch. So back up in Ohio, Kentucky, the tornado threat will exist. It'll just be lower by 2 to 3 in the morning. Down in Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, there will be some storms that'll try to go up out in front of the line. Those could produce a significant severe threat. And then this right here will still be producing significant damaging winds marching towards areas like Atlanta, Georgia, Noonan, and as well as Columbus. Maybe switch time zones. I don't think we've really gotten to the point where we changed time zones yet. I think we're still in Central for the most part, right? Are we starting to transition more into Eastern? It is 10 o'clock Eastern, obviously 9 o'clock Central. Thank you, Fawn, for becoming a member. I think we're mostly still in Central time. We should low-key get something that integrates into this that just shows us a time zone map. That'd be kind of cool. Aggressive with the super chat said, I wish there was a way we know if you receive the reports we send. I have no idea if the video was sent hours ago even worked. It does. Once again, we can't show every single photo and video, but if you send a photo and video, if you click send, like we will get it. We only have so many that we show though, because again, there are a lot of you guys submitting photos and videos, and we just try to get the, again, the best ones possible. And obviously, if you are somebody that sends in a photo and video, we'll do our best to again show it, but we can't guarantee everything's gonna be showed. This is what it looks like in Savannah, Tennessee now. This is inside of the tornado warning. The lightning, again, has been, it's been a barrage of lightning for the last little while. There's not nearly as much lightning as what we had earlier. No matter what, though, an area of storms is producing a crazy, crazy amount of lightning. Cloud to ground lightning is definitely, again, a big concern here as well. We could have some fires and whatnot start from this type of lightning that we're seeing. And all this right now is west of Nashville. The storm over here east of Hopkinsville is still discreet. Hasn't been producing a tornado, but there's a little hook here that is moving in the direction of Lewisburg, Dunmore, and Morgantown. And damaging winds still the main concern, but we are still watching for an isolated tornado risk. We got a significant swath of damaging winds with anything from 60 to 80 mile per hour winds pushing into very far southern Kentucky and northern Tennessee. This is marching towards Oak Grove, Clarksville, and Hopkinsville. Widespread 60 to 80 mile per hour winds currently surging across these areas. They are quickly approaching Dover. We'll have another live cam in Dover here pretty soon. And there's a lot of rain coming down there out in front of the line, and the wind should be pretty intense too. This is a little bit closer to that line, and it should be a little bit drier here. But yeah, this is live over in the Stewart County EMA. You can see the shelf cloud right there at the very middle, kind of top of your screen. Got a little bit of light rain falling, kind of making those streaks across the camera, but it's about 66 degrees there right now near Kentucky Lake as this line of thunderstorms continues to push to the east. We got storms again heading towards Nashville right now. We got a few storms here near Waverly, moving towards Centerville. Those will be tracking up towards Nashville here soon. We got a little pop-up storm also that's gone up just to the southwest of Nashville. Not too concerned about that right now. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That does include Hopkinsville and any surrounding areas. With this line of thunderstorms, it's only for 60 mile per hour winds, but honestly, it looks like the wind might be a bit higher than that. That is near Interstate 24, and again, tracking to the east right now. This is still a very significant line of thunderstorms going towards Hopkinsville and Oak Grove. We also have another severe warning just issued in Mississippi, or as an upgrade, but back down here again, a large swath of severe warnings stretching all across Mississippi at this hour. And again, we have tens of millions of people on the track of this line. If you guys have friends or family out in front of these storms, make sure that they're aware of the situation. Feel free to share the stream. Damaging winds is again the greatest concern. There is still a risk again of a tornado threat as well. All right, let's go ahead and put that camera there. Hey, John, for becoming a maximum velocity member, here's that new severe warning. So this is near Winona. That'll be for 60 mile per hour winds just east of Grenada. We're sitting at 24 severe warnings right now. Thank you, Daniel, for the $20 super chat. What time should we expect severe weather in Berkeley County, South Carolina? What's the chance of tornadoes? Honestly, tomorrow, it could be literally any time between like 6 in the morning all the way until like late day. We could have severe weather all day tomorrow pretty much. Obviously, this is what it looks like tonight. We've already kind of gone through tonight. Tomorrow, storms could start as early as 6 or 7 in the morning in South Carolina, Georgia, and North Carolina. Severe weather threat will rapidly increase later in the day. And this is going to be the environment right here where the greatest damaging wind and tornado threat is going to exist. And it will be mostly mid to late morning and through the afternoon. Severe weather should be done by about 9 to 10 o'clock tomorrow, but it could be a long day of severe weather. And once again, we do have a moderate risk of severe weather in place for the first time. I think this is the first time in over a decade. I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the first time in a decade that we've had a 60% wind risk. We have not had a 60% wind risk in literally forever. Like, this is something that you really hardly ever see. I'll have to go back and look, but like that on its own is very rare. Granted, the Storm Prediction Center outlooks have changed, so 60% wind risk is technically easier to achieve. It is not a high risk of wind, but if we were to get a SIG 2 wind risk, or if we got to a 75% wind risk, we would end up having a high risk. But I don't think we're going to get a high risk for severe weather tomorrow, unless we see some dramatic changes to the forecast, because tomorrow, in my opinion, it doesn't look like it looks still pretty significant. I just don't know if it's going to reach the criteria of a moderate risk. It's going to depend on the evolution of our line of thunderstorms tonight, because the faster this line of storms moves through, the lower risk of, severe weather we're going to have. The faster it moves east. Thank you, Andrew, for becoming a maximum velocity member. We have another area of convergence near Dover in Tennessee that's coming together. We only have one active tornado warning right now. That one goes until 9:15 Central Time or 10:15 Eastern Time. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, wanted to talk about why there's sort of a lull in activity here, and it has to do basically because we have two lines right now. We don't really have one. We have the main line back here that's associated with the cold front, and then the stuff that's sort of just the prefrontal convection congealing into a line. Eventually, these two are going to combine into each other, and they're going to stop essentially fighting over the same environment. When that does happen, we're going to start seeing a very quick uptick in activity overall in terms of damaging wind threat and the tornado threat as well. And unfortunately, I do think that is going to happen sometime around the time that it gets to Nashville and Murfreesboro. So if you're in any of those areas, don't be looking at this line right now like, oh, hey, it looks like it's starting to fall apart. No, it really just needs to do some mixing, combine into one, and then it's going to start to uptick in terms of intensity again. This is something that basically all the weather models have shown all day is eventually we're going to have two lines where the discrete supercells in front of the line eventually become the line of their own and then eventually combine. So right now we're sort of just in the lull waiting for that to happen. But I do promise anyone in Nashville that it is unfortunately going to strengthen again by the time it gets to you.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. We also just got a new severe warning in central northern Mississippi. We got a lot of new warnings coming in now. Pontotoc, Water Valley, and New Albany for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Another tornado possible tag. Again, a lot of these storms are rotating. We are not near a radar site here, so we don't really have a good grasp of how strong any rotations are. But again, there's basically a tornado risk with anything in here. Another tornado possible, severe warning. This one is going towards Belmont. This is a discrete cell, so we got to watch this one closely. Going towards Belmont, Cherokee, and eventually going towards Florence, Alabama. Rogersville is also in the path of that. We need to watch this one really closely. And rotation right now is right over Marietta. We also have another severe warning somewhere over here in Indiana. We got a couple new ones. A couple new warnings. One near Washington, got another one near Boonville. It is mostly a damaging wind risk along this line of thunderstorms, but there is obviously embedded circulations in this line, all moving to the northeast right now. So again, this is moving off to the northeast. Thank you, Carr, for the super chat. What's the tornado threat for the east side of Baton Rouge and New Orleans? Love the coverage. I think it'll be mostly a wind threat down there. Tornado risk should stay pretty low near the Gulf Coast. We just said ringing ears. The wind? I don't think this tornado warning is going to continue. It goes for 6 more minutes. The area of rotation is now outside of the tornado warning and has now moved into the Waynesboro area. So no longer any sort of active rotation inside of our tornado warning polygon. So we will probably have no tornado warnings here soon, but we still have obviously a very significant line of thunderstorms. There's still several storms rotating too, just none of them again are meeting tornado warning criteria. We have a new severe warning near Jasper, Indiana for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got a little bit of spin along I-69 right now. Moving to the east. This is our camera map. Again, we got several cameras out there looking at all these storms. Clarksville's about to get hit here pretty soon. Got some gusty winds out in front of this line of thunderstorms. It's also over in Hopewell, Tennessee. Lightning's now a little bit more picturesque here. Thank you, Bloom, for this, or Boom, for the super chat. Alabama should be mostly a wind threat. I'm watching Northwest Alabama more closely over the next hour. That discrete cell could try to do something. All right, let's go back over to here. Thank you, Lance, for the super chat. Delaware County, Indiana, have any chance of seeing a tornado? You have a chance of seeing a tornado pretty much anywhere if you're in the tornado watch. It's, again, not a high chance, but it's at least possible. This is our new tornado outlook, so we do not anymore, at least. Let me take off the radar so you can see this a bit more clearly. But basically, this area here, like that is a low tornado risk, generally speaking. It's higher if you're down near Louisville and Evansville, but back up near Indianapolis, Dayton, Cincinnati, it's a low-end threat. It's not zero. Fort Wayne, South Bend, it's pretty close to zero. I wouldn't say it's zero, but it's very close to it. They do even have a tornado possible, but that's even outside of our 2% tornado risk. But the tornado risk up here is much lower, just mainly because of the fact our moisture is lower up there. So it's not as favorable of an environment. But damaging winds at the minimum are still expected in our severe thunderstorm watch up here. And then anywhere else in the hatched area, there is a risk of strong tornadoes once again. So, but generally speaking, our highest tornado risk is almost out here Our line has mostly moved through the highest risk, and now we're kind of into a lower end threat of tornadoes. The 5% means low to medium, and then our higher end tornado risk will actually be back down here in the lower parts of Alabama, Southwest Georgia, and Florida Panhandle. That's not going to happen really until probably about midnight or 1 in the morning. That's when that's going to start to ramp up. But anywhere in this hatched area, we still have a risk of strong tornadoes no matter what your tornado probability is. That tornado warning near Savannah is going to be allowed to expire here in a short moment. There's still an area of rotation that we're looking at right now near Waynesboro. Right now, this is live in Waynesboro, which again does have some rotation. There is a lot of lightning once again on these cameras. So this is live here in Waynesboro, Tennessee. Hey, Lori, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. So, tornado warning will be allowed to expire in a minute and a half. And after that, we're going to be down to 32, at least around 30 severe warnings. What's the tornado risk for Indianapolis? I just talked about it. It's pretty low. Not zero, though. Is that a power flash on the right, or is that lightning? I've just been lightning. There's a broad area of rotation over Waynesboro. It's not enough for a tornado warning, but there's a broad area of rotation here near Waynesboro. That's left over, basically, from our storm that was producing a tornado. Over in Marietta, going towards Belmont, there's still a broad area of rotation here going over Bay Springs Lake, going towards Payton. This storm, again, is discrete. This is really one of the last remaining storms that is discrete out in front of our line. If it's able to start rotating more, we, again, could have a legit tornado risk going towards Florence. We had a tornado in this area last year. I don't remember which day it was, but I think it might have been Huntsville Day. But we've had activity up here in northern Alabama here in the past year. And so we need to be watching this closely. I would say the odds of this producing a tornado in the next half hour are probably 30%. But if it does, it could be significant. Shout out to Giant or Goliant for the $20 super chat. South Carolina here, and I don't have a basement. If we get something bad as an EF2 tornado, would an interior bathroom be sufficient safe place? Most cases, yes. It just depends. Like if you're in a mobile home or a trailer park, no. If you're like an actual sturdy structure and you're like it's a 2-story building and you have a bathroom, interior, low floor, and it would usually be pretty sufficient. But again, it's very situational. I have a lot of people ask me, like, am I safe if I go to X, Y, or Z? Like, I don't know, because I don't know what your home looks like. I don't know what's in your home. I have no clue. Like, I can only give you, like, I say go to the most interior room of your home or building for a reason. That's basically the best place to be. But if you're in a mobile home or a trailer park or an RV, you got to go to a sturdy structure ahead of time, right? Or get there like as soon as possible. Otherwise, a ditch is in most cases your best option. So yeah, I do want to reiterate that. Like, again, I cannot tell you if one place or another is better for you because I don't know what your home looks like or anything like that. And no, do not send me photos of your home and your entire schematic of your home, because I'd be looking at a lot of schematics if I was doing that, or a lot of pictures of homes. Hey, TL for the $5 super chat. Thoughts on tornadoes around Louisville? We got about an hour until these storms are on top of Louisville. And we have a lot of convection out in front of the line, which has stabilized things a little bit. Out in front of the line, I think damaging winds are definitely the main concern. There's definitely still a tornado risk. We actually have a little tightening near Dickeyville of rotation in southern Indiana here. This is heading in the direction right now of Johnsburg and Ferdinand. This is, again, not tornado warned, but that has come together over the last scan or two. Kind of diabolical timing. I came over to this. Hey, Shauna, for becoming a member. A little strengthening of rotation. I wouldn't say it's enough for a tornado warning, but they might issue one if it gets any stronger. Is Memphis clear? Memphis is clear. We also have another area of rotation east of Washington. This is embedded in our line. That's moving towards Lugoti and Shoals. Here comes a new radar scan. We'll wait and see what it looks like. Thank God for the $10 or $20 super chat. In cases like Jarrell, sometimes it's even that isn't fine, but most tornadoes are less powerful where interior is perfectly fine. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, most tornadoes, I'm not saying all of them, it depends on the day too, but like most tornadoes are not strong enough to tear through a bathroom, you know? There are some that are, obviously, but not all of them. A lot of the time, it is the safest place to be if you don't have another interior room or a storm shelter or something like that. This is the latest radar scan on our storm near Montgomery. Area of rotation, again, pretty strong right now, going towards Luguti, Dover Hill, and Shoals. We have another area of rotation west of Dale. That one's gotten a little bit weaker on the latest scan, so again, I don't think it's enough for a tornado warning. The one near Luguti might be enough. That's going to be heading towards Mitchell here soon. This is all happening again in southern Indiana, where those storms are located. West of Indianapolis, it's still too early to tell what's going to happen directly in Indianapolis, but damaging winds will be the greatest concern. Tornado risk is not zero, just low, generally speaking, up there. Over in Kentucky right now, we have a lot of wind surging towards Hopkinsville, Elkton, Crofton, and basically going right towards Russellville. Also, this storm up here near Dunmore has been more and more intense when it comes to our mid-level rotation. We'll have to keep an eye on this supercell here going towards Morgantown. This has been a supercell ongoing for a while. It hasn't really been tornadic at any point. It's just been broadly rotating, but as it continues to move northeast, it looks more and more organized for rotation. We also have some rotation just directly west of Nashville right now. This is another prefrontal storm moving right along I-40. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, one thing I wanted to talk about real quick is the progression of these storms overall. So if we take a look at MRMS where we are right now and sort of draw a line, that line basically goes through Nashville all the way down to Jackson, Mississippi. And this is actually really ahead of schedule on where we thought storms are going to be. So this is a graphic made at 12:56 p.m. Central Time today by the Storm Prediction Center. And we could see that storms were expected to arrive at Nashville around 1 a.m. Central Time. Obviously, right now, it's only 9:19 Central Time. And this could actually have a multitude of impacts on not only today's severe setup, but tomorrow as well. If we see storms make their way through this area earlier on in the morning tomorrow, we might see a situation where we see another round of convection form across that moderate risk, just because we're not going to see storm timing overlap so much with the cold front timing. So this can be a really interesting thing to track throughout the rest of the night in terms of the tornado threat tonight, sort of where that storm line is associated with the rest of the atmosphere ingredients that we've been talking about, and what could happen tomorrow. Because if we see this line go through 5-6 hours ahead of schedule, which once again could not happen, but it does look possible that we could see storms arrive way ahead of schedule, it would greatly change what tomorrow's risk looked like. And we could be talking about a moderate risk tomorrow, or we could see that environment completely change and it might look more like an enhanced risk. So it's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on tomorrow if you're on the East Coast, what storms do tonight. And of course, just tonight as well, what the storms are going to do depends on where they are.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the insightful update. So again, large area that we're looking at both tonight and tomorrow. Obviously, there's still well over 100 million people that are under risk of severe weather, not just for tonight, but also tomorrow. And so a significant line of thunderstorms will continue to march east and back over in the mid-Atlantic and the southeast. We're looking at possibly significant tornado risk for tomorrow too. Very intense line of thunderstorms making its way into Hopkinsville currently. Storms are now quickly approaching Clarksville, Tennessee. And multiple live shots out there. This one is the Stewart County EMA in Hopewell. We're mostly raining right now. Not a whole lot of lightning with this line of thunderstorms. We just got a new damage report out of Dover, Tennessee. This is the first time I've seen a damage report specifically talking about customers without power. About 1,400 customers are without power in Stewart County. So this line of thunderstorms is obviously intense enough to be knocking out power right now. So power outages are becoming more and more likely with this line of thunderstorms. If we go over to our power outage map here, you can see all the different counties that are without power. I'm going to go ahead and take off radar here so you guys can see again. All these counties, all these boxes here, those are power outages. For the most part, isolated right now in Tennessee and Kentucky and even in Mississippi. They've been a bit more widespread, though, in northern Mississippi, near Benton County and also in Tippah County. About 8,000 to 9,000 combined without power there. Elsewhere, it's been mostly isolated. But Paris County, or not Paris, Paris area near Henry County, that is where we have those power outages right now. A few hundred people without power over in Muhlenberg County. And then across Indiana and Illinois, for the most part, it's not been bad when it comes to power outages. But that number will continue to increase over the next few hours as this line of thunderstorms continues to track east. We should be getting some new severe warnings here momentarily. South and west of Indianapolis, they are issuing new warnings as literally I speak. They just issued a new one for Worthington, Bloomfield, and Shoals for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Broad rotation right over near Bloomfield. That'll be tracking up I-69 going towards Bloomington. And then mostly wind further down to the south, but a little broad area of spin still moving up in the direction of Bedford. And anything right here to the west of Indianapolis, that's mostly wind. They probably will issue a new warning here west of Indianapolis here soon, if I had to guess. Hopkinsville is about to get really slammed by high winds here in a second. This is going to be a pretty significant wind event for the Hopkinsville area. This is what it looks like over in Russellville, which is a little further off to the east of Hopkins. But again, right now, not really a whole lot of lightning. It's pretty calm out there. Very minimal lightning over in Russellville, Kentucky. It's about 71 degrees out in front of this line. The dew point's about 57. And again, this is the reason why our tornado risk isn't higher with these discrete cells, is because of the dew point. It's literally the main reason why. Thank you, Little, for the $20 super chat. Hi from Spring Hill, Tennessee, just south of Nashville. Thank you so much for your coverage. I've been watching all evening. Give Cheese Curd a big hug for me as well. Definitely will. Appreciate the super chat. Let's go back to live radar. This is a more zoomed out view. We just got a new severe warning on that storm north of Dunmore. This going towards Morgantown. And again, we've been talking about this one for a while. The problem right now is that our dew points, again, are not high. It's a good problem to have, but the problem that we're having with these storms is that the dew points, again, are not high enough for there to be these discrete supercells that actually produce large or strong tornadoes. I think it's the same case for this one. They did put a tornado possible tag on it. The dew point's running at 54 degrees. So again, it's not really enough for a significant tornado threat unless the temperature keeps dropping, which obviously we're now past 9 o'clock sunset. Temperature will progressively drop. This storm, though, could produce a significant tornado threat. It's just going to come down to it actually staying discrete, which it is right now, and then also the dew point either increasing or the temperature decreasing. I'm not sure if either of those are going to happen, but if either of them happened, we would have to watch this supercell like a hawk. It's going to be going towards Litchfield and Caneyville. Still have a hook echo right now on the southeast side of Belton. That's going up towards Morgantown and Aberdeen right now. Let's swap out cameras 1 through 3. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana with a tornado possible tag. It is a bunch of counties. This is going to be west of Fort Wayne.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So west of Fort Wayne, near Warsaw, North Manchester, and Rochester, near Peru. Or 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible tag. Brand new tornado warning. This one I talked about for a while. It's gotten a bit more concerning, and it obviously is now concerning enough that the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. So that is going to include the north side of Belmont. That is heading towards Florence, Alabama. All right, so this is going towards a fairly populated area. Cherokee, Muscle Shoals, and Florence. You guys are all on the path of this. Again, main area of rotations over Bay Springs Lake, Tishomingo, and the Freedom Hills Wildlife Management Area. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is going to be tracking, again, directly into northwestern Alabama. Very concerning supercell here. This one actually does have enough to work with when it comes to our dew points and our temperature spreads. The temperatures and dew points here are a little bit more primed when it comes to a tornadic environment. We head over to our dew points right now. We also have another tornado possible warning in Alabama. I think that's this one that just got upgraded. But these are the dew points down here. And notice the dew points are about 58, 59, 60. So this storm will have a lot more to work with when it comes to a tornado threat, and it is discreet. We do have storm chaser Rob McBay very close to this. If somebody put Rob McBay in slot like 2 or something. We have a few storm chasers actually in this general area, but he's one of them. So he'll be bottom middle of your screen. And rotation right now is just to the south of Burton and south of Payton, going towards Carter Branch. You can actually see a little outflow boundary here, so this storm's going to have to latch onto that outflow boundary. But if it does so, tornado threats can be heightened going towards Cherokee and Muscle Shoals and Florence. Hey, Tommy for the super chat. Anything in Georgia tomorrow is going to be mostly a wind threat. There could be some strong tornadoes, though, especially in southeastern portions of Georgia. So near the Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina border. That's where I'll be watching for an elevated tornado risk tomorrow. Thank you, Crazy, for becoming a member. For those that are back over in Nashville, I know we have a few people asking about like the tornado risk and such. Right now, the biggest concern is damaging winds. There is a little bit of rotation southeast of Waverly, and obviously that could progress into a tornado threat once these storms get closer to you. But as of right now, again, nothing currently is officially tornadic. It's, again, mostly wind moving off to the east. We have another tornado possible, severe warning in Mississippi. That is going to be back up here near Corinth and Boonville. We are sitting at 31 severe warnings right now. And they have just issued a new tornado watch for Alabama, Louisiana, and also Mississippi. So that'll pop up here in a second. We'll have more details on that too in just a moment. All right, here's the new tornado watch. This one goes until 4 a.m. Central Time. So this will be for Alabama, Mississippi, and eastern Louisiana, with a couple of tornadoes possible, isolated hail to the size of quarters possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour likely. It's a very populated area for Alabama and also in southern Mississippi. So again, if you're in this tornado watch, you need to make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan ready to go. The probabilities on this watch are 40-20, which means there's a 40% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, and then there's about a 20% chance of 1 strong tornado or more. All right, rotation on the last scan here on this storm near Bay Springs Lake has gotten stronger. This is again going over Tishomingo, then heading towards the Freedom Hills Wildlife Management Area, going towards Cherokee. Again, we have Storm Chaser around McBay bottom right of your screen looking in that direction, but that rotation's gotten stronger. The hook echo's gotten more defined as well. Got a pretty strong inflow going to the supercell too. This is, again, one of the most healthy looking supercells we've seen today. And it's been organizing. So it's just going to be a matter of time until this thing tries to produce a tornado. And again, it has about an hour, I would say, maybe 30 minutes to an hour until this line of storms catches up. So it has plenty of time. And that's one of the concerns. Even down here in like central Alabama, eastern Mississippi, we could have one of these little supercells that goes up and it tries to produce a tornado threat. This is what Storm Chaser Ron McBay is looking at right now. So he's looking right now at that area of storms. Again, lightning out in the horizon. This is over Tishomingo. It is going to be going towards Buzzard, Roost, Chiska, and Mount Hester are in the path of this. Hey, Tommy, for the super chat. Also, thank you so much. Your reporting really helped my family prepare for the snowstorm we had in Georgia a few weeks ago. For the record, there will not be a snowstorm tomorrow down there, but I do want to quickly point out that, guys, and this goes for anybody actually in the severe weather risk today. It's not just down there in Georgia, but like almost anywhere over here in the Ohio Valley, there's a chance of snow tomorrow morning. This is what tomorrow morning could look like around 9 o'clock. We could actually have light snow stretching from Indiana into Mississippi. And this could actually impact the Atlanta, Georgia area, Tennessee, and Kentucky. There could actually be snow. So this is pictured here. It's 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon Central Time. It probably won't. I don't think there will be much accumulation down here, especially in Alabama and Georgia. If there's any, it's going to be on like an elevated rooftop or surface. But light to moderate snow is possible basically everywhere in Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia tomorrow, right after the cold front moves through. The temperatures are going to drop so significantly that we could literally see some snow. We have a new severe warning for Clarksville, Tennessee, Springfield, and White House. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds are the main concern. There is also a tornado possible tag on this. We do have an area of broad rotation right now off to the west of Clarksville. That's what the Clarksville camera looks like right now. Wind is picking up right now in Clarksville. That's what it looks like on Clarksville. I'll have a much better view of the wind here in a second. This is an interesting area, though, right here. Strong inflow, got a little hook developing. There's been a little bit of rotation just to the south of Oak Grove. Velocities on radar are showing upwards of 90 mile per hour winds near Howell and west of Oak Grove. So this is a very intense area of wind right now, right along the border of Kentucky and Tennessee. There's also a broad area of rotation still near Morgantown. We need to continue to watch that closely. New tornado warning. This one's going to be for Florence, Alabama. All right, so Florence, Alabama, near Cherokee, Muscle Shoals. This is a very dangerous supercell right now moving to the northeast. Rotation is not tight as in tornado is down and on the ground, but it is strong enough to produce a tornado. This is moving to the northeast right now. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom right now. Florence, you got a few minutes on Muscle Shoals, but we should not be waiting too long to get to that safe place. This is a discrete cell that's going to try to produce a tornado. We also have, again, that storm near Morgantown, Kentucky. We have a hook, and the rotation is still definitely there. It's not enough for a tornado warning yet, but this is a live look in Morgantown, Kentucky right now. You can actually see the shelf right here, and maybe a little lowering, maybe a wall cloud. Big cloud of ground lightning strike there, too. So we need to keep an eye on that. Somebody put Morgantown, Kentucky in one of these slots. Oh, it's already there. Never mind. Just kidding. So yeah, the bottom right side of your screen is a look again at that Morgantown camera where there is definitely at least a lowering of some sort. Probably a shelf cloud, but there could be a wall cloud with how strong our mid-level rotation is. Going towards Aberdeen and also Holtville. Brooklyn's also in the path of that here in the near term. So I put Clarksville in slot 1. Hey, Robert, for the super chat. How are we looking in southeast Louisiana tonight? Should be mostly a wind threat. Low tornado risk. Latest scan, we are seeing a pretty pronounced hook again. There's been a lot of clearing out here on this supercell that's about across into northwest Alabama. And the latest scan is now showing, again, a defined hook echo. Very strong inflow going into the storm. Going right into Mingo and Minot. Freedom Hills Wildlife Management Area is going to be in the direct line of this too. Bottom middle of your screen, again, that is Storm Chaser Romick Bay. He's looking at the supercell. Florence, Alabama, though, guys, we got to be in our safe places. Again, this is a pretty dangerous supercell. If this does drop a tornado, it could easily be significant. Shout out to Emily with the Venmo donation. If Nashville gets any snow, my husband wants to know if he's supposed to go cut customers' grass. There could be some snow, but I don't know if it's going to accumulate into much. It'd be like a coating to a half an inch. They also, Queen with the super chat. Thanks for keeping us informed. No problem. Thank you, Ender, for the super chat. I know it's not as immediately dangerous, but please remind those in northern states tonight to stay inside and off the road. It's getting nasty out. Yeah, it is a good reminder. Obviously, we have an ongoing major blizzard here across the Midwest, and if you are in a blizzard warning, stay off the roads tonight. It is very dangerous. We've had a lot of accidents. Unfortunately, our one fatality that has been reported today was from an accident in the Midwest regarding the snow, essentially. So it is something that you should be doing. Staying off the roadways. It's back over to Storm Chaser Rob McBay. Again, he's looking at this supercell right now to the southwest of Cherokee. You can see all the lightning out in the horizon. This is a more distant view. This is really the closest roadway looking towards this, but latest scan is showing much stronger rotation. And I want to remind you again, this is a discrete supercell here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And this, again, could produce a significant tornado if it is to drop. So we need to really watch this closely. New tornado warning. This one's near Clarksville, Tennessee. We were just talking about this area of convergence a moment ago. On the north side of Clarksville, you need to be seeking shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It is going off to the east-northeast, going towards Hampton Station. There are a lot of people inside of this tornado warning, too, just south of Edgerton. It's going to be coming up on the Tenova Healthcare in Clarksville as well. Bottom left camera is going to be live there in Clarksville, so we're keeping an eye on that. Strongest area of rotation is over the Fort Campbell Cantonment, I think, south there of, again, Oak Grove. It's near the Cole Park Golf Course, near Outlaw Field. So if there's a tornado, it's going to be coming up into those areas here over the next few minutes. The CKV airport, or airfield's in the path of this. There's also a #1 Chinese restaurant, northeast school grounds that are in the direct line of a potential tornado risk. Strong area of rotation, once again, moving east-northeast, going towards Guthrie. It's a pretty strong area of convergence here over the last couple minutes. No debris signature right now, but strongest area of rotations right there. It's going to be kind of a bit more rain-wrapped. Do not go outside and look for this if you are in this tornado warning. Thank you, Addy, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Michael with the $10 Venmo donation. So we are now sitting at 3 tornado warnings, again, 2 of which are for the same storm. And this one, again, near Morgantown, it has that look. You know, it has not gotten there yet. There's still a large hook echo. A very intense area of inflow, once again, near Rochester. The one problem with this storm that's a good thing for us right now is that the dew points are low. And so this rotation isn't getting to the surface, but we have pretty strong mid-level rotation.
A new tornado warning has been
west of Morgantown. They have issued another tornado warning. This one's going to be for those in Oak Grove and Elkton. That is going to be in connection with this area of rotation northwest of Clarksville. That is moving northeast again towards Elkton and Oak Grove. So you need to seek shelter immediately, again, if you're in this tornado warning. Our strongest area of rotation right now is just to the south of the Small Arms Impact area. I believe this is an airfield, some sort of military base here, and that's going to be moving towards Pitcham and Guthrie.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
My goodness. All right, well, we all of a sudden have 5 tornado warnings. We went from none to 5 in like 5 minutes. New tornado warning in Indiana. That's actually a strong area of rotation. Just south of Winona Lake, going towards Pierceton and Lorville, just south of Warsaw. So seek shelter immediately, again, if you're in this tornado warning. That is a pretty strong area of rotation that is moving directly to the northeast. This is actually outside of our tornado risk, by the way, right now. This isn't even in our tornado risk. This is not in our 2% tornado risk anymore. So, again, we are now looking at an area that is completely outside of that. We did have a tornado risk there earlier today, but the Storm Prediction Center removed it. With that said, that is a strong area of rotation, and it could drop a tornado. Hence why I do want to remind everybody, if you're not in the tornado risk, it doesn't matter. You can still see tornadoes. It's not 0, it's just very low. That's what that means, especially in an environment like today. Back up to 5 tornado warnings, moving back down to Alabama. Again, this discrete supercell, strong rotation still, moving up towards the Freedom Hills Wildlife Management Area. This is trying to drop a tornado right now. On our velocity scale, we're at about a 6 or a 7 on this one, over near Highway 30. So it's a medium area of rotation that's moving northeast. Bottom middle of your screen is Storm Chaser Rob McBay. He is inside of this tornado warning. This is going to be moving towards Florence and Muscle Shoals once again. This is also the tornado warning, or the severe storm that is not tornado warning yet, but the rotation that we're looking at near Morgantown, Kentucky. And notice the barrage of lightning that is increasing right now. This storm, again, has a pretty strong area, mid-level rotation. There could be a wall cloud here. We haven't seen it yet, but there's a lot of lightning, so we might be able to see something. There might be a lowering there on the left. That could be the area of interest just to the left of that little cell phone tower. And then on the right, there will be a shelf cloud and just a lot of wind that's moving in right now. But notice, again, a lot of lightning illuminating the skies out here. And that rotation is still pretty strong in the mid-levels. Large hook echo moving right into Morgantown and Aberdeen here over the next few minutes. The tornado warning near Clarksville, the latest scan still showing our strongest rotation south of Oak Grove. The radar has not updated in 7 minutes. That is concerning. Our radar site, that radar site might have gone down. Somebody want to verify that? I think the radar site here near Clarksville just went down. So we might have just had a radar site go down from the severe line of thunderstorms. The velocities and radar have not updated since 9:33. This is obviously an intense line of thunderstorms. A trained spotter also reported a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. That is how intense this is getting now. So, again, radar site just went down, and that means it's going to affect being able to see some of these storms on radar. That is not ideal timing. If we have a tornado near Clarksville, it's likely going to be north of Clarksville. There could be something here too. We just, again, cannot see it on radar. The radar site, again, directly to the north has, I believe, gone down from the severe weather. The winds are obviously intense enough if that radar site's going down. Not too often that you see a radar site go down from severe weather. This one looks like over in Morgantown, where we do have that area of increasing rotation. Left side of your screen would be potentially a wall cloud. Tons of lightning still off on the horizon. This storm down in the Alabama-Mississippi border, once again, is very concerning. The rotation, again, has been very strong here for the last several minutes. And if a tornado does drop, it could be strong. You can see the very strong inflow in the hook echo. We just had a cloud ground lightning strike bottom right. Tons of lightning. That, again, could easily produce a strong tornado as it moves towards Cherokee, Smithsonian, and Florence. The amount of lightning that we're now seeing, it's uptrended. And at any time that we get more and more lightning, it can end up leading to a more significant tornado threat. And we are seeing that in real time. But the velocities have still remained pretty strong. And this is the tightest they've been here over the last several minutes. And there are really no roads to get down to this area of rotation. The storm chasers that we have in this area, they are all still up here to the north, right along US Highway 72. This is, again, storm chaser Rob McBay. He is looking in the direction of where there would be a tornado, which, again, we can't see right now. But he's looking in that direction. And so if there is obviously a tornado and we can't verify it with radar, then we will at least have a live shot of it here right now near US Highway 72. Rotation, once again, though, very strong near Mingo. It's going right towards Florence, Alabama. We'll have a new velocity scan in just a moment. This is, again, right now, obviously, the time's 9:43. This radar scan was at 9:41 Central Time. There's another area of rotation that is over near Collinwood, and that's in Tennessee. There's no tornado warning on this, but they might issue a tornado warning on that. The rotation's got a little bit stronger over the last few minutes. That is heading up towards Waynesboro and Summertown. Again, these storms that we're looking at here are out in front of our line of thunderstorms. And as long as we have storms out in front of the line, those are going to be producing a more significant and potentially more robust risk of tornadoes. And I would also be watching this storm near Dixon closely, just southwest of Charlotte. It has a little hook. The rotation isn't very strong right now, but that's another storm that could try to produce something tornadic. Radar site is, again, still out in the Clarksville area. If you're in Clarksville, we need to be in our safe place right now. The storm near Morgantown is still trying to rotate. I'm going to keep that bottom right of your screen. All the different camera shots are on the bottom of your screen. We got one in Clarksville right now. Go full cam real quick to Clarksville. That's what it looks like in Clarksville right now. So inside of our, this is just outside of our tornado warning. It's on the kind of south side of where our tornado would be located. But again, rain's coming down at a pretty good clip right now. Tornado, if we have one, will be over the border. It'll be in very far southern Kentucky, just west of Guthrie. We still have several areas of rotation right now near Morgantown. This is what it looks like in Morgantown, Kentucky, where the camera is shaking from the high winds. And there's a little lowering there on the left side of your screen, kind of just to the left of that cell tower. It's been the area of interest here for the last several minutes. There's been plenty of lightning to be able to see what we're seeing out here. It's just, again, the dew point right now in this area specifically is about 54 degrees. It would have to go up by 2 to 3 degrees, or the temperature needs to drop for us to see a legit tornado risk. The temperature over the last few minutes has dropped by like 1 or 2 degrees. It hasn't been that much, but it's been dropping a little bit. Hey, JT, for the super chat. Also, thank you, FN, for the super chat. Real quickly, I want to go back to Indiana. Forgot we haven't really talked about the Indiana camera here. There is again a tornado warning here west of Fort Wayne. The last few radar scans, rotation was pretty strong there for a few minutes. Looks like it's gotten a little bit broader. We had a small tightening there for about 5-10 minutes. So there could have been a brief tornado over in this field east of State Route 15, but nothing that I'm actively seeing right now that is on the ground. And again, you do not have to be in the tornado risk to see a tornado. It might sound kind of counterintuitive, but again, in northern Indiana, there's no tornado risk right now outlined from the Storm Prediction Center, but there is still a low end chance of a tornado with any storm that's ongoing. Back down along the Alabama-Mississippi border, we still have a very strong area of rotation here. This is a discrete supercell once again. Storm chaser Rob McBay is on the bottom middle of your screen. He is inside of this tornado warning near Cherokee. That rotation, again, currently moving to the northeast. It is a medium area of rotation, but it's very close to being pretty strong rotation on our velocity scale here. The hook echo, again, very definitive. And it's, again, moving towards Muscle Shoals and Florence. in Alabama. That's your hook echo, and that's the very strong inflow coming out of the south and east. Freedom Hills Wildlife Management Area is the immediate area in the path of a potential tornado with this discrete supercell. That's a pretty classic looking supercell. We're a little further away from the radar site, so it might not look classic, but it's pretty classic looking. We do not have a debris signature yet. We're waiting for velocities update here. Andrew for the super chat. So waiting for velocities update, but again, very strong rotation right there east of Tishmingo. That's the latest scan. And again, this is, I don't think, very far from producing a tornado. Obviously, Florence, we've covered Florence before. We had a tornado just outside of town, I'm pretty sure, last year on one of our live streams. And I'm definitely concerned that this might try to produce something as it comes up towards Florence and Muscle Shoals. So again, we're keeping close tabs on this. Bottom right of your screen is Storm Chaser Rob McBay. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, I wanted to talk about our radar site outage. So we were talking about this radar site near Hopkinsville, KHPX, and when you take a look at the data page from the National Weather Service, we can see that this is highlighted in yellow with a black outline. So that means that the radar site is still listed as operational. However, it means that we have not received data from that radar site in the last 5 to 30 minutes. So they may be having some sort of damage outage. The interesting thing, though, is you click on it and take a look at the text messages on this. It did just come out of maintenance March 15th. Actually, nope, just updated right now. The KHPX radar has lost communications, therefore data is not available. No estimate of return to service is known at this time. So I'm going to go back to the message that I was going to talk about, and that was that this radar was basically just coming out of maintenance, but that has now been listed as down by the National Weather Service with no estimated time of when we will get KHPX back online. Taking a look at our next rad coverage, we can see that this is actually one of the relatively well-covered areas in the country. The radar site that's down is right here. Ideally, everywhere would be at 6,000 feet or lower in terms of beam coverage, so hopefully we'll still be around that, but we're not going to have radar data from that site near Hopkinsville. So if you're in the area and you're looking for what radar sites you should look at, we're going to be talking about ones near Nashville and the ones further north near Louisville. Those are going to be the best radar sites to use because we're no longer going to have the Hopkinsville radar site, and there's no estimate on what time we may get radar data back from that weather radar.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, going back to our 3-cam view. Yeah, we currently have 5 tornado warnings if you're just tuning in. We did have a pretty large lull in our severe warnings not too long ago, and our tornado warnings not too long ago. Now we have 5 again. And again, almost all of them right now are kind of associated with the same storms, right? So we got the one near Florence, 2 tornado warnings connected to each other. And then the one north of Clarksville is in the same boat right now. It is all connected to the same warning. Once again, the radar sites out here, as Riley was just talking about. And so we're kind of relying on different radar sites. The main one we'll have to look at here is the one near Nashville. And I don't think Clarksville is going to continue into a tornado warning. I mean, obviously, if you're in Clarksville, continue to stay in your safe place. I don't think we're going to continue to see a warning here. Honestly, I think they'll probably end up, canceling it. With that said, back up near Guthrie and Elkton, this is an area that we still have some rotation. We don't know really how strong it is because we do not have that radar site online, but we need to assume it's pretty strong because we did have very intense winds go through and the velocities did look strong when the radar site was up. Further to the north, near Morgantown, we're gonna have to use the radar site from all the way up almost near Louisville. This rotation has not been nearly as strong. If we have a tornado or any sort of lowering, it'd be right here. This is again not tornado warned, but we've had an ongoing wall clutter, or at least a lowering here for quite some time. The storm has been rotating on radar for a long time too, but it is also going to be getting caught up by this line of thunderstorms, and it's again just a little bit too dry to actually produce a more legit tornado risk. The storm up in Indiana, the one south of North Webster, that rotation has gotten actually slightly stronger again over the last minute or two. So we still have an area of convergence and a potential tornado risk going towards State Route 13 near Bayfield. That's going to be going up towards Kimmel and Cromwell. So if you're over here in northern Indiana, we need to be staying alert. This storm is still trying to produce a tornado right now moving northeast. They have just issued a new severe warning too for a tornado possible tag. That is south of Indianapolis, back over near Bloomington, where we have several areas of rotation right now. Almost all damaging winds though for Indiana right now. There's again a few storms that are rotating. They are also trying to produce the risk of tornadoes. We have a brand new severe warning attached with our really intense supercell right now to the southwest of Florence. And so there is a potential for a tornado as that moves towards Florence. This is what it looks like in Clarksville right now. Wind has intensified over the last couple minutes. You can see the camera shaking, getting hit hard by the rain. We once again do have a tornado warning still in effect for Clarksville, which I believe goes until at least 10:15, but nope, they just canceled it. All right, so they're going to allow that one to expire, but in Clarksville, pretty windy out there. We at least have a damaging wind risk. And then this is Storm Chaser Rob McBay. So Rob right now, he's over in Cherokee near Barton in Alabama, and he is looking in the direction of where we would have a tornado. And we obviously do not see anything yet since the rotation is still a little bit off to his west, and there's no road networks that connect to this area of rotation. But the rotation is still pretty strong here. This is a discrete supercell heading directly towards Florence, Alabama. So if you are in Florence, Alabama, we need to be ready. You know, again, we have potentially significant storm right now making its way towards you guys. And again, hopefully this storm does not remain this intense. And also, hopefully this line catches up to the supercell, because, I mean, the second this thing drops a tornado, it could easily be significant. We do not have a CC drop yet, which means there's no confirmed tornado via radar. But it's just out the Buzzard boost. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. So in southern Wisconsin, sleet and heavy freezing rain mixing with snow before the blizzard. Let's appreciate the super chat. Yeah, it's crazy up there. Again, historic blizzard for March. Thank you, Scott, for the 5 gifted memberships. Is there a tornado on the ground? There's nothing confirmed as of right now. The rotation has remained pretty strong in this storm for the last really 20 to 25 minutes. And if we have a tornado, it's going towards a very populated area. So we need to hope that thing does not intensify any further.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. We have a new tornado warning in Kentucky. This one's going to be for Leachfield, Caneyville, and Morgantown. And
a new tornado
there are 2 areas of rotation. We got one near Caneyville and Leachfield. We got another one near Morgantown. So if you're in this tornado warning, we need to get to our safe places now. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. We've been talking about this storm for quite some time, and it could produce a tornado at literally any moment. So we need to be in our safe places again if we're in that tornado warning. We have another tornado warning just to the east of Warsaw. So this one is in Indiana. That'll be west of Albion, heading up towards the Kendallville area and LaGrange. So our area of rotation has been the strongest over Bayfield and Lakeview Spring, and is now approaching Wilmot and Washington Center. Cromwell and Kimmel will next be in the path of that. Can we put a slot 1 on the Morgantown camera? This one near Morgantown has been concerning for a while. There's, again, an area of rotation here that is near Caneyville, and there's another one back here near on the west side of Morgantown. So two different areas of rotation that we're looking at right now. This is what it looks like in Morgantown. This is inside of the new tornado warning that was just issued, and we'd be looking off, again, in the distance here towards potentially some sort of wall cloud. Left side, I think, is going to be the area of interest. I think that's the area that we need to look for. So this is, again, a live shot. A lot of lightning, so should be able to see maybe something out there on the left. Huge shout, by the way, to Brian with the $50 super chat. Thank you, Max and Riley, for helping us keep us informed and safe. Your friends at Reddit Tornado, appreciate that. Thank you also, Angela, for the $20 super chat. Keep doing what you're doing. You're awesome. Appreciate that. This is the second, this is not the second time. We've hit 7 tornado warnings multiple times. But again, we had no tornado warnings about 30, 45 minutes ago. Goes to show you how quickly the weather can change. And I did mention, again, our peak tornado risk is basically from 7 to 12. And we are kind of back into it again with this tornado threat. There is a lowering there on the left that I'm seeing. It's hard to tell if there's any sort of ground contact or any sort of tornado, but left side of your screen, there is some lower hanging clouds there. And I think that'll be the area of interest here in Morgantown. So we're going to keep that, again, bottom left side of your screen. And we got 2 storm chasers on the southern tornado warning, which will be back over in Alabama. Tornado warning still continues for Elkton for the next 30 minutes, which that will probably be canceled here soon. Rotation's gotten broader there to the east of Hopkinsville. We have some areas of very minor convergence right now off to the east of Clarksville, Tennessee, moving towards Springfield. Actually have an area of convergence near Mount Pleasant. Some rotation there moving up towards Columbia. And then back to the Florence, Alabama storm. This one is still producing, again, a pretty strong area of rotation, but it's only got about 20 minutes or so until this thing is running into an environment where it's not going to be favorable for tornadoes anymore as that line of thunderstorms catches up. So Again, Cherokee, Florence, Muscle Shoals were still included in this tornado warning, but rotation is definitely getting a lot. It's not going to have much more time to produce. So if it's going to produce a tornado, again, it's basically got to be in the next like 20 to 25 minutes. That line of storms is catching up quickly. This is what it looks like right now in Cherokee, which is only about 5 miles. This where Rob McBay is right now. He's only about, if I measure right here, he's about 7 miles from the area of rotation. So he's got a lot closer over the last few minutes. He actually got a sheriff here. I think he may be talking to him. I mean, he's storm chasing, obviously. Sheriff's probably wondering what's up with this storm. Since Rob has experience being a storm chaser. This is also Brett Adair looking out in that direction right now. You got a lot of lightning. In Cherokee, but we can't see the lowering quite yet. We'll have a better view of that lowering here soon. Thank you, Christy, for becoming a member. Thank you also, Harry, for the super chat. Keep up the great work, Max. Appreciate that. So again, we have 7 active tornado warnings, and if we go all the way back over to Indiana, we have an ongoing tornado warning still near North Webster. This is, again, not in our tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center anymore, but if we were to see a tornado, it would have to happen in the next few minutes because this storm's going into a much less favorable environment. But over here near Albion, still have an area of rotation right now just east of North Webster. It has gotten broader over the last few scans. It was much tighter about 5-10 minutes ago. Looks like it's mostly a wind threat again. Further down to the southwest of Fort Wayne, it's mostly gusty winds, but there's still a chance again for an isolated tornado as this line of thunderstorms continues to march to the east. Back down to the south of Indianapolis and west of Indianapolis, we got several storms here that are producing at least damaging winds, if not even some areas of embedded rotation. I'm not seeing any rotation west of Indianapolis right now. South of Indianapolis, south of Martinsville, near Nashville, there's a much more organized area of rotation trying to come together. That is in a tornado possible tag, so we could again see a spin up tornado.
A new tornado
as that continues to move to the northeast, going towards Nineveh and as well as Franklin. And then further down to the southwest of Louisville, this actually we need to watch. An area of convergence here near English. That's moving in the direction of Vienna and Scottsburg in southern Indiana. That is west of Louisville. So this could get tornado warned here soon. It is embedded in our line of thunderstorms. New tornado warning. This one's going to be near Bowling Green, Kentucky. Brownsville is also included in this. South of Morgantown. So we now have 2 connecting tornado warnings basically across central western Kentucky. We'll also have another live shot over in Bowling Green of this storm as it approaches. But again, Bowling Green, north side of Bowling Green, Brownsville, Mammoth Cave National Park. We got to be in our safe places now, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible right now. Another dangerous storm again moving to the east, northeast. A little bit better view of the rotation. Rotation's over Dimple and Leetown, and then another area of rotation near Caneyville. I do want to remind you guys, if you're just tuning in, you might be wondering why we're not using this radar site right here, and that is because it went out from our damaging winds and possible tornado threat north of Clarksville within the last like half hour. So about 25-30 minutes ago, that radar site went down. So we are down to basically 2 radar sites that are able to look at these storms right now in Kentucky. Other than when these storms get closer to Lexington, we'll have more, but we do have a unnatural radar hole that is basically developed because of our line of thunderstorms. All right, let's go down to the south again. Let's go back down to the Florence tornado warning. We got about 15 minutes left on this tornado warning. Last couple radar scans, the rotation's gotten a little bit broader. I wouldn't say it's gone, but it's not as strong as a second ago. And we got Storm Chaser Brett Adair, bottom right of your screen. He is inside of the tornado warning. Ron McBay is too. No view of anything quite yet, but that rotation is going to be going right over State Route 72 here in just a few minutes. Further down to the south in Mississippi, we got another area of rotation west of Shannon that is not warned. That is going to be a potential QLCS tornado risk northwest of Aberdeen, so we're going to be keeping close tabs on that. Let's quickly go to Brett Adair. He's inside of the tornado warning, and this is what we're looking at here.
Really close to the circulation on 72.
He's pretty close to that area of rotation. You can see the lower hanging clouds there. Tons of lightning on this storm too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got another tornado warning. My goodness. We're at 6 tornado warnings. We got another one. We were just talking about this storm. Northwest of Louisville. It's like the National Weather Service is listening to our stream. Northwest of Louisville, near Salem, west of Scottsburg. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter now. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. and get to an interior room of your home or building that is near Youngs Creek. Chambersburg's in the path of that, and Hardensburg. Livonia is also in the path of this. Salem is probably the most populated area in this warning. Going to be crossing over US Highway 150 here soon. If you guys are in Louisville or down near Radcliffe or Taylorsville, you guys are going to be seeing storms within the next about 60 minutes or so. So if you have plans on going to bed anytime soon, I personally would just stay up because these storms are going to be rolling through, and it would be better if you're awake and alert rather than sleeping and potentially sleeping through some sort of alarm that will wake you up in an hour or whatever it might be. Right? If you guys are way out in front of these storms like Cincinnati, Lexington, I mean, we still have upwards of an hour and a half to 2 hours from now until we're going to see anything. Again, if you want an extra way to receive weather alerts, that way you're alerted whenever you're under a severe warning or a tornado warning, you can check out maxalert.net. It is also one of the top links in the description below. That way you will receive a phone call directly from me if you're under one of these tornado warnings or severe warnings. And so, again, we're still a little ways away from that. We still got about another hour and a half, 2 hours until those areas are under the crosshairs here of our significant storm. This back to Brett Adair. Again, we have a little bit more of a view here of this storm now in Cherokee, Alabama, where there is still an area of rotation approaching Florence. Hook echoed and pretty definitive on radar. Rotation's going over US Highway 72 right now. So again, we'll be looking, he's looking directly west, so he's looking at this area of rotation. He's not saying anything really right now, but I also do not see a definitive wall cloud, but it would probably be off to the left. He's on US Highway 72, so be left or middle left of your screen. You're not seeing anything again yet, but we'll keep an eye on him. This is also back over to Morgantown. Whoa, Morgantown's getting hit hard. This is in Morgantown, Alabama, or sorry, Morgantown, Kentucky. This is inside of one of our tornado warnings. It is extremely windy out here. We at least have 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Yeah, that's inside of our tornado warning, and there could be a tornado. We don't really know. Radar, there's a very large radar hole here. But it is definitely very windy out there right now in Morgantown. Timothy with the sewer chat just said, I'm in Oak Grove, Kentucky, and it was like a hurricane coming through here just a few minutes ago. We're seeing that right now. We are seeing that in real time. It literally looks like a hurricane's coming through. It's still very windy. I mean, again, there could be a tornado. We don't know for sure. There's a large radar gap here because of the radar site north of Clarksville going out. It's been down now for a little over half an hour. Anybody tuning in right now from Kentucky in the chat? Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, the SPC issued a new mesoscale discussion for northern Alabama and south central middle Tennessee. Over the next 1 to 2 hours, we're going to see a tornado threat increase. I believe this is specifically for the 2 supercells that we have in that area. This does mention tornadoes up to 150 miles per hour, which is an EF3 tornado, and winds to 90 miles an hour. So definitely going to be a significant weather event unfolding over the next couple of hours here in northwestern Alabama and middle Tennessee. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on.
All righty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, dangerous situation here in northern Alabama, southern Tennessee. Tornado risk is increasing, and you don't see this phrasing very often when it's 10 o'clock that the tornado threat is increasing, because again, most people would think the tornado risk is going to be decreasing after sunset. Well, not in today's severe weather event. It is increasing, especially with these supercells near Florence, and there's also one west of Lawrenceburg that has been rotating, but that's going to be caught up by the line here soon. And even if these storms merge with the line, which they will, but once they merge with the line, there will still be a tornado risk embedded in this line of thunderstorms. So this tornado risk isn't done anytime soon. Also, Morgantown, Kentucky may have just lost power. The camera there has gone down. Not sure if that's a connection issue, but the wind again will look like hurricane force winds out there in Morgantown. So we do not have any sort of camera right now in Morgantown that is up anymore. If we can replace slot 1, that'd be good. But yeah, that camera has just gone down for, again, good reason. So we put Rob McBay in slot 1. Slot 1, Rob McBay. He is looking at the area of rotation. Again, pretty strong rotation right now, just south of Smithsonian, moving towards Florence. We have reports in the chat now that Morgantown just lost power. This is Rob McBay. He is, again, looking directly towards where there be a tornado. So let's see if we can see anything. And again, large hook echo, strong rotation. Middle left is kind of where we're looking for maybe something. Obviously quite windy right now. You can see the large shelf. Wall cloud will be off to the left. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Last few scans headed right towards Nashville. Currently just off to the east of Dixon. There's a very tight couplet coming together. Looks like this is definitely an embedded supercell and could produce a significant tornado threat as it heads towards Nashville.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is west of Nashville, Tennessee. Strong area of rotation developing on the south side of Charlotte, and that is moving towards Ashland City. All right, so this is not in Nashville right now, but it's going towards you guys. And again, it's 10 o'clock. It's getting late, and there might be people sleeping. There might be people not aware of this, but you can see the hook echo that has been developing on radar over the last few minutes, right over US Highway 70. If you guys have any friends or family, again, near Nashville or surrounding locations near Ashland City, please make sure that they are aware of this. It is moving quickly to the east right now, and it might try to produce a tornado here as this thing continues to crank that direction. Further down to the south, near Mount Pleasant, this is a pretty strong area of rotation that's been coming together here, too. This is southwest of Nashville, near Columbia. This is a live shot from the Columbia, Tennessee 911 call center camera. And I can't see anything yet, but there's a large area of rotation embedded in the rain. This is over near MRC Airport. You can see the winds. These are going away from the radar. Going towards the radar is pretty strong, too. Velocities are measuring at almost 90 miles per hour. So this is a very intense area of wind here at the bare minimum that we are looking at. But, again, dangerous storm here near Columbia. And they did mention the tornado risk is increasing, and it definitely is there. There's also rotation west of Lawrenceburg. That one's going to be cut up by the line here soon. And then where Storm Chaser Rob McBay is, rotation is still pretty strong over Barton right now. Velocities are starting to get contaminated, but it's still very strong rotation in this hook echo. Storm Chaser and Rob McBay is looking in the direction of where there would be something. Left side of your screen. Look left side of your screen there, right to the left of the road. That might be some sort of lowering. Can't fully tell. I don't know if we're going to get a better lightning flash. But that would be the area of interest to be right there over and on the left side of the roadway. Hey, Melissa, for the sewer chat, do you need food? Are you hungry? I am hungry, but we are live. Food can wait till after the stream, which will probably not be anytime soon. Can't see anything. Again, Rob is looking in the direction of where there'd be a rotation. He's looking directly off to the west here of Florence. The rotation is, again, fairly strong right now. At the bare minimum, there's a wall cloud. We just can't see it. Red Adair is also in Cherokee. A lot of lightning with this storm, obviously. And nighttime storms are very dangerous. And he's now outside of his car. Again, there could be something there. It's just impossible to tell. If you look at velocities here, let me go back over to radar here. If you look at velocities, they've been pretty strong these last few scans. You can see the hook, again, developed over the southwest side of Florence. Strong inflow going to the storm, and just, again, a boatload of lightning. Also just got a super chat from Sniper saying tornado sirens in Charlestown, Indiana being reported there. But again, very dangerous supercell here in northwestern Alabama right now. And then over here in Tennessee, we are still monitoring several storms right now, especially the one west of Nashville that has been producing some stronger rotation. And so once again, Nashville area, we need to be staying on alert. There's been a stronger area of rotation over the last few minutes just to the southwest of Ashland City. That's been coming together. There's also a stronger area of rotation near Columbia that is moving up towards Spring Hill right now. We go all the way back up to the north. We do have a tornado warning still. We have one tornado warning in Indiana. That's going to be the one northwest of Louisville. Main area of rotation right now is heading towards Salem, Scottsburg, and Vienna.
A new tornado
will eventually be in the path of that. We have a new tornado warning in Louisiana. I believe this is the first tornado warning of the day. And it is Lake Charles. Guys, what is up with Lake Charles? We've covered this area so many times with tornadoes. Lake Charles is now under a tornado warning. Somebody keep an eye on Lake Charles cameras because this thing's wrapping up too. So I went back down to Lake Charles. Lake Charles has had, like, I don't even know how many tornado warnings now. We've had like 3 tornadoes, I think, in the last year in Lake Charles, and we've covered all of them live. We literally just had one a month ago in Lake Charles. But it's over Lockmore. going towards downtown area of Lake Charles. So if you're one of our viewers that watches Lake Charles quite often, you know, this is what we're watching right now. Pretty intense storm right now moving into Lake Charles. Here's the latest scan. And it's a little bit broader. We'll keep an eye on that. So I put Rob McBay in slot 3. If there's a tornado, it's going to be over Woodland now in Alabama. So this is quickly approaching Florence if we have a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Back up to 6 tornado warnings. They have issued a tornado warning south of Nashville. It's another area of rotation we've been talking about. This is near Columbia. Strong area of rotation on the west side of Columbia, moving up towards Neapolis, Spring Hill, and Thompson Station, eventually going towards Franklin. So seek shelter, again, now if you are in this tornado warning. It's a very populated area as well, and this could also produce the potential for a tornado as it continues to move to the northeast. I want to go back to Kentucky. Bowling Green, once again, we need to be in our safe places right now. Bowling Green's storm here looks crazy. This is a live shot from Bowling Green. It's like a 3-layer shelf cloud that is rolling towards Bowling Green right now. It's like literally 3 different layers that we're looking at. It's like a pancake stack. So we got very intense damaging winds coming. Got some lightning as well, but there is a possibility that we could have a tornado anywhere around or just north of Bowling Green in the next 10-15 minutes. There is a little hook that's developed west of Brownsville, and that's the area of interest for a potential tornado risk. But that is a very impressive looking shelf cloud rolling into Bowling Green right now. That's bottom middle of your screen. Also, in our tornado warning near Lake Charles, it has gotten very windy. This is what it looks like. This camera's been shaking a lot down there, right along I-210. And so if you're in Lake Charles, we're keeping an eye on you guys in case this thing does drop a tornado. And then back up near Leachfield, there is also some stronger rotation in the mid-levels. Down near the surface, it is actually pretty strong. Oh, look at that hook. That's dangerous. Got a defined hook echo right now, just northwest of Leachfield, moving towards Hardin Springs. That's a pretty strong area of rotation. We do not have a confirmed tornado with this right now, but that is a classic-looking QLCS tornado hook that we're looking at here. It's basically, as the supercell's basically merging here, it's almost getting pushed in a way by our line of thunderstorms. It's actually getting nudged, and that's not a good thing. That would increase the rotation. That's what we're seeing right now. The velocities have gotten way stronger over the last couple scans. So Hardin Springs, Cecilia, Elizabethtown, we need to be ready for this storm. Again, we gotta be in our safe places if we're in the tornado warning. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a new tornado warning as well. That kind of covers more of the northern side of this, going towards Radcliffe, Vine Grove, and Elizabethtown. But this is a pretty ugly looking hook echo. Not the good kind of ugly either. I mean, this could easily produce a strong tornado. We also got a little hook developing west of Louisville. This is over near Bradenburg, or west of Bradenburg. That is just south of Leopold, going directly in the direction of Bradenburg and Corydon. So that rotation's moving east. That one's not currently tornado warned, but I would expect potential for a tornado warning here momentarily. We are sitting at 5 tornado warnings. We have none anymore in Alabama. We got 2 in Kentucky. We got 1 in Indiana, 1 in Tennessee. So we're actually technically at 4. I think one of the other ones is going to be allowed to expire. So we're technically at 4 tornado warnings right now. And here comes the new radar scan. And again, this hook right here is fairly concerning. We do have a CC drop. That is not a tornado. That would be just clear air contamination. Latest scan still showing strong rotation. That is just west of Tar Hill, approaching Hardin Springs, Kentucky. And then further off to the north into Indiana, our main area of rotation that I'm looking at is west of Bradenburg. That is not really, so it's not tornado warned right now. We do have a tornado warning near Salem. That one is a bit broader of an area of rotation. That is moving towards New Pekin. And then Indianapolis, we do have a severe warning for you guys on the south side for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We actually have a few areas of rotation too. We got one near Franklin. We got another one near Nineveh. That's moving towards Shelbyville. And then anything up in northern parts of Indiana is mostly wind right now. As I say that, there's actually rotation north of Albion. This is a live shot. Oh, power flashes. All right, we got power flashes apparently in Columbia, Tennessee. This is a has cam that apparently has power flashes in Columbia. So this is the Columbia, Tennessee camera. And so there could be a tornado here. We don't know for sure. This is inside, once again, of our tornado warning. Yep, power flash, I think on the left, maybe. Yeah, power flash is on the left side. So there could be a tornado here. There are power flashes that we just saw on the left side. There's a possible tornado right now in Columbia, Tennessee. At the bare minimum, we have significant damaging winds. There's a large swirling area of wind, so it's very possible we have a tornado here. So this is south of Nashville. This is our other tornado warning. We have 5 different ones, but this is one of the 4, or one of the 5. Unknown again if that's related to a tornado or wind. We do not know. We just got to assume there's a tornado, as there is a tornado warning here. That camera just went out again. There might have been another power flash. Going to radar, you can see how strong the rotation is. It's over Columbia. That's really strong rotation. This is live also in Columbia. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone port, which we do not see any power flashes there yet. There's another camera directly east of that area of rotation too. There are hundreds of you guys watching this inside of the Radar Omega app. There could be a tornado here, and the rotation again is very strong. And there is a possibility of a strong tornado with this. Somebody put one of these Columbia cameras on Omega in one of the slots. I don't know which one's better. Latest scan, velocities are still very strong, waiting for that new scan to come in. If there's a tornado, it's going to be on the north side of Columbia. So north side of Columbia, it's near River Heights, Hardy Acres. Again, we have had power flashes, so there could be a tornado. We don't know for sure. There could be one, though. This is also back over. That's the Waynesboro camera, so that is not there. Where did the other camera go? Oh, here it is. This is in Columbia. Once again, that is live in Columbia. It's one of the Has cams. We just had power flashes a moment ago. The lightning is obviously very intense, but there's apparently some other camera that I don't know what the name is, but there's another camera that did have power flashes as well. So this is not the only camera that has had power flashes. So there is an ongoing, again, possible tornado north side of Columbia. Here's another live shot again on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. Wind is very strong. You can see the American flag there on the right. It's whipping. But again, we're not in the rotation. This camera's not in the rotation. The rotation's off to the west, and we would be looking in that direction for a possible tornado. This camera, again, is looking directly west right now. We go back to the 3-cam view. So this is what it looks like once again. North side of Columbia. We have a tornado. It's going to be further north now. We don't have a definitive CC drop, which means there's no active tornado that is being picked up by radar. But it is now going up towards Spring Hill and Thompson Station. Franklin, again, is in the path of this dangerous storm. We have a few areas of rotation still trying to come together to the west of Nashville, too. Again, none of these are actively producing a tornado, but there's an area of rotation west of Nashville. There's another one right along I-40. And any of these, again, could produce tornadoes. This is also live in Bowling Green, Kentucky. We do have a tornado warning still for the north side of Bowling Green. A large shelf cloud is passing by right now. We do not have any sort of definitive view of a wall cloud on this camera, but if there were to be a tornado, it'd be up near Brownsville. We still have a tornado warning for Leachfield as well. And still strong rotation. If we go back over to radar near Hudson, you can see the area of rotation near Hardin Springs. This is a pretty defined hook echo still. Very strong inflow too. And it is still rotating near Hardin Springs. No tornado warning that has been extended off to the north near Rineyville, but I feel like they will probably issue a tornado warning going towards Vine Grove and as well as Rineyville here shortly. Another area of rotation as well, more embedded in rain going towards Custer. There's more rotation west of Bradenburg still, and the tornado warning northwest of Louisville at this point does not look that concerning. Go back to the south of Nashville. This is a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation right now that is going through the north side of Columbia. Thompson Station's in the path of this in Paytonsville and Spring Hill. Again, we did have power flashes moments ago. There's obviously a risk of a tornado as that storm moves northeast. We have a new tornado possible severe warning south of Florence over in Russellville, north of Hamilton. And this long line of thunderstorms is very intense right now. It's going all the way from Indiana back towards the Gulf Coast. Damaging winds and embedded tornadoes are possible. And real quickly, that Lake Charles tornado warning. Rotation will be right over downtown. I'm not seeing anything really tight right now. We did have a tightening briefly near Westlake, but it looks like the rotation's gotten broader. So hopefully that continues on that storm. And if anything changes, again, we will let you know. West of Brookhaven, significant storm here producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds heading towards Fayette, going towards Brookhaven and Hazelhurst here soon. I'm going to go back to Tennessee. Back to our tornado warning. And again, this is a very populated area that we're looking at. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, which includes a lot of places.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have now a new tornado warning. This one is going to be in Kentucky. And we just got a new severe warning. I believe that one's going to be near Nashville. New tornado warning in Kentucky. That's going to be west of Elizabethtown for Radcliffe and Vine Grove. This is a very strong area of rotation that's been developing. We got a hook echo embedded in this line of thunderstorms. It is moving up to the northeast towards Vine Grove and Radcliffe, north of Elizabethtown. So again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. It is just to the south of Louisville. And long term, it's going towards Taylorsville and Shelbyville. Going back to our CC signature. Again, no current tornado in progress, but strong rotation still residing over Hardin Springs. This is again currently moving northeast at about 45-50 miles per hour. Vine Grove and Radcliffe, you guys got to be in your safe places now as that storm continues to race off to the northeast. We have a new severe warning for Nashville, Tennessee, Hendersonville, Gallatin, and Springfield. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So very dangerous line of thunderstorms is now approaching Nashville. If you have any friends or family in Nashville, Tennessee, please make sure that they are tuning into this stream right now. This is kind of urgent because we do have an ongoing wind threat, obviously, but we also have an area of stronger rotation that's trying to develop west of Nashville. We have these little hooks that are forming, and there is a possibility sometime in the next 5, 10, 15 minutes that one of these will try to produce a tornado. So if you guys have friends or family in the Nashville area, get the word out there, share the stream. Again, we're providing commercial-free coverage right now. We have a large line of thunderstorms moving into Nashville, multiple areas, at least broad rotation off to the west, and any of these could intensify. You see these little surges of wind here and get these little inflows. That's the area of rotation that's trying to develop. There's different little areas of rotation developing west of Nashville. None of them are confined into, an area of an actual tornado, but that is obviously a possibility as this line continues to move east. Keep in mind that with these tornadoes, these are not long track strong tornadoes. These are embedded tornadoes on the line of thunderstorms. They're usually quick hitting. They're not like 10, 15 minute plus tornadoes. They're usually very quick, maybe a few minutes at most on a lot of these. So that is why it's more of an importance right now that if you're in Nashville or a surrounding location here, that you're staying alert and vigilant as we do have an ongoing significant storm moving in right now. Back over near Spring Hill. This is again southwest of Nashville. We do have a live camera bottom right that's in Columbia. There is still a tornado warning south of Nashville for Neapolis and Spring Hill. Rotations remained on the stronger side of things. It is fully rain wrapped still, moving towards Paytonsville and Interstate 240. So this is moving northeast right now. It will eventually be going in the direction of Franklin and Smyrna. We also just got another severe warning in Alabama. That's down here to the south of Russellville for 60-mile-per-hour winds. They just issued a new tornado possible severe warning in Tennessee. That'll pop up here in a second. Hey, Ryan for the $10 super chat. Indianapolis, mainly a damaging wind risk. Here's that new severe warning. So Lawrenceburg, Columbia, Franklin, 70-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible tag. We have a little bit of rotation still near Lawrenceburg. Again, we're in a little bit of a radar hole here, but there is rotation southwest of Summertown that's actually going that direction towards Mount Pleasant. Got a new radar scan coming in right now. Velocities are bugging here, but we have an area of rotation directly west of Nashville. We have several little kinks that are trying to develop here. So Nashville, we're only about 10, 15 minutes from these storms hitting you. We're only 10 to 15 minutes away. We got another tornado possible tag for Bartholomew, as well as Johnson and Shelby counties in Indiana. That was an upgrade. Just northwest of Louisville. Back over to Kentucky, still have an area of rotation near Hudson. Has not produced a tornado to our knowledge, but that rotation's been stronger, on the stronger side of things for a while, going towards Radcliffe and Vine Grove. And Bowling Green. Bowling Green, I think, is okay for right now. Also, radar site near Hopkinsville is still down, but luckily we don't need it as much anymore. We have a pretty good radar site here near Nashville, keeping us in the loop on all the weather going on. There's a report from a person in the Bellevue area of Tennessee that there are multiple power flashes on the west side of Nashville with the storms coming in right now. Back over here near Kingston Springs, that is a verified report. So power flashes are happening right now off to the west of Nashville. We have, again, a significant line of storms moving in right now. I want to also point out that in Nashville, there are a lot of trees that have been hard hit by the ice storm recently. Keep in mind, there was an ice storm not too long ago. It was literally just a few weeks ago, a little over a month ago, whenever it was back in, January. It wasn't that long ago, but the ice storm still has impacts on what is happening now in the Nashville area. These trees are very flimsy. They're not as strong as before, and it's going to take a while for them to get to the strength that they had before that ice storm happened. So trees are going to fall down a lot easier with a line of storms like this. And the fact that there are 70-mile-per-hour winds makes it way more concerning. And there's even a pocket here north of Pegram, near Shacklet, of about 80-mile-per-hour winds being measured by radar. This is also what it looks like live right now in Nashville on the west side on I-40 westbound before Mount Pleasant Road. And we just saw a second ago, if you look bottom left, there was a little view there of the winds intensifying. And we will have another view of that wind in just a moment. But the winds are definitely ramping up right now on the west side of Nashville, and they are very intense. Again, if you have flashlights, get those right now. If you're in Nashville, if you're on the east side especially, get your flashlights. If you have any sort of phones that you haven't charged already, plug them in for a few minutes, but you only got a few minutes until this storm is literally hitting you. But I am growing much more concerned that we are going to have a pretty significant wind event here in the Nashville area, especially since we already have power flashes being reported on the west side here of Nashville, just west of Bellevue. This is a live shot from downtown Nashville in the radar mega cyclone port. Got the skyscrapers out there in the distance, and not really seeing much yet. Nashville is not currently seeing the highest winds, but we're only about maybe 5-10 minutes from that happening. We see the whole storm system, says Teresa with the super chat. This is basically what it looks like. So stretching from southern Michigan all the way back into Louisiana. Very large area of severe weather. Again, we have 28 severe warnings. We have 6 tornado warnings. Majority of those tornado warnings are currently in Kentucky. That rotation to the southwest of Radcliffe continues to look just so intense. Look at the velocities. Going purely towards the radar, velocities are measuring consistent 95 to 100 mile per hour winds. Granted, that's a little bit off the ground, but I mean, that kind of wind without a tornado can damage roofing and trees and power lines. That is significant. We are very close to having a tornado here. This is wrapping up again. It's been trying for a while near Four Corners and Perryville, just south of Louisville. The storm has seriously been trying for a while. This is not a tornado, by the way. That is clear air contamination. Waiting for velocities to update here. We also have that storm south near Millerstown. That one is also still rotating. There's a little hook developing near Snap. That is going to be going towards Interstate 65. Yeah, oh my goodness. If this thing drops a tornado, it's going to be strong. We got to watch this closely. If you're in Radcliffe or Vine Grove, you need to be in your safe place. We still have a very strong inflow and a very strong area of rotation right now. On the velocity scale, it's about an 8 or 9. So we're very close to a tornado on this storm, west of Rhineyville in Kentucky. Very, very, very close. Thank you, something for the super chat. Also, thank you, Harrison, for the super chat. Let me go back down to Tennessee. We still have 1 tornado warning in Tennessee. That's the one south of Nashville. Rotation's gotten a little bit broader over the last few scans near Spring Hill. We're still watching this area of rotation directly to the west of Nashville right now. We got a little hook that has developed directly west of Cockrill Bend. So that's right here. And so this is going directly towards the north side of Nashville over the next few minutes. There were, again, reports of power flashes. They don't always have to happen from tornadoes. It could have just been from very strong wind. But that right there is an area of stronger rotation that's developed, and that could lead to a tornado here going directly towards State Route 155 on the northwest side of Nashville. There's also another area of rotation directly south of Interstate 24. So we have about at least 2 or 3 different areas of rotation. And again, this one being the strongest west of Nashville. They might issue a tornado warning for this. We'll wait and see. Got a new radar scan coming in now. Thank you, Andrew, for the $50 super chat. You shout out Carly in Nolensville. She's scared. You'll be fine. Just make sure that if you're staying tuned to this channel, I think you'll be all right. I mean, at least you're more weather aware than somebody that is out and about or just playing video games on their Xbox right now in Nashville, having no clue about what's happening or any other place. You're more prepared than those people. So as long as you're watching the stream, I feel like you're pretty prepared. Latest scans still have rotation right now. It's about to go directly over Scottsboro near Nashville. Mostly wind down here, but this rotation here we need to watch. It's going towards State Route 155. Got another area of rotation directly south of State Route 249. We have a very intense wind threat right now heading towards Radcliffe and Vine Grove. If we don't have a tornado, which we don't seem to have one right now, the velocities are just crazy. Again, we could have like literally a microburst here. Like 100-mile-per-hour winds are currently ripping towards Four Corners.
A new tornado warning.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I was just going to talk about that real quick. Basically what's going on here is the RFD is too strong to properly wrap up, at least for now, but it is still going to lead to very strong damaging winds like what you were saying. So for Radcliffe, even though the tornado warning or the tornado threat with this couplet might not be as high, just know that it's going to be even stronger, or it's still going to be very strong, but over an even bigger area.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, very strong RFD surge. This is what we call the rear flank downdraft, where all the wind is surging out of our thunderstorm, and obviously very concerning what we're looking at on radar presentation. The winds again are very intense, and so this right now is producing a very significant threat of wind, and then if it does drop a tornado, it could easily be on the stronger side of things. Down to the south, we do have a new tornado warning in Alabama near Florence. Storm chaser Rob McBay and a few other storm chasers are on this. This is what it looks like right now from Rob McBay. He's right now moving towards this, and we will keep an eye on it. The radar site here we would have to look is near Aberdeen, and this is near Bailey Springs. This doesn't have a whole lot of time to produce a tornado, but if it does, it would be near Killeen or Killen, Lexington, and Green Hill. That is moving northeast going towards Loretto. We are still monitoring an area of rotation south of Nashville, and then over Nashville, we do have a little hook that's developed. Again, this is the area of rotation that I'm most concerned about near Nashville. It's going to be literally going right towards Cockrell Bend on the northwest side of Nashville. The latest scan still showing a pretty tight area of rotation. It's still pretty strong. And no active tornado warning for anywhere near Nashville, but that could result in a tornado warning. So we'll have to wait and see. By the way, slot 1 is broken. We knew new cam on slot 1. Hey, Potts for the super chat. And is Whiteland, Indiana getting more storms tonight? Or are we good? If you saw one line, that's basically it. There's only a few select places seeing 2 lines of thunderstorms. Like, this is your one line right here. It's a new large severe thunderstorm warning here near Columbus and Greensburg. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this. That is moving to the east right now towards Cincinnati. By the way, bottom middle of your screen, that is live inside of that tornado warning near Florence, Alabama. Pretty good live shot there. So again, nothing confirmed right now, but we're keeping an eye on that storm. And the wind is just crazy. As Riley was just talking about, I mean, again, the wind is all surging out from the storm. It's going towards Radcliffe and Vine Grove. I'm surprised we don't actually have like a severe, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for Vine Grove right now, because there's a real possibility our winds at the ground level are around 80 miles per hour, maybe 90 miles per hour. Again, velocities on radar are measuring 100-mile-per-hour winds, which is incredibly intense. And we do have an area of at least some tightening trying to develop here in the storm near 220, northwest side of Four Corners. But any tornado that develops is going to be wrapped in this rain. It's like a large spiral that's basically developed here. We also have rotation still west of Hodgenville going towards Elizabethtown. We have another one near Munfordville. We're really watching this hook too. That's the main rotation that we'll be looking at. Just east of Litchfield. Going back to Nashville. We have, again, two areas of really main rotation. One going towards the north side of Nashville right now, and the other one going towards I-24 and 65. Thank you, Wolves, for the $20 super chat. What's Eaton, Ohio getting tonight? Main concern will be damaging winds. But as you can see, the tornado risk is increasing. Again, it was very low there for about 30, 45 minutes earlier. But it is, once again, very strong. It's just west of Hendersonville, northwest of Nashville. We'll go back to our 3-cam view here. You actually see bottom left of your screen, that's live on the west side of Nashville. You can see the wind picking up with the cars going by. Let me go full cam to that. So you can see on I-40 westbound in Bellevue, at the Bellevue area, the wind is picking up here right now. This right along the interstate. The winds are going to be, I think, a tad weaker than what we're looking at on the northwest side of Nashville, especially since we have more rotation, more spin in our storms there on the northwest side of the city. So wind's picking up there. Let's go back over to live radar. Latest scan still showing, again, a hook directly northwest there of Nashville. Mostly wind going directly into the city of Nashville. Also, shout out to Jason with the Venmo donation. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there is a defined funnel, unfortunately, on a camera that we can't show on that Florence tornado warning. We do have 2 storm chasers on that, and that is tornado warned for the next 22 minutes.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, so Florence, Alabama. We have a funnel cloud that is on this storm here. So, again, this storm is still producing a potential tornado right now that is moving to the northeast towards Lexington. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place right now, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. I think Brett Adair is pretty close to it. So there's a funnel cloud
Well, hold on, James.
being reported here.
It's really hard to see.
Wow, look at that. That's a wall cloud over there.
Hold on just a second. Slow down. We may get a better glimpse right here for you in about the next 10 or 15 seconds as we get around the trees here. We got some kind of lowering here for sure on camera, but it's unknown if it's a wall cloud at this point.
That is a really beefy lowering over there on the left. Again, you can see it right along the tree line.
Looks more gusty, James. It looks like it's kind of gusted out a little bit here, which is good news.
The storm chaser, again, Brett Adair. Hey, Brown for the super chat. Also, Robert for the super chat.
See it? It looks like a big shelf across the road now.
So, yeah, you can see the large lowering coming over the road right now. So this is going to be right on US Highway 43. Going up towards Lexington. I don't know what that is right there in the middle. That might just be Scud. It's going right over the roadway, though.
Yeah, Ben, we're just to the north of Killen here on 43, on the east side of Bailey Springs, just south of Green Hill, watching this storm move across the highway.
All right, we're going to go back to him in a second. We're going to keep it bottom middle of your screen. We have, again, 2 storm chasers there right now. I want to go back over to our tornado warning south of Louisville. This one's going to be back over near Radcliffe and Vine Grove. We still have a very strong area of wind right now going into Radcliffe. If you're in Radcliffe, if you are in the Vine Grove area, Rineyville, or Longview, we need to be, again, staying away from windows, lowest floor possible right now. Like, this is a very dangerous storm that is moving in right now. We have damaging winds once again. Well over 70 to 80 miles per hour, could even be higher than that. That is just how significant this area of thunderstorms is right now. Again, there's rotation, obviously, but on top of that, you just see the velocity surging out up to 100, 120. There's a velocity scan over 100, almost 120 miles per hour there that is going up into the Highway 313 stretch. So there could legitimately be a downburst area of wind right now over 100 miles per hour hitting the ground. So that's on the west side once again of Vine Grove. We also have a little bit of rotation west of the radar site, west of Louisville, but none of it has really come together yet. We got a new velocity scan coming in right now, so wait for that. Here's the latest scan, waiting for velocities fully updated. If there's a tornado, it'll be west of Radcliffe. Look at that. Got a tightening right here. There's a possible tornado developing
A new tornado
west of
warning has been
Radcliffe.
issued.
I think they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. They might have to issue another one going towards the radar site there. Brand new tornado warning here in Kentucky. This one's going to be for Bardstown, Elizabethtown, west of Lebanon. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to get to your safe place now. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently moving to the east-northeast right now. Again, Elizabethtown and Bardstown. You need to be in your safe place now. There's several areas of rotation that are embedded in this line of thunderstorms. This line is, again, continuing to move to the east-northeast right now. Again, there could be a tornado right now. If not, there might be one in moments there west of Radcliffe. Going back to Nashville, we still have several areas of rotation around the town. It's mostly a damaging wind risk right now, but again, there's a possibility that any of these areas that we see that are kind of nudging out from the, like, basically any of these little areas that are sticking out here, all these little velocity couplets that are trying to develop, any of these could basically produce a potential isolated tornado threat with enough inflow. But at the bare minimum, widespread damaging winds around 60 to 75 miles per hour is currently making its way into Nashville, Tennessee. So again, we need to be staying away from windows and again, be on the lowest floor possible if we're in Nashville, Tennessee right now. There's a live cam that's in downtown Nashville that just went out. I'm not sure if there was another power outage or something like that. There have been several power flashes reported on the west side of Nashville at this point, and so power outages could be increasing by the minute. And then back over in Florence, Alabama, we still have a tornado warning right now for this little cell. It's now merging with our line, so if there's a tornado, it would have to happen in the next 5 minutes. There was a funnel cloud report near Green Hill and Lexington, so that is going to be moving up towards 5 points over the next few minutes. Is there a possible tornado in Louisville? There's no active tornado warning or tornado threat near Louisville. There is a possibility in about like half an hour that we could see something, but nothing yet. We have several areas of at least rotation near Nashville. Again, none of these are confirmed as a tornado, but this one right here, look at this right here, north side of Nashville. Big surge of wind, and then we also got an inflow coming around again near Parkwood Estates. And if there were to be a tornado, it'd be over Interstate 65 and 24. And that is moving directly over Maplewood and Inglewood over the next few minutes. Going towards the Gaylord Springs Golf Links, Lakewood, Old Hickory, and as well as Hendersonville. So pretty strong area of rotation there that's trying to develop right over the north side. This is the terminal radar site too. There is a terminal radar site that we have a view of, but that one is a couple more minutes behind, so we don't have a view of that radar, that little rotation yet. Still a very strong area of wind and possible rotation there near Radcliffe. They have issued a new severe warning. It is a destructive severe warning. All right, so Louisville is now under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So if you're in Louisville, if you're tuning in from the Louisville area, we got 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds that is heading directly towards you guys right now. Main area of rotation is going to be right over here near the Goodman Army Airfield. We do not have anything that is confirming a tornado right now, but if there were to be one, it'd be kind of in the middle of this large donut that is formed. So Louisville, Kentucky, we need to be in our safe places. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, I want to talk about the fact that we're basically running out of tornado watch here. So we're probably going to see a new one issued Relatively soon, because the tornado warning polygons are already basically one tornado warning away from entering or exiting our tornado watch. So places like Lexington, Kentucky, London, Kentucky, Prestonsburg, Kentucky, Cincinnati, Ohio, Hamilton, Ohio, Knoxville, Tennessee, and probably even into places like Rome, Georgia. We're going to see a tornado watch here shortly. The tornado threat is not going to start to die down anytime soon. Also, one interesting thing that I want to cover is a fire that's happening right now in Hatton, Alabama, that's eventually going to be taken over by the line of the storm. So this is a live look at this fire. This was reported as a two-story fire, I believe. This is on the Hatton, Alabama has cam. This is in a severe thunderstorm warning, and pretty soon here we're going to see the severe thunderstorm basically go right over where this wildfire or this house fire is. So that's going to be something interesting to track. Watch the smoke and how it changes as the winds of the storms get there. Actually, right there in the background, there was some amazing lightning there. But this storm is just about 15 minutes away from being impacted, or this fire is about 15 minutes away from being impacted by that storm, and it'll be very interesting to see what the smoke does.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Pretty crazy scenes there. And again, that is one of the dangers here of these storms, is not just the fact that we have widespread damaging winds and tornadoes, but you can even get fires. So we will keep an eye on that situation as it evolves, but obviously another dangerous part of our severe weather here today. It's back over to Brett Adair. He is inside of the tornado warning in Killen, Alabama. Wind has really intensified here over the last minute or two. This is what it looks like inside of that tornado warning. Look how much the wind has intensified here over the last minute.
Yeah, James, that
So that's what it looks like out there in Killen, Alabama. That is inside of our tornado warning, again, just off there to the north of Florence, which rotation now is moving over the border. It's going to be moving into southern Tennessee near 5 Points in Appleton in a moment, near Minor Hill and Good Spring. That's continuing to move to the northeast right now. All the storms right now in Nashville, again, are predominantly producing damaging winds. That is tight rotation. Is that not? That's north of Maplewood, Tennessee. That is on the northeast side of Nashville. I've been talking about this for a while, that this could produce a tornado, and that looks really strong.
A new tornado
They have
warning
now
has
just
been
issued a
issued.
tornado warning for it. So if you're in Hendersonville, north of Mount Juliet, you need to be in your safe place now. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building right now. That is a probably a tornado right now that's in progress on the north side of Maplewood. If not, it's very close to it. Again, very strong area of rotation, and that is moving right into Old Hickory, Lakewood, Hendersonville, Avondale, Gallatin, and LaGuardo. If we have any cameras here, feel free to put them in like slot, or like 3. 1, 3 is fine. But again, very dangerous storm here. That is quickly tracking through a very highly populated area. We have several areas of rotation right now near Nashville. That's the strongest one. And that could literally be a tornado right now. As the very tight area of circulation. Waiting for another radar scan. If there is a tornado, it's going to hit the radar site. It's going right towards it. We just send the chat. It's raining ice in Illinois. Literally went from having a severe weather event now to that. This is what it looks like right now inside of our tornado warning here. See the wind picking up here. This is right near State Route 155. This is on I-65 northbound, so right in the midst of where this storm is right now. And we have a very strong area of rotation. And again, possible tornado right now going right towards Lakewood and Old Hickory. We do not have a tornado debris signature yet. Granted, again, these tornadoes can happen very quickly. And we could have a tornado at literally any moment here. Still waiting for a new radar scan, but if there is a tornado, Old Hickory and Lakewood are going to take a direct hit in the next minute or two. And then after that, it's Gallatin, Martha, Cario, just west of Hartsville. We'll have another radar scan at any moment. We're still waiting for it. Thank you, Alexis, for the $20 super chat. How much of a tornado threat is Athens, Alabama looking at tonight? I'd say it's a low to medium chance. All right, here comes our next radar scan. On the northeast side of Nashville here. Again, this is not the only area of rotation. We got other ones too. Latest scan is more of a wind threat again. Let's look and see if we have anything though. That is close. That could be something. Again, very strong winds right now. Possible tornado again, north, just west of Lakewood. Moving into Old Hickory, going towards Cherokee Woods and Cumberland Hills. There's also another area of rotation that is just south of this warning that is over the Mary Oaks area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. This one's going to be in Indiana. We'll go back to this in 2 seconds. New tornado warning east of Indianapolis. This is going to be to the west of Connorsville. Area of rotations over State Route 3. Going towards New Salem and Orange, south of Rushville. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter now. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. Here's the latest scan. And then real quickly, back over near Louisville. We still have a very intense line of thunderstorms moving in. Damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Once again, is approaching Louisville, Kentucky. If you are tuning in from Louisville, you need to be staying away from windows and treating this as if it is a tornado warning. Because if we end up getting any sort of winds around 80 miles per hour, it is going to be basically the intensity of a tornado, at least a low-end tornado. And still rotation approaching the KOHX radar site here on the east side of Nashville. We just had an intense line of thunderstorms hit the Nashville area. There is a tornado warning once again for the northeast side. There have been several areas of rotation. We did have a tight couplet for a brief moment over State Route 155, which may have dropped a tornado, and now it is moving towards Old Hickory and Lakewood, and it will eventually be going through Hendersonville and then going towards State Route 109. Gallatin, Cario, we need to be going to our safe places now. Significant line of thunderstorms producing damaging winds, and then a potential tornado as well, moving directly towards you guys right now. We are going to be awaiting, again, another radar scan here in just a moment, but a lot of thunderstorms is definitely no joke. This is a live shot in the Sumner EMA. This is basically where our rotation is. You can see the wind picking up right now. This is our latest radar scan. Honestly, that area of rotation that went over Old Hickory has gotten a little bit weaker, but the rotation further south down near Mount Juliet has gotten a bit stronger. There's just several areas of rotation all up and down this line right now. So those are not the one that's outside of the tornado warning west of Mount Juliet is not currently in a tornado warning. So they may issue a new tornado warning for that here soon, depending on the evolution of the rotation. All right, let's go back to the north, back towards Louisville. We just got another radar scan. And again, very significant winds right now are moving towards Louisville, Kentucky. This is the latest reflectivity scan, waiting for velocities to update. They, again, have an 80-mile-per-hour destructive severe warning here. We have rotation down to the south that is still tornado warned. There's a little bit near Hodgenville. There's another one just south and east there of Interstate 65. So just awaiting another radar scan of velocities. But if there were to be a tornado or any sort of threat going towards Louisville, it'd be coming over the radar site already, and it'd be out here somewhere, which the radar has not updated yet, so we don't really know. We'll wait a second for that. Going back off to the north on the west side of Louisville, damaging winds currently the main concern. There's some broad rotation off to your west. And then if you're over in Cincinnati, we only got about 45 minutes to an hour until we are looking at a line of thunderstorms producing damaging winds and possibly an embedded tornado risk. We're not done there quite yet. We really won't be done anytime soon. Here's the latest scan. All right, so here are the velocities. Main area of rotations that we're looking at are over near I-65. Rotation directly southwest of Louisville is at least weaker for the time being, but again, that could change. So we may get a new warning near Shepherdsville. We'll see. They just went ahead and believe, cancel or at least are going to allow the other tornado warning to expire back off to the southwest of Shepherdsville. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch. This is for portions of eastern Indiana, northern and northeastern Kentucky, and western into central Ohio. This is mainly for damaging winds and a tornado or two possible with gusts up to 75 miles per hour. This includes Dayton, Ohio, and then Covington.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, Cincinnati, you guys are included in that severe thunderstorm watch. Latest scan shows, again, another tighter area of rotation east of State Route 45 that's moving towards the north side of Mount Juliet near Cedar Grove. And once again, QLCS tornadoes a lot of the time are very quick and hard hitting.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning in Tennessee for Giles and Lawrence County. This one's going to be all the way back down here near Pulaski. Stronger area of rotation here, over 5 points, which is moving to the northeast right now, going towards Frankwig and then Gramball. So you need to seek shelter now. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building. That storm again has moved now out of Alabama and is now moving into Tennessee with a potentially more significant tornado risk. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got a new mesoscale discussion across Middle Tennessee and Northern Alabama, basically covering the same area that our tornado watch is in effect. They're expecting severe storms to continue through 1 a.m. Central before eventually moving out of the tornado watch area. And the primary concerns are tornadoes up to 130 miles an hour and damaging winds to 90 miles per hour.
All righty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So Murfreesboro, Nashville, Carthage, Crossville, Jamestown, Salina, back into Decatur. Elevated tornado and wind risk here for the next few hours. So we'll go at least through, 1 in the morning or so, maybe even later than that. We have another area of rotation that's not currently warned near South Berlin. This is a little hook that's developed southeast of Columbia. A little bit of rotation there that's been developing over the last few scans. If they tornado warn that, it'll be for the Chapel Hill area of Tennessee, heading in the direction of Unionville and Christiana. Let's go back to the Hendersonville storm. That area of rotation is now fully over the radar site. So if we have a tornado, it is likely going to be hitting the radar site area here just northwest of Mount Juliet, close to the Langford Farms and Langford Cove near Cedar Grove. So we can't see that on radar right now. We'll have another radar scan in a moment that'll be able to show us that. That area of rotation that is moving into Tennessee near Pulaski is pretty concerning. Again, pretty strong area of rotation still. This thing's been rotating this entire time. And I think it's going to try to produce something again as it continues to move to the northeast. We do have some cameras up there that we are going to be keeping a close eye on as this storm moves to the east-northeast. But this one's been having a pretty high success rate of rotating, at least for the last half hour to an hour. Has not really weakened a whole lot. Further down to the south, intense line of thunderstorms approaching Russellville, Hamilton, West Point, and Columbus. Widespread 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds with embedded tornadoes continues to remain a concern. This goes all the way down to Jackson and down even as far south as central and southern Louisiana. Luckily, the tornado risk has stayed pretty low in Louisiana so far this evening, but tornado risk is definitely still not zero. We did have a 71 mile per hour wind gust reported over in Homecroft, Indiana. That is just south there of Indianapolis. And this line is now tracking towards western Ohio with numerous to widespread damaging winds anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. All moving towards your area right now. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to be for Taylorsville, Mount Washington, just south of Shepherdsville. There are several areas of rotation that are trying to develop there, but mainly a damaging wind risk right now, heading towards Shelbyville. So if you're in Shelbyville, be ready for this line of thunderstorms. If you're in Louisville, by the way, you should be at least staying away from windows. We again have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It's now back down to a considerable threat, so we're down to 70 mile per hour winds. With that said, this is still a very concerning risk of damaging winds that is currently going in the direction of Louisville. Shout out to Tony with the $25 Venmo donation. Thank you for all the info you give us. Appreciate the support. We would not be able to do it without you guys, so I do appreciate the support. Also, thank you to Pig with the super chat. In Maryland, I'm scheduled to work tomorrow through the day, and the owner is refusing to close. We are semi-outside location. Should I call in sick? I honestly, like tomorrow, it could go either way. I feel like tomorrow could be big. It also could be just like an ordinary sort of wind event. Like, I know it's a moderate risk of severe weather, but I'm not fully sold that tomorrow is going to be this full-fledged outbreak right now. At least with some of the most recent model trends. I mean, every model is just quickly going to talk about this because it is important. But tomorrow, this is the latest Rufus model run, and the Rufus is usually pretty aggressive. It doesn't really show much even up there anymore. So I'm not even sure if we're going to have a moderate risk by tomorrow morning there. If the trends like this continue, we won't know until tomorrow no matter what. But I would just look at the forecast tomorrow. Again, we will not have a video tomorrow morning. We'll just go straight into being live, and we'll probably be live by 8 in the morning. So come back then and we'll let you know. Because I mean, again, I'm only going to get like probably 3 hours of sleep if I'm lucky tonight. It'll be live at least throughout most of the morning into the afternoon tomorrow. We got a potential major outbreak of severe weather happening there on the East Coast. So we'll see what happens. Thank you, Katie, for the $10 super chat. I have not, I mean, the models have downtrended substantially, honestly. Like, it does not look as organized. If this line of storms goes fast enough, that event is not going to be a big event. I would think it would be more of like an enhanced risk type day where we have numerous to widespread damaging winds. Tornado risk would not be as high. I still think, though, eastern North Carolina, South Carolina, back into Georgia, I think that's actually the main area. Will be Georgia back into eastern North Carolina. So, and for those that don't know what I'm talking about, again, we do have a moderate risk of severe weather tomorrow. We did have a video talking about that today. But it's Washington, D.C. back into South Carolina, and an enhanced risk for some other areas too. But this is driven by a 60% wind risk, which is very, very rare to see. Max Alert is recordings, right? Yeah. So basically, it's all pre-recorded like clips for Max Alert. You'd be correct. By the way, if you guys are going to bed tonight, definitely make sure to check out Max Alert. It's maxalert.net. If you are in the path of storms, you'll basically get a phone call from me if you're under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. It is pretty much one of the cool services that we offer. It's very easy to sign up. You just go to maxalert.net. There's a link down below. And again, you'll get a call from me. And I will be live again for the next few hours. I might still be live when you get that alert if you're out in front of these storms. So it's one of those cool things that you can get if you're in the path of storms. It's again, does not replace your phone alerts or your weather radio or anything like that, but it's basically an extra help to be able to give you an idea of what's going on out there if you're in some sort of warning or whatnot. So definitely check that out. All right, let's go back down to Pulaski. This is where we have a tornado warning once again. Pretty strong area of rotation approaching Pulaski right now. This is what it looks like out there. This is at the University of Tennessee Southern. This is the area of interest, is right here. We actually have a little lowering. I think that might be the area of interest. So this is looking down to the south towards again, this is in our tornado warning in southern Tennessee. Got a large lowering there on the horizon. Shout out to Ron with the $20 super chat, and also Franny with the super chat. Work says I got to show up tomorrow in Wausau, Wisconsin. Only 25 inches on the ground in my house and more coming. Yeah, there's going to be a lot more overnight. Again, this is the area of interest where my cursor is. So we put the UT Southern camera in slot 1. It's going to be in Pulaski. Main area of rotations over near Minor Hill. They have issued a new large severe thunderstorm warning from Franklin back to Pulaski for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on that. Back over to the east of Hendersonville, the tornado warning still continues. There are some areas of rotation, nothing definitively on the ground, but keep in mind a tornado could basically happen at any time. It's pretty close to the KXNX radar site. Or not radar site, sorry, the airport. And this line of storms is now moving towards Lebanon, Hartsville, and Lafayette. And then back over in southern Kentucky, we still have an ongoing damaging wind risk approaching Glasgow with a tornado possible tag. Mostly a wind risk right now, moving to the east. And then back over near Bardstown, pretty intense line of thunderstorms right now, making its way towards Springfield, Chaplin, and Bloomfield. We do have a little hook, a couple little hooks that are trying to develop. There are several areas of at least broad rotation that are trying to develop. They're very small areas of rotation that are trying to develop along the leading edge of this line, moving towards Mount Washington, Taylorsville, Bloomfield, and once again, going towards Chaplin and Lawrenceburg. Hey, Wolves for the super chat. There's still rotation on the storm near Connorsville, Indiana. That warning, I believe, has been fully canceled. So, yes, there is rotation, but it's pretty broad. And for the most part in eastern Indiana, it's, again, predominantly wind. There is not really a whole lot of a tornado risk at this exact moment. Yeah, no active tornado warnings, at least. The only 3 tornado warnings are these 3 right here. That's from central Kentucky back into southern Tennessee. Hey, Fudge for the $20 super chat. I'm looking to go to bed, but how is Chattanooga, Tennessee looking for the next few hours? Mostly a wind threat. There is definitely a possibility of an isolated tornado. Obviously, the tornado threat is still pretty far off to the north. For what I mean, it's going to continue for the next hour or two, at least up into Ohio and whatnot. But if we go over to the significant tornado parameter values here, this is our kind of environment for the next few hours. And kind of look down here to the south. Like this is pictured at about midnight, so about 1 hour from now. We still have a very narrow corridor where there could be an isolated tornado back up here, like into Kentucky and Ohio and Indiana. Down here, though, will be the real story. We still have a very favorable environment for tornadoes back down into Alabama, Georgia, and eastern Tennessee, even near Chattanooga. So, by 1 to 2 in the morning, there will still be an elevated tornado threat down here in the southeast. And then we could see a few discrete cells try to form over here near Troy, Dothan, Crestview, and Montgomery. And if any discrete cells get going, this environment is very favorable for tornadoes. So we definitely need to keep an eye out on that. And then on again tomorrow, Monday,
new tornado
the risk will move further off to the east. They have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. This one is east of Louisville, near Mount Washington. Main area of rotation is near Smithville, Mount Washington, going up towards Crenshaw, Whitfield, Wilsonville, Elk Creek, and Route. There is a terminal radar site right here. So we're literally looking right next to this area of rotation. And the terminal radar site has a pretty solid view of that rotation. So it's moving over Mount Washington. And we'll be tracking up towards Finchville and Shelbyville. So if you're in the pink polygon, you got to be in your safe place now. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. And get to an interior room of your home or building right now. And back over in Louisville, we do not have anything actively that looks like it's going to try to produce a tornado, but again, still significant damaging winds rolling right into Louisville, Kentucky right now. We also have an area of tightening rotation right now near Bardstown. It's kind of embedded in our hook as well. Moving towards Maud as well as Bloomfield. The tornado warning east of Hendersonville in Tennessee, I don't think they're going to continue that. They just issued a large severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible tag. This does include areas just west of Cookville, just south of Tompkinsville. So if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. We have a slew of severe warnings right now in Alabama. This line of storms has continued to get more and more intense. Widespread damaging winds are pretty much stretching now from Athens, Alabama, back over towards Fayette. None of these storms are producing wind gusts higher than 60 miles per hour. With that said, I would still treat this as if it's a tornado warning due to the nature, again, that in Alabama, we have a lot of trees, and trees could easily fall down from a line of storms like this. And I do think that as this continues to progress to the south and east, there will obviously be the risk of falling trees. There could be flying trampolines as well, but there also is a risk for embedded tornadoes in this line. So if you're anywhere near this line of thunderstorms, be staying away from windows. Same thing goes to here into Tennessee. We're talking about the same situation. Tennessee is honestly more concerning, in my opinion, than what we're talking about in Alabama because of all the, ice that we had like a month ago, and all the trees are much weaker for most parts here of Tennessee. Also, a little update on our risk of severe weather for tonight. Again, the risk of severe weather is, we're still in the enhanced. Like, we haven't gotten out of that yet for the most part. The enhanced risk of severe weather still includes areas from Indianapolis all the way back into areas like Florida. And so most of the storms that we have active right now are still in the enhanced risk of severe weather. There are a few that are creeping out of it in parts of Ohio. That's kind of where our instability axis gets cut off a bit more. So over in Ohio and eastern Indiana, there's not nearly as much of an environment there when it comes to there being a longer lasting severe weather event. But back over down here to the south in Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia, this threat of severe weather will remain elevated for the next several hours. So this risk is not really going anywhere anytime soon. But further north in Ohio, we only got maybe 2 to 3 hours left until that line is starting to disintegrate as the instability, basically the storm fuel, kind of runs out. Go back to our 3-cam view here. We can switch out cams 1 and 3. Hey, Della for the $20 super chat. Thanks for keeping watch, Max and Riley. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Jade, also for becoming a member. We are still at 26 severe thunderstorm warnings. We just got a brand new one east of Louisville. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds for those in LaGrange, Crestwood, near Newcastle. Also got another tornado possible label in Tennessee. That is on the very far southern side of the state. This is going to be over near Fayetteville, Lynchburg, and Winchester and Huntland. You can actually see the hook echo very clearly right now south of Pulaski. This is heading towards Frankwig and Delrose right now. We have a camera here in Frankwig, so we can actually look at this storm right now. This is what it looks like in Frankwig, and the camera is looking in the direction of the hook. You can see this right here is the area of interest. So this is looking towards this hook echo that we have on this tornado warning. Reports of sirens going off in Louisville. Again, the main concern is damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. That'd be why sirens are going off. But that's the area of interest. Can't really see much of a wall cloud right now, but once this storm gets a little bit closer to Frankwig, we'll have a better view of this, but you can still see the hook echo. That's the area of rotation, and then an inflow coming into the storm is pretty organized and strong still. It's approaching Interstate 65 right now, going towards Delrose and Elkton. And Fayetteville will also be in the path of this. Thank you, Deputy, for the super chat. I know a lot of people are asking about Tennessee in particular right now, and also Louisville. We'll talk about Louisville in a second. For Tennessee, we're talking mainly about a damaging wind risk for the next few hours. There's, again, a low tornado risk, but it's mostly going to be wind. And we're still looking at this storm in particular for the highest tornado risk, and then still embedded tornadoes in this line are possible elsewhere. It's also live in Nashville right now. You can see the wind picking up there on the bottom of the roadway. It's on I-40 at State Route 840. Back over in Louisville, I've heard some people saying sirens are going off. And again, in Louisville, it's mostly damaging winds. We don't have any active tornado warning for Louisville. And the most intense part of this line is going to be happening over the next 10 minutes. So in about 10-15 minutes, most of the Louisville area can basically go to sleep unless you are still in a tornado warning or one of these severe warnings. But I don't think this one that includes downtown Louisville will last much longer. It expires in 2 minutes. And I think that's going to be allowed to expire in 2 minutes. I don't think they're going to reissue a new one. Huge shout out to Andrew with the $50 super chat saying, keep up the great work. You're my inspiration for wanting to pursue a meteorology degree. Much love. I appreciate that. I'm glad I can be your inspiration. Also, the fighter for the super chat. Dayton and Cincinnati should be mostly a damaging wind risk. The line of storms is only about 45 minutes out from you guys. There's definitely a low tornado risk for sure. This will be the main area to be watching for more elevated tornado risk in the short term going towards Richmond and Eaton. But it should be mostly a damaging wind risk as this line continues to push east. This is over in Nashville. It's getting really windy out there. This camera's gotten more and more windy over the last few minutes. This is the east side of Nashville on I-40 at State Route 840. Camera is shaking like crazy right now. Any tornadoes down currently? Not that we know of. I mean, there could obviously be a tornado at any moment, but no active confirmed tornadoes. That's what it looks like again on the east side of Nashville. Just to the southeast of Louisville, we still have 2 tornado warnings right now. These both go for the next 15 minutes, so until 11:30 Central Time. I think we're going into Eastern Time now. Is this part of, anybody know in the chat, is this part of Kentucky and Eastern Time now? Because if we're in Eastern Time now, I think we can just change our clock to Eastern. But we still have several areas of rotation within this line of thunderstorms. None of them, again, are producing tornadoes actively, but they're all very close. All right, we can change over to Eastern Time, it looks like. I think almost every storm is now into Eastern Time Zone, so. Basically, every single storm is now into Eastern Time Zone. So Shelbyville, Frankfort, and intense line of thunderstorms approaching you guys right now with embedded tornadoes possible. I feel like it's so much later now that we just changed our clock for an entire hour. I'm so used to being in Central Time when we cover severe weather. I obviously live in Eastern Time, but you know, it feels so different. Thank you, CJ, for the Venmo donation. Also, thank you, Ava, for the Venmo donation. Appreciate that. You also, Austin, for the super chat. I don't know where Lawrence County is. The only active tornado warnings we have are these 2, and then the one down in far southern Tennessee. They have just issued a new severe warning for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and a tornado possible tag west of Lexington. That's going to be for Lawrenceburg, Frankfort, and as well as Harrodsburg. I'm saying the name right. And then the storm that's down here in southern Tennessee still has a hook and still has a stronger area of rotation near Aspen Hill, which is going to be going right into Frankiewicz in a second. There is a camera, once again, in Frankiewicz. Go over to that live camera again. This is looking directly towards that area of interest. And if there were to be a tornado, it would be over here in the middle left. It's honestly crazy we can't see more. This is like looking directly at it. Plenty of lightning. Just nothing really flashing behind that area of interest that we can really see anything like on this left middle side. That'd be the area of interest for a possible tornado. They shoot for the sewer chat. Funnel spotted on traffic cam I-40, 840, R3, 301. I don't know what that is. But I also don't know where that is. We look for that. Thank you, Katie, for becoming a member. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, the Storm Prediction Center actually just issued 2 separate mesoscale discussions. The first one is mesoscale discussion 259. This is across Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama, basically saying that the severe threat that we're seeing is expected to continue, basically noting winds up to 90 miles an hour and tornadoes up to 130. This is notably weaker than the early mesoscale discussion we had for this area, so I think that means that these storms are going to start to gradually weaken, although they're still going to pose a severe threat. The other one was for Michigan, and this is just for damaging winds between 55 and 70 miles per hour across a severe thunderstorm watch 56 up there. This includes places over to Toledo, Ohio.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So those are the 2 different mesoscale discussions. Mainly a wind threat back over here in far northern portions of Ohio and southern Michigan. So if you're in that area, continue to stay alert. And then back over in the deep south, we still have a significant threat of severe weather ongoing, and that is expected to continue. I'm not sure if they're going to issue a new tornado warning for this storm near Aspen Hill. It's looked good for a while in terms of rotation, but it is also getting to the point where it is now collided with the line, and the velocities do not look to be nearly as convincing for an area of rotation. So they may allow this tornado warning to expire. It goes for 27 more minutes, but or at least for right now, it does not look to be super concerning. But again, things could obviously change. All across Alabama, again, very intense line of thunderstorms is marching east. We do not have any active areas of rotation that look like they're about to drop tornadoes, but obviously that could change. And then Kentucky, we still have 2 tornado warnings. I believe they're probably going to let the one east of Elizabethtown come to an end unless this one starts to intensify again. There's an area of rotation south of Taylorsville there that is moving up towards Lawrenceburg. That could actually get tornado warning on its own. Everything else inside of the tornado warning has gotten weaker, though. I've got to be honest, it's kind of crazy. We've been live for almost 8 hours now. I don't think we've had a singular tornado debris signature. Have we? I don't think we have had a single one. It's actually mind-boggling. We've been live for almost 8 hours. We've covered probably upwards of 30 tornadoes, and we've not had a single storm on radar have a tornado debris signature, which basically means we have a CC drop indicating debris being lofted up. We have velocities tight, and with that CC drop, and we've had nothing like that, which is actually crazy. Again, we may have had tornadoes, and we may have had multiple tornadoes we just don't know of, but it's actually quite crazy that we've not had a single one. We've had a tornado happen today, like we had one on stream, and we may have actually had one south of Chicago. We could have actually had 2 tornadoes today, but again, not anything that we've actually had officially on radar. Here's some of the more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. Over in Mosinee, Wisconsin, tons of snow, 24 to 26 inches of snow there. So over in Memphis, Tennessee from earlier, some cloud-to-cloud lightning. Also another photo from Memphis from Kiley of some more cloud-to-cloud lightning. There's been a lot of lightning out there today. This was that tornado from earlier. Let me find it. It did have I would say likely tornado. It wasn't official, but this was over on the south side of Chicago, kind of in the suburbs in Joliet earlier. And this here was a probable tornado. You'd see the clouds spinning, and that right there would have been our vortex and probably a weak tornado that formed there. You can actually see the max velocity stream in the background, which is actually kind of funny. I didn't even notice that. We've watched this, I think, once or twice in the stream. But that right there, we think was a tornado right beyond the house there. And then we also had a tornado. I think it was number 20. Yeah, it was this one right here. This was the other tornado that happened. This one was Arkansas. This was confirmed. So that was sent in by Wade over in Stuttgart, Arkansas. We also had this live on stream. So pretty crazy stuff there. This is also a look at all the reports so far today. We have had 174 wind reports. We've had 47 hail reports and 1 tornado report. Our only tornado report was this one right here. Again, in Stuttgart, Arkansas. This is the only one confirmed. A brief rope tornado occurred. Otherwise, it's been almost all wind everywhere. We have a couple new wind reports coming out of Leachfield. The multiple trees down and about 1,400 people without power. 62 mile per hour wind gust was measured there. 68 mile per hour wind gusts in Morgantown. We had a tree blown down onto a house in the Drakesboro area of Kentucky. And then Central City, there was also a tree down on the roadway on Highway 431. Those are some of the more recent damage reports that we've had. But again, it's been actually pretty crazy that we've had no tornado debris signature on radar today. Thank you, Coco, for the $20 super chat. Heading to sleep in Northeast Nashville. It got crazy windy with lots of thunderstorms. Yeah, hopefully you stayed safe out there and appreciate the super chat. And appreciate you tuning in as well. Thank you also, Terrell, for the super chat. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They'll probably reach there around like 6 in the morning tomorrow. It'll be pretty early in the day. Yeah, once again, the storms have now moved through Nashville. We did have one damage report of a tree down in Charlotte Park on the west side of Nashville. I would expect we're probably going to get more damage reports here soon. There's actually 2-inch sized hail reported over in McElwain, Tennessee, which is west of Nashville. Only about an hour and a half ago. It's a new hail report that's coming out. And again, hail was not really expected to be the primary concern for today. So is Bowling Green, Kentucky good? You guys are good in Bowling Green. That would be correct. Huge shout out to Bobby with the 5 gift memberships. Really appreciate that. Hey, Dub for the super chat. Favorite record player? Am I good to sleep in Pikeville, Southeast Kentucky, or should I stay up for a bit? You could probably go to bed. Just have ways to receive alerts. I mean, by the time the storms get to you over there in that part of Kentucky, they're going to be a lot weaker too, but there will also be less severe storms by that point. This is our wind risk for today. And again, most of the storms are still in the pink area. I mean, they're at least in the 45% or 30% wind risk, but by the time they get to you, they're going to be like that lower end damaging wind category, and in general, the lower severe category too. And the tornado risk is also lower. Strong tornado is not really likely there either. Very low tornado risk. Could see some strong tornadoes still tonight all across Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, and also Tennessee and a little bit of Kentucky. But time's running out, at least for the strong tornado threat up here in Kentucky. We don't have a whole lot of instability really left over, despite there being several areas of rotation still. We have some near Shelbyville. We have another one, once again, kind of in between these 2 tornado warnings near Taylorville that's heading up towards Lawrenceburg, but nothing that's, in my opinion, too concerning. Thank you, Cody, for the super chat. Just had a popcorn kernel or something go down my throat. In Louisville, Kentucky, enjoying your coverage. Thanks for all you do. You're the GOAT. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Good news is that Louisville got avoided by the most significant part of this line. I mean, it was pretty significant. We got up to 80 mile per hour winds south of Louisville, but I think in Louisville specifically, I think we avoided the worst case scenario of that destructive, damaging wind threat. So, hopefully that continues to be the case for a lot of these other very populated areas too. Again, Cincinnati's about to get hit by this line of thunderstorms here soon. We're really going to get hit within the next half hour if we're in Cincinnati, Hamilton, or Dayton. Mostly damaging winds right now. We have some areas of circulation near Richmond, west of Cincinnati. Pretty intense line of thunderstorms still moving in. Not seeing any rotation directly to the west of Cincinnati, but we're still keeping an eye on that. We also have an update on power outages. They've been increasing a lot over the last hour or so. We have a little over 500,000 customers without power now in the United States. That number was at about 400,000 about an hour and a half ago when we looked at this. Tennessee's at 21,000. Kentucky's at 28,000 approximately. Ohio's at about 50,000. Indiana's at about 22,000. Illinois is at 10,000 customers. And then Arkansas is one of the higher states. Texas is actually 56,000 now. And then Louisiana is at about 15,000. Mississippi at 40,000. Alabama at 17,000. Michigan's at 64,000, which is more because of the ice threat that's happening up there and also the heavy snow. So we have quite a bit of power outages currently across much of the United States. That number is only going to climb. Ice storm in Michigan, dark and trees are falling. Unfortunately, that is going to continue for the next 12 plus hours. New severe warning for Glasgow, Tompkinsville, and Columbia. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And there's also a tornado possible tag on that just to the west of Monticello. Got it to Bull with the super chat. What are your thoughts on the weather in Florida tomorrow? Think anything severe will happen? I think we'll see some severe weather. We can talk a little bit more about tomorrow. I know a lot of people are asking about tomorrow's severe weather event. We can quickly touch on it. This is the latest HRRR model run for tomorrow. I'll be honest, guys. Like I don't know if the HRRR is right. All right, but like if this is what tomorrow is going to be, this severe weather event is going to be nowhere near moderate risk of severe weather. Let me look at the Southeast. The Southeast, I think, even then, this doesn't even look that impressive for the Southeast. It actually is crazy how much the models have downtrended in the last 12 hours. Again, models can change again, but the only thing that I see right now for tomorrow that looks significant would be this corridor here, which would be south of Maryland, south of Washington, D.C. for a heightened tornado risk. Everything else would be wind. We go over to wind gusts here. And I don't want to downplay this because obviously it could still be significant, but even the wind gust map here doesn't really show much. There's so much convection that's going to be potentially ahead of schedule tomorrow, basically, that could hinder this entire severe weather event. This, again, would be the area to watch. It'd be over here in eastern North Carolina, Virginia, and South Carolina. But down to the south and other areas, like I don't know. This does not look like a moderate risk to me at all. Obviously, if this line of storm slowed down or slows down overnight tonight, we could be talking about a big-time outbreak still. But it's going to come down to this line of storms tonight. If it slows down too much, then we will definitely have a very big outbreak tomorrow. If it goes as fast as it looks right now, it is going to be a very low-end severe weather event when it comes to what we could be talking about. I mean, it would be more of like a slight or enhanced risk instead of a potentially major outbreak. We have a new damage report out of Lebanon, Tennessee, of sporadic trees across Wilson County, including one down in the Five Oaks neighborhood. So that's another damage report. We have another one coming out of Columbia, Tennessee. Around 6,500 customers are without power across Maury County. Tree limbs and power lines are reported down across roadways, with some damage to homes reported. And some more damage reports right where our tornado may have gone through, north of Rogersville in Alabama. Many trees down across Bonnertown, east of Loretto. And then another one saying a tree is down on Rabbit Trail Road in Minor Hill, Tennessee. Huge shout out to I with the $20 super chat. Thanks for the updates. We moved close to Gulfport, Mississippi from Arlington, Virginia last week, so we're definitely screwed either way. Yeah, he would be in the severe weather risk no matter what. We also have another super chat, $50 super chat from Jennifer. As always, phenomenal job from you and your team. Anything severe to worry about in Loveland, Ohio? We're definitely going to have a line of thunderstorms, so damaging winds is the biggest concern, but the tornado risk is still possible. It's still at least an isolated risk of tornadoes. All right, no tornado warnings again. Second time tonight that we've had 0 tornado warnings. Obviously, that could change, but kind of surprising. All the tornado warnings have now been allowed to expire or have been canceled. We got a new severe warning for Warsaw, Owenton, and Carrollton. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds near Vevey going towards Williamstown. This is, again, currently moving off to the northeast right now. Shout out to Mark with the super chat. Bro, I got a hair appointment at 7 a.m. and now this is happening in Louisville. And good news is that Louisville will not be under severe warnings at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Hey, Taylor, for the super chat. I really hope tomorrow's not as big as it could be, because, I mean, tomorrow, the problem with, like, today's setup, obviously, yeah, we're talking about a very populated area. Obviously, a lot of you guys that are watching live in these areas. Tomorrow isn't necessarily a place that we've covered a whole lot of in the past. With that said, tomorrow could easily be, if we had tornadoes and we had a major outbreak of severe weather, we are talking about a lot of people, first off, that live in this area. I mean, there's over, I think, 80 million people in the risk of severe weather tomorrow. Just in the 60% wind risk that we have, there's about 12.5 million people. If we had a widespread outbreak of severe weather tomorrow, we are talking about tons of trees down, tons of power lines down. It would be widespread power outages across the board. And like anything that happens tomorrow would just knock out power in a lot of areas. No matter if it's wind or a tornado, doesn't really matter. So now hopefully tomorrow does not pan out, but there is a moderate risk for a reason. And they've been pretty confident for the last like 4 days that there's going to be a big outbreak. So maybe, things trend back in the direction of this line of storms slowing down and allowing for storms to form. We don't know what's going to happen until tomorrow morning, but it has the potential for a major outbreak. So thank you, Siler, for the $20 super chat. Anything crazy in Winchester, Indiana? Let me check it out. Winchester, Indiana. Mostly 60-mile-per-hour winds, nothing really else. I don't even know if you're at 60. It looks pretty weak to me. They have a damage report north of Indianapolis of 2 utility poles were blown down by thunderstorm winds near East 256th Street and Carson Road. So another damage report coming out of that area here recently. Trevor with the sewer chat says, my parents live in Prattville. I'm in Auburn. How are we looking severe-wise? I'm guessing you're talking about Alabama. If you're talking about Alabama, 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be the greatest concern. We don't really have anything in Alabama right now that sticks out to me as if we're going to get a tornado here in the next few minutes because everything's, for the most part, outflow dominant. And as long as that continues, it should be mostly a wind threat. The tornado risk, again, is fairly low as of right now. As a reminder, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us. It's the QR code on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. If somebody can approve the photos and videos, that'd be good. By the way, this is off topic, but shout out to Edgar O'Neill. He, I don't know if he's watching still, but he decided to Uber Eats me some Taco Bell. Huge W for Edgar O'Neill. He's a storm chaser with us. So appreciate that. It was kind of at random. I didn't even know I was getting anything. So granted, I don't know if any of this stuff is like plain or whatnot, but I'm more of a plain kind of guy. I don't know how much I'll eat. Thank you, Justin, for the $10 super chat. Hail in Watertown, Tennessee sounds small, but I hear it on the windows. It's probably small. I highly doubt we have any large hail out there. Probably a lot of small hail. How bad will Lake Cumberland get hit? Asked JD with the super chat. I don't know where that is. I think just anywhere. I get that across the board here. I mean, we're talking anywhere. Doesn't matter where you live. I think the main concern from here on out is going to be damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour. Yes, there could be some sporadic hail. Yes, there could be a couple tornadoes. I think the greatest tornado threat, again, will be south of Kentucky. So Tennessee, we're talking Alabama and Georgia, and even Florida. And there's a risk of strong tornadoes still down there. I think up here in Ohio, it'll be mostly wind. Yes, we could still see a tornado. And once this line of storms gets closer to Dayton and Cincinnati, you'll have a better view of it on radar to see if there's any areas of circulation. But wind should be the dominant concern for sure. It has been all day, by the way. We've had hardly any tornadoes. Like at most, we've had maybe 3 or 4 tornadoes that we've even seen remotely. We had one visible on stream earlier. We had maybe one near Chicago. And then we had like maybe 2 others on radar. It's kind of crazy to say that we've had probably over 40 tornado warnings, and we've had almost like no confirmed tornadoes via radar. Is Nashville good? Nashville, you guys are chilling. Yeah, Nashville's done. We have another damage report in Hermitage, Tennessee, of a tree down in a backyard near Lakeland and Donaldville Pike. Trees down across near Lebanon. Still pretty intense winds coming up towards Watertown right now. Storms are going to get pretty nasty here in the Carthage and Watertown areas over the next few minutes. This is a live shot here from Carthage with some big lightning strikes right now. And also, we could change out slots 1 through 3 for cameras. Dave Vex of the super chat. Can you shout out my wife Cheyenne? She loves the show. Also, update for Lower Alabama. Lower Alabama is going to be overnight tonight. It's going to be a while until you guys see storms. Probably about 2 to 3 more hours. And there will be wind, potentially a significant tornado, though, in play. Thank you, Mick, for the super chat. Talk about that in a second. That's what it looks like out there in Carthage. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation. Mostly a surge of damaging winds right now heading towards Carthage, Watertown, and Woodbury. All, for the most part, around 60 mile per hour or 70 mile per hour damaging winds. Velocities on radar are measuring up to about 65 mile per hour winds just to the south there of Lafayette. Still got some pretty intense storms rolling through northern Alabama right now. Almost everything in Alabama has gotten outflow dominant. Like, I don't think the tornado risk is very high currently in Alabama. It will increase later tonight, but it's pretty low for the short term. Hey, Jane, for the super chat. Back down in Tennessee, or Louisiana, I mean. Louisiana is all strong storms, nothing severe. I don't see much happening with these storms in the near term. I mean, damaging winds would definitely be the main concern. Anything really along this line at this point is mainly a wind threat. The tornado risk is going to stay pretty low, I think, for the most part here in Mississippi and back into Louisiana. The risk will be higher if we get any sort of discrete cells that form out in front of this line. And again, nothing's really happened there yet. We got one little cell trying to go up near Butler, so this could be the beginning of maybe some updraft swarming to produce a more significant tornado threat down the road, but there's not really much right now that's doing anything. Got a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This was sent in Wood River, Illinois. Big hailstorm coming in from earlier today. Lots of small hail. Lots of pea-sized hail there. Back over in Wood River, Illinois. Rutherford County, Tennessee. Huge lightning strike. That is a very common sight that we've seen today. It's just a lot of cloud ground lightning. And we did have that one fire over in Hatton, Alabama earlier from lightning. So over from Dustin over in Gaffey Heights, Kentucky. Son's window blown into his room in Knox, Kentucky. Wow. That's scary. That's why we always say, stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. For that exact reason, right there. Somebody just said in the chat, Max, you're cute. Married myself, but you are a cutie pie. Thank you. If you have any photos or videos, again, QR code's on your screen. It's also the link on your screen, too. Hey, Justin, for the super chat, Northern Kentucky's about to get wailed on. You would be correct. Hey, Lizzie, for the super chat. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Birmingham. That is going to be for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Near Double Springs, Fayette. You guys are included in this. Going towards Coleman and Warrior. Hey, SCP for the becoming a member. Max, officiate my wedding, please. I don't know if I have time for that, man. I've had a lot of people asking about tomorrow. Again, we've kind of gone over tomorrow already. Honestly, again, tomorrow is going to be kind of a nowcasting day because right now, it doesn't look impressive for tomorrow. If this line of thunderstorms continues to progressively go into the mid-Atlantic and the Carolinas and whatnot, like tomorrow might not be a big day. Like it could easily be more of a scattered wind risk. It would not be widespread. It would be more over in here. I think, like, again, at the end of the day, I think this area very likely going to see severe weather. I think everybody else is questionable right now for tomorrow. So... And it look like all the models have downtrended a lot over the last 12 hours, and we'll see if things change again tomorrow morning. It's very possible. We got a new severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued. This one will be back over in eastern Kentucky and eastern Tennessee. Includes Hazard, Norton, Kingsport, Middlesboro, Lafayette, Mount Sterling. All you guys are included in this new severe thunderstorm watch until 7 a.m. 7 a.m., guys. A couple tornadoes are possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is likely. Got a little over 2 million people that are in this risk of severe weather. Also, pretty crazy stuff today, but we've reached about 1.5 million people with today's live coverage of severe weather. Not as high as our tornado outbreak from a few days ago, but granted, that tornado outbreak was There was a lot more going on there. In my opinion, today has obviously been pretty widespread, but we haven't had like a visual tornado on stream today other than that pretty weak one, so it does make a difference. It is interesting. There's a science to it, you know, when it comes to looking at radar or looking at tornadoes and stuff like that. Like, people are way more invested, way more like looking at in terms of like if there's a tornado on stream that's large and stuff like that, like people will take it way more seriously. If you don't have a tornado live on stream, it's very different. Like, I mean, we had one briefly today and that was it. New severe thunderstorm warning for Huntsville and Decatur. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is, again, tracking to the east right now. Shout out to Afex with a $20 super chat. Knoxville saved again by time and plateau. Still looking for barbecue places around you. I haven't found any like good ones near me. Appreciate the super chat. But yeah, Knoxville is in at least a severe thunderstorm watch here for some wind and maybe an isolated tornado. The probabilities on this tornado watch are 20 and 5, which is fairly low. So our tornado risk for 2 or more tornadoes is 20%, and then our strong tornado threat is about 5%. Granted, if you look at this tornado watch over here, this one was 50-30. So higher probabilities over here in central Tennessee. Hey, Joey, for the sewer chat. What do you think Cincinnati doesn't need to be weather aware anymore? Or when do you think? I don't think we're going to need to be weather aware in about an hour. Let's say we got at least 30 to 45 minutes left until you guys are looking at least at some significant damaging winds. And again, maybe a tornado, but mostly a wind threat moving towards you guys. Not sure what's going on here. Brett Adair is near a police car right now in Florence, Alabama. I don't know if this is some sort of flooding that has happened or something. 2 cop cars here. This was, again, back over in Florence. We did have possibly a tornado here earlier. There were tornado warnings. I'm not sure if this is just a construction zone. Right on Florence Boulevard. Anybody know from this area? Oh, now we got 3 cops. I don't know what's going on here. Anybody know? Got a fire truck now. A lot of stuff going on here. Not sure if this is weather related. Somebody just said they set up a traffic barrel maze. Somebody said road work. Might be road work. Oh, it's road work though. I mean, you just got a fire truck that went out. Doesn't look like it's flooding here. There are cones absolutely everywhere though. I'm very confused. It's the most confused I've been today. There's still lightning. So you got a thunderstorm here. All right. Well, interesting. That in slot 3. We have pretty intense storms right now making their way through Carthage here in Tennessee. This one looks like out there in Carthage right now. A lot of lightning, winds are gusting. The camera's shaking. The camera was not shaking at all earlier. And if we go further to the north, we just got an upgrade. Our severe thunderstorm warning somewhere up here. I think it was south of Cincinnati. Just got upgraded to a tornado possible tag. So we got a little bit of rotation down to the southwest of Cincinnati. So again, there is still a tornado risk up here in Cincinnati, just not super high. Lexington area, we got significant damaging winds coming towards you guys right now. 70-mile-per-hour winds are tracking to the east. You're in Lexington, you're Winchester, Cynthiana, or Richmond. You guys got within the next half hour, you're going to be getting hit by this line of thunderstorms producing damaging winds. Once again, around 70 miles per hour. There's also a tornado possible tag on this. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat. Any idea on North Atlanta? We'll do a little timing guide here. Thank you also, chaps, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Austin, for the super chat as well. Let's do a little timing guide here for tonight. This is our future radar, the latest future radar model run here. So this is what storms basically look like right now. I think that we need to go to the 0Z. All right, so here's what the line of storms looks like right now. All right, so again, storms are right now making their way across Tennessee, Kentucky, back over towards Cincinnati. I know it says 12 o'clock at the top of your screen. That's about what it looks like currently by about 1 in the morning. So this is pretty much within the next 30 to 45 minutes. I know it's 12:46 Eastern. The clock at the top of your screen is actually in Central. So this is technically Eastern time. It'd be 2 in the morning. Again, storms will be moving through Dayton, going also through Eastern Tennessee near Crossville and McMinsville. Riley, I do not need coffee. Yeah. Back over down towards Birmingham, Huntsville, and Tuscaloosa. Line of thunderstorms will continue to produce a risk of damaging winds. By 3 to 4 in the morning, this line will be approaching Eastern Kentucky, Columbus, and also going through central and southern parts of Alabama, so also near Montgomery. By 5 to 6 is when I think storms will probably be approaching Atlanta. So Atlanta is going to have a long time until we actually see severe weather. Again, there's no watch there for a reason. There's nothing to really watch for right now. And then once we get closer to about 7, 8 in the morning, this line will continue to march east. And then we'll be watching for an increasing severe weather risk by as early as about 7, 8 in the morning tomorrow here across Georgia and the Carolinas. And again, we're probably going to be live most of tomorrow covering this severe weather event, assuming that this doesn't go to utter, nothingness. There isn't really, right now, the models aren't really showing a whole lot of severe weather. It's mostly just wind, and even then there is not really a whole lot of an environment here tomorrow if this is how this line of storms continues to push east. Most of the line that we're looking at right now is continuing to track east during the mid to late morning tomorrow and kind of just stabilizes the entire environment across the Carolinas and the southeast. And so if this happens, again, if this line of storms continues to push east and this continues to transpire where we have this line of thunderstorms stabilizing our atmosphere, there will not be much of a window for significant tornadoes or widespread damaging winds. The only area I see that right now would be here. That's almost guaranteed we're going to see that. Everywhere else is a question mark, though. DC, up near New York City, down into southern Georgia and Florida, there might not be a whole lot. It might just be wind and maybe an isolated tornado risk. So again, I'm not super confident right now that we're going to have a widespread outbreak, but I think at the bare minimum, there will be some severe weather, and yes, there will be a potential of tornadoes and, again, widespread damaging winds, but it might not be as significant as what is currently forecasted. Because again, what we're looking at tomorrow is a very rare 60% hatch wind risk along with a 15% tornado risk, and I don't know if any of those are going to pan out. I do not personally have enough confidence in that myself. Hey, wise guy for the super chat. What's the overnight forecast for Peachtree City, Georgia looking like? I just went over it. It's just the general overview. Somebody asked about Oak Ridge having a higher tornado risk tonight. I don't think so. Again, tornado risk should be pretty low across the board. We're looking at isolated tornadoes over the next few hours. Nothing that significant. At least over here in Tennessee. Further down to the south, if we get any discrete cells that go up, things could change a lot. So far, it's been mostly wind. New damage report coming out of Starkville, Mississippi. Tree is down on a house on Green Street. We also have another damage report out of Ratliff Ferry of a tree down across the road on Holmes Hollow Lane. Again, almost everything else is damaging winds right now. No tornado warnings. We haven't had any in a little bit. Hopefully it stays that way, but who knows? Got a new severe warning in Tennessee. This one will be for those up here near Livingston and Cookeville and Gainesboro for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. They don't have a tornado possible tag on this. Again, there could still be a tornado, but no tornado possible tag on this right now. Anybody know if this will come to Massachusetts? Massachusetts probably won't see much out of this. I mean, you're under there's a very small sliver of Western Massachusetts and a marginal threat. And unless you're in that very small sliver, no. It will be interesting to see what the SBC outlook is for tomorrow. It doesn't come out for another hour, but it'll be interesting to see if there's any changing to the wording of the forecast or anything like that. I don't know. Tomorrow could still be an outbreak. It's just, I'm not as confident I wasn't really confident at all this entire time of it being an outbreak tomorrow, but it is definitely rare to have a 60% wind risk, that's for sure. Thank you, Rick, for the $20 super chat. Hey, Max, great coverage as usual. You're an 8'7" machine. Much love from Australia. Appreciate that. Got a new severe warning south of Jackson near Brookhaven. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is currently moving to the east. Also have a new winter weather advisory. Here's the latest update on our reports for today, assuming it loads. 1 second. We got new damage reports and all that stuff coming in. Here's our latest map update. So we have a little over 250 total damage reports today, whether it's hail or wind or tornadoes. We've had 1 confirmed tornado so far today. Otherwise, we've had a lot of wind and hail so far. Some of our more recent wind reports have been mainly over here in Tennessee. Columbia, we have a little over 6,500 customers without power. Got another new report of sporadic trees across Wilson County that are down. In Lebanon, the Wilson area. Let's see if we have anything new. A lot of these are the older ones. It's a cool little thing I've been building. Just kind of randomly. Got a little program that basically will show us different reports across the country. Kind of just go from report to report. Nothing really new, though, in the last few minutes, at least in terms of reports. Something brand new, though, that we're using on stream. Ideally, we'll fix the map so it's more like the one we have here. Well, storm chaser Rob McBay out there. He's in near Huntsville. Pretty intense line of thunderstorms still approaching Huntsville, Alabama right now. Main concern again, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. No tornado possible tags on any of the storms in Alabama at this moment, which is good news. Most of the storms also in Tennessee are being removed from the tornado possible tags. That's what it looks like over in Gentry, Tennessee. We got another lightning strike, and you actually see the shelf cloud right there. We just had a brief shot of it. You can see the lightning there. Coming up into northeastern Tennessee right now. Hey, Jane, for the super chat. Hey, Max, thanks for the coverage. What's Lafayette, Louisiana looking like on radar? Mostly a wind threat, but it's all strong storms. You can see the lower clouds here. Again, that is your shelf cloud. That is rolling in. There's still a low-end tornado potential with these storms. So we could get a brief tornado, but not a very high chance. Somebody said chilled today mainly. It's not been, I wouldn't say it was a chill day, at least for me. I mean, we had so many tornado warnings at some of these times that we had so many things to talk about. But I do have to say, like, for today being for how many tornado warnings we had today, to be honest, it was not as significant again as it could have been for sure. It could have been way worse than what we had. Got a lot of minor tree damage over here in Killen, Alabama, not far from where we may have had a tornado earlier. There are some reports of some tree branches down across some roads. See some of the minor debris that is kind of on the roadway here near Florence. All that small little debris. It's a lot of branches. And a lot of these trees, not in Alabama specifically, but over in Tennessee and Mississippi, a lot of the tree branches and the trees in general are a lot more flimsy because of the ice storm that we had. We do have a new severe warning for Lexington, Kentucky, Cynthiana, and Georgetown. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. For Paris, Carlisle, west of Winchester. Stadionville's also in the path of that. A BX for the super chat. And also Michael for the $10 super chat. Going back over to Ohio. We still have a line of thunderstorms making its way into western Ohio right now. Mostly a damaging wind risk. There's still a little bit of rotation near Greenville heading towards Troy and Sydney. Not really seeing any definitive areas of rotation, though, anywhere near Cincinnati. The only area I'd be looking at is southwest of Cincinnati. We do have a tornado possible tag again down here. With 60-mile-per-hour winds making their way up towards Independence, Crittenden, and Williamstown. I do think, again, the tornado risk is a lot lower than earlier. It is a lot lower. Our peak of the tornado threat is definitely passed. Lexington doesn't even have a tornado possible severe warning either. Despite there being a little bit of rotation actually west of Georgetown. That's really the most rotation I've seen here in Kentucky in probably about an hour. There hasn't really been a whole lot recently, but that area of rotation is not really that strong. It's still on the broad side of things, but a small area of convergence over US Highway 460, approaching 227, and then going into Georgetown. This will miss Lexington, but if you're back up here near Cynthiana, we have to watch that closely as it will continue to move to the east-northeast. Mario with the super chat asked about Dayton, Ohio. I think Dayton, Ohio will be mostly a wind risk. Again, isolated tornado threat will exist, but it's mostly going to be damaging winds. The American for the super chat. Anything crazy for southern Indiana? I think southern Indiana is mostly done. Did have a few damage reports recently in southern Indiana and one near Hanover for some trees being down. Multiple trees down. Actually, a few of them were right next to Interstate 65. Tree down, blocking a road over west of Louisville as well. A little bit of rotation currently in southern Kentucky. That's near Columbia right now. It's a broad area of spin moving towards Russell Springs and Jamestown. Not much happening near Lebanon or Campbellsville. And then down here in, again, kind of central eastern Tennessee, we've had several areas of rotation within this line. None of them have really panned out, but there have been areas of rotation consistently here for the last really hour or so. They have tornado warnings back over in Nashville earlier. We have not had any really tornado warnings since then here in Tennessee. So several areas of rotation, though, moving in the direction of Gainsboro, Livingston, Salina, and eventually going towards Jamestown. Hey, Michael, for the $10 super chat. Any idea if Albany, Kentucky is clear? Let me look. Somebody else just said in the chat, Western Ohio lost power. There are people that still don't have power in Ohio right now that were not even from the severe weather. It's from the last event that we had, all the wind that happened the other day. Back over here in Albany, you're not clear. Again, we got a line of storms coming towards you guys right now, and it's only about not even like 30 minutes from you. So I would just be staying weather aware. You're definitely not done yet. Looks like the worst is over. The worst is definitely over for tonight, at least in this area. I mean, there's still going to be damaging winds, widespread. Tornadoes are obviously still going to be possible. I would say really we got to watch down here still for the more elevated risk of severe weather. They just issued a new severe warning with a tornado possible tag. This is south of Decatur, Alabama. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation, but if you're in Moulton, Hart, Selly, Priceville, or Coleman, be staying away from windows here. And on the lowest floor possible, again, treat every severe warning as if it's a tornado warning. The wind here is going to knock down trees, knock down power lines. There could be debris flying in the air. It is not worth being outside when we have this type of weather event happening. And everything else up here, again, is mostly wind, but we have had some rotation. No tornado possible tag at all on any of these severe warnings anymore here in Tennessee, but there's still plenty of areas of rotation in several areas, stretching from Gainsboro all the way back down towards Smithville. This is a few photos sent in to us from Rector, Arkansas. This is some major damage. This is in Rector, Arkansas from earlier. I don't know what this is, but that's some big damage. Sent in by Ash over on Twitter. So apparently, at least some large trees coming down, possibly some buildings damaged over in Rector. Either probably from high winds, if I had to guess. Maybe a tornado. Also what it looked like earlier. Now, I'm not sure what this is or what kind of building this was, but that is obviously pretty significant damage, whatever it might be. Whatever that building was, or I don't know what this is, but in Rector, Arkansas, I don't know what happened there earlier. I'm guessing it was mostly wind. What time do you expect the storm to hit east of Atlanta? Probably around 5 to 8 in the morning tomorrow. Dude, you look exhausted. Honestly, I'm not. It's just think about tomorrow more than anything. I'm gonna be exhausted tomorrow. If you have ever seen exhausted, you'll see me tomorrow. I'll be exhausted tomorrow. There's no doubt about that. I'm looking at Brett right now. I don't see anything. Oh, is he still going through the tornado path? He's loaded again. Brett Adair's going through some of the damage that happened over here in Killen, Alabama, where we may have had a tornado earlier. I just saw a trash can that was knocked down. Losing connection. We'll keep them bottom right of your screen. A little bit of damage out there. Yeah, tomorrow again, like the big thing is like tomorrow I'm probably getting up in like I'm gonna be getting up in less than like 8 hours. We're gonna be up by like 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Eastern, covering another tornado outbreak. I'll be up early. What's tomorrow? A moderate risk. Doesn't happen very often. Got a moderate risk along the East Coast. And again, we're gonna be doing nowcasting tomorrow. Like tomorrow could be big. It might not. Like I don't know. It will probably be big for somebody, but I think we're mostly gonna be talking about wind. And again, maybe some tornadoes. We'll see. What is the peak time tomorrow? Honestly, it could be, I think it'll be early afternoon, but it could be really whenever. It's really just going to come down to what our storms look like tomorrow. Again, this line of storms plays into what's happening tomorrow. Like we're going to have this line of thunderstorms making its way over the Appalachian Mountains overnight. It'll get there sometime tomorrow morning. And if it moves fast enough, the environment is going to be scraped in a lot of areas. And so our severe risk tomorrow will be much lower depending on how fast this line moves to the east. And assuming it moves pretty quickly, you know, there's not going to be much that's going to happen, I think, for most of this area at least. And then if it moves slow enough, anybody could see significant severe weather. And tomorrow will be an outbreak if this line slows down. But right now it's moving pretty quickly. It is ahead of schedule. For reference, again, this line, as of, again, right now it's 12 o'clock Central, 1 o'clock or 1 o'clock Eastern now. This is where the line is here. So it's near McMinnville. If we go back to any model run from earlier today, that was looking into tomorrow's severe weather risk. Let's just go to the 12ZHRRR, for example. And look at the line of thunderstorms. It's basically, this would be 1 a.m. It's actually pretty accurate. I'm not going to lie. Let's see what it shows after that. Honestly, it just depends on how intense it is as it goes over the Appalachian Mountains, it looks like, more than anything. Because HRRRs, the timing is actually about the same. This would be now, which is basically what it looks like right now, which pretty incredible modeling here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But it's going to depend on how quickly this line, I think, moves. We have a new tornado warning in Kentucky, the first one in a while. This will be for Columbia. So if you're in Columbia, Kentucky, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. This is, again, just southeast of Greensburg for Columbia and west of Russell Springs. It's a pretty broad area of rotation. It's over Weed and Nell, and it's going to be going up, I believe that is U.S. Highway 31 over the next several minutes. And area of rotation will be right over the Highway 31 here over the next few minutes. So seek shelter if you're in that tornado warning. Only active tornado warning right now. I haven't had a tornado warning, I think, in a little over half an hour, so it's been a while. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. What about Loosedale, Mississippi for the rest of the night? Let's check it out. Let's just check out all of Mississippi. Nothing really imminent. I mean, you still got about 2 to 3 hours until this line of thunderstorms reaches you. It'll be mostly a wind risk, low tornado risk. I don't think we're going to see really any discrete cells form there. But over here in southeastern Alabama, southwest Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle, we could have some really late night supercells that develop, and it would be really late. I mean, we're talking very, very early morning hours, probably before sunrise tomorrow. And we'll be watching for maybe a strong tornado or two down there. But those would be discrete cells, and again, we're really not, it's not going to be anytime soon. It'll be like probably 4 or 5 in the morning until those happen. So it'll be very late tonight. Hey, DRC or DRK for the super chat. Is Auburn University, Alabama at risk for tornadoes? There is a chance. I would say it's a low chance, but it's going to be early morning once again. We're talking like 2, 4, or 5 in the morning. It's going to be almost before sunrise. So it'll be very early. Hey, Biden for the super chat. What about Phoenix City, Alabama? I did not know Phoenix was actually spelled like that. Anywhere near Columbus, I mean, anywhere even near Auburn University too, just kind of the general timeline again would probably be around 5, 6 in the morning. Damaging winds the main concern. We could get a couple discrete cells that form down here, and that would increase the tornado risk quite a bit, but obviously that's to be seen. You asked for the super chat. You missed my last 2 super chats. How is central Pennsylvania around Shamokin, Pennsylvania looking for tomorrow? Mostly a wind threat, low tornado risk. In my opinion, the risk up there is much lower than anywhere, like a lot of other places. I don't think we're going to see much other than damaging winds. You know, if tomorrow does end up being like a tornado, or not tornado, a severe weather outbreak, like if we actually end up having this line of storm slow down a lot, we could probably have over 30 severe warnings tomorrow along the East Coast too. But if it doesn't slow down enough, we might only have like 10 or 15 at the peak. I'm talking about at one given time, not just talking about like, you know, total. I mean, today I think we peaked at 32 severe warnings at one moment, and I think we got to 14 tornado warnings at one point too. Hey, champ for the super chat. My folks and I are watching while the wind blows out our outside furniture away in Manchester, Tennessee. Well, hopefully your outdoor furniture stays intact. Don't want that thing blown away. Should I stay up or go to bed? Just asking. I mean, you could go to bed. It's going to be a while until you have storms there. Just have ways to receive alerts. And again, if you guys are going to bed and you have storms coming overnight tonight, and a lot of you do. I mean, a lot of you here in like Eastern Kentucky, Central Ohio, back into this area here. We're not talking about storms until 3, 4 in the morning in some of these places. Some of them will be sooner, but we could be 3, 4, 5 in the morning until storms reach you. If you're in this area, you know, you need to have a weather. If you have a weather radio, have that ready to go. If you have a phone app, make sure that's ready to go too. And if you want an extra way to receive weather alerts tonight, check out maxalert.net. It is also one of the top links in the description below. And that way, you also get notified if you are in a tornado warning, basically directly from you. You'll get a phone call if you're in a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's, again, maxalert.net. It's also one of the top links in the description. And if you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms tonight, check out Radar Omega. It's the app we've been using this entire stream. It's a great radar app. Tons of live cameras, storm chasers, all that good stuff. And that's what we've been using, again, this entire stream today. If you need a storm shelter too, check out ESP Shelters. They have great above ground storm shelters. They are also made in the United States. There's a link down below for that. Thank you, Meadow, for becoming a member. Thank you, Artsy, for becoming a member too. Yeah, we still have a tornado warning here in Kentucky for Columbia. It is a broad area of rotation moving over US Highway 31. I'm not really a fan of the tornado warning, to be honest. It's very broad. I don't think it's enough for a warning, but either way, seek shelters in case there is a tornado. If there is one, it's going to be near Sparksville, going over Flatwood, and then eventually going up towards Garland and Ella. Back over in Ohio, we have a strong line of thunderstorms approaching. No severe warnings at all in Alabama. Did I say Alabama? Ohio. No current warnings right now in Ohio. It is mostly a wind threat, mostly gusty winds. Terminal radar site isn't even showing any rotation right now. That's at least enough to be anywhere near tornadic. We got a little bit stronger winds going through Hamilton, approaching Mason and Forest Park and Cincinnati. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation off to the west of Cincinnati, but not enough again for any sort of tornado warning here. Hey, Princess for the super chat. Dayton, Ohio is ready. There you go. Hey, Kathy from becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Hey, hopefully you're ready. Storms have been coming for a while. Over in eastern central Tennessee, we still have a very intense line of thunderstorms producing damaging winds. There's a little bit of rotation east of Smithville. There's a live camera here in Smithville. I'm not sure if we're going to see anything, but that area of at least rotation is going right over the camera right now. See if we can see anything. Right side of your screen would be area of interest. There isn't a whole lot of lightning here. Not sure if anybody asked, but how's East Baton Rouge near New Orleans? Should be mostly damaging winds, pretty low tornado risk. Colton Super Chat says it's really cool. Well, that's some lightning. Now the camera's shaking. You can see the camera shaking a bit. It's really cool in central Georgia. Could that help or hurt us? I don't think it's going to make much of a difference, but I think it's going to be, like, again, the storms by the time they get to Georgia tomorrow morning won't be that intense, but we're going to have a big surge of moisture that could kick things up really quickly by like 8 to 9 o'clock. So I wouldn't say it's going to really do either or. It's not gonna make much of a difference. And everything out to the east is pretty much as forecasted. The only difference, in my opinion, is literally just the timing of this line. And if this line moves fast enough to the east and stays intense, we are probably gonna have a much lower and severe weather day than a moderate tomorrow. But again, it's gonna be nowcasting tomorrow. And again, we'll be live no matter what. It's just a matter of what's gonna happen. Hey, baby, for the super chat. Little storm weekend before Central Ohio. It's gonna weaken a little bit. It'll be mostly a wind threat over there. And gusty winds, main concern. Maybe an isolated tornado. But tornado risk is pretty low in Ohio tonight. Here's that small area of rotation I was talking about. Just went right over this camera that we were looking at a second ago, which is pretty much pitch black. Can't really see much. It's going right towards Yankeetown and Sparta. Here's a skyline view from Sparta, Tennessee. You can see the American flag there whipping at the bottom of your screen. Pretty windy out there still. Hey, gamer, for the sewer chat, I got a call from you just a few minutes ago while watching you. There you go. That is the power of Max Alert. Giving people phone calls while we're live. That is exactly how it's supposed to work, too. Ideally, we are live when you get a phone call from Max Alert. Ideally. If not, that's kind of disappointing. It would just not be ideal. Ideally, we're live whenever you do get that phone call. We are probably going to add some sort of notification alert to it at some point. When we're live, you'll get some sort of either call or text from Max Alert. But that would be if you're in a risk of severe weather or something like that when we go live sort of thing. What about southeastern Michigan? Somebody just asked in the chat. I think southeast Michigan's mostly just some gusty winds. I would go to bed if you're in southeast Michigan. I mean, if you're near some larger trees that might be falling here soon, definitely stay awake. But otherwise, it's going to be gusty winds around 40 to 50 miles per hour. Severe weather is pretty unlikely. Thank you, MBC, for becoming a maximum velocity member. A bunch of storms rolling right through the heart of Cincinnati and southwestern Ohio near Lebanon and Mason and Dayton. Mostly producing damaging winds right now. We still have a 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning here for Lexington. They did add a tornado possible tag to this. So pretty significant damaging winds right now moving through Lexington, Kentucky. We also just got a new tornado possible severe warning in Tennessee. That is going to be near Winchester and Lynchburg. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we also got another tornado possible tag in southern parts of Kentucky. That is west of Monticello. 70-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado possible tag is on this one, too. I know we have somebody tuning in from Albany right now, and if you're in Jamestown or Russell Springs, we're looking at the same risk here. It's going to be mainly a wind risk. Still have some broad rotation right now over Columbia in Kentucky, moving up towards Neatsville, Ella, and Phil. The tornado risk, again, in my opinion, is not very high right now. I think the rotation's pretty weak. That is moving off to the east-northeast right now. Hey, Slim for the super chat. Also, JC for the one gift of membership. Will Interstate 81 be safe in Virginia to Tennessee tonight through the morning? I mean, you're going to be driving into a lot of storms, so you're going to be driving through the wind at some point. When's the next SBC Outlook? It is going to be in about 45 minutes. Maybe less. We'll see. Thank you, Charles, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Yeah, the next SBSC Outlook is still a little ways away, but it's about 45 minutes or so from now. Sometimes it's early, sometimes it's late. Just depends. This is live over in Salina, Tennessee. This is inside of our line of thunderstorms. Pretty intense winds coming through right now. Camera is shaking like crazy. And this line is still producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Thank you, Connor, for the super chat. Happy birthday, Max. It's not my birthday. 45 mile per hour wind gusts and heavy snow here in Menasha, Wisconsin. Expecting 18 plus in before it gets out of here. Well, stay safe out there. There's already been a lot of snow. Apparently we had 980 inches or something of snow measured somewhere in southeast Minnesota earlier. So some towns are getting buried, it sounds like. We didn't actually. There was a report, though, according to the National Weather Service, of that. Honestly, probably the most impressive thing today. I don't know if the number's still on here. It was on here for a while. I think they removed it. Oh, they removed it. There was a 930-inch measurement of snow here earlier in Rochester, Minnesota. That somehow got through the National Weather Service, but it's no longer there. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Tuscaloosa, Alabama for 60-mile-per-hour winds. You also Bella for the super chat. What's the risk looking like for Maryland tomorrow, and around what time? Do we know? Definitely. We'll know by tomorrow morning how the line of storms looks and stuff like that, but I'd say timing is anytime late morning into the afternoon. Back to our tornado warning in Kentucky. Still got a broad area of rotation over Columbia, just north of Russell Springs, moving up towards US Highway 127 in Liberty. Tornado warning still continues. The National Weather Service has continued this tornado warning. It goes until 12:45 Central, 1:45 Eastern Time. Prestige with the super chat says, shout out from Trotwood, Ohio. Storms just started. And they're not too significant up there, which is the good news. We don't have any sort of warnings in Ohio right now. There's a little bit of weak rotation with a few of these storms, but nothing that's to the point where I think we're going to see a tornado warning or anything like that. It should be mostly gusty winds for the next few hours. Maybe a couple of damaging wind gusts. We just had a wind gust measured over in Hebron, Kentucky, of 54 miles per hour. So very close to severe criteria near Cincinnati just moments ago. Thank you, Samuel, for the super chat. Trucker here, please be careful on I-24 East Tennessee. Lightning rain, of course, wind, some mixed hail too. How's Walkertown, North Carolina for tomorrow? Again, we'll talk more about North Carolina, all these other places in tomorrow's live stream. I'm going to be honest, we've already kind of talked about it. There's not really much more to talk about. I've kind of gone over what we're going to expect. It could end up being a big day of severe weather pretty much anywhere. We could have strong tornadoes. We could have widespread damaging winds. If this line of thunderstorms, though, moves fast enough to the east, quick enough, it'll be much more suppressed, and it would lead to a much more localized risk of elevated severe weather. And again, we will really not know that until tomorrow. New severe warning for Sparta, Spencer, Altamont, and McMinnville. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. This line is again moving to the east right now towards Crossville and Dayton. Thank you, Rick, for the $10 super chat. Is Cheese Curd sleeping? Probably. I haven't seen her literally all stream. Thank you, Aaron, for the super chat. At Somerset, Kentucky look this time. I don't think the tornado risk is very high, but damaging winds could easily knock down trees and power lines. I know we have a tornado warning to your west, but in my opinion, it's pretty broad rotation. It's mostly just wind. Still no radar site here near Hopkinsville in Kentucky, even though it's not really related. At this point, it doesn't really matter if we have that radar site. But that radar site went down from our high winds earlier. There's a wind gust of at least 70 miles per hour there. We just got a new severe warning for Jamestown, Byrdstown, Grimsley, as well as the Monterey area, and Livingston for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Shout out to Jennifer with the $10 super chat over in Irvine, Kentucky. I think you guys will be looking at mostly just wind. Again, the tornado risk is pretty low. I think anywhere up here, again, north of this line, is the tornado risk is very low. It's low in Tennessee. It's a little bit more low to medium down here. The line of storms, though, across the board here in Alabama is all outflow dominant. So the risk of tornadoes anywhere in this line is very low. That's just what I'm thinking right now. Tornado risk will be much more elevated, I think, in a few hours, especially over here in like southeast Alabama, southwest Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle. It's raining in Tennessee already. It's been raining for the last 6 hours, I think, in Tennessee to some degree. It's been raining all day, for the most part. If you guys are asking if I can go to sleep, you can basically go to sleep whenever, as long as you're out in a warning. If you're in a warning, I would stay up and make sure that you're sheltering. But if
you're anywhere
west of this line, you can basically go to sleep. The severe weather's done. So like Nashville, Louisville, Cincinnati. I mean, over here, I put the line a little bit more here, but Cincinnati should still be awake. And then back down towards Jackson, Mississippi. We have a new tornado warning in southern Kentucky. This one is near Albany. So if you're in this tornado warning south of Burkesville, seek shelter, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is in another kind of weird radar hole here, but I don't really see much here either. I think what they're warning for is this little area of rotation that's actually south of our warning. So it'd actually be in Tennessee, and that would be moving up towards Albany over the next few minutes, just west of Byrdstown. So if you're in Albany, we have somebody, I know somebody's tuning in from Albany. If you're in Albany, seek shelter now, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible as this storm continues to track to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. One confirmed brief tornado today. We've only had officially one confirmed tornado so far today. You have a live camera pretty close to where this is. So it looks like over near that area of rotation. Very close to where we would have a tornado. It's looking in that direction. See the low clouds right here on the right side of your screen. Okay, in Southwest Cincinnati, sleep yet? I think you're not far from being able to sleep. I would give it another 10-15 minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley. And I can't hear you. Are you muted on? You're muted on Zoom. You're muted on Zoom. It says you're muted on Zoom. I took you off though for a second. Not letting you unmute. All right, nice. Well, we'll have Riley come back in a second when he can unmute. We have a speechless Riley here today. Where was the confirmed tornado? Is over here. Down near Stogart. It was right over here. We had it live on stream probably about 6.5, 7 hours ago now. It's been a while. And again, we've really had, I don't think really any tornadoes today. Again, there's maybe been one or two. Like, there's been very few. With all the tornado warnings we've had 3-4 dozen. We've had like literally almost no tornadoes. Hey, Charles, for the super chat. All right, Riley has an update now. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, now that Zoom decided I have adequate permissions to talk, just an update on our system as a whole. A lot of the tornado threat is starting to disappear, and that is mostly associated with the loss of instability. We're going to continue to see one pocket of instability a little bit off to the south in parts of Alabama, and that is why we do have that 10 SIG 1 region from the Storm Prediction Center. I honestly don't think it's going to live up to a 10% tornado risk there, but it is where the more elevated tornado risk is. The area that we're keeping an eye on basically is where we're continuing to see this cave make its way off of the Gulf into this area here, and we're going to see storms and possibly prefrontals pop up in that area. As of right now, there are no prefrontals in that area, but it's going to be something to watch for over the next few hours to see if that is something that does manage to happen. I would expect to see another tornado watch here. However, they haven't issued a mesoscale discussion for any of those areas yet, so we don't really know. There is honestly the potential that it could be a severe thunderstorm watch with how these storms look right now. It just seems like the chance of tornadoes is waning overall. It seems like the storms just ended up a little bit too far east, a little bit too fast for their own good, and a lot of them were just sort of not really favorable for producing tornadoes. And of course, that's a good thing, and hopefully we're going to continue to see that throughout the night into tomorrow's severe weather event, where we just don't see the events live up to what the ceiling was.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And back over to live radar, we do have a new severe warning for Monticello near Whitney. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving to the east. Got a little bit of rotation once again going towards Albany. Be in your safe place if you're in Albany in Kentucky. Rotation over here near Columbia has gotten broader over the last few scans. They issue a new tornado warning. I'd be kind of surprised. There hasn't really been much rotation, though, on this storm going towards Liberty. If they do issue a new one, it'd be for Liberty, Kentucky, heading towards US Highway 27, just to the south of Danville. Lexington still seeing widespread 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. They did downgrade the warning. It was at 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's back down to 60. So not nearly as intense as earlier, but nonetheless, still watching, again, an elevated risk here right now of severe weather across both Alabama, Mississippi, back over into Tennessee and Kentucky. So still a very large area dealing with severe storms this evening. Hey, Denise, with the sewer chat. One will go into the Florida Panhandle. Somebody asked about Mariana too. Florida Panhandle, the storms are going to be mostly around 5 to like 12 tomorrow. So we're talking morning hours, 5 to 12. And mostly looking at a wind threat with the line. And then if any discrete cells get going, we could definitely see a potential for a tornado or two. So I know if we've had a few people asking about that area. This tornado warning, once again, for Albany. The rotation's still in Tennessee. They did not issue a tornado warning here for this area near Byrdstown. In my opinion, again, it's a QLCS tornado risk. If we were to see a tornado, it'll be pretty quick hitting, pretty quick in general. Be moving towards Albany, 67 or 76, and Ida and Watauga, you're static. And after that, Monticello, Somerset, and Williamsburg are in the path of that. So it looks like across Alabama right now, widespread damaging wind threat is still ongoing here. And we do have a new SPC outlook, so it just came out. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center for tomorrow. I don't think anything has changed to the risk. Let me check. They have maintained a moderate risk of severe weather for tomorrow. I'm going to get the old outlook to see if there is any changes here. They've just released the outlook, though, for technically today now, but tomorrow. And these risks are pretty much identical. The only thing is that they move the slight risk further down to the south. So tomorrow is still a moderate risk of severe weather. They have not changed anything to the outlook for tomorrow. Again, granted, that could change in the morning. I'm curious to see what the wording is on this outlook. Look-y curious to know what the wording is here. So what they said is that there's a moderate risk of severe storms across parts of central Maryland and some other areas for this afternoon. Fast-moving thunderstorms may become more widespread and accompanied by a risk for damaging wind gusts and a few tornadoes across the mid-Atlantic today. There's potential that a couple of storms could be capable of producing strong and long-tracked tornadoes. They talk about that. And Riley, if you want to read it and just give me a summary, you can. You can just come on and give a summary if you want to read it. Because there's a lot of words in it. We have a upgrade to a tornado possible tag on one of these storms in Alabama. It's a bunch of counties. We have one up near Huntsville now that has a tornado possible tag. So Huntsville, Alabama, low tornado risk right now. Mainly a damaging wind risk. We got a couple little areas of rotation near near Francisco going towards Coptown, right along the the Tennessee and Alabama border. Mostly a wind risk right now near Huntsville, back over towards Coleman. And we now have a new tornado possible severe warning. So it looks like they probably won't continue a tornado warning for this, going towards Junction City, Stanford, Lancaster, and Danville. So Fox just said with the sewer chat, Max should be required to adopt the accent of whatever state he's reporting on. I don't know how to do a Kentucky accent. Or Tennessee, or even Alabama. Only thing I can think of for Alabama is Alabama. Not even close, though. Imagine if I had to do that. That'd be crazy. I have the New Hampshire Indian accent. Where I used to live. Need to be a New Yorker? I think that's more Boston. Boston Harbor? I can only do that one. That's about it. I'll have a whole lot more in the my brain. Louisville, and you got a Kentucky accent. Hey, CT for the super chat. Can you give me a tornado outlook for Jamestown, Tennessee with the incoming line? Pretty low risk. And mainly looking at damaging winds. Very low tornado risk, in my opinion, in Tennessee tonight. Crazy East for the super chat when we get to the Florida Panhandle. Once again, sometimes between 5 and 12 is the timing. Here's another model run here for tomorrow. So it'll start really around 3, 4 in the morning near Pensacola. And it'll continue throughout the late morning and early afternoon and eventually move into Jacksonville. The latest HRRR model run still has that intense line of thunderstorms. And then storms firing up during the late morning, early afternoon. That's a pretty volatile environment once again in like eastern Virginia and North Carolina. They have maintained that moderate risk of severe weather. This is... Well, the probs haven't, I don't think, fully come out yet. We're still waiting for those. I don't think they've changed. I don't think they've dramatically changed anything to the outlook for tomorrow, for the record. I think it's all pretty much the same, but Riley's reading over it right now. A line of thunderstorms will be ongoing when you wake up tomorrow morning. This will be mostly a damaging wind threat. A couple of embedded tornadoes. And discrete cells will try to fire up around and just after lunchtime here in Virginia, North Carolina, back into South Carolina. That risk will continue throughout the mid to late afternoon. So this will be pretty much the peak. The peak will be right after lunchtime. We'll be live again tomorrow with that. Hey, CP for the $20 super chat. Louisville girl here. Thanks on behalf of me and my family. No problem. Glad I can help. Apparently there was a haboob earlier today over in Lubbock, Texas. I don't know if that was... I'm guessing that was earlier today. And the cold front came through. The peak tornado threat, though, will be tomorrow afternoon. That is the expectation. Even though there could be tornadoes before that. I do think we'll be live before that, though. I think we'll be live early tomorrow morning and going for a while. There's even a chance, depending on how tomorrow goes, like we could be live at like... I don't know when we'll go live, but if we go live around 8 or 9 Eastern or something like that, we'll go live. We'll be live for a few hours, maybe take a quick break, and then go live again when the severe weather threat ramps up again, because I know there will be severe weather when we wake up tomorrow. So, thank you, A, for the super chat. Auburn, Alabama should be mostly a wind threat. Is tomorrow going to be worse than today? It could be. I mean, today honestly did not perform as significantly, I would say, as what it could have, at least when it comes to tornadoes. So I think more than anything, it'll be more of a... tomorrow is just kind of a wait and see sort of thing. Latest radar scan on our storm near Albany in Kentucky, still showing a rotation now right over Albany. This one's actually a little bit stronger on the latest scan. I wouldn't say that's a tornado debris signature there, but there's a stronger area of rotation over Shipley. It's going to be moving right into the town of Albany, Kentucky in just a moment. They will not continue this tornado warning here near Columbia. Rotation's now moving outside of the warning. Got a new severe warning for Mount Vernon, Broadhead, and Science Hill. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. But again, if you're in Albany, Kentucky, you need to be in your safe place if you've not already gotten there. Rotation's going to be right over top of you here in just a few minutes. They have maintained all the risks for severe weather tomorrow, so 60% wind risk is still in place. Tornado risk is still 15%. Hail risk is pretty low. But yeah, we'll be, again, live tomorrow at some point. Thank you, Donna, for becoming a member. Today greatly underperformed? I wouldn't say today greatly underperformed at all. I think it's performed tornado-wise. I think it's underperformed. I think for the wind risk, it is performed on par. I would say today pretty much performed on par for the wind. I would not say it underperformed, though, for wind at all. I feel like it's been pretty on par. What'd you get from Wawa? Never been there. I got another chicken tender sub. That's usually what I get. I got a chicken tender sub and some mac and cheese. That way I'm filled up and able to go to bed and then go live again tomorrow. I'm going to need some fuel. I haven't eaten really anything in like the last 8.5 hours. It's been almost all live coverage, so. Here's what happens, though, when we're live for this long. Tornado risk has changed a bit for New York. Like it changed. I don't think anything really changed, to be honest. Unless I'm tripping. Well, yeah. They do have a hatch there. I don't know if this is in the Outlook before, but they do have a hatch tornado risk all the way up now into central New York. I don't think that was there before. So Binghamton is Rochester, even into Pennsylvania. I don't know if tomorrow's gonna do much up there. That's the thing. Like I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be mostly wind. Granted, again, there's a lot of wind shear. I mean, tomorrow, again, this entire setup is, there's just so much wind shear across the board. I mean, this is the low-level jet by tomorrow afternoon. It's going to be cranking. Any discrete cells in this environment will easily produce tornadoes, obviously, but it's going to come down to actually having those storms like that. And if we go over to the latest model run here, or like the Northeast, for example, like maybe there's a tornado threat in this line. That'd be about it. There's no discrete cells. It'd have to be out of this line of thunderstorms that develops. And this is the latest HRRR showing kind of that same thing. Significant tornado parameter values. Well, they're up there. Late morning, early afternoon sort of thing. I don't know. We'll see. Tornado warning west of Somerset has now been allowed to expire. Will be allowed to expire in 7 minutes. Still have an area of rotation right over Albany, Kentucky. It's moving towards Monticello right now. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. What are your thoughts on tornado potential for this upcoming spring? It's going to be an active spring. And I do think, though, the next like week or two are going to be pretty quiet. I mean, obviously, we have a big severe weather event happening today, and we're going to have another one tomorrow to some degree. Again, we don't know what degree at this point, but there'll be a pretty big severe weather event. After this, we got a shot of snow coming maybe on Wednesday. By Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I mean, there's not much of anything happening. Our next big storm will probably be sometime the last week of March. There's going to be a big ridge that develops along the West Coast. Already has built. It's building very quickly, and it's going to lead to record-breaking high temperatures for much of the United States. But we have quite a bit of time until our next big severe weather event. I think we'll have a good 9 days off maybe, or 8 days off. After tomorrow, we'll have a good, like, at least 7 to 8 days off of severe weather coverage. I think we're going to be in a pretty stalled pattern, and we'll probably only have, like, a video every other day in that case if that happens. Things could change, obviously, but next weather event that looks major would probably be around March 23rd to 7th, somewhere in that range. Should I go to sleep in Atlanta? I think you can go to sleep. I'm not too concerned right now about Atlanta having anything crazy until, like, again, it'll be more early morning hours. They should be staying weather aware for. Nothing imminent. Mostly damaging winds right now near Huntsville, Alabama, Coleman. 60-mile-per-hour winds still ripping across the state. We've had a lot of trees go down, some power lines go down. Extends all the way down to Baton Rouge and Lafayette. And then back over here in Kentucky, we still got damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Still some broad rotation. Ohio is, again, almost all strong storms exclusively right now. There's nothing severe here that is ongoing. There's been some broad rotation, once again, kind of in this general area, east of Cincinnati. Cincinnati, you got about 10, 15 minutes, and then you're pretty much done with severe storms or any potential of severe weather. And then our only tornado warning, once again, is this little pink polygon here for Albany. And if there is a tornado, it would have gone over Albany, and it's now approaching Zula and Susie. But the rotation is, in my opinion, not that strong. Again, we're looking at a radar site that's also pretty far away. But it was much stronger, I feel like, just before Albany, and now it's moving towards Monticello. I Hey, fun size for the super chat. Thanks for your hard work and dedication. Any idea of the weather in Fayetteville, North Carolina? Will we see anything really bad? We'll have to wait and see tomorrow, but again, get ready for widespread damaging winds and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Because, like, again, there's a real chance tomorrow turns into a major outbreak of severe weather. It could be on the lower side. I know I've been kind of downplaying it a little bit here, but it really could go either way. It could be a big day. It could also be just kind of a more lower end threat of an outbreak sort of thing. I think we're gonna have an outbreak no matter what tomorrow. It just depends on the degree of it. Oh, dang. This is some tornado damage from 5 Points, Tennessee, it looks like.
Have been destroyed from this.
My goodness. Oh boy. I'm not. This was from a storm earlier, obviously. This is when we had strong rotation in the area. This could be from a possible tornado that happened earlier today. This is Storm Chaser Brett Adair in 5 Points with a car heavily damaged, and it looks like a home here ripped off its foundation. So this was a strong area of rotation earlier in today's stream. This is definitely not what you want to see. That is a lot of damage, though. There's damage everywhere. There's a truck there on the left, too, that was heavily damaged. Hey, America, for becoming a member. What was a duck out there? The heck? Oh, that duck, I don't know if it's just a normal wild duck or it's somebody's pet or something, but got a duck next to all this likely tornado damage.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have extended that tornado warning going towards Monticello, Kentucky, Rocky Branch, and Delta. It's that area of rotation that just went through Albany. What the duck doing? Duck is like bathing. Thank you, Connor D, for the super chat. Also, thank you, America, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. The duck be ducking. Duck is just chilling. Honestly, quite interesting. Here's that new tornado warning. So that's Monticello in Kentucky. Seek shelter if you're in this warning. And then we have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama with the tornado possible tag for Scottsboro, Fort Payne, and Stevenson. I'll be honest, this tornado warning, it's pretty broad rotation. This is the only area of convergence I really see, though, that would be able to be tornado warned. Most of the other rotation is pretty broad at this point. House gets destroyed, and duck is just chilling. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know what was here before, but obviously pretty significant. Like I would assume this is tornado damage once again. I don't think this is just any ordinary wind damage here. I have to assume this is wind damage. Or tornado damage, excuse me. This is on Smith Road in Bonertown. South of 5 Points. It's on the south side of 5 Points. Hey, Noid for the super chat. We go back on radar from earlier. Where was this? It's over here. We go back on radar from earlier. Also, our day 2 SPC outlook just came out. There's no risk. Nothing. I think it's a general thunderstorm risk. We can go back in time, though. This is 100 frames if we go back in time. And this one, it went through that area. And again, that's pretty strong rotation. Like, that's likely a tornado. That's when we had a tornado warning. If not, it was just a very strong RFD surge, but either way. Went right through that area of 5 Points. This is, I believe, specifically where it was. Any trees down around that area? This is the road. It's Smith Road right here. Might have been. Oh, actually, no. There's a. This might have been a mesocyclone handoff. We might have had a tornado here. We don't have a radar site right here, so it's hard to tell. But that could have been a tornado there from earlier. There was a new area of rotation that basically developed right over that, and then it occluded pretty quickly. Hey, America, for the $20 super chat, saying Somerville, Alabama. You guys are pretty much just looking at wind. I mean, most of the severe weather should be moving through you guys right now. You're actually pretty much done. So, yeah, the line of storms, again, mostly just producing wind moving off to the east. Whatever was here has obviously been heavily damaged. And there may have been a tornado here. Again, we've only had one, maybe two confirmed tornadoes today. This would be the probably at least third, if I had to guess. I feel like this was probably a tornado that produced damage like this. Granted, the velocity signature and everything kind of lined up with it. My God, okay, yeah, this looks like a tornado. I mean, look, oh my God, all the damage everywhere. That's a part of a house right there. Okay, yeah, this has to be a tornado. There's no way it isn't. I didn't really doubt it before, but now you really can't doubt it. Huge shout out to White with a $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. Yeah, this tornado damage keeps getting worse and worse the more we look around here on Smith Road. Part of the house is gone, though. Like, literally been ripped off. See if there's any more damage here. Day one is out. We talked about the day one a few minutes ago. Invincible duck. The duck is just built different. What can we say? Got a new severe thunderstorm warning. First severe warning, I think, today in Ohio. For that real quick. New severe warning west of Columbus for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That's for Springfield, South Charleston as well. This camera's shaking like a ton over in Clark State, downtown. It's our only severe warning, I think, that we've had in Ohio today. I don't think we've had any others. Tornado warning still ongoing for Monticello, Kentucky. Rotation's pretty broad in my opinion. I still don't see much of a tornado risk on that storm. And then mostly wind right now near Huntsville. This is more damaged down this road. They've already issued a day 3 severe weather outlook. It's just another general risk. The duck is a criminal? How many hours have I been on? 9 hours and 6 minutes. A pretty decent length stream. That's been the longest we've ever had, obviously, but today could have been longer, just I don't know. There wasn't a whole lot, really, until we went live. It's been an interesting stream, though. I mean, again, not really many TDS signatures, not really any tornado debris signatures anywhere today. Again, this is like one of the only streams I think I've ever had where we've not had a tornado debris signature with over like 20 tornado warnings. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. I don't think we had a single one. I might be wrong that we might have missed one, but I we have again a team of analysts and stuff that we have, and none of them saw it. So if there was any, like, this might be the first stream that we've never had a tornado debris signature with as many warnings as we've had. So even though we have had tornadoes, like we had a tornado earlier in Stuttgart, we had that live. We had maybe a tornado south of Chicago. We might have, but obviously this could have been a tornado too. Just again, no radar signature, signified that we definitely had a tornado. So we get a duck update. I don't know. They're driving away from, or they're driving around this area. They're looking at other debris in the area. I got my first max call in Ohio. W. And if you guys plan on going to bed tonight, definitely make sure to again check out Max Alerts. It's maxalert.net. If you want to get a phone call, you get under a severe warning or tornado warning or any sort of warning, you'll get a phone call directly from me. It's maxalert.net. It is also one of the it's I think that's one of the top links in the description below. Definitely recommend you check out Max Alert if you've not already. It's pretty cool because you literally get a phone call directly from me. So for any major warnings like tornado warnings, severe warnings, you can put it right on your exact geolocation. So they drive away there. They're still looking for other damage, but yeah, again, that was over here near 5 points. Pretty significant line of thunderstorms rolled through there. Got a little area of rotation trying to come together right now. There's a little couplet that's trying to come together in Alabama. That's near Skyline. And again, there will be an ongoing brief tornado risk overnight tonight. Maybe a strong tornado further down to the south if any discrete cells get going down near the Gulf Coast. But I think we got a little way. We have a little ways to go until we see anything like that. It's gonna be at least a few more hours. New severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Tennessee. This one's gonna be for Huntsville for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and some dime-sized hail. Clinton is also included in that. Oak Ridge, Kingston, Harriman, Wartburg also included in that severe thunderstorm warning. You look at Cincinnati, you think Cincinnati's mostly done. If you're in Cincinnati, you're good. You're looking at rain. East side of Cincinnati, some strong storms. And then mostly 60-mile-per-hour winds moving towards Columbus right now. It's pretty windy out there in Tennessee or in Ohio right now. 60-mile-per-hour winds rolling in. Alrighty, guys. Well, we've been live for a little over 9 hours, and we obviously have a big day of severe weather ahead tomorrow, so I do want to at least get some sleep tonight. Generally speaking, again, the severe weather risk is not as high as before. Again, damaging winds, a few tornadoes are still possible. And obviously, make sure you have ways to receive alerts. Check out maxalert.net. Again, that's one of the best ways to receive weather alerts during this severe weather event. You'll get a phone call basically directly from me if you're under any sort of tornado warning or severe warning. We'll have our 24/7 live weather stream still on, so you'll be redirected automatically to that stream after we end this stream, and that way you can still get weather alerts there and see live cameras and stuff like that. Also, shout out to Joe with the Venmo donation. I really appreciate that from Cincinnati. Also, shout out to Kay with the super chat as well. Yeah, you're good to go to sleep in Cincinnati. But again, we got a moderate risk of severe weather for tomorrow. We'll probably be live pretty early tomorrow, to be honest. I don't know if I'm going to get much sleep, so we'll probably be live tomorrow pretty early in the day. If not, we'll be live at least around lunchtime, so make sure you click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live. It's going to be another long day of severe weather coverage, and we will be live, again, pretty much all day tomorrow, assuming that nothing really busts here. I think tomorrow will be a pretty consistent severe weather outbreak to some extent, so we'll have a lot of live storm chasers out there still. We'll also have a bunch of live cameras, so stay tuned to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here as well, and also make sure to check out Radar Omega. It's the top link in the description below. Really appreciate them sponsoring today's stream. And also ESP Storm Shelters. If you want to check out a storm shelter and get one above ground, definitely check out ESP Shelters. They are made in the United States, so really cool perk there. Great storm shelters, can withhold EF5 tornado damage. But yeah, thank you guys all again so much for watching. Make sure to check out maxalert.net if you've not already, if you want to get weather alerts directly from me overnight tonight. And we will see you in the next live stream again tomorrow. No video tomorrow morning, just going to jump right into the